3 rounds down, 2 to go. A platinum endurance event to the crown jewel of endurance racing. We are back where it all started, the fearsome Circuit de la Sarthe. Good afternoon and welcome to the penultimate round of Season 6 of the Platinum Endurance Championship here at Le Mans for 12 hours of flat-out racing. My name is Taylor Mills. Alongside me, British F4 esports driver Olivia Hayward, and we will be live from lights to flag here on ABN. Today's challenge is 13.63 kilometers of French country roads at the home of endurance racing. Drivers have tackled this track since its first event in 1923, and as the circuit has evolved over those 100 years, it has seen off the early race cars of the 20s and post-war periods, the first GT races of the 50s and 60s, the first real prototypes of the 1970s, the terrifying Group C era in the 80s where we saw speeds as high as 400 kilometers an hour, the resurgence of Grand Tourers in the 1990s, the era-defining LMP1 regulations, and now a brand new era of golden age endurance racing. The circuit as it stands today has remained relatively unchanged since the early 2000s, but are some important adjustments to improve safety, and it is still one of the fastest tracks on the planet. What hasn't changed in that time is the legendary nature of the circuit. It is still a track that is feared and respected by drivers and fans alike, as those huge straights throw you into those slow, twisty corners. There are corners of pure bravery through the Porsche curves where you have to trust the downforce and keep it pinned. And there is no greater feeling than flying through the valley of the iconic grandstand and pit building that greet you every single lap as it opens up into the Dunlop chicane. Then you tackle the Forest S's, flick it through Tete Rouge, and enjoy one of the fastest sections of racetrack in the entirety of sports car racing. On foot, it'll take you nearly 3 hours to do a lap here, but the LMDHs we have on track here today will complete a tour of the circuit in less than 3.5 minutes, spending over 2.5 minutes of that time at full throttle. The Circuit de la Sarthe is a venue that is truly adored. Real-life manufacturers are constantly fighting for places on the grid here, and it's very much led to the growing popularity of the WEC with them and fans, especially over the last 2 years. All the times that I've pointed at a racetrack and said, oh, this is one of my favorite racetracks in the world, has very much led to this moment. Le Mans is my favorite racing facility on the whole planet. A wholly unique setup challenge, an immaculate vibe, and nailing a lap here is better than a warm coffee on a cold autumn morning. However, I do need to let Olivia speak at some point, but realistically, Liv, what more is there to say?
I think you've got it all covered throughout this thing up.
Yeah, no, let's call it. See you all later.
No, of course not. We've got 12 minutes until a frantic 40-minute qualifying session that's going to be extremely difficult here because of the length of the lap. You've got to make sure you get your 1 or 2 runs perfect. And there is no better feeling than linking up a perfect pole position lap around a track like this. And then 12 hours all the way into the night and into the wee hours of the morning, actually, here in France. So, yeah, let's pop the kettle on.
Of course, this is a racetrack that has seen many different changes over the last 100 years. One of the biggest ones recently, of course, the addition of these chicanes on that Renault d'Air.
You say recently?
Recently, yeah, 1980s, 1990s. The chicanes on the Renault d'Air. Usually, a chicane can sort of ruin the flow of a racetrack, but in my humble opinion, I feel like those chicanes actually sort of add something to the lap here because they're not identical, but even though the ACO claim they are a challenge to get through. You can race through them, and when you do get them right, they are extremely satisfying.
Yeah, of course, the reason there's 2 chicanes in those specific spots is because the FIA decided that a straight above 2 kilometers in length was a little bit silly.
Which is fair.
Yeah, the Duttinger at the Nordschleife is just about 2 kilometers. and I think it might get grandfathered in a little bit on that. But the Mulsanne Straight was almost 5-6 kilometers, and so broken up into thirds. It's still some of the longest pieces of tarmac in the sports car calendar, or any racing calendar. It's just there's now 3 of them back to back to back. So still very important to get your setup as trimmed out as possible, but don't forget about that final sector and the Porsche curves, because you're going to need as much downforce as you can get through this section.
Yeah, something that's quite unique to a European racetrack is the fact that on the outside of that second Porsche curve that we've just seen one of the Rubis cars go through is a bit of safer barrier.
Not twat, is that safer?
Yeah, it isn't something you really see on a European racetrack. That's usually kept to the ovals over in the US. But yeah, because of the fact that that corner is literally a bridge over a road and there is no space to add more runoff, there was originally a bit of wall there. This was even back in 2015 when they added that. They added that safer barrier so that if a car slammed into the wall, you weren't hitting Armco barrier, you were just hitting safer barrier and sort of saving your own skin a little bit through there. And it's another one of the unique features of the circuit, because how many racetracks can say they have a corner that goes over a bridge? Like, you see straights go over a bridge because that's relatively safe. You don't have to worry about putting any safer barrier there, but an actual corner over a road bridge it's a little bit insane.
A little bit. I'm trying to think. The Chicago street course that's a straightaway. Like, there's elevated over, I think, a rail yard, but I think it's flat at least when it's through the corners. And then there was the Wild Nashville circuit, where I think there's a little bit of a hint, but they go both ways on that bridge, so that's a tricky one. But yeah, the Porsche curves definitely, I think, after the Mulsanne Straight, one of the most defining points on this circuit, and it is those two that really define the dichotomy of how you need to run a lap here. It's, in a way, I think Harrison will separate it a little bit differently, but there's essentially 3 different sections to worry about. There's the opening portion under the Dunlop Bridge and, getting the run through Tetra Rouge to launch you onto the Mulsanne. And then, sort of a minute and a half, 2 minutes later, you come out of Mulsanne, you come out of Indianapolis Narnage, and suddenly those tyres, which haven't been doing much of anything, suddenly have to wake up in an instant and carry you through those apexes at what sort of speeds? 250k?
No, it's ridiculous, yeah.
GTPs maybe?
I don't think it's quite that high, but the speeds are genuinely insane through that section of track. But it's why I love the circuit so much, because you're on the edge of grip through every single corner. Like we've talked about it before, how you have to trim the downforce off to make sure that you can carry the speed down all of those sections of straight on this track. But that tends to leave a car quite loose at the rear with no support from the rear downforce. And then you get thrown into corners such as the 4 chicanes. The first right-left flick, relatively quick, you still got some downforce on the car through there. But then you get to those final 2 corners, that last chicane on the circuit, and it's kind of a little bit of a hope and a prayer through there. Bop the car over both of those curbs, try not to spin out, and then get on the throttle whilst the car is still rotating through the exit of the corner. And all it wants to do is step out and spin around on you. It's the same at the top of the hill at turn 3 as well. I remember racing here in the Audi R18 where you'd have literally barely any downforce on the car, well, tuned into the setup at least, but you'd have to run the traction control so low so that you didn't just get choked up by it on corner exit through there. Use the support of the front axle to pull the car out of the corner, and then just very, very slowly feed the throttle in, because the second that you get any sort of traction control cut in there, you're losing the momentum all the way down the hill into the Forest S's. It's just a really difficult circuit to put a lap together around for so many reasons.
And we made it about 5 minutes before qualifying, before the first mention of the LMP1 era. I think that's honestly impressive for you.
I mean, we're at Le Mans. It's Le Mans
of
prototype. What
course.
did you expect?
I expected nothing less.
I mean, at least I haven't brought up the fact that I won here in the 24 hours on iRacing.
Well, you have now. But anyway.
Listen, either I was going to bring it up or you were going to bring it up.
Yeah, no, totally. The thing we haven't even mentioned at this point, we mentioned it a little bit for qualifying, but the fact that this track is over 13 kilometers in length plays absolute havoc on all sorts of racing strategy. You've got, again, that tight chicane into pit lane, but then you've got to worry about, can you extend one lap? And that doesn't sound like much at most tracks, but here that can be the difference between cutting down one or maybe two pit stops if you can consistently extend that over the course of the race. We saw that during the 24-hour race in the summer that we had here. And there's been some chatter about it. It seems like some teams aren't particularly confident that it's possible to do much fuel saving with the current iRacing models, at least in GT3. But I still think we're going to see some surprises there. I think there's going to be some teams that go for that aggressive fuel save strategy and really try and gap the rest of the field on that. It's difficult to pull away when you're in a draft pack.
It is.
It's always helping out the cars behind you.
I think one team that I can quite confidently point to and say that they need to try something a little bit different. We alluded to it during the 8 hours of Watkins Glen. Obviously no bias on this one, but TMR out there in the only BMW in the field. It is a car that, see, we know the hybrid model on these cars isn't entirely accurate to how it is in real life. It can make the cars still quite fun to drive. Having that battery management is something that personally I find quite engaging. But because of how it's modeled, you find that the BMW, it sort of bugs out a little bit when it's on the straights, over deploys a little bit over the course of the lap compared to the Acura, Cadillac and Porsche. And so after a couple of laps, you'll see that car just can't reach the same top speeds as the rest of the GTP field. So that's one of those times where it really forces you onto a different strategy. So just keep an eye on that bright blue number 41 car today. See if they go for that 13 lap strategy. See if they can make it work. I know we're probably going to see it from quite a few of the Acuras, a car that doesn't struggle to make those extra fuel numbers, but it's certainly something to keep an eye on over the next 12 hours or so.
Yeah, of course, SBD Racing running the Acura and pulling a fantastic fuel save strategy last time out at Watkins Glen to bring home what was a double race win for the team, both in GTP and in GT3 Pro. Their GT3 machine, of course, running in... It's probably the Ferrari, right? Let me scroll through. I believe it's the Ferrari, yes. And then, of course, HWT doing the same strategy in GT3 AM for a fantastic win there. But we saw how crucial it was to save that pit stop. XBD were being hounded by DLR by SimLab the whole race, and they sort of were lapping faster on track, but the fact they had to take the extra trip down pit lane meant that in the end they took the win by just a handful of seconds at the end of 8 hours. We've got 4 more hours to work with here, and the strategy I think will be more important than ever. So we'll see which of those teams are able to make things work out, whether a new face is going to surprise us and throw a wrench into that little battle.
I'm not going to lie, I really thought you were going to go for a... what's it? I've forgotten the band's name now. A Linkin Park reference there. They're faster in lap time, but in the end, it didn't even matter.
Oh. You're smarter than I am.
A discussion we have on the daily. 30 seconds left in this practice session then before we move into GT3 qualifying. I think it's going to be something that'll be really interesting to watch today, because we keep talking about how long those straights are. They're going to make up for the time that you lose in dirty air if you can find a drafting partner. We've got a couple of teams out there that have some friends out there on the circuit. XPD Racing, of course, being one of those teams. Lithium Motorsport, I believe, have a couple of cars out there as well as Simrace Sweden Esports and Pandemonium. So expect all of those folks to sort of try and gather up a little bit, be together on track, and help each other maximize that top end speed, maximize that lap time. So if we're doing poll predictions for today, I'm not going to pick anyone specific, but what I am going to do is I'm going to predict that it's going to be one of the cars out there on track that has a sister team.
That's a very solid shout. Again, the problem you have with that is you've only got time for about 4 total laps, and those, especially in GTP, can't all be push laps. You've got to recharge the battery at some point. How do you decide which team gets the draft and which team is sort of funded out to dry at the front of the train? We're seeing, as the GT3 qualifying gets going, everyone coming out of pit lane immediately wanting to make sure they get as many laps as possible. And we'll have to see how they end up deciding to spread out over the course of this outlap, which is a little bit unusual to run at Le Mans in iRacing. When you're running a solo qualifying session here, you get placed just at the end of the Corvette curves. Yeah, and have a nice quick run down to the start-finish line because you're given 8 minutes by traditional iRacing sessions. But here, a group session, and that means that everyone has to roll out of pit lane and complete, in these cars, a 4-minute outlap just to get going. I think there's definitely one where they've got to be fueled up for the entire session because you cannot afford to be making a trip down pit lane, popping off on fuel, and then having another 4 minutes wasted that aren't putting a time on the board.
Yeah, split that up. It's 4 minutes for a 20-minute session. 4 times 5, you get outlap, push lap, and then cooldown lap if you need it. There may be a few tire strategy games to play in terms of coming in for a fresh set, depending on how confident you are that you can get that lap time out. But I think with the GT3s, we're going to see the sort of thing that we see in a wet qualifying session where it's a case of getting out there and just completing lap after lap after lap. These cars can hold on to their tires for a surprisingly long time. So as much as I do think we'll see some strategy differences in this one, we'll definitely see most of the field opting to stay out, as you can already see everyone migrating to the center of the road to get on that crown that, of course, in daily circumstances, lets the rain roll off to the outside of the road. But of course, in racing, in these cars, sort of just brings the road surface up a little bit more to the floor, closes down, makes that frontal area of the car a little bit smaller and reduces the drag from the diffuser and lets these cars just go that little bit faster on the straights. It's certainly something that I know annoys a lot of prototype drivers, as the amount of times that I myself have been in a race here and shouted, "Oh my goodness gracious me, pick a side of the flipping road," it's countless. And of course, those are my words verbatim. Right, Liv?
Yeah, I seem to remember a little bit of I heard about that when I was in a much different role in a race a few months back. But we won't litigate that one again. Drivers now coming through the Porsche curves in the GT3 machinery. It looks like we actually have 2 little battle packs formed in the GT3 qualifying. There's a trailing group of about half a dozen cars. They're all spread out a bit, looking for clean air, just coming down the run to Indianapolis right now, as the first cars in qualified are coming through the 4 chicanes ready to start the lap. It's going to be Alex Pilbeam in the HWT Motorsport AM entry, I believe 3-time winner in GT3 AM, starting the lap first, and behind it, Core Motorsports in the 299 GT3 Pro. A little bit spread out between those, and it seems like where there are packs, it's normally about 2 cars, not wanting to get too tripped up from traffic ahead. But of course, with it being a 4-minute lap, you might have to make an overtake at some point to make sure you have clean air and you're not getting held up through the twisty sections behind a car you think you're faster than.
Well, we are just following along with the Core Motorsports Corvette. Hopefully we might be able to get a little bit of an onboard shot of one of these cars at some point, and hopefully Olivia can take you through how to get a GT3 machine around a lap here at the Circuit de la Sarthe. But certainly, as we've said so many times already, a unique challenge. These cars are already a little bit light on the downforce front. They can carry some tremendous speeds down the Hano d'Air, as just in front, that's Alex Pilbeam choosing to stay right out the way of the Core Motorsport Corvette that is looking like they're going for a push lap. We saw Pilbeam was the lead car in this little pair and chooses to take another warm-up lap as we do jump to a little bit of an onboard of one of the RPM Corvettes. And Olivia, talk to me about how to feed a car around a track.
I mean, I think number one here, and what we saw from Pilbeam, is make sure to stay on the track limits, because I think that was a slowdown through Tetra Rouge. But here, it's just about carrying as much speed as possible. Make sure you get hooked in to these corners very early. There's a lot of camber to use if you can. Make sure to just stay off the grass there and the Armco barriers there, and then this is the crucial corner. Get it turned in, don't run out too wide. That'll be good for RPM Racing Black. Maybe not the fastest, but if you run past that first level of curb, stewards will get very upset with you indeed. Now, it's a huge run down the Mulsanne straight. Again, that crown of the road, bringing the road up to the diffuser. Going to make your car just a little bit faster in a straight line in a GT3 machine. And then spot your braking point. Remember which way this one goes. It's to the right first, get to the left side of the road on the anchors, and then you can use a ton of these curbs, get it flipped through, and then back onto the motorway that is normally open throughout the year. Close a couple weeks a year just for this moment.
We don't use face cams at ABN for these broadcasts, but just watching a car going around this track is giving me the biggest grin on my face. And but there's a little bit of almost melancholy watching a Corvette come down this straight, because back in 2022, the factory program was out there leading the race before getting unceremoniously punted into the Armco barrier by a crash between one of the AF Corsa, well, the AF Corsa LMP2 and another LMP2. Interestingly, it was the AF Corsa P2 in the middle of those three cars that got the penalty. But if you ask me, it was the car on the right-hand side of the circuit that really was the aggravator of that one, as Logan Ragone using all of the track on the outside of the circuit, keeping it off that gravel to just maximize the exit of Mulsanne corner, as it's a very, very long run once again down to Indianapolis, a corner complex that is of course named after Indianapolis Motor Speedway, which is a circuit that the two other people sat in this commentary booth know a lot more about than me. But in the middle of the road again for the Corvette, feeding it to the outside of the circuit, try and get flat through that first kink, hard on the brakes, triggering the ABS all the way down to the apex. Use that camber, flick it back over to the left of the slowest corner on the circuit. This is Arnage. Get to that curb on the inside, nice early turn in, pick up the throttle once again for another long run down to one of the best sections of racetrack in the world, as Ragone is flying down towards the Porsche curves as the road blends to the right, flicks to the left. There's a little bit of Astra on the left here that you can use. Get two wheels on that. Turn the car in nice and late and stay to the right-hand side of the circuit if you can. Keep it flat through Porsche 2. Nibble that curb. Don't lose the back end. Don't touch the safer barrier. Flat again through 3. And hard on the brakes and stay to the inside of this corner all the way through to open up Corvette corner. Use all the curb on the inside. Use as much of the curb on the outside as you can. And then it's just a little blend to the right, a little blend to the left, and then you are looking straight ahead of you at that pit building, at those grandstands. In real life, you could hear the crowd screaming as the cars are coming through. Use all of those curves all the way through these last four corners. Big nibble on the second to last corner for the RPM Racing Corvette. A little bit of slipstream to help them across the line. Now, what is that lap time going to be? It's going to be good enough for P2 as it stands 3/10 off the Strumenti DS racing car. Under normal circumstances, those 0.3 of a second would be a lot less, but of course, because we've got this huge 13.5 kilometer circuit, 0.3 of a second, it looks big, but it very much isn't.
Yeah, as we're starting to complete our first set of flying laps, I believe the entire field now has finished those first laps. A few cars again not able to get a valid lap in, HWT being one of them. And some cars, I believe, have gone on to outlaps maybe to reset coming through to the next one. But again, the tyres are just getting up temperature. I think we're already on a second set of push laps here as we come through the chains on the Mulsanne. And it's something a little bit tricky about a qualifying session here. You've got so little time to work with. It's so difficult to have that time to breathe. You can't take an outlet, a call on that to really cool your brain or cool the tires, because you're wasting 4 minutes of the session, and that's very difficult to make up from there. We're following Nick Kirstensen of Sweden, who has a lot of slipstream here. This is really a train that's formed coming out of Mulsanne corner and heading down towards what I think is probably one of the most difficult braking zones on the track, if not in motorsport. We saw a lot of incidents here in real life this year, just with how you're having to load up the car at such high speed through that right-hand kink and then immediately on the anchors into Indianapolis. It's a bit like the chase over at Bathurst, but of course very, very different machinery and setup for the rest of the track. It's just so tricky. And then again through Arnage and back into the Porsche curves for the second time in this session. We've already elapsed nearly 12 minutes of qualifying. That's about 2/3 of what the GT3s have available to them. We'll have to hand off to the GTPs for the second half of this session and get the track clear for 3-minute 20s. And they flick it in here. So much relying on that downforce, however much you've got in the car, brushing against the safer barrier without getting a bit of contact. A couple of cars getting caught out actually through the Porsche curves on this set of runs. They start to ramp up the lap time just a little bit to make that run for pole position.
So still following with Nick Kirstensen for Sim Race Sweden Esports on board that Audi R8 GT3 Evo 2. 2 more corners to go on this lap. He's had a big help of slipstream all the way around the circuit as he comes up to the line. What is it going to be for him? It is going to be a 3:56.626, which is good enough for, trying to just pick it out where that's gone at, good enough for 10th in class, 12th overall. The HWT Motorsport and Slippers Racing Team cars both ahead of him in the GT3 field as Ivan Ubera comes through the final couple of corners and across the line to finish his lap. Just see if there's any improvement for him as Charlie Lund Nielsen goes fastest to the top of the timing screen for that RPM Racing Lamborghini. A brilliant lap to put him 2/10 clear of Pedro Monteiro, who was at the front for so long in the session. And that's how quickly the lap times can flip themselves on their heads. The standings can flip themselves on their heads. As Ivan Ubera has improved to 3rd, actually. So a brilliant lap from him to put Pandemonium Esports in the top 3 on that second row of the grid as he's going to pull over to the side. As we're going to hand it off to Guillaume Piper's Smurf Racing Team in that gorgeous Ford Mustang GT3 to bring this car through to the end of the lap. It is, we talk about how big and menacing and cumbersome that car is as Piper's just very deep into Porsche 1. That's going to sacrifice his run all the way through the rest of the Porsche curves. He needs to nail the rest of this lap. He doesn't have one on the board yet as the car lumbers through Corvette corner, through the right-left flick of Maison Blanche, eyeing up the Ford chicanes in the Ford Mustang. All the curb usage in the world going to be needed to get this car any speed. Lots of time to recover. Feeds it through beautifully. Hits one curb, hits the other. Doesn't quite almost roll the car using all the curb on the exit. And it's going to be across the line for Pipers. And where's that going to put him? Looks like it's going to be a 5:25.7. So thinking that was probably an outlap for the driver, the 291, and this is where the lap time's really going to come in. So that compromised run through Porsche 1 not really affecting him too much, but he will take a note of that one and use it when he comes round to go through that corner on this next lap. 5th place at the moment, Marcel Beck, the team race getter in the Ferrari 296 GT3, a car that has been confirmed to have an Evo version on the way for 2026. I think just getting a little bit, not quite getting a little bit wide through there, but just taking time to warm his tires, building up to the final lap of the session, for their session, as GT3 qualifying does come to a little bit of a close.
We had an interesting incident there, just at the Ford chicanes between the Strumenti DS racing car and one of the Pandemonium esports cars, the 255 and the 240. I think both cars just trying to get a run through the chains with the 255 looking to start a lap and the 240 looking to finish a lap. And a little bit of clumsy contact ended up coming between the two of them, which I'm sure didn't help either lap. The 240 down in 17th in GT3 Pro, so really needs to make the most of this outlap and then the final run through the lap. But a little bit of traffic, obviously there's 13 kilometers to work with, but you don't have the time to back off to abort a lap if there is something ahead. You kind of have to drive into it and hope that it clears up. And that proving to be a little bit of a roadblock already and a little bit of a speed bump for a couple of these teams.
Alex Pilbeam cuts the line to set a new session best in GT3 AM, 356.237, to put himself on provisional pole position for the GT3 AM class, as Stefan Lario is going to improve as well. Not good enough to get in front of the GT3 AMs, but still going to have a little bit of help down there. Again, the HWT Motorsport team, Slippers Racing team, seem to be a little bit of a cut above the rest of the GT3 AM field. But as we were talking just there, Liv, as Charlie Lund Nilsson improves to a 353.992, so down in the 53s now. Last time's race winner, XPD Racing GT3, did improve their lap time to move that car onto the second row of the grid. So a really good starting position to defend their race win if that position stands.
Yeah, and of course, in the GT3 Pro, there is a very tight battle between XPD Racing and RPM Racing, separated by just 2 points currently at the top of the standings. Simrace Sweden Esports Pro are the only real contender, but are down another 15 points from the championship lead. Still possible to overturn, but with those top two currently holding all 3 race wins this season, it's going to take a lot for the Simrace Sweden crew to overhaul that. And the question is, who can be strongest here between XBD and RPM to set forward a defense of the championship lead in 3 weeks' time over at Fuji?
So checkered flag is out for the GT3s. Anyone on a lap now has time to finish that lap. So out on circuit at the moment, the fight for pole position in class. We have Charlie Lund Nilsson currently leading Logan Regione around on a lap to try and improve the Corvette's position from 5th. Hopefully for them, up onto the front row. Chris Van Gucht won't have time to get another lap in, so he's got a chance to just get his eye in a touch as he comes round to complete another lap. Alex Pilbeam still out there on track, looking to find a little bit of improvement to try and defend his position. Drew Glover has parked it and won't be going out there to try and improve his starting position at P3 in class for GT3 AM in exactly the same place. But the drivers that we're looking at the moment, we see the Pandemonium Esports car did go off at Tete Rouge, so won't be able to improve their lap time, with Danny Fugel behind, who hasn't set a time yet, flashing the headlights, just asking him to get out of the way a little bit. But I was just talking about how Lund Nilsson has let Regione through. And it's going to send that 210 round for the rest of the lap, as here's Gerard Sarthe to the end of his lap. Will it be an improvement for that Ferrari 296? 2 more corners to go. Clips both of those curbs up to the line, cutting the beam. What's it going to be lap time wise? 354.388. It's a personal best for Sarthe, says, but he isn't going to get that pole position that he wanted, as at the moment Nilsson is the only car in the 53s. Here comes that Core Motorsport Corvette we were following earlier in the session. The GTPs are lining up at the end of pit lane. It's going to be an improvement in time, but not an improvement in position. So now it's just a question of what can that RPM Racing Corvette do as it's coming through the end of the Porsche curves up towards Maison Blanche. That little flick to the right, that little flick to the left. Charlie Nilsson not on a lap at the moment. This has been providing a little bit of slipstream help to his teammate. 4 more corners to go. Feed it through those little anti-cuts. Get over those curbs in the final chicane. Use all the track on exit. What lap time is it going to be? Cuts the beam. 354.256. It moves the 211 up to second place, and it will be a front row lockout for RPM Racing as the green flag flies for the GTPs, as Nicholas Vincent comes across the line to improve as well. Here comes the meat and potatoes.
And they are all streaming out of pit lane immediately. They were lined up, line astern, at the red light, waiting for it to turn green from race control. I think we can tell how this group wants to attack this session. They want to have as many attempts as possible. It looks like Neil DeBacker might be the last one heading out of pit lane. Match 55 actually still waiting to exit. But the front of the field already streaking down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. Project Valorous number 50 in the lead car, and Nicholas Deschner behind with a huge amount of weaving across that crowd of the road again. We're not expecting these cars to use the aerodynamics a little bit more fickle than the GT3 machines. They want to try and stay away from that a little bit, but try to get as much heat into the tires as possible on this outlap. Battery will be set to no deploy, of course, and then as you come into the Ford chicanes, you'll put up qualifying mode and burn the entire thing in a matter of 3 minutes to try and get that ultimate lap time.
20 minutes, of course, given a lot of time for these cars to get some laps in. Of course, lapping it around that 3 minute 24 or so mark in qualifying trim. So, as I say, a couple more laps able to be completed by these cars. So, we could see them come back into pit lane for a fresh set of tires. It's certainly something that I'd expect from these cars with a session this long, especially with this amount of weaving for Nicholas Gesner. They're going to get the tires up to temperature relatively quickly. On that second lap or so is when I expect them to go full push. So realistically, they'll see where they are after that. And then it's just a case of getting the cars slowed down, getting them fed into the corners and pushed from the apex, especially down there at Mulsanne, especially at Arnage, and especially through Tete Rouge, to maximize that lap time. And really just take advantage of everything the car gives you to go as fast as you can. We've seen on Kevin Estrad's pole position lap from Le Mans earlier this year in real life how aggressively he drove that car to get the lap time out. I don't expect the same sort of aggressive driving from most, if not any, of the drivers on the grid, as these cars in iRacing require a little bit of a smoother driving style to get any sort of pace out of them. But any questions we have about who is going to go fastest are going to be answered relatively soon as we come through the Porsche curves for the first time in this session, the outlap of this session. Everyone's settling into a position on track. We're following Nicholas Gesner as we have been for this entire outlap. He looks set, he looks ready, he looks prepared. That Reiter Engineering Cadillac will be full push. This car was on pole position for the last race, didn't get a good result. It was a DNF for them. So they've got a lot of recovering to do as here we go through the Ford chicane, bumping over those curbs. Let's see what they can do.
And a big queue behind. We'll look at the rest of the field here, but should we go on board and see what a lap of this track looks like in the fastest machines that sports car racing has to show us right now?
Oh, I certainly wouldn't be against it. Through turn one, hard on the brakes for turn two, using all of the curb on the inside for Gesner, avoiding that slowdown, feeding the car to the outside of the circuit beautifully to maximize the speed all the way down the hill into the Forest S's. Use that camber, open up the corner as early as possible, full throttle down towards Tete Rouge. In qualifying trim, this corner is a lift very wide through the exit of the corner, but managed to get it back over to the right-hand side of those curbs at exactly the right moment as that V8 grumble pushes this car all the way down the Honodier. Gesner setting up for the first chicane very, very early. He's trying to pick out his braking point. There's a yellow mark on the barrier. You can see it just there. Hard on the brakes, feeds the car in third gear, might flick it down to second temporarily, then a little bit of oversteer on that curb, feeds the throttle back in as he's got his eyes down the straight once again, already trying to pick out the braking point for the next chicane over to the right-hand side of the circuit. You've got to find a point on the track where the car doesn't drag along that crown, because that loses you vital hundredths of a second. Here it is, just as the barrier takes a step up. Hard on the brakes once again, feed it into the first, cut that one massively, cut the second one massively, back on throttle, using all the curb on exit as well. Used to be a terrifying bump on the right-hand side of the circuit there. It never existed in real life, but it has since been lost by the sim. Another big braking zone to come of Mulsanne Corner that feeds you onto what was once known as the Gulf Straight. As the track flicks to the right, brake at that curb, brake hard, get back over to the left-hand side of the circuit. Use as much out there as you dare. There is a slowdown. Use all the curb on the inside and all the curb on the outside. 60, 70 horsepower of hybrid being used to help propel this car down the straight to speeds of 330 kilometers an hour. Shortest run down to Indianapolis. Keep that car to the inside of the circuit. Let it track out wide. Bit of Astro out here. You can use that as a reference for your braking point, but I think Gesner's going to go hard. Flicks it into the right. Hard on the brakes at the apex of Indy 1. Up to the curb on exit, down to the curb in the middle of the corner, back out to the curb, avoid that gravel. You can choose to straddle the curb down here if you want to, but it is a little bit tricky to get right as Gesner just gets a little bit of oversteer on the exit of Arnage. And now the second to last full throttle blast of the track stays on the left-hand side of the circuit, and watch the speed that he's able to carry through here. It's only going to be a couple of downshifts. Sixth. Keeps it in sixth, stays on the right-hand side of the track, feeds it through Porsche 2 to the outside of the circuit, then hard again on the brakes for Carton, just a little bit wide, maybe one gear higher than I expected to be, and just misses the apex of Corvette Corner. It's going to be a fast lap, but he's going to be ruining the line he had through those last couple of corners of the Porsche curves, as he's going to set up once again for a lap. Yeah, no, he's going slow. He's abandoned that lap. And he's going to start thinking about going for another push lap as Project Valorous and Focus Racing GTP come across the line at 3:22 and a 3:21.5 respectively, as they both reset to pit lane. Looks like these drivers are opting to take the first lap and the first lap only before getting back out there on circuit to go for another flyer.
Of course, 3.5 minutes for the outlap there. It's a little bit of an easier pill to swallow than 4 minutes for the GT3 machines. And I believe they have the rest of this session to work with, so chance for maybe 2 or 3 runs to make. But a lot of cars getting caught out by different off-tracks and slowdowns being awarded by the sim. And yet Focus Racing still the fastest car out on track, 3 laps into the 3:21s. Do you think we will see anything down into the 3-minute 20s by the end of this qualifying session, as the BMW of Taylor Mills Racing goes 6th fastest? We have all 6 manufacturers currently within that top 6 as we go through our second runs of qualifying.
That's a good question you bring up if we're going to get down into the 3:20s. It's a lap time that it's definitely possible, as we're just following Dominic Venchetta and the Magic Arrow 55 car, a team that haven't had an impressive season so far as we've come to Le Mans. Again, it's another team that's looking to make something of the last 2 races of this championship, and what better place to do it than at the Circuit de la Sarthe. Kevin Chartier for the roll and go in that gorgeous black and red Acura that we saw pulling off some moves at Watkins Glen last week, involved in some fights, and was certainly up there in the top 5 before a late race incident limited what they were going to be able to achieve. As that car, a car that hasn't raced here in real life, but thanks to the beauty of sim racing, Acura, Honda get to be on the grid at Le Mans. I'm sure it's something that the Honda Racing Corporation are eyeing up, as Chartier very deep into that second chicane, cuts across the second apex and resets the pit lane without hitting the barrier on the outside of the circuit. We talked about how tricky the setup is here, and the downforce not quite there to support Chartier through that second chicane, is perhaps missing his braking point just a touch there, Liv.
Just a little bit. I do want to go back and focus on that little mistake that our reigning champions #1 made on that first qualifying attempt. We saw it running wide just through the exit of the Porsche curves and karting. There's that little curb and there's those yellow rumble strips. And that is a spot that is monitored not just in iRacing, but in real life as well. That is one of the spots where they will give track limits warnings if you exceed that during the race in the WEC. And there was an incident actually there a year or two ago in the Porsche GT3 for what's the name of the movie star that's been running them on over the past few years?
The Irish one.
Yeah.
Not Patrick Dempsey, it was Michael Fassbender.
Michael Fassbender, that's the one. Actually had an incident there that ended the race of him and his crew, specifically because he was worried about picking up that final track limit strike to get the drive-through penalty from race control. And it's something that the #1 crew actually complained about last time out at Watkins Glen, that turn 1 off track at the edge of the curb. They had their racing instant trying to keep it on the track limits in that portion of the track.
Ooh, that's wide.
Ooh, just is. Was there a brush with the barrier there?
It looked like it was close, but I don't think the lead actually made contact with that safer barrier. It's just a very deep run into 1, not able to set the car up properly for Porsche 2, and definitely had to lift. But very, very close to disaster for the 30 crew there, as Max lead and just looking to probably set up another lap here and go again in that Fury Sim Sport Acura. Across the line he comes. Let's see what sort of lap time it was, if it was legal. Just sit and wait for everything to refresh itself. It was a good lap still though. P5 for Max Lead and Fury Sim Sport. He's going to reset and go for another lap, but there's going to be a lot more time left in it for him, and he knows it. But if we go back to Michael Fassbender for a second, he hasn't got an immaculate record at Le Mans. You talked about that incident on the exit of the Porsche curves, but in 2022 he wrecked the car in qualifying, or in practice even, on the crown in the middle of the road, and then in the race stuffed the car in the barrier at Indianapolis. So you talked about how difficult a braking zone that braking zone is, and yeah, it really is, especially in those old GTE machines. They had a lot of downforce, but as soon as you broke a little bit of it, it was all gone, and then boom, off the track you go into the tire wall.
And we saw this year as well how treacherous it can be in changeable conditions. There was a chance of rain showing all throughout the week. It seems like for the start of the race, the skies have cleared up a little bit. There might be a chance of a little bit of a shower heading into the nighttime. And if that does happen, then it's going to be a hell of a thing to watch out for, as the #5 DLR SimLab orange car, our championship leader with 3 podiums from 3 races so far, puts it second on the grid. So a great lap from Matthias Weitgen when it's needed most to solidify that spot at the top of the championship in a race that awards more points than any other this season outside of Road America, the 212 hours, giving the biggest haul for the championship standings.
Well, look at the gap at the top of the standings right now as well. It's 0.047 seconds. That is one of those gaps where Matthias Weitgen is going to look at a part of his lap and go, yeah, that's exactly where I lost that lap time, because that is genuinely nothing. That is a little bit of oversteer. That is a braking point just a little bit too early, a touch out of position through one of the apexes of this, one of the 33 apexes on the circuit, depending on how you count them. The 5 is going to go out there again and try and improve that lap time. He's likely going to improve that lap time, but we're still about half a second away from that fabled 3-minute 20 lap time. Maybe we're not going to get down there today in qualifying trim, as that is your current pole sitter, Thiago Rodriguez, for Focus Racing in, again, another gorgeous car. It's a Cadillac V-Series.R, which is certainly going to make quite a racket come next season as the Project Valorous crew improve the position of the 50 car up to P6, and Rodriguez comes across the line. It's a was it a 3-minute 20.9? It is a 3-minute 20.930 after I just said we're not going to see them. Thiago Rodriguez, a driver that very often proves you wrong out there on track, proves you wrong once again and moves 0.6 of a second clear of the rest of the field. Is anyone else going to have an answer for him? I mean, we've only got a few more minutes to find out.
And the real question is Thiago gonna see the need to go out there for one more lap? That looked pretty secure to me. I'm not sure if there's much track evolution going on right now. They are going to take one more crack at this, finding a little bit of slipstream there. Buddy to try and draft them past, coming on pit entry. But that is a huge lap from the number 7, as the Cadillac goes to the top of the timing chart ahead of Acura, a second Cadillac, which seems quite strong here today. And then Porsche Acura ran at our top 5 with just a few minutes left in qualifying.
Well, we've seen this before. A Cadillac in a strong position in qualifying gets pipped by another Cadillac, but then it was ultimately a Porsche that took pole position. So keep an eye on those timing screens in the dying minutes of this qualifying session. Rodriguez looks like he may have found a little bit of a dance partner out there on circuit to try and find a little bit more lap time, but a 3-minute 20.9 is nigh on a perfect lap here in qualifying. Is nigh on a perfect lap here at Le Mans. So maybe he's noted something on his lap where he thinks he can improve. And honestly, if that's the case, I'd 100% trust him on that. But at the end of the day, if you're not out there on track, you're not making that effort to attempt to improve. As these final runs are going to get started, Andrea Rosa is going to start its final lap. Matthias Whiten is going to come around to start his final lap. Neil de Backer will be coming around to start his final lap relatively soon as well. With 3 minutes left on the clock, there will be no time for anyone coming out of the pit lane now to get another lap in. So it is crunch time here in GTP qualifying.
And one more chance to put everything on the table. A lot of these cars we're focusing on have now set a very good lap time. And so there's no reason to not push the absolute limits, risk that slowdown, risk a brush with the wall if need be. As Matthias Whiten, it looks like, has found a brush with the wall and will not be able to continue after an off track at Tetra Rouge. But again, solidly in second place, you've got to try and give it everything to jump that 6th, 10th gap. And I think for the rest cars, we're going to see them on the absolute limit. We're going to see a couple of offs here as these cars weave through. SPD Racing still might have time to complete this outlap and then go. But it's going to be very tough for them. I think Andrea Rosa is going to be the focus here, currently running P4. And on a flying lap, the cars ahead with looking at Nicholas Geschner also warming the tyres on the run to the Porsche curves. But here's the 91 currently.
Oh, that's wide.
Running P4. Is that going to be a slowdown, or is that just a little bit of time dropped away, do you think?
It's certainly a little bit of time lost for Andre Rosa. Very close to putting it in the barrier on the exit of that second Mulsanne chicane. Matthias Whiten for DLR by SimLab has parked it as Old Firm Racing to improve their position to 6th on the grid even. No, that's for the other Old Firm Racing team. Sorry, the orange car improves to 10th and then gets instantly surmounted by the yellow car to go up to P6. Randy Martini Mateos is going to pull over to the side of the track and won't get chance to complete another lap. Cesar Cabral for Race 2 Esports on a flyer, as well as we are just waiting for the rest of these lap times to come in. We've talked about it before. Crunch time is very much on the cards here, as these drivers are out here giving it everything. Andre Rosa very wide in the background, a shot there. Mercedes Cabral trying to improve from 15th, as just trying to keep an eye on these lap times coming in. I think Rodriguez is improving a little bit as he's coming through the first sector right now. But Cabral, our eyes are on that Race 2 Esports car, a car that has been in the wars a little bit in this championship. As, ooh, look at that. I think we're just seeing a little bit of an improvement for the Fury Sim Sport team to move up to second, dropping everyone else down a few positions. It's only good enough for second though, and still nearly 6/10 off P1. The checkered flag is out. These will be the final laps. Cesar Cabral feeding it through that final section, those forward chicanes. Doesn't quite catch up to the traffic in front of him, but will be hampered by that dirty air. It's P15 at the moment as he cuts the beam. What is it gonna be? A 3-minute 23.167. It is an improvement as Andre Rosa surmounts that Fury Sim Sport lap to move to second on the grid. Thiago Rodriguez is going to remain safe as Neil de Backer comes across the line. Is it going to be an improvement for the only BMW in the field? It is. It's P7 as Neil buries himself well in the middle of the pack. And that is going to be the GTP qualifying session over, I think. No, we've still got Mark Rosendahl for Project Belarus on a lap in that pink, white, and purple Acura. Through Arnage he comes to the exit of the corner, avoiding that tire barrier on the outside of the circuit, and that run down to the Porsche curves once again. Everything is going to need to be left on the table. It's looking like Rosendahl is on an improvement for his own pace at the moment, but it's marginal. He's got over a second to the pole position time as it stands. So lots of time to find, but plenty of opportunity to find it a little bit wide, but gets it back to the inside for the final flick through the Porsche cars. That's very wide, and that is lap time gone. That'll be a slowdown for Rosendahl, who won't find an improvement on his lap. Who else is on a lap at the moment? Nicholas Gesner coming through Arnage. Alberto Garcia Blasco, full push through the Porsche curves, almost into the barrier on the outside of the circuit. It's a car that's very much out of position at the moment, down in 13th. Uses the inside of that corner beautifully on the exit of the Porsche curves, flicks it through Maison Blanche, is eyeing up the Ford chicanes now, opens up the circuit into the pit lane, uses the curb on the inside of both of those, and now it's just those final two to go. Very piddly little chicane, all the curb on exit, a little bit of gravel. Is it going to be an improvement? It is. A 3-minute 21.497 will be good enough for a second row start, depending on what everyone else on a lap can do. Thiago B. Rodriguez doesn't have to improve. Nicholas Gesner coming across the line now. The defending champions, how are they going to line up? A 3:21.450. They will move to the second row of the grid and push Alberto Garcia Blasco and XBD Racing down to row 3. As the JLR by SimLab white car is going to be one of the final cars. Ooh, very deep through the final chicane. It might not be an improvement for the 6. I don't think it is. A very late mistake on that lap will ruin that result. So here comes back Marco Racing and Razzle Dazzle in that Porsche 963. Is it going to be an improvement from 16th on the grid? The final car on a lap. Across the line they come. And it's a 22.9. It'll be good enough to move up one position, and we'll put their car on row 8, just in front of the Race 2 Esports car, and just behind Magic Arrow number 55.
I mean, what a fantastic showing from the two Cadillacs in our field. First and third, Focus Racing, not even needing that final run, pulling into the pit lane there to solidify their pole position. Right Engineering, of course, reigning champions, not with the season they've wanted, but another good qualifying effort to start from P3 on the grid. And between them is a Porsche sandwich between the Cadillac bread of Andre Rosa in the NGC Esports entry. The leading Acura on our grid rolls off in 4th position.
Wow.
Who saw that one coming?
Certainly not me. It's a car that had tremendous performance at Watkins Glen. But this is a track that I'd say all the cars are a little bit more balanced there, and you can see that with how close those lap times were. But at the front of the field, to be 4/10 clear at a track like Le Mans, the rest of the field is so densely packed in terms of lap time. But what a lap for Thiago Rodriguez to stick that car on pole and make a statement for Focus Racing really early on in this race session.
And as we hit down the final seconds on the clock here, there's no time to breathe whatsoever because we're about to be straight into 12 hours of hard-fought racing. Just the run down, not even a full formation lap, just the run down from Arnage to the start-finish line, and then we are go once again for our single-file start here at Le Mans. 12 hours coming right up. Do not go anywhere.
Well, we're certainly not going to be able to, Olivia, but let's take a moment to have a look at how the field is going to line up for the penultimate round of the season, for the crown jewel of endurance racing, the 12 hours of Le Mans. So after a dominant performance in qualifying, Thiago Rodriguez for Focus Racing will roll the Cadillac away from pole position, with Andre Rosa putting up a decent fight for the rest of the field to line up second for NGC Esports. Defending champions Nicholas Gesner and Reiter Engineering will line up third on the grid alongside Fury Sim Sport in the highest placed Acura in the field. Fifth place will go to XPD Racing GTP alongside DLR by SimLab Orange, who are your championship leaders as it stands. Project Valorous and Taylor Mills Racing will line up alongside each other on row 4, with Old Firm Racing Yellow and the sister Project Valorous car lining up 9th and 10th. 11th on the grid will go to DLR by SimLab White, who are starting a little bit out of position for their sister team, with Enosis Esports PEC lining up alongside them. Old Firm Racing Orange and Magic Arrow number 55 will line up on row 7. Again, another disappointing qualifying performance for that Porsche crew in the 55, as they'll be looking to improve over the course of the race. Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle will line up alongside Race 2 Esports, with Cesar Cabral only managing 16th in that session. Sim Racing Center LMDH will start 17th, alongside a car that performed very well at Watkins Glen, but not so much today, of Kevin Chartier in the Rolling Goats. And to round out the GTP field, Carbono Esports will start 19th and just ahead of the GT3s.
Charlie Lynn Nilsson for RPM Racing PEC to know pole position for GT3 Pro, with the sister car Logan Ragione in the black entry right behind, able to play rear gunner against championship contender XPD Racing GT3 by Gerard Sayers. Strumenti DS Racing will roll off in P4 with Pedro Montero on board, with the first Podium Esports car, the gold entry, P5 with Ivan Ubera. Team Race to a DE Black with Kevin Lazar will roll off P6 in the Ferrari, with Core Motorsports Chevrolet Corvette P7 with Orlando Telero behind the wheel. The second XPD Racing car of Mark Luna Heredia will roll off P8 with Hellenic Racing in P9, Virtual Dives by Thrustmaster in P10, and Lithium Motorsports Pro in P11. Eagle Speed Academy will roll off P12, Chris Van Gut at the wheel of that Chevrolet, and the BMW of Fury Sim Sport GT3 will roll off P13 before we start getting to our GT3 AM entries. Alex Pilbeam in the HWT Motorsport Ferrari, untouchable all season, on pole position once again. The Hydro Race GT3 Pro entry will separate him from the Slippers Racing Team Ferrari of Drew Glover, and the Chevrolet Corvette of DDK by Eagle Speed Academy of Diels Philipperts. Back to the GT3 Pros then, Octopus Racing Team, the 224 Ferrari, roll off 15th in class for them. Simrace Sweden Esports, with a disappointing qualifying session, will roll off in P16. It's IS Corsa, who was gassed by NEC, and a Notice Esports PC GT3 behind. Squadron Velosa Bravo has the fourth GT3 AM entry. Padium Esports White and Red Pro and AM behind them. There's Lithium Motorsports AM, Octopus Racing Team Black, Smurf Racing Team 291, the Ford Mustang, Simray Sweden Esports 227, and then Dodds on Web DS Racing and Smurf Racing Team 391, as our GTPs are about to roll off.
As the tricolor is flown over the field, the green flag will fly for Thiago Rodriguez, as there's a little bit of a checkup behind that's going to cause a few issues on the exit of the Ford chicane. But it is a great start for Rodriguez, as behind Max Delayden and Andre Rosa are going to be side by side coming down to the Dunlop chicane. Delayden looks like he's going to have the position for now, but Rosa's going to come back at him on the curve on the inside. Both drivers squeezing each other for that second place. They both want to be in the slipstream of Thiago Rodriguez, but in doing so are going to actually lose out on the slipstream themselves, as everyone is shuffling for position in the first sector as the GT3s are coming through the Ford chicane to start their race.
Chylan Nilsson puts the power down, loaded by Jonah with a great reaction time to follow the teammate. And SBD Racing did have to streak through in third place, a much cleaner getaway for the GT3 machines than what we saw in GTP. But how are they going to navigate this opening sector, hard braking zone? The car gets so light through here and then under the Dunlop Bridge. Stay in single file and no drama so far. So
still single file as they come down towards the Forest S's. RPM Racing looking to try and maintain that 1-2 as it stands, but back to the GTP field we go, as it looks like Ben Mills and the Project Valorous 51 Acura is starting to drop through the field after a little bit of an incident down at the first Mulsanne chicane. And I think Camelda in the number 6 DLR by SimLab car was involved in that one as well. But actually at the front of the field, it looks like Thiago Rodriguez actually picks up a slowdown at Tetra Rouge and is now down in, I want to say 5th position. But here's going to be a replay of the incident between these two cars as we just wind back time. So, oh goodness me, a few cars involved in that one, as one of the NGC cars, I think maybe goes a little bit wide. I can see the 50 car looks like they're defending the position. So DLR by SimLab driver is looking to make up a little bit of time. So let's just slow it down a little bit and try and figure out what happened. The 50 just on the inside of the two. No, look at that. It's the 51 that goes around mid-corner after a bit of contact with one of the Porsches. Neil Tabaka almost getting collected in that one. And then the NGC car and the other DLR by SimLab car just have absolutely nowhere to go. And it's a 3-car pileup, and we've got 3 cars out of this race in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah, big drama early on coming through the first Mulsanne chicane. Just looked like a little bit of contact that sent that car around, and then from there, nowhere to go for those 2 cars behind, just accordioning into the incident. But here at the front of the field, it's Fury Simsport GTP here, streaking the field through after starting in 4th position. Got a great jump on the start, and now through that slowdown at the front of the field has made their way up into the lead of the race, coming through the Porsche curbs.
So we saw that dominant performance in qualifying from Rodriguez. He wasn't able to carry that over into the race, as he is now at the tail end of this 5-car fight at the front of the pack. The field is starting to separate a little bit, as it'll be Rodriguez down there in 5th and Julian Joy for Old Firm Racing, who's going to be leading that second line of GTPs. So now the question is, what's the strategy going to be for these drivers? Max Delayden has had his drafting partner taken away from him at the front of the field, but Nicholas Gesner is just sat in that slipstream now and can sort of calm down a little bit, do a little bit of lift and coast, look after the tires, look after the fuel, and really have a think about what they're going to do from here.
Yeah, and just an update on the contact that started that incident in Mulsanne 1. It was contact with the Focus Racing car that pulled off to the right-hand side to bleed that slowdown. And as they then enter the corner side by side, a little bit awkward to navigate with those cars, the 51 just straddling that inside curb, a little tap, and they went around. And all 3 cars now down on pit road taking required repairs.
Big slipstream battles then happening up and down the field. It's something we talked about would happen a lot here at this circuit, as it gives you plenty of opportunity to stay in that slipstream. Max Delayden pulling over to the right-hand side of the track, dragging everyone else down there with him. as Nicholas Gesner is giving him absolutely no respite on the run down to the second chicane. He's getting closer and closer and closer. Is he going to go for a move? No, he lifts off, backs out, and doesn't go for it on the brakes down into here. I think that's a good signal for exactly how Reiter Engineering want this race to play out for the rest of it. I think they're aiming for that 13 lap or so stint. So keep an eye on that and expect a lot of patience by a lot of these GTP drivers as they try to set up their strategy for the end of this race. In GT3, however, it is still very much nose to tail all the way down the field, with RPM Racing still in that 1 and 2 position, with XPD Racing looking to try and make their way forward, but not quite able to pull away from Pedro Monteiro in that Strumenti DS Racing car for now. But again, it's that slipstream that's keeping everyone together as it stands. We are seeing a little bit of a gap appear towards the back end of the GT3s, as it looks like Stefan Lario is going to be at the end of that first little train with, no, it'd be Gilles Philippertz actually, and then the Rubis Gas car that is just leading that second train. So the GT3s already getting separated. The GTPs all still nose to tail, bar the back marker racing Razzle Dazzle, who's about 2.5 seconds off the next car. But I think that looks like the RPM Racing Corvette has picked up a bit of a slowdown and will cede 2 positions into that second chicane. It's just about going to hold on to P4 in class. No, actually, is that?
It had to get off the way.
Wow.
And falls all the way down to P9 it'll be now. So no chance to play rear gunner for the 210 entry at this point. It is one-on-one for what will be the championship lead in GT3 Pro. But remember, XBD Racing last time out pulled off that fuel strategy across both GT3 and GTP. So they might be happy to sit behind, as Reiter Engineering's Nicholas Gesner has now taken the lead of the race from the number 30 car. I'm just scrolling back to see where that happened. It looks like it was on the run into Indianapolis. So great move from our reigning champions. They're now at the front of the field.
Very typical move to make that place work, and not quite so hard fought by Max DeLayden. Again, we're thinking about that fuel save, and everyone's thinking about what sort of position they want to be in. But with that RPM Racing Corvette out of the way, Charlie Nilsson is starting to come under a little bit of pressure from Gerard Seitz in the XPD Racing Ferrari 296. But even then, Pedro Monteiro is mounting the pressure on, well, not a sister car, but certainly a car from the same manufacturer, as they run down towards the Porsche curves. Probably isn't going to go for a move into here. It's a difficult place to make a move work, as all 3 of them just going through in single file. Dirty air being thrown by the Lamborghini at the front of the field. But it's quite interesting to see a Lamborghini at the front. It's not something we're used to in real life racing. A car that has significantly underperformed, but is seeming to do really well here at the Circuit de la Sarthe and Sim.
Yeah, of course, car that made its debut running a winning race at the Nordschleife, but not quite having the luck that its hypercar brethren has had in the top class of the field, which I'm very much looking forward to running, to be fair. But it's a strong car in Sim, and it's a strong car for this race in the GT3 class. A lot of teams opting for it throughout the entire season. And although it is a Lamborghini leading right now, hot on the tails are 2 Ferrari 296s and also an Audi R8 from Pandemonium Esports. A great job from them so far.
Yeah, the 296 is a very popular car in this championship. I think when we counted it at the start of the season, it was something like 20 cars in the fields were Ferrari GT3s, which makes up, looking at the 50 car field we've got in front of us, it makes up a very, very, very big chunk of the entire grid today. Just under half, which is kind of insane to think about, because one car being that popular, I mean, it's not unheard of in iRacing, especially week to week in terms of how the BOP sort of the bop sort of changes things. But with the fixed car for this championship, everyone's sort of picking a car that's usually quite strong. Look at that DLR by SimLab car, taking all of the curb on the inside and throwing up a little bit of dirt and dust, which, according to the iRacing dev blog, is actually going to have a little bit of an effect on how the tracks drive come the next couple of seasons.
Yeah, we had not just a mention of debris and gravel scattering onto the track, but also a mention of sort of edge of track surfaces like we have on the Mulsanne Straight, picking up a lot of debris and potentially in the future leading to punches if you run over there too much as well. So it'll be interesting to see how that combats some of the things we've seen, for example, in the Porsche Cup car around here over the past year or so. Of course, our GT3 machine is not bothered at all. They're happy to run in the very center of the road where the cleanest part of the track is. But if you're making those 2-3 wide moves through traffic, as we're about to do in a couple of laps' time, could start getting a little bit scared by that fact.
Yeah, it's... As someone who's been to Le Mans in real life a couple of times and driven down this exact bit of road, it's really surreal when you get to do that. Those little bits on the outside of the circuit are genuinely absolutely filthy. It's not the sort of place where you'd want to put your car. But if you look at the lines that our drivers are taking down into the first chicane, second chicane, they're using quite a lot of that off-track surface on entry of the corner, which kind of unrealistically opens up both of the chicanes and, you know, increases the lap times. Of course, if you can make that line a little bit shallower, you don't need to slow down as much. So the sort of thinking there is that having more debris off the line is going to make it a little bit more dangerous to go off the line, as that looks like it's going to be Alberto Garcia Blasco just having a peek down the inside of Max Delayden to try and take that second place. As at the front of the field as it stands, it looks like Nicholas Gesner is just starting to pull away a bit. The gap between him and Delayden right now, 1.3 seconds. So Delayden is very much out of slipstream range of that Cadillac and has been fed to the wolves down the field a little bit. Everyone's sort of behaving themselves as it stands, which again suggests to me we're going to see a lot of fuel saving from this little group of cars. But Gesner sort of choosing not to get involved in any of that and just wanting to pull away at the front of the field and make sure he's got a little bit of breathing room once you reach the back of the GT3s in a couple of laps time.
Yeah, and of course, the key thing if you do want to do this full push strategy, you need to make sure you brake away from draft, because then the field behind can't save off you. They've got to work it out amongst themselves and at their own pace, and that's how you make that pit stop deficit back up over these 12 hours. So Nicholas Gesner putting the foot forward here after starting third on the grid. That Cadillac leads the field and is trying to streak away a little bit as we head into the Porsche curbs, and as our GT3 machines are just coming through this first sector. We've had a couple of incidents throughout the field here, especially in these Porsche curbs, a very tricky section to navigate. We've got one GT3 in pit lane taking service a lap down, and it looks like one of our GTP machines has come back out on the racing surface and is actually intermingled with these GT3s, the DLR SimLab white entry. So we'll see if they can navigate through the traffic cleanly before the rest of the field comes through in about a lap or so's time.
Ooh, a little bit of a fight for position though in GT3 as Pedro Monteiro, who's been comfortable to sit behind Gerard Says for the last few laps or so, finally decides it's time to go down the inside of the first chicane and straight onto the back of Charlie Nilsson. A great move, a sensible move. And Gerard Says just chooses not to get involved this early on in the race, as it looks like Pedro Monteiro wants to take the lead.
Yeah, we're expecting this fuel save from the XPD Racing car. Strumenti not interested at all and does make the move. RPM Racing decides to slot in here. Not really much fight, but it's very wide, very deep from the 255 entry. And I think that's going to be the hand force for the 210, as it is going to be 3 wide with that Old Firm Racing car streaking back through and past the GT3s. But this is a battle pack coming into Mulsanne corner. Everyone's got to find space under braking You don't like being too wide here. The Nilsson will slot into the lead, and they are going to be lying astern, checking up, and that's the top 4 now under a blanket. Ivan Ubera joins the party in that Audi.
And that's the thing with the fuel saving, especially if the leader is fuel saving with no help with the slipstream. They're just slower over the course of the lap, and it's allowed everyone else to compress that concertina effect to come into play and bring Ivan Ubera into this fight, who is now putting that XPD Racing Ferrari under a lot of pressure as Monteiro is going to retake the lead. Nilsson just rolling over and letting that one happen. So we think the 210 wants to be on that fuel saving strategy, and Monteiro very much in a position where he wants to lead.
And all this is fighting is it's bringing the pack in. Ivan Ubera was connected. The next up is Orlando Tillero in that core motorsport entry, that Corvette. Just a couple of seconds back now, but could very easily catch up to this draft train and bring a whole host of cars with. That would be down to P11 in GT3 Pro and not just that, but the GT3 AM leader as well. Gap is just 1.7 seconds right now. They've got to get it organised at the front of the field, and it looks like for the time being, it'll be no further fighting. Pedro Montero will take the lead in GT3.
Just to have a quick look at GT3 and then Alex Pilbeam currently still the leader in that class, just hanging off the back of Asavanon in that 202 BMW. Drew Glover 2.3 seconds behind in a bit of clean air of his own, as his closest competitor, the GT3 Pro entry of Daniel O'Connor, is about 3 seconds off the back of him. So Pilbeam in a really good spot right now, as it looks like that's Charlie Nilsson pulling to the inside of the circuit. So a slowdown picked up at some point towards the end of this lap is going to mean in the space of 4 minutes or so, he's gone from the lead of this race all the way down to 4th position, as the top 3 in GT3 Pro is now Strumenti, XPD, and Pandemonium Esports.
And take a breath now, because at the back of this GT3 pack is Nicholas Geschner. That's right, our GTP leaders are on the back of the field. It's this lap where the traffic is going to play a factor in a huge way. Who can lose the least time and cut through these cars, and who is going to get our breakaways? It's crucial for Geschner to break the draft, and it's going to be a weaving down into turn number 1, and he's got the best of it so far. It's going to be the cars at the back of the field, Dodds on Web DS Racing, the first ones to handle. The gap at the front of the field now, about 2 seconds, and this is going to be very, very tricky indeed, as there's actually a car off of Dan Pepples. That's going to be awkward for the cars to navigate. And here's White, gets held up a little bit. Chado Racing now, Chado able to track in that Focus Racing car, and Julian Joy in that battle for P5, the top 4. Street with Right Engineering cutting through this traffic. You see in the GT3s, staying in the middle of the road. The GTPs have to pick which side they want to go. That is that 227 that's carrying damage. See that up there, the cluster as a side-by-side for GTP position as well. They've got to get that organised, as there's a big pack of GT3s ahead, mostly single file for the time being. But this is going to be an absolute nightmare for this pack to handle. You can see 4 cars under a blanket. That's Focus Racing, Old Firm, Taylor Mills Racing, and at the front, DLS and others. They're 3 wide, GT3 traffic. It has to be Julian Joy that backs out, but there's still contact, door banging all the way. And I do not know how they've made it through this far, but now they scatter. Now there's GT3s. That's Old Firm Racing Orange, Manny Martin and Mateos. Aritz Paz. Everyone is just getting thrown to the wolves here as they split that GT3 3 wide. And how do you handle this into Mulsanne corner? 5 into 2 into 1. It's going to be very difficult to make work, but they're just about going to make it happen. But the job's not done yet.
Traffic very much getting itself involved in this fight for position in GTP. It's what we look forward to every time we enter one of these races. Just one of the GT3s getting in the way of that GTP BMW as Neil de Backer hemorrhages places, but back towards the front of the field. Thiago Rodriguez looking to make positions up on Matthias White and around the outside of Indianapolis. Hard on the brakes and not much fighting from the driver of the Fivers. Oh, one of the GT3 Ferraris looking to make a move on one of, I think that's one of the XPD racing cars in front. And Rodriguez almost pile drives into the back of it, just about avoids a massive collision there. But a move like that from Rodriguez as they're 3 wide in the background, it's going to move him up to P4 as Matthias Whiten is looking to hold it down with more cars going 3 wide. The Project Valorous team looking to squeeze on through. De Backer around the outside of one of the Porsche 911 GT3s as this is getting a little bit feisty.
A rolling roadblock from a couple of those GT3 cars. Fortunately, enough room to get 3 wide before entering the Porsche curves. But here we go now into the Ford chicanes. It's going to be tough. There's no way to make a move here. It's GTPs still streaking line astern. We've got Writer Engineering just cross start finish coming into turn number 1. It's a very tricky part here as well because the GT3s are on the limit of grip through that opening peak.
That's the Pandemonium Esports car of Ivan Ubero, who spun off the track at turn 2. He's going to have to try and rejoin safely as the GTP field is coming upon him. Thiago Rodriguez almost hitting the back of another GT3, narrowly avoids that one as the DLR by SimLab car has to avoid as well as that Pandemonium Esports car is getting back up to speed. Goodness gracious me, that was almost a disaster as Artis Paz is going to get held up as well. Randy Martini Mateos is looking for a way by that bright red Porsche 963 as De Backer has to set up on the exit of Tete Rouge as well and is going to get himself under pressure from Julian Joy, a driver that he just passed into the Ford chicanes at the end of the final lap. De Backer defending to the inside, knowing there's a GT3 coming up, leaves marginal room between himself, Joy, and the leader of GT3M. He's going to hold that inside once again as they're side by side on entry to the first Mulsanne chicane. Door banging pinches Julian Joy behind one of the GT3 BMWs. It's a bit of BMW teamwork. As for now, De Backer is going to hold on to that as we drive into this gaggle of GT3 machinery.
An opportunistic from Mark Rosendahl there to also get by. They're splitting those GT3s 3 wide still. But on the entry into the second Mulsanne, Julian Joy is not done. He's going to go for a look once again. Can he get to just about clear and then stats up behind the GT3 traffic? This is fantastic racing. The front of the field, I believe, is now clear, but further back still having to deal with the sharp end of our GT3s. Those two still haven't navigated this. They're still trying to go side by side. We've got GT3s still into Mulsanne corner to navigate. Clean air just for now, but it'll be on that run down to Indianapolis where they've got to cut through once again.
And this is it. This is where the drivers who have got bags of experience at this circuit in these positions start to shine. The decisiveness that you can see from the prototypes is just absolutely astonishing. De Backer threading the needle completely between 2 battling GT3s on the way down to Mulsanne corner without hitting one of them as Rosendahl squeezing his way through as well. That's the lead fight in GT3 Pro, as now the battle that we were watching is clear of the traffic, and just like that we can finally take a breath. But saying that, Old Firm Racing, Martin E. Mateos is coming under pressure from the only BMW GTP in the field as that fight for P1 and GT3 Pro is still looking hot. I know.
I mean, we feel a little bit. There's still some GTPs that are in the thick of this outside the top 10. The rolling goat, backmarker racing, razzle dazzle into the Porsche curves. Still have this to navigate, so no time to rest for our GT3s either. It could be anyone in the field to trip you up and give that car behind a chance to make a run. As it is so difficult to go side by side through that fastest section on the track, those fastest corners to deal with. This is a very tight battle.
That's a fight. That's a move.
That's RPM Racing Black. That was started second, and there's just nowhere for our GTPs to go. there's nowhere for Nicholas Bison to go. Gets run off the track a little bit, has to rejoin, and now Fat Market Racing, Razzle Dazzle, and Sim Racing Centre LMDH finally get to unleash that power of the GTP machinery, get past both of these, and slot in around the race to a DE car into turn number 2. But very, very close racing indeed, and it's not going to get any less frantic, I don't think. We're going to keep seeing this every time the traffic comes through, because the margins are so tight here, as there's a move there now for position in GTP. Slow down for Neil DeBacca. Julian Joy gets around, as does Mark Rosendahl. The margins are so fine here. You've got so much time where you're just at full throttle. It means that a 12-hour race or technically a 6-hour race, it's so difficult to pull off, and that's why we're seeing every single position being fought for here. As
keep going with it if you want, Liv. You're on a roll.
No, you've got something. I need to take a breath.
Side by side for the 211 and the 213. Big bit of contact coming into the Ford chicane on the last lap for these two cars. It looks like the RPM Racing Corvette is finally going to make that move stick, as Nicholas Vincent drops down again to P7 in class, as the 211 is going to set off after Kevin Lazar and try and get back onto those podium positions after a slowdown earlier in this race. Really put that car out of position, started on the front row, down in P6, and a lot of work to do to get themselves back to where they once were. In the background, though, we see another fight for position going on. I believe that's going to be Ubera on board the Pandemonium Esports car, as they just move in front of Fury Simsport in that BMW GT3. And they're starting to hunt down Chris Van Gurk. The driver came out on track very late at the end of that qualifying session, looking to just gain a little bit more experience. Here comes another one of those, the GTPs. They were a little bit out of position, just sliding on through, staying out of everyone's way. And that was a much calmer little bit of lappery, as Alex Pilbeam is just trying to put that pressure onto Asavanon in the BMW GT3. Probably not looking for a move, still not really concerned about the cars behind in class, as that gap is still up at 3.2 seconds.
Yeah, I think just given the hurry up to the cars ahead, wanting to try and make that fuel safe work if possible, but not wanting to be held up too much by it. The fine balance to make it again up ahead. Ivan Ubera looking for another position. Remember, was running inside the top 5 before that spin in the opening portion of the lap. Now trying to regain those positions up to P9 around the Eagle Speed Academy car. Next up is the Lithium Motorsports Pro car, 1.4 up the road, and then Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster to try and attack behind the RPM Racing Black PEC car that started in second on the grid. And RPM Racing, actually, a couple of starters have really cost them. They started 1-2, now we're in 3rd and 6th. But there's still plenty of time to fight that back, as we are just approaching the half-hour mark here in this one.
Yeah, Charlie Nelson being gifted a little bit of a present when Ivan Ubera had that spin down at turn 2 only a couple of laps ago. And again, we've seen that he's on that fuel-saving strategy, so he's probably not too worried about only being in 3rd as it stands. But there's going to be plenty of opportunities created down the line for that 210 to move back into the lead. It's a team that we know has the pace to pull something off here. And it's going to be a case of patience for him, a bit of patience for the rest of the team, to just wait and let the race come to them. It's so important to just do your thing in this race. Stick to your strategy, stay calm, do your bit, and just crack on. And just let things happen. It's so easy to get lost in the mindset of, I have to do this, I have to make this happen, I have to make that happen. But that's when you start to lose the rhythm of the race, lose your own rhythm in what you're doing. And it's where you start to really lose that time. It's such a tricky balance to find.
Yeah, as Mark Larkin would say, don't get caught up in the moment. Make sure you're playing that long game, thinking about that fuel strategy if you're on it, which, remember, going to be harder to pull off in this first stint because you've had that run from Arnage where you're burning fuel already. But with how tightly packed the traffic is in the opening stint to the race, maybe you can still pull it off, and that will set you up very well if you can extend past everyone else. You're going to have clean track to run on super low fuel. You can pull off an overcut there, first of all, but then shortening those pit stops later in the race, it's going to pay off massively as Ivan O'Bara, again, trying to make up for lost time here on the back of the Lithium Motorsports Pro entry. And I'm sure by the end of the multi, he's going to try and slipstream past and set the sights on P7 here.
Such is always the case. There's always something to fight for out here on track, but just to have a quick gander at the front of the field in all of that shuffling through the traffic, Nicholas Gesner has managed to extend to 5 seconds clear of the rest of the pack. Max Deladen very much playing blocker for the rest of the GTPs as it stands. The GT3 traffic sort of getting in the way has separated the GTP fields, or the LMDH field, quite significantly as it's gone on, as Deladen only really has Alberto Garcia Blasco as his friend on track right now. 0.7 of a second behind, as Matthias Whiten 3.6 seconds behind them. Rodriguez, who started this lap in 4th, has actually dropped down into P6 in class, so he's been struggling a little bit with slowdowns at the start of this race, so perhaps that's been continuing for him just a touch. So we talked about how you got to stay in that rhythm. Rodriguez maybe knocked out of it a little bit.
Yeah, remember, XBD, we're expecting to be the one going for that fuel-safe strategy, so probably not too upset about Fury Sim Sport being ahead. I'm sure a lot more upset at that 6-second margin and growing to our race leader. It seems like Nicholas Gesner looking to push the pace of the field, and right now doing a great job of it, but further behind, a pack here with DLR, Gnosis, and Focus Racing GTP, our pole sitter, who got dropped back on that first lap with a slowdown at Tete Rouge. Not able to make any ground here, and actually been overtaken by a Gnosis, a car that started in P12. So bid shuffling already in this first half hour in GTP. And they will look to try and reverse that over the course of the next little bit. Randy Martin and Mateos started 13th. That car, we're expecting good things from them. I believe the car that won the Le Mans race back in the summer, although I could be wrong there, looking to extend that gap. I know they won the opening round of the season at Road America, but currently 12 seconds off the lead of the pack with their teammate in tow. Maybe looking to play a little bit of team games with them. But back at the front of our GTP field, it's XBD who have decided to go for it, not wanting to fuel save too much more. Maybe they've hit their number for this first stint, and it's Dash Tremendous DS Racing behind with RPM Racing and Core Motorsports, a 4-car battle pack forming there after the 241 Pandemonium car fell out of that with a spin. But not too far behind, it's just 5 seconds from Core Motorsports back to the next pack, and Pandemonium Esports is joining that pack. So I'm sure very shortly we'll be looking to be back into this lead battle, but up at the front here, it is... oh no, we're looking for a little bit further back, I believe. Which car is this that we're on board with currently?
We are... It's the RPM Racing car.
The RPM Racing black car, yeah. It's the tail end of that chasing pack. And they're running so close right now. Coming through Tete Rouge, got to be sure to again avoid that slowdown. And I think with a good run here, the 211 might be looking to get back up into 5th place.
Well, we know how much of a hole is punched in the air for cars behind in this slipstream. It is enough to make a 13-lap stint possible in GTP, so it's going to be enough to set Kevin Lazar up to be overtaken, who interestingly pulls off the crown in the road to defend the position. So perhaps not actually putting up much of a fight and wanting to drop behind the RPM Racing Corvette, because Regione has been really quick in this race session, you know, dropping back because of a bit of a slowdown, but he's been really fast otherwise. And both of them are seeing that 5-second gap to Monteiro up there, who's actually dropped down a couple of places this lap. So slowdown maybe for the driver of that 296 GT3, but they've seen that 5-second gap, and maybe Lazar thinking their best bet is to drop behind the Corvette and just get dragged up to the back of that GT3 field a little bit. Again, it's a dangerous game to play, because as soon as you get into that dirty air, you could lose a lot of lap time. But of course, with the amount of slipstream that comes into effect at this track, maybe a chance for Lazar and co to improve their track position.
Yeah, and it looks like drama at the front of the field. That 255 car, Commentator Racing, in that front pack, being handed a black flag by Race Control, will have to come down and serve that. And that will drop them out of this front pack. And honestly, probably to the tail end of the GT3 group. It's a 10-second stop and hold for that contact in qualifying at the 4 chicanes.
Oh.
So Pedro Montero going to have to take a long trip down pit lane earlier than planned for these GT3 machines, and that'll make it a 3-car pack at the front with Logan Raggione still 5 seconds back, not able to make any headway so far.
So disaster then for a car that was previously in the lead of this race. Montero and his team are going to be eyeing up that pit lane entry soon enough. You have a few laps to serve these black flags, but a 10-second stop and go is going to be devastating this early in the race for them. They will have time to recover, but the amount of track time they're going to lose, probably around 45 seconds or so, is going to be truly devastating and limiting for the results they're going to be able to get in this race. Of course, no safety cars usually in iRacing in races like this, but I'm sure the 255 crew are going to be praying for a little bit of something, a little bit of shenanigans to maybe bring themselves back into it, or maybe they're going to start eyeing up some sort of really aggressive fuel saving strategy in the hopes that that can bring them back into it.
Maybe practicing their rain dances out in that garage. Yeah, there's still a chance of it, as much as the sky looks quite kind right now. Later on, tides could turn, as it looks like Shimenti will stay out a little bit longer, taking advantage of the fuel save for as long as they have it and delay as much as possible, and then jump off the back of this pack as they're happy with the pace that's being run ahead of them. They are going to be dropped down a substantial amount from here as we look elsewhere in the field, and it looks like just a little bit further back, Race Getter DE is not done with the RPM racing car, still wants to try and poke a way through here. And remember, it's just so difficult if you're that lead car without any draft. You're a bit of a sitting duck if you can't pull away coming through Tetra Rouge and onto the Mulsanne straight. So what's the run that this Ferrari can get on the Chevrolet ahead? Are they to be able to carry the speed and make that move back and maybe drop into a little bit of a swap drafting strategy that you're used to seeing over on the ovals?
Well, not very many opportunities to pull away on this track with those massive long straights. Lazar probably a little bit further back than he would have wanted if you wanted to try and mount an attack on that 211 Corvette. Just keep your eye on it as that gap closes. A 10th of a second already gone for the RPM Racing drivers as they both pull over to the left-hand side of the circuit, set up for the first chicane. It's really been in the corners that Lazar's been losing that time as he uses a lot of curb on that second apex of the corner, very close to the slowdown there. Get any tires on that inside curb, and you have a little bit of something as the pit window looks to be open a little bit early for Fury Simsport GTP, who've already come down pit lane. So are they dealing with a little bit of damage? Because I think that is one lap way too soon for these cars.
Yeah, maybe going for a little bit of strategy play, figuring that they can make the fuel safe work out the rest of the race if they want to, and just trying to jump some cars that have been hassling them, get some fresh tires on. Although, of course, not really too much tire wear to speak of around a track like this. Not the warmest day here in November, so I'd imagine their rubber should be perfectly fine, but taking a full tank of fuel in here and getting back out there match laden, staying in the car, of course, after that short first stint. But we're not even 40 minutes in. It's very surprising to see a car in this early for a service stop.
Yeah, no, genuinely, completely unexpected. These cars can easily go over 40 minutes, but the thing we're focusing on right now is this fight that's starting to emerge in GT3 Pro between that Team Race Getter Ferrari and the RPM Racing Corvette for P5 in class. Lazar has been getting closer and closer and closer as these straights have gone on, and it's within a 10th of a second now. Doesn't try and set anything up into Indianapolis, and perhaps exercising a little bit of patience to go for it elsewhere, losing a little bit of time on corner entry through there. And it's one of them again. they have closed the gap to Monteiro, who again has to come down pit lane for a 10-second stop and go after that little bit of contact in qualifying. So is Lazard just letting RPM Racing drag him up to the cars in front and maybe going from there?
I'm not sure, honestly. It's gonna be tricky to tell, really. We'll see how things work out as the pit cycle starts to unfold. We'll see who has been committing to the field, who's actually make it work. Because of course, just because you're in draft, it doesn't mean that your car's set up to be able to execute it.
Ooh, change of position in GTP. Artez pass to the inside of Matthias Whiten on the run down to Indianapolis. It got very dicey between those two. A little bit of door-to-door contact as Paz just getting a great run out of Mulsanne corner and squeezing his way through into that second apex. A Porsche 963 is now going to move up onto the final podium spot as Whiten is looking to try and make that position back up as soon as he can. But great bit of aggression, great move from Paz to get that 963 in position.
Yeah, and actually at the front of the field here, Nicholas Deschner at least is starting to catch the traffic once again. I'm wondering whether that might have been the strategy play for Fury Simsport, trying to avoid the pack of traffic, but it seems like the cars in the trailing pack are going to just avoid it before getting into pit lane here, so they'll be able to take that pit stop without being costed a position. Deschner is into pit lane, SBG Racing is going to follow, so it seems like not many teams, actually everyone streaking in, no one going for that 13 lap stint in the first run through traffic, at least at the front of the field. And I'm wondering if that was a strategy gamble, hoping that traffic would play differently for the rest of the field. Number 30 actually getting caught out a little bit there.
So here's where it comes into it a little bit, and we figure out who's done their fuel maths correctly. With 13.5 kilometers to cover, drivers tend to burn fuel at a very different rate depending on their driving style. The driver that I know is quite conservative on their fuel usage is, of course, the driver from the number 41 TMR car, Neil Backer, who may be using a little bit less fuel than everyone else, you know, depending on slipstream and whatever. And a man that I know is very good at fuel maths and getting the car fueled up exactly is one of his teammates in that car, Alex Gerber. So it's an opportunity if you put just a little bit less fuel than you might otherwise want, as it looks like we do have a car that's staying out for an extra lap. It's going to be the Backmarker Racing Razzle team. The pit stops are an opportunity to gain time by not putting as much fuel in. I don't expect a lot of these drivers to be putting the maximum amount of fuel on board the car in this pit stop, but we'll see as everything shakes out. Nicholas Gesner rejoins the circuit. Alberto Garcia Blasco rejoins the circuit. Delayed and doesn't really gain much time, but Whiten does manage to jump. Whiten stays behind in that pit stop cycle, as it looks like everyone's pretty much matched each other on that pit stop time. The fastest stop being for XPD Racing, who were a 1 minute and 18 sort of traversal time to pit lane. So that's actually a little bit impressive. Fair play to them.
Yeah, Fury Simsport actually managing to get that undercut working and to rejoin the race in second, but they've got SPD Racing hot on the heels in the slipstream, and so it's a question of whether that undercut was worth it for that 1 lap deficit they'll hold throughout the rest of the race. We'll have to wait and see. Mats de Leiden, I'm sure not too unhappy about that, as it looks like that is Andre Rosa putting through a lapped car, got caught up in that early incident, just obviously on a different strategy, looking to make the fast laps possible with that low fuel that's in that car. That's going to be a little bit interesting for this duo on the podium of GTP. I'm sure SPD Race would be happy to take that fuel save if that's a strategy they've calculated for this race as they did last time out. But it's going to be a little bit of a nuisance for the Fury Simsport car ahead, who's going to have to let this car by as well at some point, as they keep getting those tires up to temperature on that heavy tank. Remember, these cars have about 90 litre fuel tank, I believe. So that's a good 60-70 kilos, which in a car that's this lightweight is a huge chunk of lap time and a huge chunk of performance. between a full tank and an empty one.
Yeah, we had that gap though for the lead out there at about 7 seconds before that pit stop cycle, with Max Deleden and Fury Simsport and Co coming down pit lane a whole lap early. It means they put about 7 liters or so less fuel in the car, which saves you about 3.5 seconds. So you can see how that gap has come down and how that sort of less fuel has come into play, as the gap at the front of the field is now only 4 seconds and Deleden has warm tires and is making a little bit more inroads on Nicholas Gesner and the Writer Engineering crew. And yeah, the Gesner is going to have to come up against a little bit of traffic in the next couple of corners or so, and is going to generate more opportunities for Deleden to try and close that gap a bit more.
As Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle finally comes down pit road here 1 lap later, so they have the advantage on strategy, but they've got a lot of time to make up from their starting position. So we'll see how that works out. Writer Engineering coming through and exiting the Porsche curves right now. And so they're going to get jumped quite significantly. It's a 120 total pit lane time. We're expecting Backmarker Racing to drop to the tail end of the field, but they might be able to save 1 pit stop over the course of the race, which could put them right back into contention for that midfield fight. Writer Engineering cross the line, retake the race lead here. Fury Simsport just 3.7 behind, so have closed in from that 5-6 second gap that Writer Engineering was carrying at the start of the race. Andre Rosa has actually pulled away from Fury Simsport and set the fastest lap of the race so far on that last lap. Down, but definitely not out, and still giving it absolutely everything in that car.
Yeah, track temperature starting to drop now a little bit. It was up at 22 degrees Celsius as we started the race, but now down at 20. Of course, that's going to increase the density of the air a little bit, help the cars generate a little bit more downforce, but a touch more drag in aid of that. Apart from that, tire grip's going to go up as well. The tire temperatures aren't going to spike as high as they were earlier on in this race. So plenty of chance and opportunity to start to push. As you're just gonna get free tire wear save as well. It's not gonna be something you have to worry about over the course of this race. Of course, you can change tires at every single stop. It's something that I know a couple of people that I've spoken to are a little bit upset about. It's the way it works in IMSA, which is what these GTP cars are mostly based on. So we see why it's sort of the case here today, but it sort of feels like it'd be a little bit more interesting to have some sort of tire limits on these cars, so you have to double stint at some point, or maybe for certain series have it so you can only change tires separately to the refuel, and just, you know, shuffle things around a little bit, make things a little bit more, bring some more strategy back into it, because at the moment it's literally just a case of change the tires at every stop because there's 0 penalty for it, apart from maybe a little bit of tire warm up. But besides that, it's not really something you need to think about too hard.
Yeah, I think once we get into the night time here, teams might consider double stinting the tires just because the wear will be so low and that warm up time will be so high. But aside from that, all the strategy here comes from the fuel save that we've been talking about. We currently have most of the field on equal footing. 1 car a lap ahead, 1 car a lap behind in GTP. But aside from that, everyone currently with every opportunity to try and bias that part of the strategy into their favor, as it looks like RPM Racing Black back up to P number 4 here, as we did miss the Instrumented DS Racing car serving that drive-through penalty, or I believe actually opting to take a pit stop with that 10-second stop and hold and add that on to their service time. So they've got off cycle a little bit early as well. But yeah, RPM Racing Black is setting the fastest lap of the race in GT3, a 3:54.5, which is only a couple of tenths off what they had in their qualifying run. So great work from them to try and recover that after, of course, starting second and having those early slowdowns to knock them down the field. Their sister car in second place, just behind the SBD Racing car. This is the battle for the championship, in effect, at the front of the field, and it is all to play for now. With 50 minutes gone in this race, it's going to come down to who can get the advantage in that first pit cycle, as RPM Racing Black, right under the rear diffuser of that fellow Chevrolet Toro Motorsports, now pulls out of line. It's going to have the outside line into the second Mulsanne chicane here, but they're going to be nice and clear. Toro Motorsports to slot back in and take the fuel save opportunity. And so from a 1-2 start, RPM Racing now back up to 2-3. And the 210, I'm sure, is trying to eye up how to get around this 206, whether on track or in the pit lane.
Yeah, you've got to give some credit to the pace of the RPM Racing Corvette. Look how close they are to the back of their teammates after that massive time loss that drops them down to what was, goodness, at one point as low as P7 or something like that, to then move back up to P3 in the course of, well, about 45 minutes or so. Great bit of driving from Ragione, and yeah, great bit of strategizing by the team to really think about when to make those moves and move forward at the right time. As 3.5 seconds back off getting back with their teammates, and they can really start to work together on that fuel save again then.
And as we get towards that 1 hour mark, we're going to start looking toward pit lane again, this time for our GT3 machines. And again, it's that question we talked about all season of, can you make it to 1 hour to cut out a pit stop, or do you have to take a 12 stop here in a 12-hour race? I think this is going to be especially tricky for the GT3s, given both the high on-throttle time and also the fact that you can't pit halfway through a lap. You have to hit a round number on your fuel stints. But we're going to be approaching our pit stops fairly shortly, as at the front of our GTP field, actually, Fury Simsport has broken away that undercut, taking full advantage of it, and are now within 2 seconds of Right of Engineering as these cars start to cut through traffic once again. Right of Engineering looking like getting the worst piece of it, and actually, Fury Simsport now within 1.5 seconds. A big gain through our nage here, as a Right of Engineering is behind some GT3 machines. Fury Simsport's going to clear Dodson Webb coming into the Porsche curbs, and it's game on now, as they're in the footsteps of Andre Rosa, who's actually unlapped from Nicholas Geschner.
Max Delayed, and then in the 30 crew running that little bit lighter on fuel at this stage in the race, and very much taking advantage of it. Nicholas Gesner just being a little bit more cautious through traffic than perhaps he would have liked, has allowed Delayden to get within his slipstream once again. As Delayden's going to, well, I would say fire it down the inside of one of the GT3s, but they've pulled off into the pit lane and got themselves way out of the way. This is the pit stop window for the GT3 field, as it's all starting to kick off, but Delayden setting a personal, sorry, I thought he set a personal best. Is improving his pace on average compared to Nicholas Gesner. That traffic really not helping him. But as long as the Fury Simsport crew can stay within this 1 second window of Reiter Engineering now, as they come onto the Hun Odier, also known as the Mulsanne Straight, is when they can really start to make that difference. But Gesner, I think, maybe running a little bit more downforce, just pulling away a touch in the first sector, and should be far enough ahead to not give any slipstream to that Acura behind.
And we're seeing split strategies here in GT3. XBD and RPM able to extend here in this open stint of the race. The sister cars both down pit lane right now instead. So it looks like this top two has the advantage in the championship fight. No pressure for the 10 seconds between these two before the 2-4-1 Pandemonium Esports entry. But the question is how much additional saves they have to do to get these cars back around to the pit lane. I think no car's going to make it to an hour. It's going to be a question of whether the 12 or the 13 stop is going to be the strategy for our GT3 cars. But whichever it's going to be, XBD Racing again looking to take control of the strategy, and RPM Racing matching them here, not wanting anything left on the table. As once again, the front of the field, Fury Simsport now within 1.2 of our race leader of Nicholas Geschner, as they avoid most of the GT3 traffic by them pulling down into pit lane. But they're going to have to deal with these cars that have stayed out, and especially this battle for our race lead if they catch them before pit lane.
Gesner then just catching the tail end of Alex Pilbeam in the right spot to get on throttle out of Mulsanne corner and still carry that speed and momentum. Keeps Delayden just about at arm's length on the run down to Indianapolis. There are a couple of cars in front of him that might get in the way in this in the remainder of this lap or so, and could create another opportunity for Delayden to get right up to the back of him. Either that, or it's going to put Delayden under a little bit of pressure to make a move. Delayden's going to be hard on the brakes into Indy, and is just about going to time that well to get past the sister car in GT3. And yeah, through he goes. No hold-up time at all, as he can continue his chase of Nicholas Gesner for the lead of this race, as Ivan Ubera, who has also stayed out on that 14 lap stint or so. Keep in mind that, yeah, 13 laps completed for those guys so far. And we've seen, though, how good Gesner's car is in the Porsche curves. He just starts to pull away a little bit, but there it is. Ivan Ubera is going to get in the way of our race leader and send him just a touch wide. Gap comes down to 0.7 of a second. Is he going to go for it? Yes, he does. Delayden down the inside of Ivan Ubera to minimize that time loss. A very dangerous but almost necessary move. But even looking at all that, he was 0.7 behind Gesner, but has lost 0.7 of a second in going for that move, and knocks himself out of slipstream range, as this fight looks like it's set to continue for a very long time to come.
Yeah, but now they are clear of traffic. Our reigning champion has a chance to put head down and start pulling away, as RPM Racing and XBD Racing both down on pit lane. It's now a battle of the pit crews here. We'll see how that shapes up in about 30 seconds time, who's rolling first, as the rest of our GT3 machines have to come down pit road this time by take those refills 3 minutes short of the hour. But that's going to set them up very nicely for that 12-stop strategy without any dramas. It's just a question of who can join them on that. Any of the cars that pit at the end of lap number 13. Some driver swaps coming in. HWT Motorsport taking Alex Pilbeam out and putting their co-driver of Tom Bryant in. Similar for Enosis Esports, no, sorry, for Octopus Racing Team, putting Davo Ramos into that car. So long stints for the opening of the race at GT3. Some cars deciding to swap them around, but it looks like it is XBD Racing coming out of pit lane ahead of RPM Racing, 1.3 seconds faster from entry to exit, and that's going to give the 206 a little bit of a breakaway from Charlie Nilsson behind. So a great stop from the 206 crew. The question is, have they underfueled a little bit to make that happen, or was it just a nice clean run through and hitting the marks really well for what Sardini says?
Well, as that pit stop cycle was happening, we've had our eyes squarely on the front of the field in this fight for P1 overall. The gap has come down now to 0.6 of a second. I almost said 0.6 of a second. That's not right. So Max Delayden well in the slipstream of Nicholas Gesner. And now it's a question of, is he going to fight, or is he just going to stay there, save some fuel, and take a really short stop during the next pit cycle to try and jump your reigning champions of Writer Engineering? Those are the questions that are up in the air at the moment as we approach the first hour being completed of this 12-hour event. Plenty of action so far, as it does look set to continue. But we are going to just take a moment to step away a little bit for a bit of a comfort break, top up those liquids, do what we need to do, and we'll come back with you shortly to see how this battle at the front of the field does develop. So we come back as a little bit of a fight has started to develop between Artiz Paz and Matthias Whiten in the number 5 DLR by SimLab car and the number 74 Gnosis Esports Porsche 963. Just taking advantage of slipstream is Artiz Paz to try and get on the back of Whiten and move up to P4 in class. The fight at the front of the field, however, has started to just settle down a little bit. Deleden happy to just sit behind for now, save a little bit of fuel, and maybe try and recover that lap shorter he went in that last stint to try and set the rhythm and the strategy up for the rest of the race. Just letting Nicholas Gesner in the lead car just punch that hole in the air, give him that slipstream, and let Gesner do all of the work, as they're going to get a little bit separated by traffic down here into Mulsanne corner. But Lorenzo Schuvert's just getting very, very wide out of the way through that corner to not hold Deleden up at all, as these two are just sticking together like glue, but more like holding hands at the front of the field.
I don't think it's that friendly, but
You'd be surprised.
Your friends are where you find them at this point of a race. When you're talking about finding someone to fuel save, it's always the case if you want that sort of strategy. Any car that's ahead of you, even if they're laps apart from you, if they are a chance for you to get that slipstream for you to lift off early on your corner entries, oh, I think a little touch of a door ban there for Dan Pepples, who was trying to get back to the middle of the road, get on that crown as Nicholas Gesner was coming by. No harm, no foul ultimately, but Max Deleden is now within 0.2 of a second and pushing through the Porsche curves. This isn't really your spot to fuel save, it's more a spot to try and fight through that dirty air as they come up against this traffic of Artillero in the 229 car. They don't have room to just slot back in there, as we are officially back in that traffic cycle once again, and this time no pit stops to bail them out. They're going to have to fight through this, and we'll see if that could be a change in position.
Yeah, there are very much some unwritten rules in sim racing, multi-class sim racing, that we saw happen just down there at Maison Blanche. If you're in a prototype and you show your hand very early as to where you're going to go through that corner, the GT3s usually give you the side of the road that you want. It's one of those few corners where you don't really lose much time by getting out of the way. So you will often find that the GT3s will just happily leave that space on the inside if you go for it. It's certainly the side that us as prototype drivers prefer, but they'll leave that space on the inside to just let you slip by and set yourself up for the Ford chicanes, as it's usually the safest way to do it. But that gap has come right the way down in this little bit of traffic management. Is Deleden going to take the advantage to try and get by Nicholas Gesner? We set it up saying that he's probably not going to go for it, but it depends how much that Acura driver and that crew want to take the lead of this race. Deleden's going to have to go up the inside of one of the 296 GT3s. That car number is actually 262, which is close enough, and get back in that slipstream of Gesner as they go down the second part of the Honadier, as Gesner just pops out of this dimension for a second and comes back to us almost instantly, as again they're just both trying to squeeze by that Pro-Am car of Tom Bryant on that, leading that Pro-Am class in that HWT motorsport car that's been dominant in this race so far.
What does Honadier actually translate to? I've always been curious. It's the other name for the Mulsanne, and I hear you say it quite a lot.
It is the name for the Mulsanne, to be fair.
Oh, okay.
If we're being technical. I don't actually know. I've never stuck it into Google Translate to try and find out. But one thing that I'm just keeping an eye on at the moment, I've put it in the commentators chat just to make you aware of it. Most of these drivers also do officials, which is, standard practice for iRacing. And two drivers that often come up against each other relatively often on track are my pal Neil DeBacker and his biggest, or I say his, our biggest rival out there on track, Thiago Rodriguez. And it's often a case of them and us always find each other on track. Liv, you've seen the clip. I had a fight with him at Mosport during the IMSA Endurance Series, and it was, I think you could tell from the way we were fighting, it's a rivalry, right?
Yeah, for sure.
And as I say, it's a case of we always find each other on track. And currently, together on track is the number 41 BMW of Neil DeBacker and your pole sitter from this class. Oh, goodness me. Thiago Rodriguez as one of the Ferraris going for a bit of a spin on the exit of Arnage corners, which is still keeping an eye on this lead fight. But it's something to keep an eye on because these two don't hate each other. But it's definitely a rivalry. And I know how much Neil always wants to beat Thiago. There is never a shadow of doubt over it. Every time he sees Thiago in a race, it's a case of, oh, we've got to beat him. We've got to beat Thiago. And it's oftentimes he's quicker, but he can be quite prone to errors, as we've seen in this race so far. So if he has a clean race, we have no chance of beating him. But if he's having a bit of an off day, which is more often than not in terms of getting into incidents with other cars, as a team, we can often get in front of him and beat him. So Neil's in that position now, but expect him to give Thiago Rodriguez absolutely no space to work with. It's going to be a great little fight when that battle for P9 emerges, but for now, they're just sort of there with each other, putting the pressure on and just waiting for the fight to start. I'm excited for it.
You can really be patient with those sort of fights. You don't need to force your hand in a race like this. Sometimes we get into traffic, that opportunity sort of presents itself and you have to take it with both hands. But you can very much wait for that opportunity. So it might be the sort of thing where we suddenly see that battle has all kicked off as we're in the middle of focusing on something else. As further ahead, we do have a bit of a 3-car train for P4 in class, but not really within touching distance right now, as I hear you reacting to something.
Yeah, Neil DeBacker just had a massive lockup into the first chicane behind Chris Van Gucht, had to avoid the contact, and it's just allowed Thiago Rodriguez to slide through up into 9th position. So that battle that I just spent about a minute hyping up has already, it's not happened, but it's already come to a head. And I'm a little bit sad about it, because I was looking forward to that one.
Well, we can look a little bit further back at the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car, who, remember, was the one to extend this first stint longer than anyone else. They went, I believe, 14 laps before pulling it down pit lane. Or no, 13, I believe.
Yeah, I was going to say 14 would be...
It's 13 for the GTPs. Mm-hmm. And it's now just on the back of P12, that Sim Racing Centre LMDH. And I'm sure using that opportunity to fuel save even more, they were very close into Mulsanne 1, but didn't end up taking the move. And there's no slot back through in the second chicane as well.
Right.
A little bit, but they're still within half cent, still within drafting ranges. Further up, Fury Simsport back onto the number 1 car, who I think had a little bit of a hold up with an XPD Racing GT3 in Indianapolis, so that has brought that lead battle back into contention as well. As there's battles everywhere to look at here, ultimately. There's a battle for P5 in GT3 AM towards the back of the Mulsanne as well. But it seems like for the most part it is about who can navigate the traffic better currently, as we're in these Porsche curves for the front end, the sharp end of the GT3 field.
Delayed in pits, just on cycle with what we expected. He will complete... Oh no, it's going to be 11 laps again. Actually, that's short. That's really short. We've seen the time gain though that these guys get in the pit stop cycle. We're expecting 12 lap stints at least from everyone in GTP, with the 13 lap push being the sort of extension point. But for Fury Simsport again to only do 11 laps, that is a strategy call to say the least. I'm not sure how well that's going to work out for them, Liv, but obviously the time gain, the track position they're going to gain out of it is, we've already seen, is immense.
It is, but they've ran 2 stints at this pace and they haven't been able to get to the front end of the field. And really, if you're running this sort of aggressive strategy, you need to be leading the race to give yourself room for that extra pit stop that you're going to need, maybe 2. And so if I'm in the garage of number 30 car, this is panic stations right now. We've got to try and work out how we can pivot off this strategy and back on cycle with the rest of the field to not let them just continue extending that gap, because ultimately they're going to exit the pit lane here well outside of the top 10 as they start rolling here. And once the rest of the... well, once we get through another few stints, we get to maybe about halfway in this race, that'll be their actual winning position. That'll be their net race position.
Yeah. Well, there'll be half
as the rest of the field gains a pit stop.
Yeah, there'll be half a stint out of cycle, but just as DeBacker and Rodriguez have gone through a little bit of traffic in the first sector, it's allowed that BMW to start to climb onto the back of that Cadillac once again. But we have just moved forward to have a look at the battle between Julian... where is it? I've got it. Between Artis Paz and Randy Martin y Mateas as they threaded their way through that second chicane. Nose to tail for these two still, as Artis Paz has just lost the position to Randy Martin Mateas on this lap. So probably your very typical slipstream move down from Tete Rouge into that first chicane, making that move work for the 96 Acura. It's now Artis Paz who's had to go back onto the attack to get into a little bit of a fight. Well, we're getting into a little bit of a fight with Matthias Whiten, only a few laps to go.
Yeah, and further back, Neil DeBacker has managed to stay on the back of Thiago Rodriguez. So that battle, although the advantage has swung in the direction of the number 7 Focus Racing car, it's not over just yet. As again, we're looking towards our second pit cycle for GTP. It's already been kicked off by Max de Leiden, who stayed in for a third stint in that car. But we're expecting, maybe not this lap, but next lap, the majority of the GTP field to come down and make their second pit stop. And so for these close battle paths, that could be the spot where you try and spring a move. Either get it done into pit lane or save extra fuel if possible, maybe short fill by a couple of litres and try and jump them on the pit exit. Is something we also talked about a little bit in the running here over the summer. It's such a slow pit lane here, and you have the gearing set so long to make full use of the engine down these very long straightaways that especially the Acura can really bog down as you're trying to get off the limiter and up to racing speed to an into turn number 2. And it can be a situation where the other cars can just have a little bit more drive on pit exit and maybe make a move into turn 2 on the cold tires.
All right, it's Paz then, right, tucked up under that rear wing of Randy Martin y Mateas. Doesn't look like he thought about going for the move into turns 1 and 2 and hung back just for now. So perhaps they're having a look at the timing sheet and going, our lap times are actually still rather competitive compared to the top 3. And instead of going for that big push to try and get back into P4, they may have considered it a smarter choice to stay 5th for now and let that Acura drag them up the field a little bit. Well, we'll see how well that's going to come into fruition here, as Arits Paz just staying in the slipstream of the 96 for now. Let's be building. Is he going to make a move to the inside to try and get by? It might be a touch late. No, he is going to back out, saves that fuel, and just tucks in behind for now. But it's the fight that we're keeping an eye on for the moment, and the only one that seems to have any sort of fire to it. But Liv, you did talk about how the Acura does struggle to get out of the pit box because of that car's massive lack of torque, and I think that gives us the opportunity to just talk about another something that was mentioned in the iRacing development blog yesterday, is that we are going to have bump starts for these cars as of December the 10th, December the 12th when this update comes out. So fingers crossed, ideally it should mean that all the cars are going to have the same sort of torque on the way out of the pit box, and it's going to help a little bit of the time loss that the Acura squads gain.
And what a Christmas present that's going to be able to hear those engines roar into life after using that electric motor on the way out of the pit box. We are of course, wondering what that might mean for performance, whether it might mean an update to the hybrid systems that we have here. But there's a lot of big changes coming in that update in a month's time, just after we wrap up the season at Fuji. So heading into, I believe it's season 7 of the Platinum Endurance Championship in 2025. There's going to be a lot of new things to look forward to, a lot of new toys to play with, especially if we end up adding in that Lexus GT3 car and maybe the headline of the update, the Ferrari 499P.
Oh baby, we're going to have regen noises back in fields. Because of course we know that iRacing base their sounds off the onboard cameras, because it's the sort of thing that the iRacers are going to expect. They're going to expect the car to sound like it does on the TV. And with where Ferrari and Dallara have mounted the what's it called, the microphone in that car, it is very, very close to the MG UK attached to that front axle, which means every time that thing deploys, every time that thing regens, as we do see Randy Martino Mateos and Aritz Pats come into the pit lane, we're going to hear that MG UK making noise. It's something that we do hear in the GTPs, but it is very, very quiet. And it's something that was really front and center with a car like the Audi R18 on iRacing, and I think was part of why that car became so iconic in sim. Of course, again, due to the most popular sim racer on YouTube, Jimmy Broadbent, who also made it iconic. And I personally, I felt like we were really missing a noise like that in iRacing, something that sounded futuristic, that sounded like a spaceship. Like, don't get me wrong, these GTPs is great, as that was almost a bit of a move for the Fury Sim Sport car. I think very smart to not go for it, but it's a sound that I feel like we've been missing, and I'm really, really excited for it to come back. Of course I am. It's a sound that I've been used to for 4 years of racing, and it's coming back.
And for anyone playing PEC bingo, you can mark off Taylor talked about the RDR18 on your cards.
It's Lamar, what do you expect?
Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle does stay out here once again there on that long pit cycle, but Ride to Engineering just 2 seconds back now, already managing to make up a pit stop on that 24 crew, who are going for an aggressive strategy, but of course, after starting P15, have to, have a lot of ground to make up. They are going to get a couple of laps led here again, but it's truly a great run from Ride to Engineering. Fury Simsport, who again pit early, are now 7 seconds back from Reiter, in fact. And under a little bit of pressure from, I believe that is, lap car put it at Belarus, who are talking that lap 1 incident. So they'll fly through on that lower fuel load, and I'm sure give a little bit of slipstream to Max Leiden, who doesn't really have much option to fight this, has to back out of it. Further back, though, it looks like we've got quite a battle pack here for P9 in class of the Project Belarus 50 car, with a little bit of a longer stop. Alex Gerber hopping into that car for Neil de Becker, and Hugo Preto hopping into his car for Thiago Rodriguez. They are all line of stern across Chura, hopping in for Mark Rosendahl, and this is a 3-car fight for the fringe of the top 10 in GTP, and it's all to play for here. They're running so close to each other, and I'm sure Gerber wants to try and get clear and start chasing down the Old Firm Racing duo a few seconds up the road, but we've got so much traffic to handle in GT3 right now that it's going to be tough to make it happen.
And this is something I really, really love about endurance racing. Of course, you can't do all 12 hours on your own. You have to have teammates to help you out to make that race distance. And I'm sure Chachura, Gerber, Preto would all have wanted just a little bit of time to get in the car, warm up, and get used to the conditions, but instead they've been thrown straight into a fight for position. They have to switch on and be switched on from the second they jump in the car, and it's so difficult to manage. It's just a little bit of traffic mismanagement happening between Jachira Gerber and one of the RPM racing cars. Contacts between the BMW and the Corvette. I don't know how much damage that's going to carry for the 41, but they've certainly lost a lot of time to Christoph Jachira and left themselves very much under pressure from Hugo Preto. But it's because of that instant in and out switch nature into the fights, get pushing, that these mistakes start to creep in, because you need that time to settle and get going to be at your best. But it's the drivers who can get straight on it that often do the best. So it's a touch of dichotomy of what you need and what you want. And at the moment, there's a little bit of goodness knows what going on in that fight for P8.
It's very tight, and Hugo Preto now looking to put the pressure on after that slight misstep from Alex Gerber. They're going to fly through the Porsche curves, and it's so difficult to follow through here as we are just about to avoid a bit of traffic from a GT3 ahead. Maybe not, actually. Gerber has to back out a touch to let them catch up, and it looks like Bad Marker Racing Razzle Dazzle at the front of the field has actually been passed by Nicholas Desch in the right engineering car. So that is that pit stop advantage neutralized, at least for the front of the field, after actually a bit of a slide in the final chicane. So they're going to extend for another 13 lap stint. They're going to go 26 laps before their second pit stop, and that is going to help them in the long run against the cars they were fighting. But to the point, once again in this pack, and 7 seconds ahead of Fury Simsport, is Nicholas Deschner in the Vice Engineering #1 car.
And at this point, you're starting to sort of expect it, but I'm a little bit surprised that Fury Simsport didn't make up more time on that pit stop, because it was stationary for so much less time than everyone else, like a couple of seconds, and they should have. Oh, so we've seen a little bit of a car off the road there. Slippers Racing having to take to the inside, but I'd have expected more time gain for Fury Simsport, and it just kind of never came. We saw that little moment they had in the Porsche curves with some traffic that didn't help them, but yeah, that's where all that time loss came from. But we know how strong that undercut's been, and it seems like it's already started to shoot them in the foot a touch.
Oh, as it looks like further back in GT3, a big incident for one of our AM cars. Cordiveloce Bravo being forced back to pit lane with a meatball, and it's that entry to Indianapolis that's caught out a couple of cars so far today. Looks like Jonathan Valderine in the in the 346 just getting a little bit caught out by how the car unsettles, as we're getting a replay of this incident that happened for the XPD racing car that let Drew Glover by. We saw this slow car in the final quarter just a little bit deep through that final chicane. Ultimately pretty clean. It looks like they've already gotten back past on the Mulsanne. So good recovery from Mark Luna Heredia there. As they continue to try and look forward, they're currently only 10th in GT3 Pro. Not ideal, but of course they have their teammate at the head of the class, and I'm sure that will be sort of bringing a lot of confidence into the team, with their GTP entry also running net P3 on the road right now.
Artis Pads in that pit stop cycle was able to jump the 96 crew and is now 3 seconds ahead of them. So Pads very much having the pace right now and is on the tail of Albert Preem in that number 5 DLR by SimLab car, as the fight for P5 in class is starting to rear its head a little bit. That 963 looking really quick at the moment, and the 74 crew choosing to take advantage of drivers having to get up to speed on that, well, on their first stints of the race. Preem just not quite up to speed yet with where he needs to be in this car. They're 4.5 seconds or so off the back of P4, as finally the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle car does come down pit lane. But number 5 crew coming up under a lot of pressure from Enosis Esports, and are they going to be able to hold on to that P5? We'll find out as Paz just loses a touch of time through that final chicane, and lets Preem just pull a little bit of a gap on the run down towards turn 1 as it's getting very close in a fight for position in GT3 here. Both cars weaving side to side, and I kind of, oh no, that 963 hasn't actually gone for that move, which is quite interesting to see. I would have expected a touch more aggression there, I think.
A driver swap coming in for that Marco Racing here. Justin Clerk in after 2 long stints for Keys Eisenman, and looks like they're going to come out of pit lane around about P12, so up 3 spots from their starting position and on quite an advantageous strategy. It's going to be still obviously a long way to continue making that happen, and we'll see whether Justin Clerk can continue to make those 13 stints happen, or whether the traffic doesn't quite play the way they need. But it's definitely nice to have a couple of cars trying something different in our GTP field. We've got cars running 11, 12, and 13 lap stints to try and get through this race.
A change of position for P10 in class in GTP. Hugo Preto just slid up the inside of Alex Gerber on the way down to Mulsanne 1. It's something we talked about before we really kicked off here, was the disadvantage that the BMW has at this track. The hybrid deployment just not quite helping that car out in the way that it should compared to the rest of the field. The 41 crew having to do a lot of management to try and keep that car in the fight and keep the competitive speeds up. Just not as good at the top end as the Acura, Porsche, or Cadillac, and they're doing an all right job to try and stay up there. But if they want to stay inside the top 10, they've got to get a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, it's going to be tough. Of course, it's a car that has circuits where it's really going to shine, but it doesn't seem like the team's confident in this one being one of them. The Cadillac, of course, a rare sighting in this championship, but running at the tail end of the field, and Focus Racing were the pole sitters before some early incidents dropped them back to where they are now. Maybe Gerber will be hoping that Cadillac machine can drag them forwards, as there's a little bit of an incident further ahead, Taylor.
Yeah, we were talking about that curb in qualifying and how dangerous it can be to get on it. It's very slippery compared to the actual racing surface. And Albert Preem, coming up a crop or two, it locks the rear wheels, goes into a bit of a half spin, but manages to lock it down on the brakes. And Aretz Pats just managing to avoid the contact, and is going to take that P5 and start to pull away as Preem is struggling on what is now a very warm, very slippery set of tires. 3.1 seconds is the gap to the car in front, but there is going to be a little bit of traffic that come into play here.
And speaking of tires, that is something we're going to see an update to in that December build for iRacing. Specifically, they have a V10 tire model in development, but I believe we're getting sort of an interim V9 update to the entire GTP class as well as the LMP2. So I'm very excited to see how those handle and how they're going to drive heading to season 7, and sort of how those sort of slides are going to affect cars going forward, and maybe a little bit of flat spotting that cars have to deal with in future. Albert Preem, a little bit fortunate to not have that going on, but is going to have very much flash heated on the surface of those rear tires, and have to be very careful tiptoeing through that opening sector. And I think now is the chance to let those tires breathe a bit, but runs wide, pits up a slowdown. And the tires can breathe a lot more at this pace, but it's going to bring Gold Firm Racing way back into this. Julian Harmon now has a chance to get onto the back of Albert Preem and challenge for that 5th position.
Yeah, so in a matter of moments, Albert Preem's race has sort of started to unfold a little bit from P4 in class down to P5, and now coming under pressure by the 96 crew of Old Firm Racing, a team that are very quick, but haven't quite been in position to do much here today, qualifying way out of position and currently up, what is that, 7 places or so. So
it's like P13 in class.
Credit to those guys for getting that car up to where it needs to be for now, as they're looking for another opportunity to try and get by. But I did have a thought about the tires, and unfortunately all this happening has sort of derailed my train of thought a little bit. which is really annoying.
We've got 10 hours. We'll come back to it at some point.
No, but it's something. That's the one. It's something I'm definitely excited for, because I think as a community of prototype drivers, we do have a couple of issues in the way that these cars make their lap time, and one of those is that the cars are just too quick in the corners. It's important to remember that these things are supposed to weigh about a ton and 50 kg, which it's heavy for a prototype. I think the LMP1s were only down at like 850, 900 or something. They weren't very heavy compared to these. And with the aero packages as well, there's a lot less downforce, and the tires are supposed to be a little bit less grippy than before. Of course, it is all one tire compound now. Michelin used to develop a compound per car. They'd work with Porsche, Audi, Toyota to develop a tire compound for them. But of course, this now keeps it a lot simpler, a lot more economical for them to keep doing what they're doing. And Michelin are doing a fantastic job to supply the WEC. But it was a little bit concerning that they said specifically in the dev blog that they were going to be grippier tires, whereas I don't think that's something that these cars really need. I'm hoping that's sort of a misnomer for how the tires are going to change, because these cars they need to be a little bit slower. They need to make their lap time in a little bit of a different way. Less aero, less drag, more top end speed, blah, 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 a little bit less tire grip. And maybe that'll come in the next update. But yeah, if I had £1 for every time I'd driven through a tire change in the top class prototypes, I'd have £3, which isn't a lot, but it's weird that it's happened 3 times.
And you're about to get a 4th, it seems like.
This would be number 3.
That'd be number 3, okay. Well, you'll get a 4th well, because then V10 is in the works for the entire iRacing platform. That's what I'm really excited for, because one of the things they focus for that is trying to make sure that the tires aren't as sensitive to heat conditions on track.
Praise be.
Which is a huge factor in oval racing, but also can make some very treacherous hot weather conditions in
that might be a slowdown for Preem.
Oh,
I think that could be another slowdown for Preem. I guess we'll see as the straight goes on. It doesn't look like he's losing much time relative to Julian Armand, although he is staying. Yeah, there it is. Big lift off for the 5, as he's going to hand another position away with the same slowdown a lap later. So Preem really struggling to get into the rhythm in his first stint in the car. He'll be hoping that he can recover that in the next stint or so, but not impressive so far for a driver that was looking very good at Watkins Glen. We've got a little bit of a fight going on down here, Liv.
Yeah, this is going to be for P9 in GT3, and there's the move into Indianapolis. XPD Racing goes for the lunge, makes it stick. I was a little bit worried they overshoot the corner there. Eagle Speed Academy forced to give them that corner, and now he's going to try and fight back heading into the Porsche curves, but it's so difficult to go side by side through there. I think that might be position done for the time being, as remember we are getting close to our GT3 pit stops. Not looming as of yet, but definitely on the horizon, as we are 10, 11 laps deep into these stints for the GT3 machines. Chris Van Gut here in the 277 Eagle Speed car, just gonna slot in behind, gonna have the opportunity to maybe stretch a bit of fuel save, but I'm sure not as planned. I didn't want Mark Luna Herrera to get past in the 230 car. Ultimately though, whoever is at the front of this pack has 11 seconds to make up to get onto the back of Fury Simsport and the top 8 in class. So you want to try and get whoever's willing to go for those moves to the front of the field, and maybe let them lead the way to try and close that gap back in.
Speaking of moves, change of position in GTP once again, as Christoph Jachura is just going to move in front of Hugo Preto. Looking like Preto picked up a slowdown at the apex of Mulsanne Corner and has had to shed that time coming through Indianapolis, and loses that place to the number 50 Project Valorous car as he drops to within a second or so of the number 41 BMW. But Preto had only recently taken that P8 from Christoph Jachura, but it's that little bit of those mistakes that creep in every now and again, that little bit of corner cutting down at Mulsanne, which is so easy to do because you want to carry as much speed through that corner as you can. And Preto just pushing those limits to try and move away from Christoph Chichura has just made it a little bit more difficult for himself because he now actually has to come from behind to try and make that time up yet again. Chichura just having to check up through that corner. Preto not having those same issues. So will we see him move for position on this lap, because Preto has set himself up wonderfully to try and gain that place back in the next 3.5 minutes or so.
Had a huge head of steam into the 4 chicanes, but of course not the spot you want to try and make the move happen. Just in a setup to try and get that run through Tertre Rouge, but we've seen other cars ahead, Albert Prime especially, struggling to push through there, ended up going wide and picking up that slowdown. So it'll be important to see whether the number 7 car can keep it on the straight and narrow to make that happen. But it's gonna be that move for P8 where these cars, I think honestly, are getting a little bit caught up in this fight and are starting to fall off the back of that top 8. Old Firm Racing Yellow, 6 seconds up the road, and I think
it's close.
They might have gotten away with that one. Those are these 2 cars are both pushing.
Yep, that looks fine to me.
Fair enough.
Goodness me, very marginal there.
As always, the instant behind, number 341 is running without a front end right now. So they're going to have a little bit of repairs to take, and we'll see if we can get a replay of what happened here. Coming down through this opening sector of the lap. And it's the XPD Racing GTP. Just a touch of contact and into the Armco. That's not a forgiving barrier, and it just rips the front bumper clean off that Ferrari 296. Should be a fairly quick repair job if the tires are still pointing nice and straight, but it's going to be tough to commit a tire. There's going to be a lot of time lost on the straights here as just a huge amount of drag being added to that car. But is it even is that contact there? Or is it just a
no, that is contact, yeah.
Such a light rush, though.
Yeah, the 341 just not really prepared for the GTP to go around there outside at that first corner. It's a rare move, but it's one that can be done. But you really need the GT3 to be compliant with you through there. You can see the XPD racing car is on a line to make that corner, but the 341 is already committed to taking the speed through that corner to get to that second apex. There's not much they can do to adjust their speed through there. And yeah, they just make contact with the side of the Acura and the wall again.
Albert Prime and Julian Harmon was side by side coming into Indianapolis, caught a little bit of traffic. It's gonna be the number 5 car who comes off best from that. The 96 forced to back out, but I'm sure with the 69 behind teammate in the Old Firm Racing Yellow entry, we're not gonna put too much pressure on and let the 96 focus back ahead. But a very, very tricky spot. They were sort of fighting for position in that run out of Mulsanne corner, and then suddenly a GT3 just minding their own business, basically, but not really possible to make it 3 wide on that right-hand kink on the entry. And it's going to be number 5 car who gets the advantage, but a little bit held up through karting, and here comes Julian Harmon once again, now within 4/10 of a second.
That's right. Oh, Kevin Jayler just in the background there, almost picking up a slowdown on the exit of the Porsche curves, as these two going at it has just let that number 69 Porsche come into the fray a little bit more. But at the front of this fight for P5, it is Acura versus Acura. These two know what each other's machines can do. They have fought each other on track before. Hammond is going to be desperate to get that position back, and thankfully for him, there are plenty of opportunities around this circuit to make that happen. Hammond just slightly tighter on entry to that corner than Prime, who chose to set up for P3, just a P3, T3, just a little bit better and carry a touch more speed out of it. But Hammond's mid-corner speed just a little bit higher than the drive with the number 5, but wide for that first apex to Prime, as Prime has to check up to not touch that grass on the outside. We saw what happened there in real life when Callum Eilert got onto that grass, spun up the rear wheels of his Porsche 963 and ended up in the barrier, at which point the team had to do a complete rebuild as Hammond with the momentum will pull to the outside. Are they going to split the GT? It looks like they are 3 wide down the Renault Dier as Tom Bryan just has to hold it straight and narrow on the middle. as it's going to be Preem who's going to have the inside, but he does choose to back out. Let's Harmon enter the corner in front, and Harmon's actually taken a little bit of a deep line and compromised his exit. Preem is going to get back into the slipstream on throttle a lot more aggressively and pulls to the inside as they're going to go side by side once again.
And I was about to say, not much in the way of traffic to speak of, with a lot of the GT3s pulling down pit lane this time by their second stop of the race. But they managed to find the one car that was still out in front there and have a bit of a dramatic moment there. Julian Harmon doing a great job to hold on there. I think, honestly, it was a little bit too close for Albert Preem through that first chicane. Just couldn't build the run before he got to the rear diffuser. And once he pulled out a line, the run just kind of stalled out. So maybe didn't be a good position back coming through Mulsanne corner and then can try and challenge into Indianapolis. But it could also just be that 96 car has good straight line speed and can fend them off for the time being.
Yeah, as we say, not too many differences between these two cars, but one car that's really starting to make a little bit of progress. Hugo Preto is now a couple and a bit seconds clear of Christophe Chichero, who was battling earlier. And with these two going at it for P5, it's just going to give that 7 crew more opportunities to get that gap closed up and move their way towards the front of the field, little bit by little bit. They've still got a lot of work to do, but if they want that top 5 finish back, these two are making that job for them just a little bit easier, as they're going to have some traffic to deal with in this final sector or so. Liv, what are you seeing?
SPD Racing, our GT3 leader, off at the final chicane into the barrier. And I'm not sure how much damage they've picked up, but that is a big piece of drama for them that I'm sure they weren't hoping for in that championship fight.
Interestingly, it's a crash that I've seen a couple of times before, but we said with how low the downforce levels are at this track, there are opportunities for that to happen. Fortunately, I think it was into a tire barrier, so there shouldn't be too much damage. The only thing they've really lost there is the time to Charlie Nilsson behind, as the gap comes down to 5 seconds. But look at this fight. Almost. They almost got a little bit of traffic into the 4 chicanes, but deep in the GT3 pit cycle now, it is going to give them a clear run through the corner, as Harmon is just going to extend a little bit to about 0.7 of a second, as Preem is just looking to try and hang on at this stage.
And a slowdown at Tertre Rouge for the SPD Racing GT3 car, very, very deep. A little bit of a snap almost mid-corner, so I think that rear end damage is hurting more than we expected. They're going to be down pit mode soon, but they might have to spend some extra time getting that fixed up for the next stint, for the next driver, and that would hand the lead of the race and the championship to Charlie Nilsson and the RPM Racing crew in the 210.
So early race drama then in that championship fight at the front of the GT3 field. Of course, there's still 10 hours to go in this race, so they're going to have time to recover it, but it's going to hamper their progress as it goes on, as we just switch to focus on the Sim Race Sweden Esports Pro number 2 car, who are looking to get into a bit of a fight with IS Corsa, a team that we haven't really seen much from in this race so far. The gap between those two about half a second or so. Sim Race Sweden Esports not quite running the correct number for their car in this event, as these two are on their outlaps. Dan Peoples, we saw getting into a touch of argy-bargy with, I think it was one of the GTPs earlier on in this race, as this is a fight for P16 in, well, no, actually, when this cycles out, it'll be a fight for, I think, P12 in GT3 Pro. No, P14. There we are. So I can't actually read. It just takes me a second. Federico Romano then just sat comfortably in the slipstream with the 2 cars ahead, as Dan Pepples just gets on the back of that BMW. Doing a really good job to hold on to that place line that Racing are so far, but that Ferrari has really good mid-corner speed and is just hounding the back of that BMW. It's France. It's Germany versus Italy. It's V6 versus inline 6. It is Saloon Coupe versus a proper modern sports car. Who is going to come out on top? Pepple's just a touch wide through Tertre Rouge. Isn't going to pick up the slowdown, I don't think. And again, just using the slipstream with that big bruiser BMW to glide up to the back of that car and might be looking to make a move into the first Mulsanne chicane. He needs to make it good. He needs to make it decisive. He doesn't want to come under pressure from Federico Romano. Pulls to the inside as they're going to be side by side on entry to the chicane. The BMW is going to open up the corner a touch from Romano is going to move across. It's not Romano, sorry. Pepples is going to move across and is going to make that move work as the 289 is going to come under pressure from Romano almost straight away, as that Porsche now has the advantage in the fight for P18. They're going to go side by side once again, as it looks like the 289 crew are going to lose 2 positions in 1 lap, depending on how this little run down to the second Mulsanne chicane turns out. Pepples not making any choices of his favorites. Side by side still on the brakes. It is Romano who's going to have the advantage on the inside and probably going to hold on to that position. Yes, he does, as the BMW held a little bit of overlap mid-corner, but it wasn't enough to send Romano too much offline, as that car, the Hellenic Racing team, are going to lose 2 positions in that one.
And as we focus on this battle, our GT3 leaders are into pit lane here. RPM Racing caught right up to the back of the XPD Racing car and got a good look at the damage to that rear bumper. I'm sure a little bit of confidence there for the 210 crew as Tom Tichetto hops in for Charlie Nielsen. Roberto Friese hops in the XPD Racing car, and the question is, does the 206 crew spend some time getting a little bit of repairs done on that rear end, get the confidence back into that car at the cost of the race lead, or can they maybe get this done during the 40-second fuel stop? It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be some repairs at least. They might settle for that, and we'll have to see which car starts rolling first. I've got eyes on it.
Sim Race Sweden Esports then taking advantage of the opportunity given to them by Federico Romano, with a big old fight with that BMW crew to move them down the order a touch. But the pit stop cycle for the GT3 is well underway here, as we're just waiting.
And it is XPD.
There you go, XPD
Roll it
racing
out
there.
first. They do not take any extra time for repairs. They just get what they can get done now. Gonna save the rest for later, but we already saw the mistake on the way on the in-lap at not just Tetra Rouge, but also to slow the rest of the lap. So we could see a move for our race lead here very shortly from Tom Tichetto.
So let's keep an eye on then, as Justin Clerk is getting involved in this fight just a little bit, and Roberto Friese is going to get just held up on the exit of that corner. Tichetto looking to set him up down the straight. A big
that car's not happy.
Friese.
Oh,
yeah.
there's an ETP that has to slot through 3 wide, but Tom Tichetto does get by very quickly, and I think maybe a little bit of a strategic misstep from XPD Racing there to not spend a bit more time taking those repairs, because the performance of that car is very clearly ailing after that incident at the Ford chicanes.
Yeah, that damage for the 206 is not something that Roberto Friese would have practiced with. You can do all of the handover that you want in a car and say the car's going to handle like this, it's going to do this, that, and the other, but you're not going to know what it's going to do until you actually drive it, and Friese just not quite ready for it on those cold rear Michelins, and Tom Tichetto jumps on the advantage there, takes that position, and RPM Racing will move into the lead of this race with just over even 10 hours to go. We're going to take a little bit of a break here now. We will be back just after the 2-hour mark to carry you through the next hour or so of racing. But of course, that doesn't mean everything stops. We'll be going to the end of the race still, but just going to go take a few minutes and we'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the 12 hours of Le Mans for the Platinum Endurance Championship. Whilst we were away, your previous race leaders of XBD Racing GT3 dropped down to third in class. Roberto Frieza really struggling with the handling of that car after they picked up a little bit of damage in the last stint after a little bit of a spin back into one of the barriers on the inside of the circuit at the Ford chicanes. As we mentioned, it's hard to get a handle on how a car is moving around when it's got damage like that, and sometimes it can be advantageous to not take the damage if you feel like you can handle it. But I think the mistake here, Liv, was not taking that damage at the pit stop, because it's really starting to cost them as they've dropped to 8.5 seconds off the race lead. Yeah,
I mean, ultimately, you're going to have to repair it at some point in the race anyway. I think the hope from the crew was that they could just take it as the pit stops went in this race and not have to take that stage 2 time right now and give up the race lead. But ultimately, the rear bumper, if we can get a closer look at it, still looks well out of shape on that car.
And the wing, yeah.
And with it being the Ferrari, it should have been a pretty speedy repair of that rear end structure. So it was obviously a gamble they made to try and hold on to that track position, but it's not paid off now as they're 9 seconds behind RPM Racing. Last lap of a 4:01 for Roberto Frieza. And now the Pandemonium Esports Audi R8 behind of Federico Colello is about to try and make a move on there onto the podium.
And I'm just having a look at a little bit of something that's going on in GTP as well. Albert Prim has just lost a couple of positions fighting Hugo Preto, I think. Perhaps a little bit of contact down at turn 1 as he's fallen down to P9 in the first sector. I don't know if we've got a replay of that we can show, but I think he may have gone for a little bit of a spin down at turn 2 and lost a bunch of time to everyone else around him. Here it comes. Let's see what happened here. So that's Hugo Preto in front, Albert Prim in the Acura behind in that slipstream. And Preto just disappearing from existence for a moment. Prim on the brakes to the inside, touches the curb. Oh, and Preto actually has a little bit of a moment, and Prim has absolutely no time to avoid. Has to go to the outside of the circuit and takes a very, very long time to rejoin the track.
Yeah, really unfortunate. Obviously trying to make an opportunistic move here as we look at the Focus Racing GTP. And Project Valorous, number 50 of just dropped Shura, makes the move around the outside, but a little bit deep into Mulsanne 2. A little bit of a moment on exit, and it looks like Hugo Preto might be able to move back around there. Just send it around the 229 car 3 wide, but it's going to be Preto on the outside line into Mulsanne corner here. I think it might just about be enough for Christoph Schur to hold on to the position, but it's going to be tight between these two. Neither's going to concede. I think Christoph Schur slots in behind and gives the spot back to Hugo Preto. But a very, very sketchy moment there as we cut back to.
Plenty of opportunity for slipstream now for Jachura, though, all the way down the straight. Traffic looking like it's going to play a little bit of a game. Well, a little bit of an element in this game in the upcoming moments. Preto choosing to move a little bit over to the left, just probably getting on a flash of the headlights. Oh no, he's going to send it 3 wide down the inside of Ferraria, and manages to get pill beam as well. And it's going to leave Jachura pinched way out of place, bookmarked by 3 GT3s. Jachura is going to struggle to get past all 3 of these cars as he just slots in side by side with Gonzalo Ferreira. Sorry, pardon me there. And just has to wait until corner exit, and the opportunity is kind of gone for Jachura to make that position up. He got past Albert Prim after Prim went off. Preto may be nursing a little bit of damage on the left-hand side of that car. Something to keep a little bit of an eye on, either that or he's struggling in traffic. It is yet to be seen as Preto just has a bit of a wiggle through the middle part of that Porsche Curbs complex. Just trying to have a gander at the side of the car to see if I could see anything. Liv, you don't happen to have floor cam set up, do you?
Not as of yet, but I can set it up if you'd like.
Completely up to you.
I mean, they are in a pit here. I mean, it is lap 36, so it's on cycle for them. I think what we'll see is whether they decide to take a bit of an extended pit stop to fix any damage, or whether they, again, figure that we'd better just get going again. And there's a little bit of time, of course, once the car gets the tyres fixed up, there's time to do a little bit of repairs as we look at the SBD Racing G2 that didn't take damage repairs in the last stop. being passed now by Federico Colello, so they have a long stint ahead to get back to pit lane in probably about 10 laps time, at which point I'd assume they would finally commit to taking that damage repair on the rear bumper. Yeah, but it looks like we're well in the pit cycle for GT3 now. Right of Engineering pulls out of pit lane in the lead of the race. We're expecting Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle to fly past, but they're currently only entering the Ford chicanes right now. They are going to stay out on track for another couple of laps as Sim Racing Center LMDH peels in behind. But that's going to be our third pit cycle, mostly wrapped up and done. Fury Simsport again only went 11 laps, and actually Matt Staladen has stayed in for a fourth stint in that car.
That is a very interesting call from that team to leave a driver in the car for so long. We often see triples being done, but a quad at this stage of the race is a little bit, it's different, to be sure. That driver's going to be on board that car for a total of 2 hours and 45 minutes. That is, I mean, sometimes this is just a hobby, so people aren't always available for the entire thing, and you have to shuffle around some sort of driver stint, and maybe that's something those guys are facing, either that or at the moment Deladen's very confident in the car and they're trying to just make up a little bit of time on everyone else, hoping that he can be quick and just go full push to the end of it. Well, at least to the end of this stint.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to make that work. Again, already 10 seconds behind Right of Engineering, now not gaining the way that we saw in that first pit cycle compared to the number one car, and it's going to be just harder and harder to make that work as time goes on, and as you are sort of carrying more fuel in that undercut phase, while the rest of the team sort of have that half tank to still run out at that point. It's going to be tricky for the 32 to make this work, as keep an eye on the Backmarker Racing team, who again we expect to extend for another 2 or 3 laps. They're now cycled to P4 on track, which is up 11 positions from where they started. So if they can hold on to this, then maybe that would be a good spot for them.
Gichera just starting to struggle a little bit at the moment. We saw him in a fight with Hugo Preto on the in lap. Actually, that's a big spin for XBD Racing on the exit of the Porsche curves. Maybe a touch on the curb on the inside of the corner has sent them into a spin there, as I was just focusing on something else. Again, they're having a disastrous stint at the moment, and it just seems to be getting worse and worse for them. They choose not to pit. It was just a flat spin to the outside of the circuit, and they shouldn't have picked up any more damage. But talking of teams that are struggling, Roberto Frieza really struggling to keep hold of that car right now.
Remember, this is your championship leader coming into this race by 2 points over RPM Racing PEC. This is very much advantage 210 with how this stint has gone. P1 plays P6 so far in this race, and there's still about 9 laps to go in this stint for the 206 team.
Yeah, long time to go for them to get any sort of damage repair done, but just having a look at the GTP fight at the moment, Christoph Gichera really starting to struggle after getting pinched behind a little bit of traffic in a fight with Hugo Preto earlier on. Had a reasonably timed pit stop, about 1 minute and 22 seconds, which is normal for these cars, but an awful outlap has just meant he's dropped a position to Alex Gerber in that BMW, as Gerber's managed to move up 2 places in the last 5 laps or so, with Preem's spin down at turn 1, as RPM Racing getting into a little bit of a fight there. As that is, I think that's Christoph Gichera we're following, as Preem right on his tail now as they're threading their way through some traffic through the Porsche curves. And now these two who were fighting for P8 not very long ago are now fighting for scraps down in what looks like it should be P10.
Of course, definitely a long way for this race. It could very much turn around here, but DLR SimLab obviously started on the in P6 on the grid here, so going to be looking to be much further up the road at this point in time. We do have a battle for P5 hotting up right now. Ultra Racing Orange on the back of the XPD Racing GTP, and maybe looking to make a move into the first chicane, the Daytona chicane, as it was recently renamed last year, although I'm not sure that name will catch on. I think it's been named all sorts of sponsorships over the years, and we just refer to it as numbers still.
I think it's had Xbox and PlayStation chicane as its name.
I think it might have done, yeah.
But I do like the calling it the Daytona chicane. I think they had some paint down there on the inside of the second apex that said Daytona in the Daytona Speedway font, which was quite cool. And then, of course, Daytona Speedway did the same thing for their little bus stop chicane that now looks absolutely terrible, by the way. I don't know if you've seen.
Yeah, I think they need more paint to make that look good again for the 24 coming up.
It genuinely makes you feel sick. It feels like it's a car park circuit now. But they renamed it Le Mans Chicane and put some paint down there for the name.
And of course, you'll also know the paint saying Le Mans over at the Hungaroring, linking it back to that PlayStation naming that it used to have over here.
We're really making a Gran Turismo movie reference at this point.
Listen.
I'm listening.
Maybe we shouldn't.
Good call.
Anyway, Backmarker Racing Mazdal is actually handing onto the back of an OC Sports here for P3 as well. We're not expecting them to force a move because they're coming into the pit lane either this lap or next lap if Justin Clerk can make the 13 stint work once again. But this is really good for that fuel save number. And Gnosis is no slouch, so this is definitely dragging them along and helping them keep on pace with this strategy. Again, they are 25 seconds off Writer Engineering, but with Jan Curbs in that car now, I don't think anyone was expecting Backmarker Racing to hold on to them. So they're making their race work the best they can and maybe can parlay this into a top 10 or top 5, which would be a great result after starting from P15 on the grid.
Just a little bit further back, just keeping an eye on a fight between some of the GT3s as Alex Pilbeam is just trying to keep Breck's bearings at bay. It's certainly closed up a little bit in GT3. Pilbeam's still on board, but everyone else seems to have found a little bit more pace relative to him as Dan Pepples is starting to pull away a little bit. But yeah, some of the other AM teams have started to get involved in the fight here. Alex Pilbeam still a few seconds behind John Connors on board that Slippers Racing Team car, who have been absolutely dominant in this race so far, but still keeping an eye on this fight for P3 in GTP. Once again, Backmarker's Razzle cannot be shook by Roman Ortiz, and it is 963 versus 963. It's a case of these two cars are probably very similar in terms of outright pace, and both drivers are doing very well to extract the maximum pace from them as it stands. But there it is, there's the separation. Justin Clark doesn't go for the move on the inside of the Core Motorsports car. He's going to stay within slipstream range of Roman Ortiz, but Ortiz got a much better exit from Tete Rouge, so I'd expect him to pull away a little bit, but even then, he doesn't actually appear to be, which is surprising.
Yeah, and of course, crucially in this, Justin Clark stayed out for that 13th lap once again. So continuing the fuel save that his teammate started, and that is going to mean that this position over the next few stints is going to start being more and more genuine on cycle. Of course, we're up in P4 fighting for the podium. They're going to pit and cycle out into just outside the top 10, but that advantage is something that is very difficult to make back up over this point. I mean, they are, at this point, half a stint good on fuel compared to the Fury SimSport car that's going 11 laps per stint, and they're only about 16 seconds down the road from them.
The race for XPD continues to get worse and worse as Roberto Frieza has just lost 2 more positions for those who are keeping an eye on that. Renaud Herbilian and Zachary Livingood able to get by on the Honardier on this lap as Frieza is starting to come under pressure from Mark Heredia as well in that number 230 sister XPD racing car. So I don't think there's going to be much of a fight put up by Frieza to that car behind, but the stint is just going from bad to worse for that Ferrari crew. And maybe it's time to question if it's worth coming into the pits now, getting that damage repaired, and getting back out on track, because staying out just doesn't seem to be working, as we've got a little bit of a fight going on between Old Firm Racing and XBD Racing. I think that's a very close fight between 3 cars, actually, as Junior and Armand sweeps around the outside of Pablo Alvarez, as Kevin Jailer is looking to get involved in that battle as well. Acura versus Porsche, something we see so often stateside, bringing its way over to Europe thanks to the beauty of sim racing. Armand already starting to pull that gap on Alvarez, as Alvarez just dealing with the pressure from the 69 car behind, as those are the XBD Racing GT3s in front. I think going for a little bit of a position change. Yes, they do. Freezer losing a 3rd position this lap. That car just not having the pace in it as it stands, as Armand just trying to find a way to squeeze through. How aggressive is Alvarez going to be? In fact, he doesn't have to be, as Freezer's just going to roll over for them as well. So he's going to go side by side with the sister car in GT3. No contact between those two. Rule 1, don't hit your teammate. They both follow it brilliantly. There's more GT3s going to get involved in this one here. Julian Armand has managed to clear them all beautifully, as Alvarez is going to have to check up and slow down and stick behind Renault Herbillion, as Justin Clerk comes into the pit lane, completes that 13th lap, and is now in his pit cycle.
Roberto Freezer does stay out here. It's a strange choice. That car ran a 354 before picking up that damage. Since then, it's not been able to get into the 3 minutes at all. Best laps since then being 4 flats, and that last lap being a 4:03. So they're losing between 5 and 10 seconds per lap.
Insane.
With that additional damage, whether it's from drag from the wing on the straights or just not having any downforce in the corners. They are plummeting down the order. They're only about halfway through this stint, and I've got to think that if they're gonna lose close to another minute by the time they come down pit lane, they need to pull the trigger on a pit stop and just take the time loss that way, because it's less dangerous as well. If you're having these incidents, we've already seen one incident from them on the exit of the Corvette curves. Another one could very much spit them into a wall and make matters a whole lot worse for them.
Corvette curves, plural.
Is it just one?
It's just
I was wondering that.
Yeah, Porsche 123 karting
just
Corvette.
One curve, actually.
It's just the one curve, actually. No, look, taking that corner then. Wait, no, hang on. I got it right, but wrong.
We did get an update, by the way. The chains on the Mulsanne were never called Xbox, but at one point they were called Forza.
That's the one I meant.
So definitely a little bit of a turncoat there.
My memory isn't perfect, I promise.
Thank you, Thomas Burling, for that correction and that update.
Still then, the fight rages on for position. Kevin Jailer not quite able to get past Pablo Alvarez quite yet. At the moment, quite happy to comfortably sit in that slipstream and probably save a little bit of fuel, which is something we've said quite often in this
Can
race.
we hop to the 399, who is currently 3 wide on the Mulsanne? Bats out of it, but it's a battle with another AM car, the DKB Speed Academy 377. And then that Strumenti car that started on row 2 but picked a penalty for the qualifying incident. This is a very tight battle pack. And actually, this is the 3-car fight for the AM lead. Alex Pilbeam just ahead, and there's 255 who's out of place, just kind of stuck in the middle with you in it.
Yeah, Gonzalo Ferreira just has been able to insert himself between Brecht Bearings and Alex Pilbeam, which is going to give Pilbeam just a little bit of an opportunity to breathe and not worry too much about that Core Motorsports, not Core Motorsports, sorry, DDK by Eagle Speed Academy Corvette behind. Do they have similar liveries, or am I losing my mind? It could be both.
Yeah, I mean, it very much hand on.
But even then, Ferrara just moves to the inside of Pilbeam. Side by side they are on the way into Indy. I don't expect Pilbeam to fight it. He doesn't. And now Brecht Bearings and Alex Pilbeam are going to be separated by no cars at all, as it's going to be Italian Corvette versus American Ferrari once again, with John Connor in 3rd place, just hanging off the back of this fight for the moment, waiting for an opportunity to get by. Saying that though, at one point, that Slippers Racing Team car was leading the class on that lap by a few seconds. I think we've missed a bit of an incident for that car.
Maybe. I've seen an incident further back for the Smurf Racing Team 291 at Corvette. That's given them a little bit of front end damage on that Ford Mustang, but I'm not seeing anything on the tower for the 399. But yeah, they were at the front of this pack heading in, so maybe a slowdown at
that'll do it.
Tête Rouge, perhaps.
Yeah, it's something we've seen so often. Again, it's a corner that you need to carry the speed through, because you need to carry all that speed all the way down the straight. It's the fastest section of racetrack on the entire circuit. I think it's the longest straight on the circuit as well. I've measured it a couple of times, but I can never remember what sort of length I actually measured it at. But yeah, if you lose time down there, it's such a big time loss, as all the places are reshuffling just on our timing screens. But it's such a big time loss, and it just leaves you completely vulnerable to attack. As I say, we've seen it so often with everyone else in the field. We saw Thiago Rodriguez coming a cropper to it as well, and it can bite. It's so easy it's probably the easiest slowdown to pick up on the entire circuit, bar the one down at Corvette Corner, because they're both the same sort of thing.
It seems like we've had a slowdown picked up from the 399 earlier in the lap, I think in that opening chicane perhaps.
Yeah, that'll do it as well.
Because they're now dropping well off the back of that battle, which is now the top two for the GT3 AM. As a quick update on the AM category, I believe the 317 Octopus Racing Team Black may be our first retirement from this race after a couple incidents a few laps ago. They've been down on pit lane for almost 20 minutes now, and doesn't seem to be any sign of them getting back out on track soon. They might try and continue this one for some class points, but that might be our first car out as we drop down from 50 to 49 cars out on track.
A bit deep through the first chicane for the Slippers Racing Team, as Hellenic are going to jump on that opportunity to get by the Ferrari and move up another position. Of course, it isn't a fight for position in class, but I'm sure that BMW crew want to be ahead of the AM cars, as they are starting to slowly work their way forward. There's only two more cars between them and a fight for position with Gonzalo Ferreira, as they are pushing to try and make that time up very wide for Hellenic Racing over the curb on the outside of the corner. Just about managed to keep it under control. It's easy to lose the back end through there as the curb bounces and bobbles the rear axle around, as here comes Ander Gomez in the number 51 Project Valorous car, another car that is very much out of position in this race, down in 17th in class right now after that first lap incident, and a couple of laps down on the race leader.
And a quick update on the XPD racing car that was our class leader in GT3 Pro before that incident at the 4 chicanes. They have come down now to take service after a half stint in that car. Roberto Frieza stays in, but they take a minute and 33 stationary time to take half a tank of fuel. So it's more than a minute of repairs taken. The rear bumper does look like it's been fully replaced and is in new condition once again, or very close to it at least. The problem being they're now on in 20th in class, which I believe awards no points. So from the championship lead, they've got a lot of ground to make up in the remaining 9.5 hours of this race, as they are now about maybe 4 minutes behind where they were on track in Concerto in the RPM Racing PEC, looking to take the championship lead heading to Fuji.
Well, it's going to take one heck of a fuel-saving job to get back the laps that they've lost by taking this early pit stop. However, with a car that is now on the straight and narrow, has that rear wing and rear end repaired, they have their rear downforce back, the car will have a lot more stability and will be much more compliant in the corners. So the drivers will now have the chance to drive it how they want to. So if they see the opportunity to save a little bit more fuel and try and extend some of these stints to try and get themselves back on strategy, that could be their best bet. So you've still got, what, 9.5 hours to go. That is a lot of time to try and make something happen, as Gonzalo Ferreira is one of the first to pull into the pit lane, I believe. That's actually right on time, 13 laps for them.
And if you keep gapping, because I am trying to look up the scoring to see how many points SPD Racing would get down here, and actually whether the RPM Racing car could clinch the championship with a win here with where SPD Racing are.
Well, that's certainly an interesting thing to look at. I will let you keep an eye on that one, as my focus is just switched to the front of the GT3 field, as Daniel Cruz has managed to get onto the back of your race leader, Tom Cicchetto, in the RPM Racing Lamborghini. And it's looking like he's setting up for a move. The Corvette tucked under the rear wing of that Huracan GT3, building the speed in the slipstream now. He looks like he wants to go for a move. Onto the crown of the road they both go as the speed builds. As I've hyped that up, Daniel Cruz has just lifted off the throttle a little bit and is maintaining the gap to the car ahead. So fuel save well and truly underway for that Corvette Z06 GT3.R, to give it its full government name. As this fight, it looks like it's going to settle into a bit of a strategy rhythm here. I'm going to look around in other places. You've got Aaron Avener on board the number 55 Magic Arrow car. He's only half a second or so behind car 67 of Tobias Kruken, the Sim Racing Center LMDH team, who haven't had a brilliant race so far, only up to P13 in class. But of course, it's the same story for the 55 squad, who qualified well out of position for where we'd expect them to. Not really stacking up against the competition for now, and the pace nowhere near where it needs to be. A full minute and 51 seconds off the race lead as it stands, and it's not really looking like there's much they can do to try and close things up. We're back at the front of the GTP field. The fight for P3 is actually well and truly on. Julian Harmond leads Roman Ortiz, who's lost that position in the last few laps or so. And Kevin Jayler looks like he wants to get involved too. Only 0.2 of a second off the back of the number 74 Porsche 963. As it does look like Roman Ortiz is struggling a little bit in that car in what I believe is his second stint, as Jayler has got a really good exit from Tete Rouge. It's well in the slipstream of Ortiz. Can he get enough speed to pull alongside the Enosis Esports car down into the first Mulsanne chicane? We're going to keep an eye on that just quickly to see what happens as we're watching Sim Racing Center and Magic Arrow squeeze through a little bit of traffic into the Porsche curves. As no, the move is not made for P4. Sim Racing Center crew already on the headlight flash to try and get the car in front out of the way. As here it is. Here is the fight for P4 in class. Jayler's been very patient to try and get that move done. The speed is building yet again in the slipstream as Harmond is going to thread his way through some traffic that is going to get involved in this fight. Jayler pulls out. Are they going to split the Ferrari in the braking zone? Well, they're going to split him, but it's going to be well before the braking zone. Jayler on the advantage on the inside. Out breaks Ortiz. Ortiz just settles for P5 for now, as Jayler is now going to set off after Julian Harmond.
Sorry, just to interrupt, there's been a big incident coming into Tete Rouge for the 277 Eagle Speed Academy GT3 and the number 70 Race 2 Esport car. They've both been limping it around, and I think we're catching some of the later instances here. This is just the Race 2 Esport has tracked it back to pit lane. They're now in the runoff for Arnage, and I think would be advised to tow this one back to pit lane, but they're going to try and limp it through. I don't know if they have drive on either of those wheels on the front wheels right now. A big incident for them, and they are going to finally accept the tow from the crew back to pit lane, but a big incident all the way back at Tete Rouge, it seems like, as this is...
Now hang on, how did they lose the front end? Because that's so
this is afterwards.
Oh,
they overshoot.
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. That's bad.
But that's still showing for me is after the initial incident. That's obviously they're stricken at that point. They're having to miss that chicane for a reason. We might not have coverage of what happened at Tete Rouge, but it was a big incident with that Eagle Speed Academy car that's given them both meatballs. The 227 is just limping it around to enter pit lane. And it looks like this might be the initial contact that started this whole thing. As a Project Valorous car around the outside, that's a spin.
I'll do it.
The Eagle Speed Academy. Oh!
Well, the front end of that Corvette is definitely lower than it used to be, and Race 2 Esport using it as a ramp. Porsche 963s aren't meant to fly, but we've had one that's taken flight on the way into Tete Rouge here. just a little bit of a miscommunication between one of the GTPs and one of the GT3s as the Project Valorous car just went around the outside, as I think that's going to be what's their name? It's in the list somewhere. The Rolling Goats, Roman UTL, going for a little bit of a half spin through the second chicanes, which is picking up on some of these little incidents that have happened in the last couple of minutes or so. But yeah, just a touch of miscommunication between the GT3 and GTP up there at the Forest S's. It's the GT3 not really accounting for one of the prototypes being around its outside, and that's one of the things that can happen if you drive like you're the only car on the track.
We've got a 4-car battle brewing for the final spot on the GTP podium right now. It's Old Firm Racing, both cars of them. Behind is Enosis Esports and, of course, XBD Racing, who is our current championship leader. No, DLR by Synlab Orange is our current championship leader. Haven't missed the podium at all this season, but are currently out in P10. Just not finding pace in the Acura this time out. But they've made a lot of strength by staying out of trouble so far this season, and they're only a minute back from the lead, and so are very much in a position that they could slingshot forwards. But it's a very close fight here between some cars that have had good results, strong form this season. XPD Racing, of course, have a win, as do Old Firm Racing Orange, and they're both looking to try and get a second, or at least get a second podium on the season. DLR by Sim are the only team to get multiple in GTP, and they've managed to do it all 3 races so far.
Just a quick little update on the weather situation. We did see there was a little bit of a chance of rain at around 6 o'clock in sim time. It's currently, I want to say 16:52 in sim. We were expecting it around 1800. Never mind, Pablo Alvarez gets the line right coming through Mulsanne corners. Roman Ortiz has gone deep, trying to avoid the back end of Martin Bermella. They're going to be side by side on the run down to Indianapolis. Which of these two cars is going to have the better straight line speed? Well, at the moment, it's Alvarez with the advantage on the inside of the track, but look at the speed that 963 has. Just like that, Alvarez is going to drop from being side by side with that car, and Ortiz is going to hold on to the position for now. But clearly a misbalance of downforce between these two cars that gave the 74 the advantage on that straight to hold on to that position after making a mistake down at Mulsanne corner, as there's actually been a change of position for P3 in class.
Is Old Firm Racing, the 2 cars, I think, maybe engineering a bit of a swap. I'm sure they're not fighting at 100% with the 2 cars being teammates. No reason to really put it all on the line here. Just deciding who has the better pace in the car right now. Maybe Kevin Jai are feeling confident in that number 69 entry, and the 96 happy to follow behind and crucially work together to drop these cars, the 74 and the 33, who are most definitely going at it for P5 in class here, as it's close as well, let's not forget, for the leading GT3. A quick update on the point situation that I was looking into there. RPM Racing will be able to clinch the championship only if they take the win here and XBD Racing are not classified, score 0 points, which as long as they finish 85% of the laps and finish under their own power will do, as we see a swap for position. Enosis Esports, I think, picking up a slowdown in this battle in GTP, but now XBD Racing GTP go wide into the grass and get a bit held up in traffic at Ted Rouge. There's a lot to talk about right now. But yeah, if RPM can win and XBD don't get classified, 85% of the laps completed and crossing the line under your own power, then RPM Racing would clinch the championship. Otherwise, it will go to Fuji with a chance for XBD Racing to make it back. But we are side by side for 5th in GTP.
Now look at the speed that Porsche has still. Yet again, Pablo Alvarez not able to get by into the break-ins. In fact, no, sorry. Pablo Alvarez losing position on that straight and not able to defend from the speed that Porsche 963 has. And just like that, it's brought Hugo Preto back into the conversation, with Alvarez now in the slipstream of the Enosis Esports Porsche. Again, it doesn't seem like he's gaining anything on the straights. We know that the Acura has really good braking performance compared to that 963s, as you saw just there, how many car lengths were closed up. But it seems to be only in the traffic that Alvarez, or when Ortiz makes a mistake, that Alvarez can actually get by. But even then, he can't really think about that right now, as he's got a charging Hugo Preto in the Focus Racing Cadillac, trying to hunt him down and make up ground and recover from what's been a very disappointing first few stints for them, as we do have this three-way fight developing for P5 in class. Just keeping an eye on things as they develop up and down the field as well. Alvarez still dropping back from Ortiz on those straights, but at the front of the field in GT3 yet again, Daniel Cruz is still there relative to Tom Chicheto and waiting for an opportunity to try and get by. We've seen he's trying to save a little bit of fuel, so maybe waiting for the pit stop cycle to sort itself out before he considers trying to make that move stick, as Alvarez once again just getting right on the tail of Ortiz in those braking zones. And it's now going to be the Porsche curves where Alvarez is going to close that gap up yet again. But it's that straight line speed that the 963 has right now that is helping the Enosa C Sports crew hold on to P5. As it stands, it's not enough to get them up towards the 96 and the 69 in that fight for P3. The car just doesn't seem to have the pace over the course of a stint, but it's definitely helping them hold on to 5th in class, as we're watching the GT3 pit cycle kick off at roughly the same time as the GT. Did I say GT3 or GTP?
I'm not sure.
Both pit stop cycles starting to kick themselves off, as here we go. Alvarez is going to get alongside for the outside line into turn 2. Ortiz is having none of it, goes deep into 2, forces Alvarez to back out, and it's going to slow him right up for Preto, who's going to get a nose alongside that rear axle side by side on the run down to the Forest S's. Door banging like you can do in sports cars. Alvarez will hold on to the position, but now it's going to be Ortiz who has the advantage to try and pull away a little bit, as the naturally aspirated V8 in the back of that Cadillac is going to propel that prototype and Hugo Preto down the straight to try and get on the back of the V6 twin turbo IndyCar based engine of Pablo Alvarez. But Alvarez is going to have all the slipstream he needs from that 963 in front to try and hold on. But again, look at the straight line speed disadvantage that Alvarez has. It's the same situation as Preto closes right the way up before Alvarez gets on the brakes yet again and just manages to hold on to the position.
Some great fighting between these three cars, but it's, I think, still 2 or 3 laps before expecting any of these cars in for their pit stops. And so this is going to be first battle, and once again the gap to the firm racing duo ahead 7 seconds. This is not helping the situation in terms of trying to close back into them, and for XPD Racing it's just not really what they need, as their day goes from bad to worse in the GT3 class. A big incident for the XPD Racing GT3 2 car at the Porsche curve sends them down pit lane for an extended repair. So really this GTP is the last hope they have for a solid result out of Le Mans here.
And I just wanted to note, at the front of the field, we saw how big the gap was after that last pit stop cycle. I think it was around 7 or 9 seconds or so. Before that pit stop for Fury Simsport, they were only a few seconds off the back of Jan Kurbs in the Reiter engineering car. And now the question has to be, are we finally going to see a driver change for that team? What do you think, Liv? Oh, it is. It's a driver change.
Hey!
William Foyle's on board. And just like that, it means Max Deleden can actually get some rest. A man who spent 2 hours and 40 minutes on board that car. That is hard. Like, I've done that before, and it's not enjoyable. It is just tough, and it hurts, especially if you don't have like all the big comfy bits that help sim racing be comfy. I wouldn't want to do 2 hours and 40 minutes.
Start of a race.
Exactly. I wouldn't want to do it on a
That's the most stressful moment.
It's not even that. It's just some sim racing setups can be quite uncomfortable. Like a desk setup can be, with how you have to like hold yourself close to the pedals and whatever, can become quite fatiguing. Whereas a proper 80-20 rig, you don't have to do that because everything sort of holds itself in place. So a little bit more comfort, less physical stress, less mental stress, you know, that sort of thing.
Yeah. And they do exit the pits in P10. About a minute and a half back from our overall race lead. But of course, gonna be 3 laps shorter on fuel, I believe, and about much racing razzle dazzle, only about 30 seconds back. I just but they have half a lap already driven in that car. I think that after racing are probably less focused on Fury Sim Sport. I think that gap has been opened up again. But it's a question of how many of the Fury Sim Sport cars will they fall behind once their pit cycle files back through. We know that Writer Engineering are gone. They're 31 seconds ahead of Old Firm Racing Yellow. The question is, can the number 30 car sort of stay in that fight for the top 5 despite the additional fuel burn on board Acura?
Well, that's the thing. It's how fast can they be? Because realistically, for their strategy to work, they need to be full push at this stage of the race, which they have been, to be fair, credit where it's due, and do everything they can to get to the back of Writer, get past them, and start to pull away. The only way their strategy works. What have you seen, Liv?
I've seen an incident in that battle for the GT3 Pro lead. Core Motorsports, who was trailing RPM Racing very close before the pit stops, came into pit lane, and then a spin on the entry to Tetra Rouge has given them a meatball, so they'll have to come back down immediately and take some very, very lengthy repairs. It's limping that thing back through right now, through the first chicane. But the front end of that car very damaged indeed.
Well, that's how quickly a race can be unraveled here at Le Mans. This circuit is one of those that can bite if you don't treat it respectfully. Cold tires playing a little bit of havoc for the Core Motorsport crew, sending them into the wall down there at Tetra Rouge. Daniel Cruz, who's been on board that car for a stint already, making that mistake and really hampering the pace of that car, the performance that those guys were pulling off. And they're going to have to do, again, it's another GT3 car that is set on a recovery drive, but in that fight for P4 in GTP, that 3-way fight, Hugo Preto is going to go around the outside of Indianapolis on Pablo Alvarez, who has to slot in and settle for P6. It was a brilliant move from the Cadillac driver, who is now right on the tail of Roman Ortiz. The pace that we've seen out of that Cadillac on the straights could actually be enough to match the Porsche 963, and I think we might see a change of position for what will be 5th in class once all this shakes out.
Fury Sim Sport GT3 just playing a little bit of havoc in this fight. It holds up XBD Racing just a little bit. They're now 2 seconds separated from Focus and Enosis here. We're still expecting maybe 2 more laps out of these cars, expecting them to pit at the end of lap 48 and continuing that 12-lap cycle. But now they're out of draft. It's gonna hurt them a little bit, but they're side by side P4 right now.
Yep, Roman Ortiz just getting a little bit wide through that final chicane, and it's going to just allow Hugo Preto to slot through with absolutely zero effort. All he had to do was drive the car out of the corner, and just like that, Enosis Esports drops down a position, and Preto for Focus Racing has made up 2 positions on the same lap. He's been waiting so patiently to make his way back up into net 5th, and he's done it just like that.
I mean, it's just that patient move, staying out of trouble, not making mistakes. It will gain you a lot in an endurance race like this, and we see that in a very small way from that number 7 car from Hugo Preto. Now back up into P4, and this does give Pablo Alvarez a chance to get back into slipstream of this duo with the mistake from Roman Ortiz.
Now the question is, though, with the pace of Hugo Preto, does he have enough in the tank to start to hunt down the Old Firm racing cars? Both of them have been working really well together in these last few laps to try and build, well, I say try and build the gap to the cars behind. They're 8.4 seconds ahead of Hugo Pareto. Add another 0.4 of a second or so for Kevin Jayler, who is at the lead of that duo, which shakes out to net third in class once the pit stop cycles through. We are expecting all of the rest of the GTPs down pit lane this time by. And again, the question that will be on everyone's minds is how close are Fury Simsport going to be to getting on the back of Writer Engineering? The gap at the moment, 1 minute and 24 seconds. But the race of the pit crews is about to be on us once again.
And it's going to be very important. This is where that little bit of fuel save that you can pull, even if you run the same length of stint, can really pay off, because if it's maybe a second less you take, maybe a couple of liters that you don't have to take into that tank, that can let you jump that car. And then, so long as you can hold it off on the cold tires, maybe you can start to pull away and not have to worry about that battle so much anymore.
And that's when just little considerations of alternate things you could do in the pit stop start to come into play. We talk about how tire warm-up is ridiculous at Le Mans. It takes so long to get them up to temperature, and as the track temps drop to 19 degrees Celsius now, is it maybe time for some of these teams to consider leaving a set of tires on? I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what tire wear is going to be at this stage, but theoretically you shouldn't really be losing too much time if you double stint a set of tires. I think it's something I've always wanted to test in a race properly, but I've never really been brave enough to give it a go, because we know that the strategy of just changing tires every stint works. But I don't know, are we going to see people start to take a risk at this stage, do you think?
It's hard to say. I mean, obviously we are approaching that sunset, and ultimately we're not really going to know, because the pit stop's going to look the same speed. We're not really going to be looking and told by iRacing whether these cars are taking tires, unless we look very closely, as the field does streak in. But it'd be a matter of what they feel is best for them, ultimately. It's going to feel sort of comfortable, whether they have that warm tires, but they need to start to feel it at the end of that second stint, where maybe you don't have the grip to fight that you'd want. And so it's that sort of thing of, maybe you take that if you're in a tricky spot at the end of a stint. Maybe you try and make that move here, as I think everyone is taking a set of tires in this situation.
That's a driver swap thing.
It is a driver swap. It is for, I think, most of the field.
Jan Kurbs on board.
Both XPD racing cars, both All-Firm racing cars, for example, driver swaps. But you can sort of get a small advantage now and then pay it back later in the stint. And in a battle this tight, maybe that's worth it, as Fury Simsport GTP cycles out, and again, just 8 seconds off Writer Engineering, who have come out of pit lane and get in the lead of the race.
That is roughly a 4 or so second time loss as to where they were, but they have had really strong pace towards the end of a stint, as we do see cars making driver swaps at this stage of the race. William Fall, of course, staying on board for Fury. Randy Martin and Mateus staying on board the All-Firm racing car with... did they driver swap?
They driver swapped. Both All-Firm racing cars did. And that's one thing I have just noticed that sort of went missing in that Fury Simsport pit stop. They did go 12 laps. Max Leyden went 12 laps on that final stint, so maybe they've gotten to where they are right now, and now they want to try and make sure they don't lose too much ground as the pit stops come back to them later in the race. We'll see what William Foyle does in that car, but for the time being, Fury Simsport just 3 laps behind on pit strategy compared to the rest of the field, and not 4 laps.
Well, it certainly makes things a little bit more interesting, as the 96 and the 69 are still nose to tail out there on track. It's a question of, are they going to decide to invert the cars once again when they've figured out who's faster, or are we talking...
I think we did get an inversion in the pit stop there, to be fair. The 96 crew a couple seconds shorter on fuel, and that did put them ahead, so maybe that was part of the strategy. Put the 69 ahead and let the 96 fuel save. That speeds both of them up ultimately. Maybe they'll try that again this time, or maybe they'll do it the other way around.
Or maybe team orders are off the table for these two and they're just going to go full fight and see what happens. I certainly hope so. That makes things a little bit more interesting on our end. But one fight that hasn't let itself off, we saw the Enosis crew and the, what are they called? The Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle teams going at it earlier on in this race. And it's Ortiz on the back of Justin Clark once again, but Ortiz really slow off that second apex. And is it finally the chance for Alvarez to get by down into the Mulsanne chicane? Again, the speed of that Porsche 963 not giving Alvarez the opportunity. And he does decide to back out of it there, but Ortiz just goes a little bit wide through Mulsanne corner once again on those cold tires. Back in the slipstream is Alvarez as he goes to the inside yet again on that shorter run down towards Indianapolis, but we're just kind of sat waiting here for the 963's ultimate pace to kick in and really help Ortiz pull away at the end of the straight. And there it is, a couple of kilometers an hour difference at the top end. Actually, this time Ortiz is staying there. They're going to be side by side on the way into Indianapolis, and it's Ortiz on the inside and Alvarez around the outside. Both cars racing each other very respectfully as they both keep it within the white lines. Alvarez is going to make the position up finally as Ortiz is going to drop down into P6.
Yeah, and again, Focus Racing, they did manage to break away from this duo. This fight is going to hold them up a little bit, and now the gap, when you ignore the Backmark Racing car that we know is going to come in, it's about 2.5 seconds from Focus Racing to XPD. And maybe now the 7 cars looking ahead to try and close back into that Old Firm Racing duo that they obviously were spent so long falling away from in that 3-car fight in the previous stint. But actually, Backmark Racing Razzle Dazzle now getting past Focus Racing GTP, as I believe maybe a slowdown for the 7 car that they had to serve, and that's brought them right back in towards those cars. Now the gap's just under 2 seconds, and Backmark Racing, of course, low on fuel, warmed up tires, is ready to push and really needs to push at this phase of the stint. They've got, I think we're expecting 3 laps left in their stint. They're up to P5, but again, have a pit stop left to serve. And are 43 seconds off of Right to Engineering right now.
Yeah, so Hugo Prato did an excellent job to build a gap to the car, but the car's behind in the short amount of time he had in that car, but instantly undone by Fabio Salvatierra, who is now only 1.3 seconds clear of both of the cars behind him, Alvarez and Ortiz, who had just been battling last lap or so, and Alvarez now comfortably in the lead of that fighting pair. It's going to be worth keeping an eye on because this fight could close up relatively quickly. Alvarez, we know, has been struggling for straight line speed as we just watch the 2 Old Firm Racing cars that are still nose to tail down the Renault Dier. Definitely some fuel save strategy going on there, but the 69 car flashing on the headlights, looking to go by. They're going to be side by side on the way into the corner. The 96 car doesn't fight it, allows the 69 to cycle through. And this could be a little bit of fuel saving. This could be a little bit of, listen, I'm faster now. Let me go and see what we can do. I don't know. What's your money on, Liv?
I mean, I think that was very much not an intimidation flash. That was very much communication between the teams.
Yeah.
They have that agreed upon as that's the signal we make if we want to swap positions here. The 6-9 obviously very nicely they have to do it as that's very close racing between the Taylor Mills Racing 41 car and the Project Valorous number 50 coming through Mulsanne 2. The BMW staying ahead just a little bit, but under a lot of pressure from the Acura Juan Roldan as they head into Mulsanne corner here. And this is the battle that's about 10 seconds further back from what we were talking about with the Focus Racing SPD and Enosis cars, which again are starting to form back up into a 3-car pack. And they're now 13 seconds away from that organized Old Firm Racing duo, who are really using the 2-car team for huge advantage. Remember, they're running 2 different manufacturers there. It's Porsche now leading the Acura, and I think maybe they're using that straight line advantage we saw Roman Ortiz have in the Porsche to help out both cars here.
Yeah, but as this fight develops, both of these drivers fresh into the cars, 3 driver lineups for both of these, well, both of these vehicles, the Acura and the BMW. We know the BMW struggles a little bit on straight line speed. So Juan Roldan, if he wants to get a shift on, needs to get by that 41 car as quickly as possible so he can start to make his way up the road and close the gap to the cars in front. Ortiz is on his own a little bit there. No slipstream help. And it could be a target for Roldan as long as he can get on the tail of Rachel Concoli and move by. He's made up great ground through the Porsche curves. Can he get a good enough exit to maybe think about move into the Ford chicanes? Not quite. It's going to be as it was for now, but he's going to have a great opportunity coming down the Honnaudière in the slipstream of that BMW M Hybrid V8. Concoli just a little bit deep through the second apex, and back end steps out on the final corner of the circuit. This could be the opportunity Roldan was looking for as he pulls to the inside of the circuit, but will stay the inside for one and turn to the outside for turn two. Concoli just backs out of it, lets that Project Valorous car through as the 51 is going to jump on that as well, as the 41 car has to jump out of the way completely to avoid a collision.
And just looking a little bit further back, we were talking about SBD Racing GT3 and how they had to take that extended pit stop early in the cycle. Now the rest of the field of pit, we have a little bit of an idea of where they might be able to cycle out to with a little bit of fuel save, but they're still outside the top 10 here, running P13 in class, and they have to make a pit stop maybe sort of 5-6 laps before the rest of the field. So really rough running in the past hour or two for the 206 car, but there are still 9 hours left in this race to try and build that gap back up, and we know that that car has great pace. They were running at the front of the field until that incident.
Speaking of 9 hours to go, you've been watching the 12 hours of Le Mans with Taylor Mills and Olivia Hayward in the commentary box. We're going to step away for just a second and let you keep an eye on this battle for position in GT3 AM as we top up our foods, maybe get a little snacky snack, and get ourselves ready for the next 9 hours of this race. We'll be back very shortly. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans. We have just witnessed Marcel Beck going down the inside of the second Mulsanne chicane on Federico Colello. That is a fight that has been brewing since we stepped away. The 264 team race getter DE car has been on a little bit of a charge in the last few laps or so, dispatching of Marceau Williams relatively quickly and making his way slowly up to the back of Federico Colello. Colello, though, looking for a way to get back at Marcel Beck down into Mulsanne, but just backs out as the opportunity doesn't quite present itself. It's going to have another one as Beck goes very deep into Mulsanne corner. The Audi is going to get side by side on exit, and Beck is going to be all sorts of checked up and cannot build any speed and has to tuck back into the slipstream of that Audi R8 and look for another opportunity down into Indianapolis. But a mistake from Beck has left him vulnerable to Colello as Colello has retaken P2.
Yeah, and this is a hard charge from the 264 here. Gaining a few spots and now really try to go after that second place in class and start to close down that 28-second gap that RPM Racing has at the front of the field right now. Obviously, it's a long way, but we got 9 hours to make it happen. And with Marcel Beck in that car now after Kevin Lazar, of course, started for the 264 crew, very much looking to stamp the authority on this one. They are on a bit of a fuel-safe strategy, or at least they were at the start of this race. And they are looking to inside into Porsche cars, not quite brave enough to stick it there. Going to slot him behind for this, but then I'm sure he's going to look for the run on the Hunaudière next lap by. Try and focus on like doing it at Tetra Rouge now or stay close, or maybe force a mistake even before then. A slowdown here at Corvette corner can hand you a spot very easily. Both cars nice and tidy.
They're staying well out of the way of that Focus Racing Cadillac, who's being chased down by, I believe that is still the XPD Racing crew with Pablo Alvarez on board. Yes, it is, as Alvarez is going to get all sorts of blocks up behind this fight in GT3, as there's not really going to be an opportunity for Marcel Beck down into turn 2, as he's not close enough to make anything work. But we've seen how much time that Ferrari gains on the straight relative to the Audi, and look at him using all of the track on entry to turn 2. I've never seen a driver using that much of the curb on entry to that corner, as Beck just sat well in the slipstream of Colello at the moment and just biding his time once again and waiting for the opportunity to get through. It was on the Hunaudière last lap. He's going to be on the Hunaudière if he goes for it again. So he's within 0.2 of a second. We've seen cars gain that much on most of the laps so far, so keep an eye on this if you can, as they both move over to the crest in the middle of the circuit. Not quite yet, as there's a couple of GTPs going by. It's going to be Roman Ortiz and Juan Roldan, who we watched get past the number 41 of Rachel Concoli only a few laps to go, as Beck moves to the outside of the circuit. They're going to be nearly side by side on entry to that second Mulsanne chicane. Beck thinks better of it. Colello gets to move over back to the racing line as they both enter the corner, nose to tail, line astern, as Beck looks to set it up again.
It's interesting that the look there was to the outside of the track, coming into the first chicane, maybe being a bit patient either, to try and save a little bit extra fuel, maybe a little bit short of their number for this stint, or maybe knowing that the Trevor car was behind at that first chicane, can be ahead in the second one. Now Marcel Beck goes to the inside line on that left-hand side, and Federico Colello has nothing to do but step back out and go for the run on the exit of the chain, and might have a little bit of a chance here. Not the tidiest through there for race getter DE, but Marcel Beck is gonna have the advantage, and I'm sure he'll be able to defend on the inside heading into Mulsanne corner. unless Kalelo can dive there earlier, try to stay on the crowd of the road for as long as possible. Now Kalelo goes to the outside, can't make anything happen. And I think Marcel Beck might have this one completed for second place in GT3.
Unless he goes a little bit wide through Mulsanne corner, it does look like move is going to be done for Beck. He's done a great job to recover from going wide at Mulsanne corner last lap. And Federico Kalelo just has to sit in the slipstream for now and see if he can get by later on in the lap. Of course, another opportunity, overtaking opportunity coming down here at Indianapolis. Look at the speed that Audi R8's managing to build on that run down to Indy. He's going to back out of it. These two being very patient and respectful to each other and not really going for any silly dives. I think it's probably helpful to both of them that they've been swapping positions back and forth for the last lap or so, as there's really no opportunity for that patience meter on either of them to drain and really start to show any aggression.
Yeah, the gap 0.4 of a second here. The 264 now to be able to lead into the Porsche curves, and we'll see if maybe they're able to pull away a little bit and sort of get done with this fighting and start to chase down the 210, who's currently coming across the start-finish line almost into the Ford chicanes. So that's the gap they have to try and make up as a duo here, but it's so, it's still plenty of time left in the race, and that's wide though.
Olivia, foreshadowing is a literary device that you use to set exactly this up. It should be a slowdown for Team RaceGator then.
It is
very
slowdown.
wide on the exit of the Corvette chicane. Corvette corner. Expect them to... Ooh, are they going to try and be really cheeky and bleed that in the first sector? Of course, you do have about 30 seconds to clear a slowdown. So let's see what Team RaceGator do here. How much are they going to have to back off the entry to turn 2? Looks like they're pushing just as much as they were. Did they both get a slowdown at Corvette there, Liv?
I'm not sure. It was a little bit wide for the 241, but
whilst this is
nowhere
happening,
near to the extent.
Just quickly for P7 in GTP, Juan Roldan and Roman Ortiz are side by side on the run down to the first chicane. Roldan on the outside, Ortiz on the inside, backs out of it and thinks better of it. Ortiz, we've seen, has fantastic straight line speed, but wasn't able to hold on against Juan Roldan, who has already managed to pull 9 seconds on Rachel Concoli, a car that he passed only 4-5 laps ago or so. So a great job to get that gap closed down, get that position made up. And now he's got his eyes up the road, 7.3 seconds off the back of Pablo Alvarez. And I'll tell you what, the 50 crew are recovering brilliantly.
Yeah, further back though, big incident for XPD Racing GT3. That car that's had such a rough second phase to the race after, of course, leading quite a bit or being at a front pack in the early running, has now had another incident with a GTP car in one of the Mulsanne chicanes, and has picked up a little bit of damage this time on the front end, it looks like. They're going to have to battle with again and maybe take another extended stop to repair.
As their day keeps going from bad to worse to worse to worsest to even worser.
Those are all words.
I mean, all words are made up is what I'm getting at. Federico Kalelo then still keeping the pressure on the back of Marcel Beck. I'll tell you what, considering how fast Beck's been going and how much he's been chunking the gap down to everyone around him, except really Tom Cichetto at the moment, Kalelo's doing a really good job to just hang on to the back of that Ferrari at the moment in that Audi, which is obviously the best sounding car in probably the entire field of cars we have out here on track today. And it's that thing we talk about so often, as Beck misses the apex of Mulsanne corner yet again. That turn becoming a bit of a bogey corner for the Team RaceGator driver. But yeah, Kalelo just taking advantage of that slipstream to increase his pace and just hang on to the coattails of that 296, and getting dragged along a little bit. He's going to save just a little touch of fuel as Beck's going to defend to the inside a little bit. As Kalelo just really isn't looking for a way by. I think he's just taking advantage of the slipstream and going faster. There's, oh goodness me, look at the marbles that have developed on the outside of Indy there. All of a sudden.
Things have gone even worse for XBD Racing. They had to come down pit lane to take those repairs immediately, just one lap into their next stint.
Did they
And
speed
that's not pit speed, it's an unsafe entry. They cut the pit chicane and have gotten themselves a black flag they'll have to serve to extend this stop even further than it already would have been.
Unfortunate. Also,
it's so important for this crew that despite all of the difficulties, they keep it out on track and make sure they get to the finish of this race. As long as they finish under their own power and within 15% of the leader, they're still going to have a chance in the championship fight heading into Fuji. If they retire from this race and don't score points, and RPM Racing win, that's all she wrote. That would be SPD Racing out of the championship fight and maybe locked up for RPM Racing if they could not find a challenge from SimRace Sweden Esports Pro, who is definitely on the back foot here after registering, I believe, the wrong team and being forced to start from back of the grid.
It is the worst race ever for XPD Racing, who were looking so strong at the start of this event, having led some of the laps and fighting for positions, try and hold on against RPM Racing. They were in that crew at the start of this race who were inside the top 3 and really putting on a show to try and hold on to that position, but then crashed out of the lead later on, which really is what allowed RPM Racing, that Lamborghini, to get back in position. And really from then, the Huracan GT3 team just haven't looked back.
Yeah, no, it's been a great showing from RPM Racing so far. Again, they've been at the sharp end of the championship for a reason. They've sort of been having those good results all season. They came out with a podium last time out at Watkins Glen. After the fuel save strategy from XPD Racing, and won at the Algarve. It's been sort of trading back and forth between the two teams, and it looks like this is going to be returned to make it 2 wins each for RPM Racing as things stand, and XPD definitely not looking to make it 3-1 in that regard.
But such is racing. We see this sort of thing all the time. You can be quick, you can be fast, you can be dominant, but at the end of the day, you have to string the race together. You can't just rely on absolute pace, especially in a multi-class series when there's other cars around you that are faster than you that want to get by. They can force errors. They can hit you for once, or they can force errors, panic around them. But even then, it's not really an issue that XPD Racing have had. They just sort of tripped over their own shoelaces in this race, and it's put them so out of position to really fight this championship. And it's gotta suck, because when the only person that you can blame is yourself and there's no mitigating circumstances, it just feels absolutely horrible, especially when you're the driver in the car that's made that mistake that limits the result that the team are going to be able to get from the race. I don't know, I don't think there's any worse feeling than letting your team down.
Yeah, and at this point, with those 2 additional pit stops they've had to make, they are now more than a lap down from our GT3 leader. And with a lap this long, that really is saying something. Of course, they had those incidents to give them damage that needed to be fixed, but a lot of it's also those decisions, those tactical strategies on pit road, choosing to not take the repairs in that second stop when the car was ailing so significantly, and then of course that mistake on pit entry that's given them an additional penalty. That was a 1 minute 41 pit stop time to fix the front end and serve penalty, and to maybe take 1 extra lap of fuel to top the tank back up. It's
30 seconds longer than any other car.
Yeah, and they don't even get a full tank out of it. It's a really brutal spot for them to be in. But the only option they have at this point, if they want to try and keep in touch in the championship, is to just keep turning laps and see what happens ahead, because ultimately a mistake from Tom Tichetto or from Charlie Nilsson could turn the entire championship fight back on its head, and suddenly we're heading to Fuji and things are a lot closer indeed.
That's the thing. Cheto has been almost flawless in this championship so far, as I'm just keeping an eye on the fringes of the top 10 in GTP. A fight has come up between the 30 crew, who have just pitted, and the number 13 Rolling Goat team of Roman UCL, who's right under the rear wing of the other Acura and looking for a way by. William Foyle, who is only a lap or so out of the pit lane, is hanging on for now, but with a lot of extra weight in the car, it's going to be difficult for him to try and hold on. But I think Roman UCL and the team know that they don't need to pass William Foyle. All they need to do is just sit behind, save a little bit of fuel, and wait a couple of laps before they even think about looking down pit lane. Of course, there are 2 cars off cycle with everyone else in this GTP field. The Fury Simsport team a lap or 2 shorter than the rest of the GTPs. And then you've got the Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle squad, who have been going a lap longer than everyone else on that 13-lap stint. Because every other GTP in the field is doing 12-lap stints. At the moment, it's difficult to get the fuel save that you need without losing so much time. And so it becomes not worth it. And then it's just a case of making sure you refuel exactly. There's this thing we do on our end where we get everyone's fuel number for whatever stint they run in all different weather conditions. And we literally calculate exactly how much fuel everyone needs to get to the end of the stint, because we talked about it earlier, how everyone burns fuel at a different rate due to different driving styles. For example, I'll burn more than Alex or Neil because I brake a lot later than they do. They do the old, well, they do the old sort of regen braking style of the LMP1s, but not to the same extent. Their sim racing setups sort of limit how consistently they can get to that 100% brake pressure, which I'm sure you can relate to on that one, Liv.
Just a little bit.
So it's sort of the way that us 3 have learned to drive these new cars. So because they're spending so much less time on throttle, you'd think it's not much, maybe 10 meters difference in braking, but it really adds up over the course of a lap, especially at Le Mans, where those 10 meters, I don't know, it's a lot of time. And I think the different ways we apply the throttle as well helps increase that fuel burn. But getting sidetracked, back to my point, for a track like Le Mans, it is really important to literally take a note of exactly how much fuel everyone burns so that you can fuel up to the exact right amount. Like, you'll find that in some cases we're only refueling to about 87 liters or so, because you just don't need that extra 2 liters of fuel. And even if you carried that extra 2 liters of fuel, you'd only ever put in the same amount that you'd used on the stint anyway, and then you're just carrying around 2 liters of fuel extra for absolutely no reason.
It's just ballast.
Yeah.
I do have bad news.
Unstrung weight, by the way.
For anyone who was watching that Backmarker Racing Razzle Dazzle strategy and hoping for a big gain from them. Big incident in the Porsche curves is going to bring them down pit lane, back on cycle with everyone else, and more importantly, to fit some significant damage that's been added to that Porsche 963. We'll see if we can get a replay spooled up here. This is a Corvette corner. That's after the initial contact. The car just not really having any turning to the left.
That is toe in on the front right corner.
Yeah, not how you prefer to set these up, I think.
That made me giggle a little bit, I can't lie. Was it contact? But oh wait, they were already slow. Ooh.
Yeah.
There it is. Yeah, that'll do it.
To talk us through this one, how does this sort of mistake happen as you're driving the car?
He's throwing it down the inside of the GT, which is fine, but just outbraked himself way too much. And the left rear tire is fully loaded when you're going through a fast right-hander like that, because you're on throttle and turning right. If you're just turning right, it loads the front left. If you're on throttle as well, it loads the rear left. And what's happened there is all the weight of the car is shifted onto that rear left corner. And on tarmac, that's fine. The left rear tire likes it when it's touching tarmac and it's loaded. However, the second you stick that tire on a loose surface like gravel, you lose all traction you've got. That is the corner that was supporting the car through that corner, and then it's gone. Car spins round because the fronts now have loads of grip and pull the car around to the right. And then just like that, you're in a wall and there's nothing you can do about it. Because you've got to remember, when you're driving a car, it is the biggest thing is that weight shift across all four corners and how each car is, how the car's managing the load across all four tires as the GTP field do come down pit lane. And it's all about grip balance. Like you've got your mechanical grip, you've got your center of downforce, often called the center of pressure, which is the same difference. And they're not often the same, and they are susceptible to massive shifts, especially if you drop a wheel onto a slippery surface. The second that loaded tire gets onto gravel, you think you're basically minusing a load of weight off the back of that car, and then making the front just so much grippier relative to the rear end. Because under normal circumstances, the rear's sort of resisting the rotation that the front is trying to do, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
But then the second you lose that grip, the front has all of a sudden got so much more grip compared to the rear that the car's just like, oh, I could do that now, and it turns, and then boom, just like that, you're in a wall, and there's nothing you can do about it. I mean, you could have taken the corner with a little bit less speed and not touched the slippery surface, but speaking purely from perspectives of vehicle dynamics, that's it. That's the crack. I went to university for motorsport engineering, just in case you didn't know.
It shows. That's some great knowledge.
I dropped out.
Oh. Well, it'll be the 24 dropping out of contention in this race.
Ooh,
as
nice.
a few driver swaps come through in the GTP class at the end of lap number 60. Again, Fury Simsport re-inherit second place on their strategies. Again, they've now switched to 12-lap stints with William Foyle in the car as well.
And lost a lot of time.
Already 3 laps down. 3 laps behind in terms of strategy compared to the rest of the field, and they're not gaining any of that back with running 12 laps. They have to go onto the strategy the 24 was running and run 13s. But no other team has been capable of doing that so far while holding pace, and so I think this is just where their strategy lies for the rest of this one. As there was also an incident, as we were looking in detail at that GTP incident, there was a spin for the 264, who we'd seen make that charge up to P2. It lost them a few seconds and put them back behind Federico Calelo in the Pandemonium Esports Sinlap Gold car. And now just out 35 seconds off Tom Tichetto in the RPM Racing car, who has sort of remained steadfast in that Lamborghini. And as mistakes happen behind, the gap just extends that little bit further.
And again, they just haven't really had to think about how they run their race, apart from that one slowdown, those two slowdowns, sorry, at the start, which I think dropped them. No, I'm thinking of the Corvette. I know that dropped down to P7, but they dropped down the order as well, just not as far off the podium. And they've done so well to just be like, right, okay, we know we've got the pace. It's just a case of turning laps, doing our bit, and seeing where we end up. And if you can relieve that pressure off yourself and not worry so much about hitting the lap times, doing the thing, blah, 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 it can just make it so much easier to actually hit the lap times. Like, the one thing, well, you know, Liv, the one thing that I always tell everybody when we're in a race, you get your practice in, you get your seat time in, you do what you can do in practice, and you leave it at that. Then you go into the race, and the last thing you want to do is start doing something different, because you'll find that as people are in a racing situation, they'll notice that perhaps drivers around them are a little bit quicker in places, and they're like, oh, right, okay, how can I go that fast? And that is the worst thing you can do when you're in the car. All you need to do is get in and do exactly what you're capable of, and not try and push and not try and find more time, unless it's like a properly desperate situation. But you're going to find more pure race time over the course of, well, in this case, 12 hours, by just getting in and doing what you know you can, because that's where the consistency comes from. And that's exactly what RPM Racing have done. Everyone's just got in, done their job, chilled out, relaxed, driven the car how they know how to drive it, and just ticks the laps off. And that's how they end up in the position they're in. It's the thing that you'd have expected XPD Racing to do when they were in the lead of the race so comfortably, but there come times when you can get a little bit distracted by trying to chase the delta or trying to chase a fuel number or whatever that can sort of distract you from what you're supposed to be doing. And it's then so difficult to get back into that rhythm. And as we know in endurance racing, it's all about finding the groove, getting in that groove and just sitting in it for 2 hours and not trying to do anything special. And again, that's how the most successful teams rise to the top. It's why we've got Reiter, who are leading so dominantly in GTP. So I've got RPM, who are leading so dominantly in GT3. HWT Motorsport are now in a really, really comfortable position at the front of GT3M. And again, the reason it's always those guys at the top is because they just get in and do their job. It's that simple.
Yeah, when
just don't be depressed.
When the field is spread out as it is here, ultimately, no matter how fast you run or how slow you run, if no one hits anything, you can only
hang on, though. We have got a fight going on here.
A couple of spots. We do have a fight going on here. Yeah.
Please take it away.
Racing XBD. XBD on the inside gonna take the advantage here, but we often see this run a little bit deep. Ooh, a little bit of a rear end step out coming through the exit as well. I think maybe enough to defend this into the second chicane, but Focus Racing is going to be looking for a response here. It is for P5 in the overall classification and does go to the inside. A huge head of steam for that Cadillac and is clear well before the braking zone. Is that a slowdown maybe to be solved?
I think that to me feels like a little bit of maybe Luis Martinez used the tap mode to try and make the position up on Fabio Salvatierra, but then obviously didn't have enough battery in the tank to be quick down that second part of the straight. And
yeah, actually still falling away in the draft here, look.
Battery management is something that you can play with a little bit in these cars. It's not really an optimization that you need to do to be super quick as Salvatierra goes very deep into Mulsanne corner, and they're going to be side by side once again. So let's see what sort of straight line speed Salvatierra is going to have relative to Luis Martinez. They're going to split a little bit of traffic once again. We've seen this so often, and it feels like it's usually so rare. Martinez and Salvatierra very much almost identical on top end speed, but that Cadillac looking like it's just got a little bit more behind it. 2 more cylinders, 2 less turbochargers, and it does retake the position. Great little bit of recovery from that car on the exit of Mulsanne to hold on to the position. And yeah, I think Luis Martinez just used a little bit too much hybrid, but to finish a point on that one, it's not something, the hybrid isn't something you need to manage to go fast. This isn't the LMP1. You don't have a boost button that you manually deploy the hybrid with, and you take a couple of percentages off each straight to play around with it. You can just set it to balanced and go car zoom, and that's fine. That's great. You're still going to find loads of time with that because it's more about how you slow the cars down, turn it into the corner to get on throttle where you find your pace. But when you're in a fight and you're managing traffic, you can just, oh, that's going to be a slowdown for Salvatierra actually, but you can just stick it into what's it called? It's on the tip of my tongue.
Attack?
Build. Yeah, you stick it into build whilst you're in traffic, knowing, like, I mean, it's a little bit more difficult to do at Le Mans, but you could probably get away with doing it up towards the Porsche curves or up down towards turn 2. Just in places where you know that even if you're a little bit slower, it is very unlikely that the car that you're fighting is able to squeeze through in traffic. It's usually a lot more effective at a track like Mosport, where that middle sector, you just don't really need any hybrid deployment. But just giving yourself what usually ends up being 3, 4, 5 more % to play with how slow it actually deploys the SOC in this car. We're talking about, it's something like 180 kilowatts of regen and only 50 kilowatts of deploy. So you are regenning more than you're deploying. It's the whole point, is it's supposed to be a fuel saving thing, but we'll gloss over that one. That's not a conversation for just yet. But because of how slowly it deploys and how quickly you regen, you can very easily build up, the word would be credit, right?
Yeah.
Or debit. What's the one where if you have, where you pay heating bills and you don't use your heating over the summer, so you get in, I want to say you're getting debit because you're not using as much. So you get in debit basically for where you should be over the course of the lap. And then it can tactically give you extra bits of pace where you actually need it. So when you're going for an overtake, when you're going for, when you're defending, whatever you need to do. And you don't even need to go into attack to do that. You just stick it in balance. It'll basically act like attack. But of course, if you go into attack, it'll just deploy to 0. And then you've got to really start to play with the dials to get that back on track.
Just hopping in here, we see up ahead. This is from the Old Firm Racing orange car. Oh! A bit of a late move from Fury Simsport ahead as the Old Firm Racing yellow car tries to sweep around into Indianapolis. Manages to make the move, but that was very much a sketchy moment as I think the Fury Simsport car saw an apex, that little kink on the straight, and tried to take the shortest line as the Old Firm Racing yellow car was trying to sneak through in that spot. That has separated the 2 Old Firm Racing cars now, though, and now it's up to Randy Martin and Mateos to try and follow through and keep those 2 connected, because they've been working so well together as a duo. It's got to try and squeeze through that GT3. That's the Octus Racing team car that's running P4.
That was beautiful.
That was beautiful. That's so tight racing.
I love that.
As much as they want to get around William Foy and the Fury Simsport car, if only one of them can make that move, that really hands the 96 crew and Randy Martin and Mateos out to dry a little bit. So they've got to now try and engineer that pass to get the sister car back around and onto the back of Julian Joy in the 69, and then continue the strategy that's been working so well for them all race long.
I mean, there's got to be points where the teamwork starts to not work, and there's not much that the 69 crew can do here to get the 96 back with William Foyle. We've seen how quick the 963s have been on the straights all day today, and the Acuras have just been struggling relatively. We know they had a little bit of a nerf in the most recent BOP update and lost a little bit of that engine power. We're just moving the camera around a little bit to have a look.
Both cars a little bit wide. Did they get away with that? Yes, they did.
Just about, yeah. Carmen just playing with the cameras a little bit to show us the virtual face of Randy Martin y Mateos. So hello, Randy. Good to see you. Sat within the slipstream, though, of the 30 crew ahead. William Foyle just not really had the pace to keep up with the sort of speed that Writer Engineering and everyone else around him has been doing in this double stint so far, I want to say.
Yeah, and remember, this is them now having to run 12-lap stints. After in the opening they were running so quickly but only making it 11 laps on fuel. I think we're starting to see that they're having to adapt to the strategy of the rest of the field, but the car just doesn't really want to do it for them. And you see, and Randy has a little bit of a run here, might try and have a look into the second bullseye chain, does pull to the inside, but can't quite get alongside to make the move happen. It's going to pressure the car ahead, though. That's going to be a slow exit.
Look at that.
And it's going to be side by side. Now is when you want to be on the radio to the 69 car and say, pull to the left. What are you doing? This is... Please.
There you go. Finally, Julian. You were given the wrong car slipstream there, buddy. But
it's going to be side by side, and Randy is going to be able to clear. And now the gap's 7 tenths ahead. That's going to be a nice little amount of slipstream. But obviously, Fury Simsport much closer is going to have a slight top-end advantage if they want to try and drag back through, or if they want to try and let this team ahead of them do a lot of the hard work and maybe make that fuel save strategy a little bit easier for them. There's a run here for the 30. They've been aggressive so far. They're going to look to the inside, but it's going to switch to the outside and knows the move's going to be difficult to make. Sits behind into Indianapolis, but the 96 a little bit deep. Carries the momentum. Now there's a GT3 ahead that will hold up Julian Joy just a touch. And I think this might be this battle all said and done for the time being.
So I want to give a little bit of credit to Old Firm Racing here, because even during this fighting, they've maintained the gap to Writer Engineering. They are on the same strategy as that outfit and are actually going pretty quick right now. It was 28 seconds between Fury and Writer before the overtake happened, and actually they've just closed down within 26 seconds. I think the one crew just dealing with a little bit of traffic coming through that final sector to drop that gap to 26 seconds. So yeah, you said it yourself, Liv. Old Firm Racing are working very, very well together right now, as the 96 is going to get held up a little bit behind one of the Ferrari 296 GT3s here. And it is now a case of they really need to just crack on, do their job and close that gap as the GT3 pit cycle has opened itself up.
But of course, that little bit of traffic has now built the gap between the two cars to about 2 seconds. Obviously, there's traffic ahead in this opening section that could bring things back in. But if you're the 69 crew, are you getting told maybe knock it into build for a little bit? And is it worth giving up that time that you've gained to the number 1 car to try and get connected again and bring the 96 with you? Is there time to be gained from having that duo that's worth those 2 seconds? Or is this where the 69 car goes, this is the time to continue the push forwards and the 96 can fend off the 30 by themselves?
Is that a rhetorical question?
I have no idea.
Well, from my perspective, absolutely not. Julian Joy needs to just go now. It is a case of get on the loud pedal, keep it in balance, big push, close that gap. I don't think there's much advantage they're going to have from having the 96 car with them at this stage in the race, and it isn't worth losing that 2 seconds of lap time, because realistically, stick it in build, start to build some hybrid up. You're gonna lose those 2 seconds as William Ford's got a great run on Randy Martini-Mateus and pulls to the inside of the second chicane. They're going to be side by side on entry once again as Martini-Mateus just doesn't fight that very hard. Make sure he gets himself set up for the corner. But even then, Foyle's had a great run through the second and third apexes of that turn and managed to nail his exit. But the 96 car is going to have the advantage in the slipstream on the way down to Mulsanne Corner and then all the way down to Indianapolis. So it may only be a matter of time before these two are side by side yet again. But that 2 seconds of lap time you're going to lose isn't going to be lost from the 96 catching you. It's going to be lost from the car in front and from you just dropping back to the cars behind. And if you've got a bit of momentum to start moving forward, you want to keep a hold of that, because there's no rhyme or reason to just lose lap time like that. Like, you've done a little bit you can to hold it together, and maybe these two will get back together later on in the race as, you know, traffic cycles, pit stop, whatever. And you don't really want to give Fury that opportunity to get back through into second place, because you are fighting for the podium spots and you can't risk the lead car's position just to help out the car that's behind. That is a very, it's a bit silly to do, to be honest.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and yeah, especially with how hard Fury Simsport are fighting to try and stay in this battle. There's no guarantees that you'd be able to get anything out of it. So I think for the time being, it is going to be full steam ahead for Julian Joy. With the track maybe looking a little bit darker than he's been used to over the past few sections, with those headlights being a bit further away. But ultimately, the goal is to try and say something about what Jan Kurbs and Nicholas Deschner are doing at the front of the field right now. The gap they've pulled has been incredible, and we've seen this pace from them all season. But ultimately, the problem that they've had hasn't been their pace, it's been staying out of trouble. We're approaching the 4-hour mark in the next few minutes' time, but that's only 1/3 of the race covered, and for Writer Engineering, the real challenge this season has been to get from lights to flag without any problems. And I'm sure these teams behind are looking at this, especially the Old Firm Racing cars, which took the opening win on the season for the 96 crew, and saying that this really, with one mistake from the one crew, could be the battle for the win.
And that's it. That's always how you've got to think about well, you can't think about them like that the entire time. You have to work for the position that you're in. You don't sort of look up the road and be like, right, how do we get there? Okay, no, realistically you do. You think, how can we get there? See if there's anything you can do differently without really changing what you're doing. I know that's a really complicated thing, but that's like changing up the strategy a little bit. Do you go more aggressive? Do you fuel save? How do you approach traffic? Do you do that a little bit differently to try and gain the time? But right now, Old Firm Racing just don't need to do anything different. They are just purely catching the back of the one crew, and they're doing a great job of it. Just this late race pace from this crew have been really, really good, and they're also dragging the 96 along with them, even though there's still a little bit of a gap between them. But we're seeing how changing conditions and track temp, air temp, affect how these cars race relative to each other, and it's just looking like the Porsche's taking a little bit of a step up in these much colder conditions. Pit stop cycle then coming to an end for the GT3s as Fury Simsport GT3 come down the pit lane. Everybody else just settling into a little bit of a rhythm there, 5 or so laps into their stint. This is the squad that haven't really had a brilliant experience so far out there on track, getting into a couple of incidents, and just the pace has been there, but the luck sort of hasn't for them, unfortunately. But up at the front of the field in GTP, you have Jan Kurbs, who is currently leading the way, an absolutely dominant race from Writer Engineering so far. Very slowly being hunted down by Old Firm Racing, that 69 crew on board the Porsche 963. A great turn of pace for them in the last hour or so. Behind them, though, the Fury Simsport GTP squad of William Foyle, who have been on that alternate strategy, but unhappy with that, have decided to start going for those 12-lap stints. And just at the moment, holding off the sister Old Firm Racing car, the 96 crew with Randy Martini Mateos, that's one of the GT3s going for a bit of a spin in the background there, with your pole sitter Focus Racing GTP currently down only in P5, slowly recovering from their disastrous first couple of hours. In GT3 Pro, we have RPM Racing leading the way, who were on pole position for this race, dropping back early, but making their way back forward by keeping their noses very, very clean so far. Ivan Iberra's had them under a little bit of pressure at the front of the field. The 241 squad now 33 seconds back later on in this race, with Kevin Lazar 8.6 seconds behind them on the road.
And if I can
with your motorsport
real quick,
of course.
Fury Simsport GT3 was running P4 just behind that trio, but on their outlap had a big incident that sent them back to the pits for repairs. So that has knocked them well out of contention and down into the clutches of the rest of the field. It's still stationary after 2 minutes of repairs so far, and still not being allowed to return to the track by iRacing Race Control. So that is a huge blow to their chances from a position in the top 5.
And to continue the run down the grid, Lithium Motorsports Pro are rounding out P4 in GT3 Pro, with Octopus Racing Team 5 seconds off the back of them, but you know, things can change and those gaps can close up. In GT3M, it's HWT Motorsport that lead the way with Alex Pilbeam still on board. And then 2 cars or so behind is the DDK by Eagle Speed Academy car that have been in the wars a little bit, still up in P2, with the Slippers Racing Team squad of Drew Glover on board at the moment, P3 on that AM podium. Smurf Racing Team are down in P4 with the Lithium Motorsport AM car in P5. So almost mirroring their sister team right now, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, so top in the middle of that, but that was a big sort of story in the GT3 Pro standings, and really, again, we've been focused so much on the Fury Simsport GTP entry, who's just a little bit of a stretch dispatch, but still, it's been a great race for the team so far up until that point. But it's that braking zone of Indianapolis once again catching out the GT3 cars on cold tires. You're just trying to carry so much speed while also starting to get on the brakes, and it can just unsettle the rear end of the car so suddenly and send it overtaking the front and into that right side barrier.
And it feels absolutely horrible when that happens, because there's genuinely nothing you can do about it. Again, it's one of those side effects of having the tire model on these cars that we do, that when they flash heat, they just offer absolutely zero relative grip. And you can try and catch it, but usually you just end up snapping in the complete opposite direction. It takes a to say the least, it takes a lot of seat time. Oh, actually, we may see a change of position in GTP as William Foyle got very checked up by a GT3 on the exit of the Porsche curves, and it's just going to allow Randy Martini-Mateos to slide by with absolutely zero effort to retake P2 as he almost loses the back end on that second to last corner on the track. But back up into P3 he goes, 3.5 seconds behind his teammate. Can the 96 crew get on the back of the 69 squad and really start to make that teamwork happen again? What a move.
Yeah, I mean, it's just those sort of moments where an opportunity presents itself, and it was brave to sort of take that line and go for the overtake, but you're rarely going to get an opportunity that good. Here's maybe the fight back as the car, a GT3, checked both of them up, but not really given an advantage to one over the other. Gaps just under 4/10 coming onto the Mulsanne out of Tête Rouge, and William Foyle might be able to draft back through, but it's going to take both chicanes, I'd say, to get the move done. Gaps now within 3/10, but we're about to hit the braking zone for that first chicane. A little look to the inside view to spot the marker, not really to try and force a move, and now it's a question of what can the exit be. A little bit deep for them both, I'd say, but ultimately, Pearson Sport gains a 10th on that first section, holds on to that through the first chicane. So now could be an opportunity for a move into the second, or maybe into Mulsanne corner at the end of the straight.
Yeah, Mulsanne corner, probably the better spot to try and take advantage of that slipstream, but Foyle's just going to have a peek to the inside, let Randy Martini-Mateos know that he's there, and just play distraction a little bit, get the car in front, mirror drive in a touch. He's going to have to pass through a little fighting pack here. That's Pedro Monteiro and Paolo Tagliolini, who've just been in a little bit of a fight, as the fight is going to continue. As Foyle just not really playing the games of Martini-Mateos pulling to the inside to break the slipstream, stays on his own line, knowing that he's in absolutely no rush to make this move work. Very early turning from William Foyle compared to the 96 car. It's not really improved his exit too much, as we have this long run once again down towards Indianapolis. Is there going to be an opportunity to make this move stick through the kink into the hard braking zone? The speed's coming, Foyle gaining, pulls to the outside. It's going to become the inside for the sharp left-hander. Through the kink, both of them go. The 96 crew backs out, and the 30 retakes third in class.
A brave move from William Foyle there. One of many that we've seen so far, to just hold that position on the outside and to keep it stuck on the apex of Indianapolis. I know this one isn't done, and the 96 crew want to be back past, but what this is doing is it's just costing them buckets of time to the cars ahead. There's a little bit of a flash on the headlights of frustration from Randy Martini-Mateos, just saying, why are we doing this? And I'm sure the response from William is, well, we're racing. This is for a podium spot. I'm not going to give this up easily. So a little bit further back, though, Strumenti made the move on IS Corsa there. Pedro Monteiro are now running the P7 and try to chase down that top six pack. Remember, this team started fourth before an early penalty dropped them to the back of the field. But a great recovery drive from them so far. Still in 8 hours to go to try and improve that even further and get back into the top 5 where they started. Octopus Racing team up 10 spots to P5 in class as this battle streaks by them. That's Old Firm Racing Orange again trailing the Pure Sim Sport number 30 of William Foyle. And once again, I think there's going to be an attempt at a move on the long back straightaway here.
So then, with just over 4 hours on the clock, we've just seen a move for P3 in class. This fight will continue whilst we step away for just a moment to once again top up our fluids and, well, you'd give a car a service, but that's not what's happening here. Gonna get some water, coffee, tea, as you know the drill, as we'll just take a break from commentary for a short moment here just as we start hour 4. On lap 69.
Hour 5.
Hour 5, sorry. Complete hour 4 on lap 69 of the 12 hours of Le Mans.
Nice.
Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans, very matter-of-factly. Just following with Alex Pilbeam, who has been comfortably in the lead of GT3 AM for most of this race so far, I'd say. He came under a little bit of pressure.
Season, I'd say.
Well, yeah, most of the season. Came under a little bit of pressure earlier on, but all that pressure seems to have dissipated a little bit. The only car that he's really got for company at the moment is the Rubis Gas by NGC GT3 entry of Artur Lorio.
One of those.
I think it's Lorio. We're going to go for Lorio.
Artur Lorio, maybe.
Yeah. So it's not really a car that they're fighting for position. They don't get extra points for finishing in front of them, but yeah, they want to keep a little bit of a buffer between them and Cohen van der Vosteen, who's just a little bit down the field, down in 13th in class. But Liv, I think this would be a good point in the race to bring up, as the GTPs come in to start their pit stop cycle, to bring up the events of yesterday within the iRacing community. We've touched upon it a couple of times so far, but obviously the dev blog came out.
I'd say it was in the Discord. This unit's 3 hours covered.
Yeah. So I think the biggest thing, one of the biggest things to come out of that was, of course, we're finally getting the new gen supercars, which I'm sure a lot of people will be excited about. It's a shame we didn't have it for the Bathurst 1000, but it's certainly exciting for those who are into that sort of thing.
Yeah, and what I'm excited to find out is, ever since the Tempest update added rain to iRacing, every new car that's been added to the service has come with rain tyres. Well, not pre-equipped, but in the pit stall, ready to use.
You can have it, yeah.
Exactly. And I am wondering whether that will hold true for the supercars as well, because that would be a whole lot of fun. And I do know that there was a desire earlier in the year for when we ran a charity race here at Le Mans for 24 hours. There was a suggestion of a Garage 56 entry of something. The supercar was a possibility, but then when rain became available, the decision was made that we should probably have the possibility of rain, not that we got any rain.
Which I'm so thankful for.
But yeah, I think if we get Gen 3 supercars, maybe that could be a fun little thing to maybe throw into some races every now and then. It's not. Listen, I'm sure PEC will say no, and hopefully
for a charity race.
For a charity race, why not? If it gets rain, which those cars do get rain tires, and so I would certainly hope.
Yeah, they 100% are coming with rain tires. If they don't, it would be, oh my goodness gracious, there will be outrage.
Speaking of the number 1 car, you know, our race leader. You know how we said they've struggled to put a race together all season? Oh, goodness gracious me, if they got a black flag. They've got a meatball. They had an incident at the first Mulsanne chicane a few moments ago. There is, oh, goodness me, yeah, that car does not Jan look Curbs stopped out the car, and it's the outlap for John Michael Dinnigan. First lap in the car, and has immediately made a mistake. It wasn't even an incident with another car, he just loses it on the brakes. Touches the inside curve. I don't know if we will get a replay of it, but just touches the inside curve in the middle of the chicane, and smacks it into the tire barrier on the outside of the corner. And if that's suspension damage, like it normally is, here comes the replay. By the way, that's just the car coming out of the pit lane and out onto the road. So we'll follow it through for just a minute and take you down to the incident. So John Michael Dinnigan, who is in the car for the first time for Writer Engineering, pretty much straight up to speed, very aggressive through that first chicane, trusting what should be an apparent lack of grip in that car on cold tires. That one's certainly coming to bite him later on in the race. Through those chicanes he comes down towards Tete Rouge as he blinks out of this dimension for a second there, as we wait to recapture him. Oh, he's back and then went away again. He's dematerializing. He's driving a TARDIS. Well, I'm hoping they can time travel through this repair.
Here we go. This should be it. So coming up to the braking zone, gets it all stopped and tucked in as normal, but it's that second apex.
It just doesn't want to turn in that first chain. The front end just isn't responding.
It's cold tires, and he just completely overestimates the amount of grip that he has. And
so, yeah, it's basically going way too shallow on the way through that first section and ends up tight on the second bit, can't get it slowed down. And I mean, we did say that it was one of the problems the number one cars had is just stringing that race together. They've pulled into pit lane to take the repairs here.
And look who cycled out to the lead.
It's Old Firm Racing who are going to take over as 1-2.
Mm-hmm.
And it is a 1-2. Fury Simsport came into pit lane, and they are now 10 seconds behind their challenging Old Firm Racing orange car.
Well, there you go. That's how quickly this race can turn on its head. One mistake into a barrier. It's a very unforgiving racetrack. The places where there are runoff, it's great that they're there, but you can't really do much down at the Mulsanne chicanes when there are houses on the outside and inside of the circuit there. So it's a very unfortunate incident for the one crew and John Michael Dunnigan, who has to limp that car back to the pit lane, tail between his legs, apologizing for everything that's happened, get that car repaired and get it back out on track, but they are going to lose bags of time on this one. Race cars, Liv. Race cars.
Yeah. And now, this is the question. The 69 and the 96 curled up together there at the top two of the standings.
Mm-hmm.
We saw them working together earlier in the race. My question is, I'm not expecting 69 to back off, but if the 96 closes back in, do they continue working together for a little bit to try and weather the storm from Fury Simsport the cars behind? I mean, or at this point, are you in the garage saying, we're pretty sure we have a win here? We don't want to advantage one team over the other.
Olivia.
Have at it.
No. You can't say things like that. That's just bad juju.
But if you're the team,
bad juju. You can't say...
You're not thinking we're gonna bin it and something goes wrong. That's you're not confident.
You can't say that because anything can happen. There's a difference between having confidence and jinxing things. Jinxing tops confidence all the time, every single time.
But my question is, do those team orders start to wither away now that Writer Engineering aren't the target they're chasing down anymore?
If it was me, you already know what I'd do if it was me. But for the purposes of
it'd be team orders until you were in the car, and then
no, hang on. It's team orders until the last pit stop. Hold position, work with each other for the first God knows how long of the race. As soon as you get into that last hour or so, just don't hit each other. That's it. That's what it comes down to. I got cars squeezing through on traffic there. That was very tight and a little bit dangerous. It's forced one of the Ferraris into a position where they're going to have to give up a bit of time thanks to a slowdown. But yeah, if I'm them, it is team orders to the last hour. Then as long as fighting wouldn't compromise the win, go for it. Have at it.
We'll wait to see what does come of that. The 96 crew have closed in by about half a second, although, again, I think that's just the ebb and flow of track. I don't think there's anything intentional going on between the two right now. But that has thrown a huge curveball into this race, because that was like a 30-second lead from the number one.
It's mad that when we started getting onto a topic that was quite long, the race decided to just implode on itself once again.
Yeah, of course. That's why I'll take 3 hours to talk about it.
Exactly. So just to summarize, the number one Writer Engineering car getting into an incident on the outlet for John Michael Dunnigan and his first run in the car. Kevin Jayler and Julian Harmond of Old Firm Racing both taking advantage of that to move up into a 1-2 position in this race with the number 30 Fury Simsport squad, with William Foyle currently on board, being dragged along a little bit onto the podium. That car was on an alternate strategy, but is now starting to try and get onto those 12 stint runs like everyone else. But to go back to the topic of conversation, a couple more things are coming with the new build in December as well. We've got a brand new free car coming to iRacing, the BMW M2 CS, I think it's called.
Yeah, I'm very excited for that, actually.
Yeah, it's a car that's cropped up a few times in other sims. I believe there's a version of it in
ACC.
Arc Factor 2 and ACC that can both be driven. And by all accounts, it's a really fun car to drive. It's not my cup of tea, but...
And I'd imagine that is going to join as to fill the stopgap that the old BMW GT4 has been in PCC this season, which is going to be quite fun to have as, okay, a little bit of a spin for the 277, but no harm, no foul for that one. I was worried another thing had cropped up there in the middle of our random conversation.
But the NSX Evo Evo 2 coming in as well to not quite round out the IMSA GT3 field yet, but
still waiting for the Aston. I'm going to love that Aston when it's here.
And the Lexus. Like,
I don't care about the Lexus. I care about the Aston.
But we need both of them to complete the grid, because now we've got the NSX. I thought we'd get the Aston this update, to be honest with you.
I was hoping.
Yeah.
I was really hoping.
Because it's a relatively new car as well, of course, that facelift only coming out at the start of the year. But just, it's another car in the arsenal of IMSA, which is really cool. And as it would stand, would bring the car count to 14 before we touch on the next thing.
15 after 15. The LMP2.
Yes. So there you go. 15 different cars. Before we move on to the other thing, which you've already talked about a little bit, that is much more relevant to what we're watching on track right now.
I like Ferrari.
Yeah. I think it's something that was relatively unexpected, because we know that MSG have a hold on the exclusive WEC license and an exclusive license to the 24 Hours of Le Mans. So the way it works in F1 is FOM holds the rights to the F1 grid as a whole. It's why you only ever see one of them crop up in a sim. It's why we've only got the one Mercedes of, the two generations, the W12 and W13. It's why only the Renault popped up in Forza as we're just watching these cars come down pit lane, like of current gen stuff. It's why, and I didn't know if maybe the FIA and ACO had the same sort of thing, or well, particularly the ACO would have the same sort of thing with the hypercar field. I would have thought that they'd have signed a license with their licensor that no one else can do a virtual sim reproduction of one of the hypercars. But we've seen over recent years how much the relationship between iRacing and Ferrari's grown. Like we have the most recent over the last few years, we've had the most recent GT3 every time it's popped up. Getting the 2020 Evo version relatively quickly, and of course 296. I think we got at least we got it the year that the 296 GT3 came out.
It was season 3 or season 4. Yeah. I think we got it.
And there was also hints in the blog post that they will be doing more with Ferrari, so that could point to a couple of things. That could be a Ferrari Challenge car to actually have in Ferrari Challenge, whereas not strictly necessary. It would certainly be a nice to have, to say the least. But yeah, the Ferrari 499P comes to iRacing. They've been a little bit cagey about where it's going to appear, having only officially confirmed that it will appear in the iRacing Prototype Challenge alongside the Acura RX-06, Cadillac V Series R, Porsche 963 and BMW M Hybrid V8. I think a lot of people are convinced it's going to come to the IMSA iRacing series. I think it will end up there as well. I think they're waiting to announce it themselves, because we know that manufacturers like to announce their car is coming to iRacing, or race teams like to do that themselves. Like FAF Motorsport announced the McLaren was coming to iRacing this season. I think a Porsche IMSA team announced the new Porsche as well.
Maybe. I do know that the new dirt track used at Speedway in the build.
They announced it themselves a day early.
They announced the track coming a day before the build. Well, not the day before the blog post.
I think Porsche Penske announce the 963?
I think got word that it was Jota that announced it.
That's
but again, one of the teams. Directly.
Yeah. So I'm surprised we didn't sort of see the same thing with Air Corsa on Ferrari, but also not surprised we didn't see the same thing with Air Corsa or Ferrari, because we know what Ferrari are like. But I feel like if it's coming to IMSA, it feels like something that Ferrari and IMSA would want to announce together, because we know how much IMSA really like. They're doing this big push of getting their license out everywhere. They're literally selling it to anyone who wants it. Like, I think it pops up in, does it pop up in Hot Lap Racing? I know that AMS2 have signed a IMSA license as well to bring the full grid, which is pretty cool.
I know there's a lot of it in the new Forza.
Yeah, that too. They've had a license with Forza for years, to be fair. And of course, they've signed the license with iRacing as well to have the IMSA iRacing Series, IMSA Endurance Series, blah, 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 blah. And of course, we know that the more hypercars can come over to IMSA.
We have the Aston Martin Valkyrie.
The Aston Martin is coming.
I think that's maybe the one I'm surprised they didn't go for.
Me too, yeah.
Then again, that would really put the question mark on how the hybrid system is implemented in iRacing. Because the Valkyrie, of course, is not a hybrid car.
See, this is what I was getting to. If I said that really aggressively, sorry, that was rude. This is what I was getting to eventually. If the Ferrari 499P comes to IMSA, comes to the iRacing IMSA Endurance Series, comes to Global Endurance Tour, blah, 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 blah. iRacing are seriously going to have to rework the hybrid model from the ground up for these cars. Just to quickly recap, the way it works at the moment is it's a 70 horsepower boost when the hybrid is active. In real life, it replaces engine power, like pure ICE power, so it cuts fuel flow. It drops that right down and replaces that torque with the hybrid motor. So you're getting the same amount of power whilst using less fuel when the hybrid motor is active. Now, it's the same story with the 499P in hypercar. However, if a Le Mans hypercar built to the Le Mans hypercar regs has a hybrid motor, it has to go through the front axle. It has to, just by rule. But to balance that with the LMDHs, the GTPs in IMSA, you can only deploy that hybrid motor at above 180 kilometers an hour. However, the hybrid motor is also a lot more powerful in the hypercars than it is in the GTPs, the LMDHs, the Porsche, Acura, BMW, Cadillac. So if the hybrid in the Ferrari works in the same way that it does in iRacing's GTPs when it comes, the Ferrari will either be detuned and be underpowered everywhere, or it will be completely class breaking. It will be completely overpowered, because there will be no way that the rest of the prototype cars in this class can compete on a straight with that car.
And not just on a straight, but also on corner exit, because, of course, back in the LMP1 days, the hybrid was on the front axle, right? Yeah,
but we had a manual, we had a button for it. These won't have a button.
But you would use that to get a huge amount of drive from the front axle off the corner, and it would be super stable when you hit that.
Yeah.
It'd be the same for the Ferrari if
they don't... Yeah. Go on, you say it.
If it doesn't wait until 108 Ks, which is why that limit's there in the hypercar regs. Because
it means that the hybrid energy is literally just a fuel saving, and it's not performance based, which is good. That's a good thing. But yeah, the last thing I want is for that. As much as I'm going to drive the ever living heck out of that car, I don't want it to break what we've got at the moment, because then it will just be a field of Ferraris. And as I guess fine as that would be, the one thing that I really like about what we've got at the moment is that all the four cars are relatively balanced. There's not really anything wrong massively with the bot. There's still some issues, but
it's as close as they can get it
It's
realistically.
as close as they can get
across
for
a
now.
wide range of
Yeah,
track.
without some more work and track-specific bob. I like seeing the variety. I want to see a Ferrari racing an Acura, Porsche, Cadillac, BMW like we do in real life. Like the one thing, the reason why I like LMU so much is because you have that. You have the Alpine, the BMW, the Cadillac, Ferrari, Toyota, Porsche, the Sarthe Frascini, all going at it on track. And I really want that for iRacing as well. Like the GTPs, the LMDHs are good. They're really, really good fun. But it's those areas where I think in terms of realism, in terms of quality, they are great cars, fantastic models that drive wonderfully. But in terms of realism, they just missed the mark, and it's really disappointing.
Yeah, I totally agree. It would be wonderful if we can get them sort of on equal footing, because ultimately, the more realistic you make the model, the easier the balance of performance is going to be, because the whole concept of how the cars are homologated with their hybrid deployment and their power draw is to try and get a matching torque curve for every car and matching performance for every car up through the gears. That is the basis of the GTP concept.
And getting the hybrid right doesn't just affect the balance of the Ferrari 499P against the rest of the GTP field. It fixes the balance with the rest of the GTP field, because they're all going to have an identical torque curve, which isn't the case at the moment. Like, you know, the Acura is slow to get off the line. The Cadillac has loads of torque. The Porsche and the BMW, I'd say, feel quite similar, but they're also both twin-turbo V8s. So they're going to feel similar. But it's going to bring in that realism. The cars are still going to have unique handling characteristics, because at the end of the day, they're all different chassis. Like Dallara, the Multimatic, and Orica are all on the grid at the moment. So they are still going to all feel different. But you don't need to do that with the engine. They should, by rule, be identical in performance. That's how the class works. That's why the hybrid motor's there.
Just a quick update on that GTP race lead battle and our conversations about how Old Firm Racing are going to tackle this. We did get a message a few minutes ago in the YouTube chat from Julian Joy. A very simple message. We are Old Firm, and we are going to want to. So there's confidence in that crew. That's what I'll say.
Fire. I mean, Julian Harmon did just pop out of existence for a second there. I don't know whether that was him or Carmen, but both are equally likely. So it wouldn't have been funny, but it would have been karmic almost to read that out and then the car disconnects.
Yeah. At that point, I think it would have been my fault when that message came in 10 minutes ago.
Yeah.
We were obviously in the middle of our,
discussion.
Dialogue.
Yeah.
And if it was that then triggered the
karma,
the speed bump, that would have been unfortunate. But anyway, it is, and the gap has opened up. We're talking about whether they, obviously they wouldn't intend to close down, and they certainly haven't. Old Firm Racing Yellow now leads by 6.1 seconds, which I'm sure is even more good news for Julian Joy, who is set to get back in that car later in the race after Kevin Jaya is out of that car, just starting up a double stint, it seems like, as they've been going back and forth so far this race. But putting a nice little gap on the 96 car, who, remember, opened up the season with a win at Road America. Maybe they're looking for 2 wins across 2 different teams. No team even has taken 2 wins on the season in GTP. Mm-hmm. Across all the cars they have. Old Firm Racing, why not do it across both cars to show that the depth that we have in this field? It's definitely a goal for Julian Joy and Kevin Jaya. But it's still something to watch out for. Fury Sim Sports still within 10 seconds of the 96 car, and then behind them a good chunk of cars: Focus Racing, SBD Racing, and Notice Esports, Project Valorous. They're all within a minute of the class lead, as is the BMW of the TMR 41, Neil Backer on board right now. They're all within a minute of the class lead. That is very much one pit stop extra needed, one penalty maybe. It's been kind of quiet on the penalty front so far. There's just a couple being awarded by the stewards, which is obviously always good to see if drivers are being sufficiently well behaved in the first half of this race. But any misstep from these cars and suddenly that entire pack is dealt back into contention quite quickly. And so there's a lot to still play for up in GTP. Of course, there's still a lot of strategy left to play out. We have the Fury Simsport car, of course, the closest contender, is 3 laps lower on fuel right now, so they'll be down pit lane sooner rather than later, and we'll see where that ends up cycling them at the end of the race. But for the rest of it, everyone else is on equal footing in terms of fuel strategy right now, and so it would be if they can close in sort of a second a lap or so, which sounds like a lot, but around here is quite a small margin, you're going to very easily be able to get back into that fight by the end of the race. And from that point, you're on equal footing on strategy. So it would be it'd be an all-out fight. There's still definitely a lot to play for up in the GTP class, and not just in terms of who is going to end up taking that top step of the podium. Of course, in the GT3 Pros, we have a 25-second lead right now from RPM Racing to the Pandemonium SimLab Gold car, who, honestly, it has been closing that gap in. It was close to 30 seconds for a while, but then a huge gap back. Octopus Racing Team are a full minute behind Pandemonium. Of course, Race Gator D Black is just up behind them and will cycle back into the podium positions when the rest of the field pits, but that's a disadvantage they're going to have to, deal with at the end of the race.
Well, we've filled enough time, Liv, that a battle has started to break out on track once again. Have you seen this little 4-way fight for P7 in GT3 Pro?
It's been popping up on my time screen. It lights up in red when something spicy is happening, and there's a whole chunk of red right now.
Exactly. Tiago Manuel Diaz just going down the inside of Paolo Ernesto Tagliolini. We're going full government names on that one, apparently. Paolo Tagliolini having to settle for... Actually, there's been a bit of shuffling in that class as Daryl Norkett has slotted out in front of all this. And Christos Libanovnos, that's a great name, actually, I like that. Libanovnos has dropped down to P11 as Tagliolini and Tiago Diaz have been fighting out. So it's Diaz that's actually on a bit of a charge at the moment relative to the rest of these guys. And Daryl Norkett, now dealing with a little bit of tyre warm-up, is going to have to try and hold that Ferrari behind him off a little bit, as everyone else is just scrambling for positions behind him. So a great bit of driving from Diaz to jump both of the cars behind him and move up into that much stronger position and just start to slowly work his way forward, already having cleared Tagliolini by a second by the time they reach the end of the lap.
Yeah, one car that's sort of fallen out of this battle is Shimenta DS Racing. They were making that charge back up to P7, but a very long pit stop, 3-minute stationary time in their last pit stop, has dropped them back out of the top 15, and with a lot of ground left to make up. So it is this 4-car fight between P7 and P10. The Hydro Race car currently the best on fuel and the best in terms of track position, but it's very close with a 229 right behind, tucked underneath, and I'm sure looking to draft by into one of the chicanes here as they try and weave through carry speed heading towards Tetra Rouge, and then just make sure you pick your point. Don't run wide on the exit, and then let the slipstream do its job.
Well, it's one of the easiest places to do it. The longest section of straight at the entire Circuit de la Sarthe as the speed builds for Thiago Diaz. Onto the crown of the road they go, producing that extra little bit of top speed that they need. Where's he going to go? He jinks to the right, and he's very slightly going to get the overlap on Norkit. Norkit moves over to the left to open up the corner. They're going to be side by side on entry. Down Norkit just about backs out of it, but he's going to try and get right up underneath Thiago Diaz mid-corner. Can't carry that mid-corner speed, and just like that, in the space of, well, probably less than a lap looking at this, Thiago Diaz has gone from 11th to P8. 3 cars in about a lap. That's impressive.
That's P8 in the GT3s, P7 in the Pro class with HWT Motorsport, currently running P5 in those GT3s. I just noticed there was a close battle on my screen for the overall GT3. That's because they were both on pit road very briefly, and parked next to each other. RPM Racing has now pulled out of the pit lane. Rasmus Ulston gets into the car, and it is a 3-driver team, sorry, for RPM Racing at the front of the field here. Has pulled out pit lane to start that second stint. Pandemonium Esports SimLab Gold has even a better stay in, but they're only just leaving pit lane while RPM Racing is coming into Tetra Rouge. So a gap of 22 seconds here currently, and the rest of the field is streaking down. Raised it a DE Black, re-inherits P3, about 40 seconds off that class lead, but again, has 3 laps less fuel in that tank and will have to make that back up at the end of the race as our AM leader, Alex Pilbeam, pulls down pit lane.
Yeah, that Team Racer car is a car that we've seen have a lot of pace in this later stage of the race and really start to move their way up the field. Now comfortably in that P3 position, 15 or so seconds back on P2 and still setting good lap times. So it's going to be a case of the 264 versus the 241 out here on track eventually if things stay as they are, as that's John Michael Dunnigan making his way past Marcel Beck. The number 1 Ricer Engineering car back out on track. 2 laps down. Yeah, it's not too bad actually. Probably 2.5 after you take everything else into account. 1 lap on the next car in class, 2 laps down on the race leader. After, of course, getting into that incident where they had a crash down here at the first Mulsanne chicane, just touching that curve on the inside and ended up in that tyre barrier. A place where we've seen cars end up before, not only in sim but in real life after the Peugeot 9X8 was leading at the 2023 edition of the 24 Hours of Le Mans and ended up sliding off the road at the exact same spot, ended up in the exact same barrier.
It's such a tricky track to navigate sometimes. We can talk about a certain corner being a problem corner, but really
Every corner.
Basically every time you have to get on the brakes, there's the risk of something going wrong, of just misjudging your mark ever so slightly. It's, of course, public roads. It's not a perfectly smooth surface as much as they definitely try down on this straight. And any misstep, any piece of debris, any patch of oil or water can just immediately send your race hurtling in the wrong direction. So you've got to be so careful. You've got to be so cautious and make sure you're always just that little bit within your limits to be able to set consistent lap times.
Yeah, it's just watched Nicholas Vincent overtake the Octopus Racing team car on the way down into that first Mulsanne chicane. Of course, the 224 just coming out of pit lane, so very cold tyres, very heavy on fuel. Vincent having time to get that car warmed up, get it going a little bit after being on track for a couple of laps up to this point. But the GTP pit cycle has just been kicked off by the Fury Simsport GTP car coming down pit lane. It'll be another 12-lap stint for that crew. William Foyle will stay on board this time. Full fuel, 4 tyres, back out on track you go into the night. A driver that is very comfortable in these conditions at the moment, but still about 10 seconds or so behind the lead car, and not really much they can do about it right now.
I thought to change the subject so suddenly. I've just hopped into the entries tab to look at how everyone's doing. there's two different Sim Race Sweden GT3 cars, and
Yeah,
they
that's-
both have meatballs.
Oh, that's unfortunate.
I'm not sure quite how that's happened, but definitely not the way they wanted their race to after. They're both running sort of not quite in the top 10, but definitely still contending. They're now going to have a very, very busy crew in the garage getting ready to receive both those cars.
Yeah, that's the worst part. Like, you bring two cars to an event to make sure you have two chances to do as well as possible. It's why, again, back in the LMP1 era, we saw 2015 where everyone brought 3 cars to Le Mans, which was sort of unheard of in the modern era of prototype racing. Of course, one of the few LMP1 teams that didn't bring 3 cars was Nissan, but we all know how that one ended up. So you bring those extra cars to give yourself the best chance, but then when both of them end up out of the race, that's when it really starts to suck. Just ask Alpine.
I can't believe you would talk badly about the Alpine.
Did I talk badly about them, or did I just make a statement of fact?
Well,
I believe it was just a statement.
given the performance, the two are the same.
Yeah, okay, fair. No, it was, considering I was actually there this year in support of Alpine in Hypercar. Of course, I was in full Iron Dames merch because why not? In fact, I am today. But it was sad to watch what happened to both of them. Five and a half hours in or so, and one of them just blows up at the first time Ferdinand Habsburg steps foot in it, and then the other one going bang a couple of hours later. I think it's literally just a case of the Mechachrome engine.
Yeah, case of being Mechachromed, I think.
Yeah, the Mechachrome engine just couldn't quite handle that higher workload for that long. Like, the car itself has been absolutely fine at every other track except for that one qualifying incident at Spa. But apart from that, it's been genuinely fine. Like, podium setting pace at Fuji. It was competitive. It had competitive pace at Kota. It was competitive at Bahrain as well, but it's got a little bit unlucky towards the end of the race. That meant we didn't really finish in too strong a position. I think, actually, no, they finished 4th in the end, I want to say, after the penalty that was handed to one of the Ferraris, because they can't count. They can count, they just used the wrong tyres. But yeah, the Alpine A424
They can count, they just can't
good.
read.
Yeah, exactly. But the A424 has been good. It's just... we see this with every single new car. It takes them a while to get up to speed with it. Like, even Penske struggled with the 963 in the first year, but then second year they're absolutely fine. And Signatech know what they're doing in the WEC. They've been doing it for over a decade at this point in LMP2, and obviously in Hypercar with what would it have been? The A480, I think it was, when they took the Rebellions and grandfathered them in.
Yeah, was that sort of the LMP2 converted into Hypercar?
No. You'll think... So, okay. The Rebellion R13 was an Orica LMP2 chassis converted to a low downforce LMP1 chassis with a more powerful engine in the back of it and bigger tyres. But then Rebellion, who had been doing WEC for a long time, went, hey, ACO, we don't have the money to build a hypercar. Can we just, like, run the R13 but detune it a little bit so that it's equally competitive? And the ACO said, yeah, that's absolutely fine, no problem, you can do that. And then Alpine, well, Rebellion went a little bit bust, and Alpine went, those are some race cars that we can have there, and yoinked them and went, hey, ACO, and the ACO went, no. What do you mean you want a grandfather in an LMP1? You can't do that. And then Alpine went, yeah, but you'll let Rebellion do it, and it's just the same car. So the ACO breathed a heavy sigh, realizing that their class would consist of 2 Toyotas and a Glickenhaus, and said, okay, fine, you can bring it in. So they did that for a year, and just for a year, before they then dropped out and said, well, we've evaluated it, we weren't really having much success with it. They did win the race. Yeah, they won Monza 22, which is pretty cool. That was a great race, actually, because the Toyotas were fighting hard and ended up giving themselves punctures, which was hilarious. Anyway, right, we're going to drop back down to 2-car program because we want to go to LMP2 and get used to running 2 cars again in preparation for running hypercars in 2024. And then look what happened. They did it. And that's the story of Alpine in hypercar.
Hey.
This is why I'm here. Sports cars is my special interest.
We have had an incident. And it involves Old Firm Racing Orange.
Oh no.
But it looks like they've come away relatively cleanly. Who hasn't come away relatively cleanly is the Lithium Motorsports Pro entry that was running, I believe, in the top 5 in its class. They're down on pit road with a meatball. And so, do you know how we were saying how there hasn't been many penalties so far in this race?
Is there going to be a penalty?
I don't know. You have to ask race
have you seen the
incident?
We'll
find out in about half an hour. It looks like there's going to be a report for it. That's what I'll say. We'll see if we can get it dialed up on the replay machine, and maybe you can have a look for yourself and
wind back that tape
and see what race control we'll be looking at very shortly.
I'll see if it pops up in my session events. I can have a look at that. Oh, I can see it. Oh, here it comes. Here comes the replay then. So following on, it's the XPD racing car.
XPD racing.
Is this something different? Is something else happened? Down into turn 2. Oh, just goes. Yeah, that's one of those certified GTP moment. Luis Martinez locking up that rear axle and half spinning around. And here comes the replay. Following with Zachary Livingood. Yeah, that's okay. So do you remember earlier on in the race, I was saying how there is an unwritten rule in multi-class racing where the prototype shows its nose and the GT3 gives where the prototype is going. That was Zachary Livingood not quite following the unwritten rules of Maison
Milos
Blanche.
Spielman in the car at the time.
Well, there you go.
Livingood's now in the car as it takes its repairs in the pit lane.
Yeah. So Spielman not quite living up to the unwritten rule there. It's one of those things that you just do it. You just do it because it's so much easier for everyone involved to just. It's the only place on any circuit in sim in a multi-class event where anyone would expect a GT3 to just get out of the way. Because the closing speeds at that section of the track, you think about how much more downforce grip the prototypes have. They are fired out of Corvette corner with all of that extra speed relative to the GT3s, and then have 770 horsepower pushing them up to and through Maison Blanche on the run down to the final chicane. Just watch the speed differential. You're about to see it. This Julian Harmon just peeks to the inside, flashes the lights, at which point every single person who has as much experience as Julian Harmon would expect the GT3 to just open at the inside and crack on with the race, because it's just the done thing down there. So yeah, just a miscommunication, lack of really following the established etiquette for the GT3 on that particular occasion, and ultimately it's looking like it might end their race there.
Yeah, I mean, the other side of the coin that I'm sure Lithium would argue there is they'll say, well, they can't assume that we've seen them. Yes, I know there's flashing headlights. People flash headlights all the time. It feels like a disco down there sometimes. And ultimately, while there may be an unwritten rule, the fact is the written rules say that the faster class must pass safely, and diving onto and past the apex and hitting us in the left rear maybe isn't passing safely. So again,
okay,
it's a tough one. I'm not saying that what you said is wrong. What I'm saying is there's going to be a second side of the story told to race control here, and that could end up playing a huge factor in how this race goes. And just spying on the spreadsheet, it's already on the spreadsheet. It's been reported.
I think you're dead on with that. It makes sense, but I think the interesting argument that we could see there is maybe against the GT3 driving predictably. They always say you pick your side, facilitate the pass. And the GT3 picked the right-hand side of the circuit, so I think it would have been reasonable for the prototype to assume the GT3 would have stuck to the right-hand side of the circuit. And I sound like I'm getting really aggy over this. That's not the case at all. I think you could probably take it as an established thing that, as I say, it's the unwritten rule. It's the done thing. If it's something that every other GT3 in the field does, I think you can make an argument that the GT3 there wasn't driving predictably, especially if it's something they've done before, to just move out of the way, let the prototype through.
Yeah, it's a tough one, and ultimately, part of the benefit for us is that we can just talk all day, and we don't have to make any set decisions.
No.
And it's quite nice because, you know, anything we say is just words in the wind, and ultimately it's up to people much more qualified than we are to make those decisions and decide whether the 96 car is going to be dropped from second place, and I mean, for a drive-through penalty even, it's going to drop them down to like P6 or so. So it'd be a rough one, but at the same time, it's more rough for Lithium Racing.
So whilst the stewards mull that one over, we are approaching the end of hour 5 of this 12-hour event. Olivia and I are going to take a little bit of an extended step away for this one, because even in a 12-hour broadcast, at some point we do have to eat. So we'll leave you with this fight between Hellenic Racing and Racing Forces to see how this one ends up. It's going to be BMW versus Ferrari in front. So stay in your seats, keep an eye on this one. Go grab yourself a snack, grab yourself a drink, and lock in for the next 7 hours of this event. Oh, as they are going for a move, but don't quite make it stick. We'll see you again shortly. Huge drama in the fight for the lead in GT3 Pro. The RPM Racing Lamborghini has just had a huge collision coming through Maison Blanche. If you look, it looks like it may have been an incident between them and one of the GTPs, or two of the GTPs even. It was hard to get an angle on it there. I think they tried to let the first prototype through, but the second one they just didn't leave the room for. So, oh, that's an incident that we've just seen a penalty been handed down to Old Firm Racing Orange for. And if the stewards are being consistent on that one, it's a penalty that we're going to see handed down to that maybe. I'm trying to figure out who that is. Is it Enosis?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Enosis Esports car that drove into the back of the Lamborghini. Just looking to see if we can get a better angle of it, but it looks like an identical incident to the one that we saw down at the same corner not too long ago. So that one will be referred to the stewards very quickly, but after running an almost flawless race, certainly a flawless last couple of hours for RPM Racing, it all becomes undone in a very silly moment through Maison Blanche. Here we go on board with Paz even. Yeah, it's exactly the same incident. The GT3 just closes the door on the inside and there's contact between the prototype and the Lamborghini. What do you make of that one, Liv?
It's tough because obviously they are letting one car through there. They do leave. I mean, but that car gets through before they're at that first curb. So there's no reason. It's not like they're letting them out of the way. The other car just went around them, sort of. And then, yeah, the door obviously closes at that same apex we were just talking about. Again, it's gonna. It's gonna be a fair choice, but like, more importantly, like that is the championship blown back wide open in GT3 going into Fuji, because RPM Racing was set to get a huge haul of points from XBG Racing after their early incidents. Sim Race Sweden Esports were the next contender, and they've befallen some huge incidents as well. This has basically turned into a DNF for the top three, or not many points anyway for the top three. So, not really any chance to gain or any chance to lose. And what this actually might do is any of these cars trailing behind that were sort of in the 40s on points, if they go in to inherit the win, they launch themselves in and make it a 4-car fight heading over to Japan for the 10 hours of Fuji. And I mean, who knows? I mean, Fuji's a very difficult circuit to navigate. That would be a wild card. And I think that could be what ends up throwing the entire championship on its head.
Now, Liv, I know we had two different opinions on the incident that happened between Old Firm Racing Orange. Do you hold the same standpoint for that one as well? I assume so, right?
It's tough. It feels like a later move. Like, you can kind of see almost the 210 arcing as if it's opening up the corner, but it's such a split-second thing. And they react late as well to try and open. Like, they sort of notice the second car late, and they do try and open it up again. And I think, honestly, that might be why they get sent so sharply to the right of the contact. It's because they are turning the wheel outward. They open up the wheel to try and leave open the gap on the inside. But equally, the 74 isn't hitting the same apex that the 96 did. Coming through there, they're sort of brushing out wide and only barely hooking the left side tires on the white line. And so it's tricky to say, like, I don't know. Again, I think in this case, I'm again glad that I don't have to make that decision and I can make wishy-washy statements from here. We've got differing opinions on it in the Twitch chat as well. This one, the last instant, there was very much someone saying on the prototype. This one, maybe on the GT3. So maybe there's some difference in how this is going to be judged in the stewards room as well. But again, it's the main thing of no matter what penalties handed down, it doesn't fix the car
No.
for either of these GT3s that have been involved. The GTPs have gotten away with it because, maybe, I think there's a little bit of damage now on the front end, but ultimately,
Certainly not much.
because they're not the ones that get unsettled from that. It's the GT3 that takes the real penalty in this one, which is the fact that they're dropped away down the order.
Oh, Olivia, I love the drama. I love the drama. It's why we're here. But in all that, it's just been a sort of disastrous half hour or so for Old Firm Racing, who had a very comfortable lead with the 69 car before Kevin Jayler locked up into Mulsanne and almost ended up in a barrier, ceding the lead to Julian Armand. And then not long after that, Armand makes contact with the GT3 through Maison Blanche and picks up that 30-second stop and hold penalty that he's still yet to serve and needs to get on that as quickly as possible. But
it's not been given in sim yet. It's just
not yet. Okay.
And I believe there might be conversations going on about an appeal for that.
Which is fair, and I don't blame them. Because, as I say, it's moving out of the way there when a GTP or a prototype makes it abundantly clear what they're going to do. It's the expected behavior. It's predictable for the GT3 to just open up the inside of the corner. It's one of the few, as I said, it's one of the few spots in iRacing where that is the expected thing to happen. And I'm very surprised that it didn't on both of those occasions.
Yeah, I think that's kind of what I've been hinting about the penalty really being applied to the GT3. Ultimately, it's a situation where, yes, the prototype could be a little bit more patient there, but obviously in that situation, they were in a close fight. They were trying to trail a car ahead of them very closely. I believe there's a Project Valorous car that they've now gotten around because they were willing to hold so close through there. As the GT3 car, you can try and close that door, or I mean, so this is all assuming that you do see the car behind. If you don't see them, then obviously you're just going to take your normal line, and that can happen. And especially this deep into an endurance race, it's very easy to see how you might lose track of where the traffic is around you, and that's where having a spotter can be so helpful, just to be able to keep you updated on what's going on behind, especially if you're a GT3 car. But ultimately, the GTPs have an incentive to try and push that. I know the GT3s do as well, but it's often the GT3 that comes out worse if there is an incident between the two. So
exactly, it's one of those ones where
you have to sort of set your pride aside at that point.
Yeah,
realize that what you're doing is maybe not what the rules say you should have to do, but it's going to be the best chance to keep you in the race at the end of the day.
It's better to be wrong and alive than right and dead.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's one of those things where, I mean, there's a lot of incidents we see on track where everyone involved could have acted differently. The GTP could have lifted, GT3 could have opened up the corner. It becomes, because of the closing speeds, it makes it a bit of a racing incident for me. I don't know if I wholly blame, to be fair and realistic, I don't think I wholly blame the GT3 in either incident. But a great racing driver once said to me, the only common thing in every single incident that you get into is you. So sometimes you just need to take a step back, look in the mirror and be like, look, what could I have done differently there? The prototype could have been more ready to lift off and avoid the incident or go a different direction. The GT3 could have just opened up the inside of the corner. It's one of them. And even if it's not entirely your fault, there's still always going to be something you could have done differently to completely avoid that situation. In both instances, literally in both of those crashes.
Yeah. And of course, we have always talked about the car being knocked out of the race lead in the incident, the RPM racing car. We need to talk about the fact that now, leading this field in GT3 is the Audi R8 of Pandemonium Esports by Sinlav Gold, and Ivan Ubera, the 241, now leads by about 17 seconds over the Race D Black Ferrari of Marcel Beck and the 264 crew. And virtual drives by Thrustmaster and Optimus Racing Team are now trapping for our final spot on the GT3 Pro Podium.
And yeah, it's why we love endurance racing, because everything can just change literally in the blink of an eye. And a team that was sort of there or thereabouts, but not really challenging for the lead, is now in a position where they are in a very, well, actually, you know what? Looking at things, I wouldn't say a very comfortable position, because Marcel Beck in that Team Race Getter car was about 30, I want to say he was about 30 seconds down on the Pandemonium car and is now within 17.5 seconds. So that gap is, should theoretically be starting to close up a little bit, and we could see a fight for the lead in GT3 Pro before this race is over.
Yeah, I mean, of course, it's less than 20 seconds. That is nothing with 6.5 hours left on the clock. I think we're expecting these battles to continue ebb and flowing, and now there's such a question mark over who's going to be able to take supremacy in the GT3 Pro field. Sort of, it's really anyone's game, as that 210 car still down on pit lane. It's actually now behind XBD Racing GT3, who have had the recovery drive, and ultimately they didn't get into too much strife. It was, you know, maybe a lap lost, which over 12 hours is not the biggest deal. It's definitely something you can make up with pace. They're now up into the top 10. RPM Racing is just rolling off pit lane right now in P15. And that's suddenly a huge swing of points that will actually extend the lead of XPD Racing at the top of the championship.
And again, it's a pure drama. It's the pure drama of it. But for P5 in GTP at the moment, we are seeing the Enosis Esports Porsche that was just involved in that crash has cleared Mark Rosendahl in the Project Valorous number 50, but that gap hasn't really broken between those two. They're still pretty much nose to tail. So Rosendahl could still have an opportunity to get back in front of the Enosis Esports car, a car that we know has really good top end speed, but we think is carrying a little bit of damage from that collision with the RPM Racing Lamborghini. So keep an eye on that and see how that shakes out in the next couple of laps or so. I think down the field we've still got that fight for P10 in GT3 overall between Hellenic Racing and Pandemonium Esports that's just not really relented in the last few laps or so. Of course, we saw Hellenic having a bit of a fight with, I want to say, who was it? Just before we stepped away. Liv, help me out.
I'm not sure, honestly.
Either way, they're now within 0.7 of a second of one of the other Pandemonium Esports car. Again, for that 10th place in GT3. A little bit of traffic getting involved in the fight between Aritz Paz and Mark Rosendahl. Gregera just there getting out of the way to let Rosendahl through, but very, very late in the day, that gap opens back up to 0.6 of a second already as Fury Simsport come down pit lane.
Yeah, Fury Simsport now down on pit lane, giving up that spot on the podium. Also, Team Race Getter DE Black just came out of the pit lane after their pit stop and were very close to holding the position on Octopus Racing Team. Ultimately, it wasn't to be, but remember, the 224 will have to come down pit lane in a couple of laps' time. That'll hand the position back to Yanis Roda, who's now on board that 264 car from Marcel Beck and Kevin Lazar, his first laps of the race. And we're expecting, obviously, the real battle at Team Race Getter is with the Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster car, we think.
Maybe? Not sure about that. VDC are quite far behind, 1:16. Have they pitted?
Yeah, no, I think Team Race Getter actually, their battle is with the 241 of Pandemonium, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the battle between the 230 and the 224. I was getting those crossed up a little bit because of where the 264 came out of the pits. But that is going to be one to watch as Pandemonium Esports will come down pit lane in about 2-3 laps time, as well as the battle now for what is P4 in GTP provisionally, the Project Valorous 50 behind the Enosis Esports car, the 74 of Aritz Paz, who got into that incident with the RPM Racing car.
Yeah, this seems to be like the best opportunity that Mark Rosendahl has had, well, for most of the stint as they make their way down towards Mulsanne Corner. He thinks better of pulling out under that particular circumstances gets it tucked in really nicely to the apex of Mulsanne. But Paz misses the apex a touch, but carries just a little bit more speed on a wider line, which gives him a little bit of breathing room on the run down to Indy. But with the slipstream coming into effect now, Mark Rosendahl is going to build a run and a half on that Porsche 963. A bit of traffic is going to get involved. So how much is Paz going to have to check up to avoid hitting these GT3s? Oh, it's massively, and it does open an opportunity for Rosendahl to have a look. But he thinks better of it. I don't know, Liv. I feel like I would have gone for that one in that situation and really started to pile the pressure on to Paz. But Rosendahl is now going to lose time around the outside of a GT3 at Arnage and lose that chance to make a place up on Paz.
Yeah, I think discretion being the better part of battle there just a little bit. It was definitely an opportunity, but one that carried with it just a little bit of risk with two GT3s to have to navigate afterwards. No guarantee that you can carry that momentum once you actually have to make the move on those two. And I think just not wanting to get caught up in an incident more than anything with 6.5 hours left. The real goal here is to try and close down those 30 seconds to the front of the field right now, because ultimately the top 5 are all within 30 seconds. And we know the lead of that train is set to come down to a penalty, which will put the top 4 within 20. I mean, I know they're trying. But even so, like, it's so tight at the front of the field. I don't think you want to get caught up in fighting between these two cars. You want to try and put your head down and try and get to both of them, especially if on board the number 50, you might think that the 74 has a penalty coming of their own.
I think realistically, it depends how much quicker you think you can go in that clean air as to whether or not you be aggressive and try and, you know, get by the car in front and sort of crack on. But I don't know, could Rosendahl be trying something a little bit different? And oh, you know what? No, here comes Paz with a big checkup from the GT3, and it's going to open the door for Rosendahl to slip down the left-hand side on the Honodier. We know how quick those Porsche 963s have been on the straights all day. Is that set to continue? It looks like it is. Look at how well that car is just holding on to being a good chunk ahead. Oh no, there's contact. Paz moves back over just before the braking zone, before Rosendahl committed to the brakes. A car that can brake much later than the Porsche, and Rosendahl ends up just touching the rear end of Paz. Paz not happy about it, flashing on the lights. That car's going to have the superior straight line speed to get back by, but I don't think this is going to be pretty. Rosendahl moves to the inside, Paz to the outside, and he's not going to give this one up very easily. Looking to the right-hand side of the circuit, he's going to try and get to the inside for Apex 2, but that braking performance on the right, no, he's outbraked himself, slid back across the track, and has had Paz T-bone the side of that Acura. That battle has turned to tears very quickly and has allowed Neil Backer to more than halve the gap to these two.
I was just looking back in replay as to whether either car had picked up damage from that first bit of contact. I think maybe a bit of a moot point now, because I'm pretty sure both cars are going to be carrying damage now. And this is exactly what we're saying. You don't want to get caught up in this fight, because the real goal is to be at the front of this field 6 hours from now. You're just getting caught up in that moment. You're getting your elbows out when you really don't need to. And it's caused, we'd assume, damage to both cars and a whole loss of time. And it's just a recipe for heartbreak between the two of them.
It's silly. It was very silly of both of them to get involved with each other like that with so long in this race to go. Of course, it was all triggered by Paz moving back over to the racing line after he got clear of Rosendahl. Rosendahl, who could commit to the brakes so much later, I think wasn't ready for that 963 to move over and then jump on the brakes, which is what Paz did, which he's entitled to do once he's clear of the car behind.
I don't know, that's tough.
One defensive move, and then if they don't get alongside, he can move back over. Them's the rules. It might not be smart, but that is operating within the racing rules. And
it depends. I'd have to check the rules of the series. Sometimes they say when you make that defensive move,
that's where
you have to lean. Yeah. You can move back. You have to leave one car's width, specifically so the other car on the outside has a line to brake into.
And that's the thing for me. I think neither of those two was sort of prepared for the performance of the other car, as Rosendahl does come down pit lane. It is 1 lap early for the strategy, so that car definitely carrying some damage. It's going to let Neil de Backer move up into 5th place, and it's going to put this 50 car way off strategy and really stunt their recovery drive.
Yeah, no, it's a huge blow to their race. We'll have to see how the Otis Esports car fares over the next couple of laps. I don't see much damage on that car, which, considering there was a hit to both the front and the rear of the car, is a little bit of a miracle. But they're obviously happy enough with the performance to stay out to finish out the 12-lap stint. Ultimately, I think 1 lap isn't the biggest deal, but the fact that they had to make that pit stop suggests that there's something in that car that doesn't feel right. And like we saw with XBD Racing in the GT3 earlier, you kind of have to just sit through the repair no matter how long it takes to make sure that it doesn't compound on itself. Going into this next stint, they've got a driver change. That makes it even worse if they try and roll off with damage still lingering, because they're not sure what car they're getting into at that point. So I think this could be an extended stop for the 50. No, it will not be, but the front end does look to be in decent condition now. Maybe they just about got that thing swapped out in the time they had, and so the 50 might just get away with this one. But it's definitely not how you want to end your stint and pass the car off to the next driver.
Well, for me, it would have been the side of the car that took the brunt of the impact there. But yeah,
there was damage to the front from the initial contact.
I meant the side.
No, I'm saying there was damage to the front initial contact, and that got repaired. Right. I'm not sure what's been dealt to the side. It's difficult to see in this light.
Yeah, it'd be something we have to keep an eye on as things develop, see if we can get some light on the side of that car. But yeah, there's this thing where it feels sometimes like the Acura is made a bit of paper mache, and we joke sometimes about how Porsche have gone back to building tanks because that 963 does not break. You can throw anything you want at it and it just doesn't, nothing breaks on it. Slam it into a wall, 20-second fender repair, but never any suspension damage. It's literally indestructible.
It's definitely one of those things where I think ultimately they played some silly games and they got a little bit of some silly prizes from it, but they're both able to at least stay in the fight in this race, and that's the most important thing. That's what they couldn't afford to lose out on when, you know, really the whole top of the race has been blown wide open again with that incident for the Right Engineering #1 car, which it appears has now retired from this race. There was a second incident in the Porsche curves for the RPM Racing PEC car, who is now the final running GT3 Pro on track, ahead of what appears to be 6 retirements now in class for them, and 1 retirement in class for the GT3 AM. Paz now makes that scheduled pit stop. We'll see if any repairs need to be taken, but I'd honestly be surprised if so.
Yeah. Given
the pace they did have on that final lap, they didn't look to be down on speed very much at all. And we'll see where everyone cycles out.
I want to give a little bit of credit to Enosis. They've actually matched the LED headlight color to the livery on their car.
Oh, that's wonderful.
Unlike the car that's just pulled into the pit lane behind it, and I'm going to have to fight someone about that after this race. It's not blue, it's red.
Yeah.
I'm upset about it.
And that's not your fault. That's not in the livery files and some training points. That is in the setup options. So that's up to whoever it was that started this car, who is Neil de Backer.
Neil.
Ooh, someone's in trouble.
You're in trouble. Now, as we all know, Neil can do absolutely no wrong. It's not the official stance, by the way. As the GTP pit stop cycle well underway, All Firm Racing Orange still haven't been handed down that expected 30-second stop and hold penalty for contact with one of the Ferrari GT3s earlier on in this race. Also under investigation, I believe, a notice as well for a similar incident with the RPM Racing.
I'll tell you, there were investigation twice, both sent in by the 50 car. One for that previous incident and once for the moving under braking at this first chicane.
Well, there you go. That's certainly an interesting call there, but they are going to hold on to P4 for now, as we know that Old Firm are really fighting that penalty call for the incident responsibility with that Lamborghini. No, with the Ferrari. I'm getting them both mixed up in my head. And again, they're doing a great job to hold on to the position that both the Old Firm cars have been thrust into, but that 7 car is slowly getting up to the back of them. Remember, this is the team that ended up well off the pace after the first couple of hours, after a terrible couple of first stints, to put them way out of position. Your pole sitters, by the way, only up in P3 as it stands, net P3, after being way down the order. So it's been a brilliant recovery drive, but they've still got plenty of time to bring it back to that mountaintop. And with the pace they're going right now, it's looking like it's going to be relatively doable for them.
Yeah, they're really putting their head down. It's a team that has, I believe, 3 different drivers. They've gone back to Hugo Preto, who ran the second double stint for this car. And so I think the strategy very much for the number 7 in terms of how they're playing their stints out is try and keep people fresh. You'll run double stints because that's how you get into a rhythm for the car. But then you have a good sort of 2-3 hours to take a sit back, maybe get some food, maybe obviously you're doing a little bit of spotting, you'll still be keeping up with the race. But you don't have to worry about driving, you can sort of settle back in again. And it seems to be working well for them. They're back up to P4. They're within 20 seconds of the race lead and within 10 seconds of P2, who we think may become that net race lead. And at that point, it's really all to play for them. And they're not at a strategy disadvantage. They came out of the pits this lap just as is the case with the 69 car and the 96 ahead of them. They're 3 laps to the good compared to Furious Simsport, who are just 3 seconds up the road. So with that shorter final stop, they would surely jump them. They're basically a net P2 right now as things stand, and with just a little bit more pushing, that could be a battle for the overall race lead.
This is where it gets really tricky, because we've still got, goodness, look at that, 6 hours and 18 minutes left on the, no, hang on, yeah, 6 hours and 18 minutes left on the clock. So as much as, yeah, that's probably the aim for Focus Racing, there's still that amount of time for things to go wrong for literally everybody on the circuit. 12 hours of racing is no mean feat. It is a tricky, difficult thing to be able to get through, because you get fatigue, you get the mistakes start to creep in with that fatigue. You could get a little bit bored with what you're doing, lose focus, and it's when the mistakes start to creep in, especially as everyone else gets fatigued as well, when they start to drive a little bit more unpredictably. And especially with the night as well, with the lower visibility, having to concentrate that little bit harder, it's where that mental fatigue really starts to set in, because you're having to really try to pick out all your braking references, your turning points, your throttle pickup points, and it just becomes a little bit of a struggle if you haven't prepared for this as well as you can do.
Yeah, and it's especially tough here with it being sort of deep into November, into the winter time, and us starting racing about 2 p.m. sim time around here. The night falls so early, and unlike a 24, there's no sort of sunrise to look forward to. You're going to be racing well into the night, and this is going to be where you make your win happen over the next 6 hours in the sort of dark, difficult to focus conditions down this, you know, random French highway, essentially. It can be difficult to stay locked in for 12 hours with that sort of challenge. And that's where we're really going to start to see the race come to a head going forward. It's just a matter of who can be consistent, who can make the least mistakes and just have that lap time that little bit better than everyone else in these difficult conditions, who can keep that focus the best they can.
Well, it brings another question into it as well, because we are racing mostly in the night. And we've seen how there was a little bit of uptake in pace of the Porsches earlier on in this race. We're not really seeing the same thing sort of happen now. But as the nighttime has fallen, we get cold track and high air density even, because as we all know, when things are cold, all the little bits in them get a lot closer together. So these cars produce more downforce and produce more drag. So you're going slower on the straights, but faster in the corners due to the increased downforce and the increased grip from the tires. So how many of these teams have gone, you know what, we are racing mostly at night here after hour 3. Do we go with a setup where we have to hold on to the car a little bit in the first few hours, but after that, have it so it's running more aggressively on the tires and less aero? Is that the sort of thing that they're thinking about, or are they just kind of taking a point and shoot setup, saying, hey, this works relatively well, let's go with that?
I think if you're one of the best teams, and that's really what separates the best teams from the best of the field, I think if you are at that level to challenge for these wins, I think you are thinking about that quite a lot. I know a lot of teams will have been considering a setup that maybe can handle changeable conditions a lot more, with a forecast of rain early in the week on the horizon. But of course, no part firme conditions. You have a lot to talk about, as I believe that's a slowdown for those esports that's let Project Valorous back into what is P5. Like, you can adapt that and you can make that decision on the grid, essentially, to say, we think it's going to be dry, so we're going to load a dry setup. But that's still a dry setup that's built for the nighttime, because the sun sets early here. Like, Europe is quite far north, ultimately, even compared to, like, places in Canada. You've got very long nights in winter, very long days in summer, of course. That's why it's probably a great place to go for a 24-hour race in the month of June, don't you think?
If you're so northern, then why doesn't everyone sound like us?
I think the northern French accent's probably a little bit different.
Could you imagine if people spoke French with a northern English accent?
Hello, je m'appelle.
Bonjour, ça va? Ça va bien, merci. Et tu? Je voudrais un café, s'il vous plaît, avec... Oh, what's the word for this? It's just Milch, isn't it? No, that's German. Lait.
Oh.
Lait, s'il vous plaît. Merci beaucoup. Je préfère voiture.
What were we even talking about?
If everyone in northern France spoke with a northern accent.
No, before that.
It's dark. You make setups for the dark.
Yes, there we go. That's it. I do think teams will have been taking that into account. I think mainly because they'll have been tuning the setup throughout the week, and they'll have been running most of their practice at night because they'll know, and that's when the sessions will have been scheduled for. And I think you just naturally, you're not thinking about it actively about, we're going to build a setup for the nighttime because we're racing in the nighttime. I just think you build a setup for whatever you're practicing in, and they will have been practicing for the nighttime.
True. Well, in all of this and that slowdown for Roman Ortiz, he has lost touch with Christoph Jachiro, who's just jumped on board that 50 completely and is leaving himself very much under threat from Alexander Gerber behind in that BMW M Hybrid V8. We talked about it before, though, how lacking the BMW is in terms of straight line speed and how good the 963 has been in straight line speed. I think that squad, the TMR squad, have built into the downforce of that car a little bit, which is why it's managing to stay relatively in touch with the 963 in front, especially through the twisty stuff. I guess we'll see how it handles up here, and maybe Ortiz is carrying a little bit of damage because his pace just doesn't seem where it was in the previous stint before that contact. So perhaps they chose not to take any of the repairs as they come through the Porsche curves. section of track where you'd expect the 963 to excel, but he's been closed up on by the number 41 car behind. So Alex Gerber, I'm sure, wants to get by that number 74 car as quickly as possible.
And as we focus our cameras here, down on pit lane is the number 96 Old Firm Racing orange car. Their protesting has ultimately gone nowhere. They're down to serve that 30-second stop and hold. We'll wait and see if they take service as well and sort of adds that into a combined pit stop time, or whether it'll just be 30 seconds and go. And it looks like it is going to be, they're just here to serve the penalty. They'll stay on cycle with everyone else, but
Smart.
That drops them all the way down to P8, 45 seconds now away from their teammates. Now about 50 seconds actually. Still, definitely something you can make up over the next 6 hours, and I wouldn't, I'd probably count on some of the cars ahead to pick up similar penalties in the back half of the race as well. But from what was looking like a very solid position for Old Firm Racing Yellow, there's now a little bit of doubt cast into that one.
Slow down. Yeah, I think Alex Gerber just picking up a slowdown on the exit of Tete Rouge there, as he's lost about 0.7 of a second more to that car in front. The gap about 0.3 before they came onto the back straight, but I think Gerber just struggling a little bit in that dirty air, wasn't able to keep it between the white lines in the way that he wanted to. Was now going to sacrifice a little bit of lap time to get that black flag cleared before he gets a more permanent black flag for that one. Now it's just a case of taking advantage of the traffic once again to try and close up to the back of that 963 and then start to try mount an attack.
Yeah, I mean, a 1.2 second gap, it is just outside of slipstream range ultimately, but I think at this point you're just hoping for a little bit of a mistake ahead. It looks like gained about 0.2 through that corner, although starting to lose it a little bit as we see that power from the Porsche 963 ahead. But as long as you stay within touching distance here, I think you're in a good spot. Again, there's the Project Valorous car who is kind of streaking away at this point, nearly 5 seconds up the road from the Gnosis Esports car. I think those driver swaps are really favoring the number 50 more than it being necessarily a statement on the, how well built the car is at this point and how much damage it's carrying, especially given that the Valorous car, I think, was the one that probably came out of that a little bit worse.
100%.
And they're the ones that are pulling away. I think the damage has been fixed up in those pit stops, and it is now just a matter of Christoph Schura putting his head down and absolutely bolting towards that podium trio.
Yeah, having a driver that can switch back on that quickly is an asset to any team, and Jachura seems like he's very much in that position, as we're just keeping an eye on a little bit of, I believe, Pro and Am intermingling for road track position, but of course not quite any actual points positions, with Danny Fugel in that Ferrari behind, trying to chase down the Porsche in front with David Simon Jr. on board that one of Gnosis Esports, actually. So from one Gnosis Esports fight to another one in a matter of moments. It would have been a little bit more entertaining if it was being chased down by a BMW. However, beggars can't be choosers.
Yeah.
Hang on. There's been a change of position in GTP. I think Roman Ortiz picked up a slowdown in the final sector. I'm going to wind it back and see if I can confirm that one, but Alex Gerber has moved up into P5 in class. There he is, the BMW in front of the Porsche, and I'm trying to figure out where that came, because Ortiz was very slow coming out of...
Yeah, I don't know if that was a slow. I think they just got loose catching the grass coming through the Corvette curve.
But then why was he so down on momentum?
Well, because he had to save the car, I think, and ultimately, not due to a slow, but just because he had to catch the car. Alexander Gerber with a great opportunistic move to secure that. Roman Ortiz actually went for a bit of a look into the 40Ks in response with a GT3 ahead, but Gerber ended up to fend off the pressure. Now, Gnosis Esports is down to P6, and it's up to Gerber to chase down that 5-second gap to Christoph Schura. As we now move to a spot where we have all 4 prototype manufacturers currently in iRacing for the time being in the top 5.
It's going to be quite a task for the BMW to get onto the back of that Acura. The Acura proving one of the better cars out there on track. The BMW not quite doing the same, lacking any sort of top-end speed at Le Mans, thanks to a little bit of dodgy hybrid, but Neil, Rachel and Alex doing the best they can at making the best of a poor situation, kept themselves relatively out of trouble so far, and it's now Roman Ortiz that's on the back foot relative to them as the 41 crew try to push on into the night.
Yeah, and we've had a little bit of an incident as well, if we can pick it up, with the Pandemonium Esports Simlab white car, the 240, not your current GT3 race leader, but one of the sister cars running in the Ferrari for them. A bit of trouble into the Porsche curbs in an incident with a GTP. And it has completely taken the rear end off the car. And they are now, I believe, if not down on pit road right now, they're trying to limp it back very slowly. And, needs to hope that no one needs to come down pit road soon, because they're very much stricken, making it their way through that chicane to get into the pit lane. At this point, I think with how good that car is, I probably would have towed back to pit lane.
Well, just having a quick look down the order, it doesn't look like anyone's due in at any time soon, which is...
Yeah, they've made it onto pit road here, which I think it is good for the whole field. But that car is traveling in a direction that is not where its nose is pointing, let's just say.
You know how I just completely undersold Alex's chances of catching Christoph Cicero?
Yeah.
He's gained about half a second in the last half a lap.
Not bad.
Yeah, so fair play. Alex getting the most out of that BMW M Hybrid V8, which once again is notoriously terrible at Le Mans. But here comes a replay for you. I believe it's going to be that incident that you just talked about, Liv.
Yeah, so this is the rolling goat coming up behind into that opening turn of the Porsche curbs and just clips the rear end of that Ferrari clean off the car. I think we need to get another view as to exactly how that contact happened, whether the GT3 ran out wide or what, but that... It's a tough move to make, but the GTP has the downforce to just go clean around the outside, and I think they just misjudge
that feels like
how much space they need to leave.
That felt like netcode to me, to be honest. Because if the Ferrari went into the side of the Acura, which is what it looked like happened, it wouldn't have bounced off in that sort of manner, I don't think. But
right.
if it was netcode clipped in the left rear by the Acura, so here we go. We're getting to the point of contact. When does the Ferrari start to spin? If it's roughly here, then I think that's some netcode contact. Here we go for some frame by frame, brought to you by ABN.
That is pointing directly at the car, quite frankly.
It sort of is a little bit. No, that's netcode. There's got to be, surely.
It's tough. It's so tough to tell. I mean,
I was going to say, we'll be able to tell from here. This should be the dead giveaway. Oh, yeah, look. That's toe in. That's netcode. 100% netcode.
I think that's after the moment of contact, quite frankly.
Yeah, that rear wheel is...
No, that's contact.
Ooh, okay, no, that is
That's
contact.
contact.
Yeah, okay. I cede.
And that might be a penalty for the rolling goat in that case, because the 240 looked pretty tight into the inside.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely unfortunate that sort of slight tap knocks the wheel out quite that aggressively. But at the same time, it's understandable how that would happen, given the closing rate between those two cars. But that's the 240 down for some significant repairs. I do think the rolling goat, the 13, got away with it mostly unscathed. But I'm sure a trip to the steward's room incoming there. As, going back to that battle we were talking about for the P4 in GTP, Gap staying steady about 3-4 seconds.
Mm-hmm.
Sort of closing in slowly, I think, in traffic more than anything, with the Project Valorous car stuck behind the Eagle Speed Academy and Need for Speed Academy GT3 coming into Indianapolis.
Yeah, you'd always say that some teams kind of have a bit of a special ability out there on track, whether it's pace or strategy or traffic management. And I think this 41 squad definitely have their way with traffic as Alex Gerber pulls off the move that the Rolling Goat couldn't through Porsche 1 with absolutely no incident. We always say it's things like that. It's a what's the word? It's a philosophy within the team. It's something they all work towards and all pick up off each other. And over the years,
so you're giving yourself credit for...
I'm giving Neil and Alex credit for having worked together for so long that they've sort of picked up off each other the do's and don'ts of traffic, knowing when to send it, when not to send it. This is very much a Neil and Alex thing.
Okay. Meanwhile, we're following... I was following board with the Rolling Goat here. The previous incident with the Gnosis Esports, that moving under braking into the first Mulsanne chicane has been looked at, and the 74 currently serving a drive-through penalty for that, which...
It's consistency.
Yeah, I think
Although,
that's...
actually, just a drive-through.
Just a drive-through.
Whereas the other one was a 30-second stop and hold.
No, no. This is for moving under braking.
Oh, really?
The contact with the 50.
Did they get NFA for
that? Apparently, when the stewards left them, they thought that they saw the RPM racing car leaving a gap open and then closing it.
Yeah, that's valid.
So that was justification given. So understandable, but I'm sure even more protesting from the number 96 crew coming after seeing that pop up on the sheet. I don't blame them, of course. Like it's racing. In competition, you're going to be frustrated when things don't fall your way, regardless of what the reason is.
Such is life, though.
Exactly. But I think there's definitely the thought that they're going to feel hard done by. And I think that the key thing here at this point of the race, as we just passed the halfway mark, is to continue pushing forwards and to try and use that as fuel to close the gap back down, rather than to linger on it for too long and sort of spiral inwards and start making additional mistakes. Because ultimately, even if you go back to the stewards and you keep arguing with them and you change their mind, you've already been down pit lane, so the penalty. The only thing you can do at this point is to go and chase down the car's head.
Yeah. 6 hours then gone in this 12-hour event. Whoa, we're halfway there. We're going to take another quick 5 minutes and be back with you very shortly for the last 6 hours of the PEC 12 Hours of Le Mans. Position change then in GT3 Pro. Andy Pers has just got around Maurizio Scotti Di Uccio, who is on their outlap for the IS Corsa Porsche team. So it's still all to play for in all three classes at the moment, as pit stop cycles are bringing people in and out of contention. Olivia, I believe you have a short update for us on a couple of things that happened whilst you were away.
Yeah, and it seems like everything that's happened has happened to the number 13 car. Unlucky for the Rolling Goat, they got caught up in two incidents on lap 105. They're now run on pit lane, I believe, to take an early pit stop and maybe to exchange some tyres, get a little bit of repairs done. They had an incident in turn 3 on the exit with a GT3 car that sent them spinning around very quickly. Then at Tetra Rouge, I think the tyre's still a bit overheated, sent them for a second spin. And to make matters worse, it seems like they might be, after we looked at that incident just before the break, set to receive quite a sharp penalty for the incident with that GT3 car in the Porsche curves. So definitely a lot of drama, as also just happened out at Mulsanne Corner. Quick little spin for the XPD Racing GT3 entry, who are on a recovery drive after that sort of mistake around the end of hour 2. But just a few seconds lost in that one to still continue the charge back up into the top 10 and into the net championship lead as things stand.
Well, there you go. As I say, things all chopping and changing in and out of the class. Just trying to look up and down the GTP field to see if there's any drums going on down there. The only thing at the moment being Alexander Gerber closing into the back of Christoph Chichura for what is at the moment third place during the pit stop cycle. Fury Simsport have pitted for their next stop. They are, of course, off cycle relative to everyone else. That's our Project Valorous, having only done an 11 lap stint previous, but they will be boxing this lap, moving that BMW up to P3 in class for now. As we say, with how everything's got out of sync and out of cycle, it's just kept everything a little bit interesting and kept the intrigue up. Of course, makes it that little bit more difficult to keep track of, but it's been such a fun race to follow so far, full of drama, full of incidents, and we love a good penalty and I love a bit of drama on track. But the quality of the racing has been absolutely up there as well, Liv.
Yeah, no, I mean, we've had some fantastic fights, especially when those two classes meet. Of course, a few incidents, but ultimately not very many penalties being handed down by race control. We're just at 5 being awarded in the 6 hours so far. So while there have been sort of heavy incidents and heavy penalties for that, for the most part, everyone has been running nice and cleanly. And what we've seen actually is those sort of 3 wide moves where cars are using the opportunity given to them by traffic to stay safe and keep pointing in the right direction, but try and engineer those overtakes using that. And I always think those are fantastic to watch, because that's something you can only get in multi-class racing. You can get sort of side-by-side action in a lot of different series, but that sort of idea of having 2 or 3 races going on at the same time and the way they interweave and merge with each other, that's the really good stuff, and that has been flowing in this race so far.
And that's, again, it's what I love so much about multi-class, is the fact that you can use traffic, you can use what's going on around you to really set yourself up in position to make those moves, to defend as well. The term that I like to use is throwing traffic at other people. Obviously not sending big dive bombs on them and and just throwing a car off the road into someone's way, but just putting a car a little bit off kilter, getting them a little bit out of their rhythm, so that by the time the person that's chasing you actually gets to the back of you, there's a bit of traffic in the way, just to, sort of give yourself a bit of a buffer, especially coming through that forged chicane. If you can get down the inside of a GT just into there when the car behind can't, you can pull off so much of a gap just from that one little dive bomb. But again, makes it tricky, but it's doable.
We have a penalty to serve for the rolling goat now. And we also had a bit of an awkward situation for the 341 Pandemonium Esports car. They just got tapped around a little bit in an instant at Arnage with the Fury Simsport GTP car of Master Leiden. But before that, Mike Gaff came into pit lane to hand off the car, tried to hand it off to, it would have been Lorenzo Schubert's. Clearly some kind of hardware issue for Lorenzo, which meant that he couldn't pull out of the pit box and had to hand the car back to Mike Gaff. And then from that, when Mike Gaff got back in the car, the pit limiter wasn't activated. And so as he pulls away to get back going for another stint, speed to the pit lane has come back down again. So we'll see if this is a stop and hold, whether they try and get that driver swap done, or whether Lorenzo still needs some time to fix whatever is going on for the 341 car, and whether Mike Gaff finishes out the rest of this stint. But just a nightmare of 60 seconds for the 341 crew, you've got to think, who, of course, are currently running P6 in GT3 AM, but it's going to drop them incredibly far behind the 315 of Lithium Motorsport and for P5.
Well, it's one of those things that we don't really talk about much because it doesn't come up so often, but when it comes to driver swaps in iRacing, for the most part, you are given the car in the same state that the previous driver had it. But there are things like the pit lane speed limiter that don't carry over. That is purely client side. So when you get into the car for the first time, you have to put that pit lane speed limiter on if you're being handed the car at a pit stop. Otherwise, it's not going to be active. Of course, when you get out of the car, eventually, you will have put the pit lane speed limiter on. And then when you get back on, because you had it on last time you were in the car, it will already automatically be on. But it's one of those things that you can get in the habit of just doing as you're doing your racing. But 6.5 hours into an endurance race, when you're a little bit tired, you've been awake since goodness knows what time this morning, might be one of those things that you just forget. And this is why we have checklists, just to make sure that everything gets done at the right time and avoid situations where you're speeding in pit lane just because you forgot to press a button on your wheel.
I was about to talk about checklists because my first endurance race on iRacing was about 2 months after joining the service. It was a 2022 Daytona 24. And I'd been doing sim racing for about 1.5 years at that point, but mostly in like the F1 games. And it's a very different experience to go from a sprint race in, a simcade racer to a 24-hour sim race with, multiple teammates relying on you to not make any mistakes, not put a foot wrong. Mm-hmm. And obviously it was a very welcoming team to, show me the ropes and to have me as someone who didn't really know what they were doing. But it was they had this checklist of, this is what to look through before the race starts. Mm-hmm. This is what to look through before you start your stint. Just like make sure all your equipment's working. Maybe don't do a test drive for you beforehand if it's been a while. Make sure to go to the bathroom. That's an important one that we don't talk about too often.
Of course.
Once you're in the car, make sure your pit limiters on. Make sure your in-car tools are where you want them, because maybe different drivers need different levels of assist on that traction control, the ABS for the cars that have it, and sort of making sure that everything that you could stress about before a stint is covered. Not just so you don't have that issue on the speed limiter, but also just so that you're not having to worry about them. There's a race off pit road there, I think.
Yeah, there is.
Between the SBD Racing GTP and the TMR 41, and
it's a
Project Farmers 50 slots right in.
Oh,
Remember, they had to pit a lap early because of the incident with the 74, but that meant they were off cycle with the rest of them, and that is now a 3-car fight under a blanket.
Yeah, I was
to watch out for.
I was going to say, that is a fight that we've been watching for quite a long time at this point, and it's all just converged at exactly the wrong moment for Alex Gerber. Randy Martini Mateos, who takes advantage of the slow, cold BMW coming off pit lane and a little bit of a short fuel for Alberto Garcia Blasco and co in that number 33. What would it be? The XPD racing car.
Racing.
Just to jump the 41 in the pit stop cycle and not have to worry about passing them on track. Alex Gerber, we know, is a very staunch defender, very good at holding on to his track position. But Alberto Garcia Blasco and Christoph Chisora don't have to manage that because they have strategized perfectly to get around that car.
Yeah, I mean, that is just everything coming to a head very suddenly in that battle for what is currently P4 in GTP. And with Fury Simsport being off cycle, could end up potentially being the battle for the podium overall. We've seen the TMR crew inherit P2 out of seemingly nowhere at Portimao for round 2 of the season. And with 6 hours gone in this race, a lot of the sort of heavy hitters have fallen to the wayside. And once again, they're looking like they have an outside chance of taking home a podium in that BMW. But they've got to get past SPD Racing and Project Valorous first. I don't think either of them want to give them a chance at all. Project Valorous actually obviously pushing on those slightly warmed up tyres. SPD Racing doing a great job on the cold tyres to pull away, and the gap now is actually putting that BMW just a little bit out of slipstream, 1.4 seconds behind the Project Valorous car.
Whilst we're sat here in a bit of a moment of chill, I think we probably should have talked about it a little bit sooner in this race, but we'll talk about it now. This race is happening simultaneously, not alongside, but at the same time as Jimmy Broadbent's Race for Mind charity. The 6th edition of it is being run, the 23 Hours of Zolder this year. I think they've raised £25,000 so far. Yeah, which is absolutely mind-blowing. And again, 6th edition of this race, it's a charity that supports mental health over here in the UK. I think it's just UK based, and of course every single penny donated goes to an absolutely fantastic cause. And of course the race is always a good laugh, especially when you can spend some money to get your own team a stop and go drive through penalty thing while sat in the commentary box of another race. Apparently Alex Miller is trying to unionize my team against me.
You could have paid for a drive-through for any team on that grid.
Yeah.
Literally, you could have been the leader of the track. You could have been the car ahead of us. It would have been cheaper for one of those two.
Yeah.
Instead, you choose to penalise yourself because, correct me if I'm wrong, you're getting in that car tomorrow morning, right?
Yeah, in like 12 hours or so.
So I'm getting in a car in about 12, 14 hours as well.
It's like, yeah, but like...
So you've made your job harder.
Do you know why it's funnier?
You don't care?
They were P3.
Oh my god.
Listen, at the end of the day, as I say, it's for a great cause that you know, close to my heart as well. I've done a little bit of money raising for Mind as well, because again, it's a cause that's quite close to my heart. I'm big mental health advocate, as someone who has struggled with it a little bit in the past, and sometimes still to this day, better than it was, but such is life. So as I say, it's a good cause, and it gives me a chance to troll my own team a little bit, because it's not often we do a silly race where I would like to take the mick a little bit, and because usually I actually care about the result of the race, but this is one of those where we're literally out there to go and have a good time, and it's going to be a funny story to tell at the end of the day, and it's £75 more towards, well, with gift aid, £86 more towards a very, very worthy cause.
Yeah, it's a very busy weekend in sim racing, all things considered, because we have that 20-hour race at Zolder. We of course have this race that we're running right now. There's also the Melons 24, which I know Prismatic are also running. So Prismatic have 2 cars in Zolder. They have, I believe, 1 car in the Melons 24 race, which is essentially a 24-hour PCC race at Okayama for the most part, within iRacing. And of course, Rachel Trincoli is acting as a sort of a lone driver for the TMR 41 crew in this race. And I remember last year Zolder clashed with the Mooncar 24, which I believe is I think it was for like Toys for Tots in America. This year that's on a different weekend, but suddenly the Melons races this weekend instead. And also, over in IndyCar land, I am currently missing pole day for the Open Wheel 500, and I want to try and make a run at qualifying in Monday tomorrow, but we'll see if I have energy and pace, so I'll need both, and I might have neither.
It really is a busy weekend then across the board.
It really is.
Even for you.
We've still got 5.5 hours left to run over here in France, and anything can happen. There's been so much happening so far.
But in this fight that we've been watching, it has started to just chill out a little bit, and Alberto Garcia Blasco has managed to pull away from both of the cars that are chasing him down. Alex Gerber just having to squeeze down the inside of one of the Ferraris there. It's going to be Daryl Norkett in the number 262 Hydro Race Racing Forces, the car that was involved in a fight with Andy Perez a little bit earlier on. That's the car that I was thinking of. We got there in the end. As Alex Gerber is trying to close down the gap to Christophe Cicero. He's being handed an opportunity on a plate here as Christophe Cicero just gets checked up behind, I think that's going to be Tom Bryant in one of the AM GT3s. He's going to be aggressive enough to get by.
AM GT3 leader.
It is indeed, yeah. Down the inside goes Alex Gerber, cutting both of the chicane apexes, I hope perfectly, because you can get a slowdown for cutting those, as he sets off back to chase down Christophe Cicero once again.
And further back in the classes, and actually for position in GT3 AM, we also had a bit of an incident for the 399 of Thomas Burling in the Slippers Racing Team car. Just coming through the Corvette curve once again, a little bit tricky, but I think a little bit of a single car incident that spiraled after a spin, and catching up Cesar Cabral in the Race 2 Esport car as well. So the AM field especially thinning just a little bit quicker than we maybe expected. It was also all going well for the longest time, and suddenly a good few contenders have fallen to the wayside. I went onto the entries tab and saw 3 cars simultaneously in GTP with slowdowns to serve. So some creative track limits being attempted in the dark of night here.
The stewards aren't happy with your creative interpretations of track limits.
Is that a line from the F1 games?
It is a line. It's Jeff. No, wait, it's a Jeff. Yeah, it's Jeff. I remember Jeff. I loved
we missed Jeff.
Hashtag RIP Jeff. I mean, he's not dead. Did you know that apparently it's the same voice actor that did the Geordie guy back in 2010?
Really?
Yeah, same guy.
Sounds nothing alike.
When you actually listen to them side by side, if you ignore the Geordie accent, yeah, same guy. 100% same guy.
I mean, that just shows how impressive voice actors are, to be honest.
Yeah, literally. I mean, doing an accent isn't hard.
Yeah, fair.
Don't ask me to prove it.
Doing an accent isn't hard. Doing an accent well is hard.
Now, that is difficult, yeah. We said though that this fight was calming down, but we are just following Christophe Cicero climbing onto the back of Alberto Blasco Garcia, looking for any sort of way past he can. Garcia Blasco just... I got his name the wrong way around. Garcia Blasco opens up Arnage. Cicero just stays to the inside a little bit to peek out, like, no, he's there, as if he doesn't already know. Get the car in front of you, mirror drive, and then they're way, way, way more likely to make a mistake. Cicero's going to have to tuck in now through the Porsche curves. No overtaking opportunity through here unless you get very brave into Corvette corner. I've seen it done before, but it's not the sort of thing that I'd ever go for, as they've got a long way to wait before they get down to that Ford chicane. Flick it through Corvette corner. Use all the curve on the inside if you can. Don't run out too wide, because that's where you're going to get the slowdown as the Acura ARX 06's headlights pierce the night in front of them. A little bit of GT traffic to deal with. Garcia Blasco has a look, but can't make anything work there, as both of them have to stay line astern through the Ford chicane to not get too choked up. Well, they got massively choked up by the traffic, but to not hit each other, which is going to allow Alex Gerber to just catch up a little bit, but he's still going to have these bits of traffic to deal with, as Garcia Blasco is going to lead them down into turn 2. Big cut of turn 1 by Jatura, as both of them cut the apexes at both of those chicane corners, as the fight does continue. 0.4 of a second is the gap as they run down towards the Forestesses, slowly making their way towards Tete Rouge, out of that corner, and then onto the biggest, longest section of straight on this track.
Yeah, and this is where, again, we've seen a lot of battles that have been Acura versus Porsche so far in this race. When it's Acura versus Acura, it's not quite so easy to unpack. And actually, it's going to come down to how this traffic gets navigated. This is the Squadron Veloce Bravo car in the AM class, and it's going to just hold up Christophe Tchura by, a margin. I mean, replay. Apologies for that. I come through the second chicane, no traffic to speak of there. And actually, it's going to be quite close behind. But again, just a great exit. But HB Racing maybe starting to use a little bit of that battery they had saved up to street away, and the Tail Mills Racing car is the one who is actually now falling back and into the clutch of the Ultra Racing Orange car, who's currently running P7 but looking to try and climb back up after that penalty.
Of course, that penalty has really been a defining for the 96 Cruise race, as their teammates run off into the distance a little bit. They did have the Focus Racing car for company a little bit earlier, but that gap's gone up to 16 seconds at the moment. So that was, again, the 7 was a car that was starting to close in on them, but that charge has come to a little bit of a halt. Maybe in the driver change, the pace delta between the two has either leveled out a little bit or gone more in one car's favor than the other. But something to keep an eye on, as that Focus Racing team very much on a bit of a recovery drive, trying to get back up from where they dropped down to, I think, P7 in the first couple of hours of this race. So they've done really well to get back up into P3 for now. There's still a very, very long way to go in this race, and a lot still to play for, as this fight is still raging on for P4 in class. Alberto Garcia Blasco is doing everything he can to try and pull away from Christophe Jatura, but Jatura dealing with that dirty air brilliantly, taking advantage of the slipstream where he needs to, probably doing a little bit of fuel save, and occasionally getting a flash of those headlights on just to try and put Alberto Garcia Blasco off a little bit. There is going to be a touch of traffic to deal with through the Porsche curves, so it'll be interesting to see how Garcia Blasco deals with it. It could create an opportunity for Jatura if he backs off at just the right moment, carries the speed through Corvette Corner. They're not going to have to worry about that though. Around the outside of Karting, both of them go onto the racing line for Corvette as expected. We've seen incidents happen down here before though. Will the Ferrari open up the gap for both of them? Oh, but look at that. Hang on, where's this come from? Christophe Jatura just carries so much more momentum out of the corner. Dan Garcia Blasco, maybe a slowdown for the 33, has completely turned this fight on its head, as Jatura is going to slide up into P4.
That was Slipper's Racing Team with another spin at the Corvette corner, just getting going again, but obviously running much slower than the traffic ahead. Sort of very fortunate for everyone to take that breath and get through it in one piece, but that does put Christophe Tchura ahead of Garcia Blasco in quite a fortunate move there, coming into the final sector of the track. And they both live to fight another day, which is the most important thing ultimately. But maybe, just maybe, that draws in Old Firm Racing Orange and Taylor Mills Racing, who are way back now. Has something happened to Alexander Gerber in that car?
Oh, could have been a mistake or a slowdown, but that's a 10-second time loss. See if we can wind it back and see.
To spin at Mulsanne corner.
That'll do it.
Just into the gravel, no damage, but dropped out of contention there, and now it's Old Firm Racing Orange who are going to try and charge down in that battle for P4.
Well, that's a shame.
I'm sorry.
It's okay, you didn't do anything. It's not your fault. Anyway, the tables have turned then on this fight for P4, as Christophe Tchura is now at the car in front, trying to run away from Alberto Garcia Blasco. Maybe Tchura has the pace to pull the gap where Garcia Blasco couldn't. It's all to, all to be told as we get further on into this race. These two cars fighting their way into the night. but the way the Acura ARX6 looks in the night as those, as I say, those headlights just pierce the darkness, it's very pretty. I do like it a lot. Enough to call it the ARX6, apparently. Apparently I went Scottish.
Damn, this race is fire.
Boo. You're a bad person. You should feel bad.
Okay.
Unrelated, have you ever had warm Coke before?
Yeah, it's not great.
I don't hate it, you know. I haven't had it in a few years, but I'm only thinking about it because I'm drinking Diet Coke now. Other soft drinks are available. I thought, this would be much better for my throat if it was warm.
Didn't they try and make hot Dr. Pepper a thing at one point?
Yeah, they did. Other soft drinks are available.
And it didn't.
Did
there
it
is,
not?
of course, the one thing I have had, which is incredibly personal with our producer very
I know
upset
what this is.
mentioning.
I know what this is.
But if you mix Pepsi with the soft drinks available with milk,
other dairy is available?
Yeah, exactly. You get what is affectionately known as pilk.
Pilk.
And it's not great, but it's not terribly. It kind of tastes like a Coke float almost, which very much not the worst thing I've ever had. So
it makes sense. Like ice cream and milk are both dairy products, right? So it does kind of track that it would taste like a Coke float. It doesn't mean I like the idea of it though.
No, the texture's all wrong is the main thing.
Oh gosh. Whose idea was it? Was it yours or Leah's?
We still it'd be funny. I think it was a combined madness between the two of us.
I mean, that sort of tracks for you two, to be fair. Clinically insane, the pair of you.
I'll remember that when we're running Zolda later.
Oh yeah, what are you gonna do?
Flash my headlights aggressively at you.
Oh no, what a shame. I'm so upset and offended by that idea. Oh. As if I won't just like then pull off and pull away into the distance, you know? In
Project Valorous. Pulling away from XPD Racing now by about a second and a half.
Good link.
And now Old Firm Racing Orange are starting to close down within about 3 seconds of the number 33 car. And lapped about a half a second faster that last time by. They've made an extra trip down pit lane, but now it's just that penalty. They're exactly on cycle in terms of strategy. It's just the Fury Sim Sport car right now, who's 3 laps short on strategy, and the Project Valorous car, who is 1 lap short after taking that early pit stop following the incident with the 74 car. As I keep seeing Slipper's Racing Team have Thomas Burley, I know is like a sort of an organizer here and might be listening. You've got to work out Corvette Corner, mate. I think that's the 3rd time this happens now. It's like something is very clearly not right on that car or on that setup. It's probably a bit too late to fix the setup stuff at this point, but Corvette Corner is a problem spot, and you sort of have to then drive around the car if you know that the car likes to get loose there, because it keeps popping up on my timing screen, and it snitched on you a little bit, mate.
Now, here's the thing. You can change the setup a little bit in the GT3s as you go in. You can change the rear wing angle. You can change the anti-roll bars in a pit stop.
Are you going to try and do that, to try and tune out an issue for 1 corner, if it then might compromise the rest of your run, though?
If it's a consistent issue that I can't get on top of, that I think only setup can help with, yeah, 100%. We'll gain some time over the course of the race then.
This is where I think we're very fortunate in that you often drive the GTP machine. I often drive the Indy machinery, where our roll bars are not pit stop adjustments, but they are just a
I was going to say, yeah, you and me have it easy because we just, boop, problem solved.
You don't have to guess if something will work, and if it's wrong, you've got to spend an hour dealing with it.
Exactly.
Before you can change it back.
Which, I'm sure, oh, goodness me, can you imagine if there comes a time when GT3s have adjustable anti-roll bars from the cockpit
At that point, it just
I'd
becomes a
hate that.
prototype again.
I would hate that. You mean I'm getting annoyed about this already. You already know how I feel about Evos in GT3s and how I think they absolutely shouldn't exist because it just raises the price of motorsport and you make a previous generation car obsolete when, because of how GT3 works, it means you can run that car for years. Look at the Lexus, look at the Acura NSX. It's just great if you just keep it. It's fine. They'd just bop it. Like, just make a balanced setup and just let the bop do the rest of the work. You do not need to make an Evo. I think one of my friends has a good opinion on this. He's like, the only way you should ever be able to introduce an Evo version of a GT3 is if you introduce a new model, like how the Corvette went from the C8 to the Z06 GT3 R.
Yeah,
that is technically
and that was a special
model.
case as well because the C8 was actually a GTE car that had been homologated into GT3.
Yeah, smaller diffuser, less power, small tires, added ABS. But yeah, that's the way to do it. And they'd never built a GT3 before, so they had a new car. But like, if Ferrari wanted to build an Evo car, instead of that, they build a new model. Like, force them to make a new model. I don't like it.
The other thing that'd be a little bit frustrating if we actually get Evos, it costs, race teams like upwards of $1 million to then get sort of the newest generation of car and run them. And
every time a new Evo comes out, it just bumps the price up. Like, the first generation of a car might start at 400k, but then they bring out the Evo at 500, Evo 2, 600k, and it just makes it so much more expensive because you have to buy the new generation car because the likes of Ferrari, Lamborghini, Audi, who have done all that, just let the old generation cars go out of homologation and do not re-homologate them.
And even worse, though, over in iRacing, we get the, say, Ferrari 296 Evo. That costs us $12.
Yeah, how dare they?
It's
how dare they?
I nearly swore, I'm not gonna lie.
You're passionate about this as well.
It's so messed up.
It is messed up, yeah. God, could you imagine if they started doing hypercar Evos? Like actual, like not just Evo Jokers, but like they came out with a 499p Evo with a slightly revised aero package and a slightly tuned engine. Toyota might end up building an LMDH at this rate.
They should just build an LMP1. Why not?
That's what the GR010 is practically. It's literally just the TS050, but with slightly different bodywork, a different engine, and a different hybrid system. Well, it's probably actually the same hybrid system realistically.
No. Except for everything else. I do wish more companies had the spare money lying around to make Evos, not in the sense of an upgraded version to try and get you an extra half tenth per lap in a homologated motorsport competition, but an Evo in the sense of the Porsche 919 Evo.
Right, yeah.
Which is where you go
hog wild.
Let's just break every record we can. Who cares if it's legal? Who cares if we can join a race with it? Let's just go break a bunch of records.
The thing that I loved is they went and broke the Spa record. Went faster than an F1 car. Then the next year, I think it was 2019, Formula One rocks back up to Spa for the Belgian Grand Prix. And then Lewis Hamilton beat that lap time by a second in the wet.
No, there's no way.
I'm not quite that anti-Evo.
Or
if you're going to bring in an Evo anyway, bring in an Evo.
You spend $1 million making a proper Evo.
And you know what? If you're going to make an Evo, you're not allowed to make an Evo. You just have to build a hypercar. Or force them to make an LMP2. To hell with this for qualified manufacturers. If you want to build a GT3 Evo, you just have to build an LMP2. I'm tired of Evos. Get them out.
Are you not tired of Orica as well?
No, I love Orica. Orica have absolutely nailed everything they've done in the last 10 years. It's like Dallara are still like the most customed chassis in the world with the amount of series that they've got. The series car for it.
Including my favorite.
IndyCar, yeah. But IndyCar, Super Formula Light, Formula 2, Formula 3, Indy Next as well, and IndyCar. And they also helped design and build, they helped build the Haas. They helped build and design the Ferrari 499P. Obviously, they are the chassis manufacturer for BMW and Cadillac in GTP, as we have the BMW conveniently on screen. Thank you for that. But Orica built a banger car in 2017 that was so good that everyone switched to it. And then the ACO and FIA went, right, Dallara, Ligier, go sort your cars out. You go develop, get the engines right and whatever, and then come back. And they still weren't better than Orica. But how many companies, in a supposedly spec series, how many companies have done that?
And the other thing is, how many have managed that and had the reliability like hold up decently, where there's not constant complaining. You watch F2, there's always play.
Yeah, but that's for the Metachrome.
It's the Metatromes, which again we saw what happened when Alpine trusted them. Yeah,
the Gibson V8 is just better than the Metachrome. That's just a fact. The Gibson V8 is a great engine. Yeah. Exactly. It's really impressive. It's endlessly impressive because Orica have their fingers in a few pies as well, because they helped design the Ferrari 296 GT3, which is why it comes apart like a prototype. Oh, so we've been having a conversation with absolutely no one. Carmen, our producer, in our ear a little bit there, contributing to the conversation. Apparently, Olivia and I weren't aware that you, the audience, couldn't hear her. So there we are.
You sometimes pop in.
That's true.
And do add a few minutes of your wisdom.
So I can make this announcement at the near 7-hour mark that Ferrari sucks. And I'm going to go ahead and go back to the moon.
Wow.
Corvette to the day I die. Until the Acura. Acura in December might sway my opinion.
Now we have to try and shout over Carmen to say the last 2 years of results here.
This is why.
Disagree.
It's true, yeah. I mean, to be fair, so the way the hypercar works is they have to have a 4-to-1. It's sort of like a 4-to-1 downforce to drag ratio. It's not exactly that. But of course, you can play with that a little bit, reduce some downforce, reduce the drag. So Ferrari specifically built their car for Le Mans. It's why it's so good here and can't really win anywhere else. They heard one aero package and went, you know what? We're here for one reason and one reason only, and that's to go and win Le Mans. And they've done it twice. I'm not sure what the opinion of the drivers is on that. I think they probably want to go out and win Le Mans and the Drivers' Championship. And you know, that's the case. Lawrence Van Tor wants to win Le Mans as well. He's obviously Drivers' Champion now, but again, everyone wants to win Le Mans. And
I mean, while he's not won Le Mans, he's the second best Van Tor, of course.
Exactly. But you can, the way I always talk about it is, you can point at any Le Mans in the last 20 years, 24 years, point at it and go, who won Le Mans this year? And you can ask the question, okay, who won the Le Mans Series / WBC that year? Most motorsport fans will be able to answer the first question accurately than the second one. With who won Le Mans in 2012?
2012? Mm-hmm. Would that have been Audi?
Yes.
Okay.
Who won the WEC in 2012?
I'm gonna say Porsche, but it's a guess.
Porsche weren't in the WEC at that point.
Well, okay, well that shows how much I know. Was it also Audi?
Audi probably would have won it that year as well. Ooh, spin. Big spin for Randy Martinez, just locking up the rear brakes into Arnage, a corner where we've seen so many incidents like that happen, just getting it a little bit wrong. I think over the curb on the outside of the circuit there. Through Indy he comes to the outside, not anywhere near the gravel. Is it the curb or is it just... Oh, yeah, it's the curb. So, yeah, you can use that curb, but if you hit it just wrong, that's exactly what happens to your car. As the gap opens back up to 6.4 seconds, Alberto Garcia Blasco gets a little bit of breathing room as Max Deleden comes into the pit lane, and Mateos has to close that gap back up. But where were we in terms of the topic of conversation? Yeah, that's the one.
What I was going to say...
Yeah.
To link this back to the race that is going on right now.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, we were talking a ton last season, because we finished off with a 24-hour race here, about how highly that race will be regarded even outside of the Season 5 championship. Do you think teams are actually in this race in the same regard with being a 12-hour, or do you think all eyes are forward on the championship weekend in Fuji in 3 weeks' time?
It's Le Mans. Everyone wants to win Le Mans. It's the one that evaded.
Isn't that a song by Tears of First?
Everybody wants to win Le Mans. Yeah. It's a race that evaded us for years and years. After I won it in 2018, it's a race that evaded us for years. And yeah, but we won it. We won the 6-hour event in the final season of LMP1, and then a year and a bit later, won the charity 24-hour race, which was absolutely amazing. I think we finished...
Despite my best efforts.
Despite your best efforts. I think we finished second at the iRacing 24 Hours of Le Mans this year. I'm not actually sure. No, we didn't. No, we had a terrible... No, we retired from that race this year. Never mind. But it's one that can evade people for so long. It's a track that... This racetrack chooses her winners all the time. That's just how it works.
I've heard that about another race.
Nürburgring, Daytona?
Also part of the Triple Crown of Motorsport.
Daytona. Yeah.
Indianapolis.
Okay, fair.
Indy chooses the winner.
But it's the same principle. Like tracks and events with this much mythos surrounding it. It's you don't win Le Mans. Le Mans wins you.
Yeah. You just have to be so consistent for so long.
So to actually finish my point, because I didn't actually do that.
Go.
You chase this goose egg. You chase this race for years, and you prepare for it. You do whatever you can, and then bad luck befalls you. A little bit of poor preparation can befall you as well. But there is nothing better than coming to an endurance race at Le Mans and actually taking the win, actually crossing that line first overall. Because it's a track that's so difficult to get right. It's so hard to manage all the traffic around here. It's so difficult to just pick your exact moments, when to do this, when to do that, when to do the other. And so much can go wrong in these 6, 12, 24 hours that just when it's all strung together, there is no better feeling. Like we talked about how good it is to string a lap together here, but when you can string together as a team over 400 laps as flawlessly as you need to, because you don't need to be perfect, but as flawlessly as you need to, that's a better feeling than winning any championship.
Yeah, like it's always those single races you remember, because it's all the energy sort of wrapped up into one. It's that moment that you're gonna hold with you more than it is, even if you do have a championship, you don't remember the defining moment in the defining race that got you there, whether it was the one that clinched it or the one that sort of put you in such a strong position for it. And ultimately, with where this race comes in this campaign as well, it is going to be a race where if you are able to get a good result, it's going to springboard you right to the front of the field for that championship. And I think that holds its own weight as well.
I think a good demonstrator as to how important this race is, not just to people like us who are fans, not just to drivers, but to the manufacturers as well, is this. All but one IMSA Racing LMDH manufacturer has entered a car in the WEC so that they can race at Le Mans. None of the hypercars until next year went over to IMSA for Daytona. Daytona is a really important race in the endurance crown. It is one that I'd love to win at one point as well. I'm sure the rest of the team would as well. But when you compare it to Le Mans, nobody cares about Daytona. Everybody, none of the manufacturers care about Daytona if they haven't been racing in North America for as long as BMW, Cadillac, Acura, and Porsche have. Everyone wants to win Le Mans, and that is no exception. Any manufacturer that goes racing wants to win Le Mans. It's why the WEC has exploded in the last 2 years. It's why we've got 18 cars in the top class. It's why you get the privateer manufacturers come in, because they want to race at Le Mans. There are so few tracks that have the same aura, the same presence, the same mysteriousness and importance as this track. It's almost a terrifying thought, but it's so impressive that everything that's happened over the 101 years that this racetrack has existed has led to a moment where all of the race car manufacturers in the world are desperate to come to this one place once a year for 24, oh, it's more like 2 weeks, for 24 hours, that they run an entire season of the WEC.
Just so they can be here for this moment.
Just so, that's why Cadillac brought one car to the WEC. They don't care. As an organization, before next year, they didn't care about performing throughout the entire season. They didn't care about the rest of the car.
They don't sell cars in America by WEC performance. That's just not how it works.
The only thing they cared about was being able to bring 3 cars to Le Mans, and entering the 2 into the WEC is what enabled them to do that, and that's all they care about. And there's no other race on the planet that's like that. There's no other race where you run an entire series, an entire championship calendar, just so you can bring everything to one endurance race.
I mean, if you register for IndyCar, you're there because you want to run the season. You'll have a one-off entry for the 500, but
because you can do that,
you'll be there for the whole campaign. This is such a you have to be on board with the whole thing, because ultimately
they force you to.
There's so much demand that there's constantly spots being left on the table. For the 500 last 2 years, there's been maybe 34, 35 cars running. Here, if they allowed 80 cars to start, I think there'd be 80 cars on the grid.
Oh yeah, 100%, easily. But I think I will correct myself a little bit there. I think the Indy 500 is probably the only other race on the planet where manufacturers would run or teams would run an entire championship just to run the 500.
That might be the only thing keeping Honda in as an engine manufacturer, quite frankly.
Yeah. I mean, look at the likes of Prema taking the step across as well. Like, they are a feeder series team for F1, but have finally decided that they've got the funds and they've got the want and the need to come across to IndyCar to try and compete over there as well. And IndyCar's all the better for it. IndyCar is 100% all the better for it.
Can't wait to see how they try and mess it up. Because that is the thing about IndyCar, isn't it? Sometimes it's the thing about all series. Sometimes they like to get in their own way, but ultimately the product that we have in endurance racing right now is so good that no matter what the governing body does, it's still going to be absolute dynamite.
Yeah, 100%. I do love getting the opportunity to properly share our passion for this sort of thing, because we don't sit here because we hate it. We sit here because we love to talk about race cars, and we love to experience race cars and share that passion with not just each other but everyone that's watching.
Like, I mean, think about, was it last Sunday I sent you a link to a guest channel in our Discord server, and we just spent about 8-10 hours watching F1, NASCAR, whatever else was on, basically.
Yeah.
I think some NFL stuff at times as well.
What?
Yeah, it's just because...
And before that,
we love getting invested in stuff that we're not necessarily involved in, and it's even more engaging when you do have a horse in the race. You know, like... everyone who's watching this broadcast, I assume, is a friend of someone who
or a teammate
is out on track right now. I mean, even you, you're on one of these teams. I'm on one of these teams. We obviously don't have any impact in what they're doing right now.
No.
But it's definitely...
that's also by design, to be fair.
Yeah.
So no, thank you.
We have a lot of fans of Pandemonium in chat. I am seeing as well, which is great to see. And obviously, they
actually, you know what?
An elevation into the current lead of GT3.
Because I know a lot of the teams out on track and friends of the teams that are out there on track are listening to this broadcast. Just to prove a point, type in chat which team you're out here supporting, whether that's their number, the team name. Just put it in chat. Let's see. Let's see like who we're all out here for, because I reckon it's going to be a relatively large spread.
Yeah, no,
easily.
Sure. Oh, obviously the teams that have 2-3 cars, they're going to get proportionally more people, and I think a lot of it is also the people that are watching are often the people who are trying to keep an eye on what's happening in the race as well. So when you hop out of the car, you go, okay, what's happening with that car that's a minute up the road from us, or 20 seconds up the road from us? And you can get sort of an idea, just like you can try and throw back through the replay. But, you know, you've been quite busy. You've not really had time to check in on things, as there has been an incident that popped up on my timing screen. Taylor?
Yeah.
Do you see it on lap 120, and do you want to cover this one?
I actually don't see it.
It was an incident for the number 41 car.
Why did you do that to me? That's so mean.
This is calling out Rachel Controlli. I want to say that it's actually Alexander Gerber in the car. This is on the in-lap.
Oh.
There we go.
Yeah, that's easy enough to do.
Rachel now into the car.
Yeah, I think Alex
put it in pit lane.
Alex has been struggling with the rear end of that car for the entire stint, which is it's fair enough. It happens.
Yeah. That car does rejoin in P7. Just a.
Oh, hang on, we do have a fight for position. Look at this. It's Project Valorous versus XPD Racing yet again.
It's what we saw at last stint. They came out of the pit lane and Valorous had the warm tyres and getting a lap earlier.
It's another splitting of traffic yet again as these two thunder down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. What can Luis Martinez do to try and get back in position on the Project Valorous car? It's not going to be much. Those cold tyres giving him absolutely no purchase in the middle of that corner. So got to try and navigate a Porsche GT3 in the middle of the circuit there. Choose a side of the road, please. It makes life easier for everyone. Slipstream being picked up by Luis Martinez behind, but it's not enough to get him on the back of Mark Rosendahl. So again, a brilliant bit of strategic planning for the 50 to get them just that one lap out of sync and make sure they've got the warm tyres so when everyone else pits. And that is something that I'm definitely going to take a note of for future reference.
I'm wondering how well those tyres are acted. Maybe this is the point where you start to consider at least those double stints for the tyres. Or maybe if not across the entire race, maybe you're thinking about this for the very end of the race where maybe you've got to make a pit stop and take about half a tank of fuel. You might have time for the extra set of tyres. The question is it worth it when you're not really going to get to the end of their wear cycle in that time? I think this is maybe the signal that consider keeping those old tyres on just because they're going to have that heat in them already. And it might help you out going forward.
Yeah, it's definitely something I'd like to see happen. But as I said earlier on, excuse me, it's not something I expect to happen because the change all 4 tyres is just too safe. Like it's an absolute non-issue. Martinez is going to get that rubber up to temperature eventually, and all he needs to do is keep himself relatively in touch with Mark Rosendahl and he's going to be able to get past again. It's not a pressing issue, so you don't really need to do anything to work around it, and I wouldn't expect anyone to try and do anything different, to be fair.
I think through normal stints, maybe not. I think 2 full stints is maybe a point where you're starting to feel that risk on the old tyres. I think coming into that final pit stop, though, it's something that teams are going to be keeping in mind, and they're going to be calculating in their heads. By the way, at the front of the field, now we've gotten through that pit cycle, Ultra Race has a 15-second lead from Focus Racing, and then Fury Sim Sport down in P3. The reasoning for that was a drive-through penalty awarded for a little bit of contact with the GT3 at Arnage a little while back. So Fury Sim Sport have been knocked down the order, and now this is very much a 3-car fight for the podium between the 30, the 50, and the 33. And Ultimate Racing Orange is making a charge to get back into this conversation to make up for their penalty they received earlier in the race.
And again, that's another part of the beauty of a 12-hour endurance race. We get to see cars have those issues and then come back through the course of the race. Remember the number 8 Toyota from the 8 Hours of Bahrain just this past weekend. Was it this weekend? Yeah, it must have been, right? Yeah, it was this last weekend. Had a spin on lap 10 of the race with like less than an hour in and ended up winning the entire thing. So just because you're down doesn't mean you're out, and as long as you can get your head back in the game and start to push on once again, you can make up that time loss.
Yeah, of course, it's a little bit easier in series that have that intervention of safety cars. It's why oval racing in iRacing is a little bit more, there's a bit higher variance to it compared to road racing, just because at any point that caution could come out and sort of rejig the entire field and give everyone a chance, even if they made a mistake earlier, to go at it again. Whereas in official road racing, you've got however long the race is, and you've got to make the best of what you have. If you lose a minute of time on track, you've got to gain it back on track in the old-fashioned way, essentially. And it's what makes it so difficult, but when you manage to get one of those chase downs done, it is oh so rewarding.
It feels so good. Anyway, with 7 hours and 10 minutes gone of this race event, we are really into the countdown phase of this race. You are watching the 12 Hours of Le Mans for the Platinum Endurance Championship live on ABN with me, Taylor Mills, alongside Olivia Hayward. We're going to take a quick 5 minutes, and then we will be back with you to continue keeping an eye on this fight for P4 and GTP. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. Whilst we were taking a short break, Olivia, I believe you noticed a little bit of an incident that went on with the Project Valorous number 50 car.
Yeah, so of course, very tight battle between the number 50 and the 33 behind. And it was coming across start-finish line, and into that opening sector on one of the laps. A GT3 sort of awkwardly deep in the first part of that first chicane. I sort of parked it a bit awkwardly on the apex, and I got a tap in the rear end from the 50 car. Both cars seemed to continue in one piece, so not too much harm done there, but it gave the XPD Racing GTP a chance to slip back through. And for a second, they were like about 1-2 seconds up the road from Mark Rosendahl. But a great drive from the Valorous team to get back to the XPD Racing car and back around to retake 4th place. But that's now 10 seconds back from Mats de Leiden, who's back in that car and is setting some very quick lap times in that number 30.
Yeah, averaging a 3-minute 25.3 compared to Mark Rosendahl's 25.9 and Luis Martinez's 25.5. So not quite able to get on the same sort of pace as the 30 crew at the moment, letting that 10-second gap just start to grow and grow and grow, whilst also leaving themselves a little bit susceptible to Julian Hammond behind, who isn't doing a great job of closing that gap in, but is certainly there or thereabouts and is a looming threat for both of these Acuras, or sorry, all three of these Acuras as the race goes on. We are ticking down towards only 4 hours to go or so. So we're only 2/3 of the way through this race, as if that's gone so quickly. There's been so much happening out there on track that's just kept us absolutely glued to the screens, and I hope it's been the same for you guys, because this race has been an absolute banger.
Yeah. I'm noticing, by the way, a couple of little awkward spins that we're not necessarily cutting back to, but they're such low speed, but the 4 chicanes at the end of the lap are so tricky, especially in GT3 machinery. You're just so loose on the rear end. We've actually got a big battle here for P3 in GT3 overall. Octopus Racing Team, who just had one of those spins, falling into the clutches of Race Gator DE Black, who are a couple laps into the stint. Ooh. And they are door to door coming through the opening sector. This is some fantastic battling, but it could turn very bad very quickly. Goes for that lunge and holds onto it, but these cars are off cycle from each other as well. Race Gator DE, of course, just coming out of the pit lane. And so I'm sure not particularly thrilled about David Marshall putting on such a stern defense. But they were basically the entire way from the opening corner all the way to Tetra Rouge there. And given the power of the I think this might not be over just yet.
Some people love them, some people hate them. I say, as long as the racing is good, it doesn't matter what sort of classic car it is. 2 GT3s absolutely going at it through the first sector at the Circuit de la Sarthe, side by side, with 3 corners that are extremely difficult to maintain some side-by-side racing, and these two doing it absolutely masterfully. But goodness gracious me, it's always good, yeah, seeing how these battles sort of come into play and evolve. And you said Marcel Beck was on his outlap, and we've seen so much of that so far in this race with the way that the 30 has got off cycle with the rest of the field and just gives themselves the opportunity to be on warm tires at just the right time to make up some of those positions yet again. And we are seeing that exact sort of thing happening on track right now as David Marshall is starting to run away a little bit.
Yeah, of course, they got the tyres warmed up for the second lap of the stint for Marcel Beck, but as this GTP slots down the inside, I think that's the Valorous 50 car, and that means that not far behind is another SPD Racing GTP as well that's going to weave through in this traffic. The problem with having that alternate strategy is that you're carrying a much heavier car right now, Team Race Gator, and so the 224 is naturally going to have just a little bit more pace, sort of on average, because I think Marcel Beck backing himself to be able to hold on and really fight for that position with the pace that he knows he has. The gap's just about a second right now, so he needs a good corner to try and stay in the slipstream. but we also know that in the next couple of laps, the 224 will be coming down pit lane and handing third place back over to the 264 crew, as there goes the Old Firm Racing orange car, to try to chase down that GOP P4, separated by about a second right now. So to keep an eye on that battle as well.
Luis Martinez just swinging it right around the outside of GT3 through the Porsche curves, but Harman just still at arm's length from Martinez at the moment and not really able to eat into the gap that the 33 crew have over the 96 at the moment, staying steady at around 4.3 seconds, losing a little bit of time. Sorry, gaining a little bit of time in the last 3 laps or so on average. Traffic coming into play as you'd expect here at the mall. Lots of places to get stuck up behind GT3s, such as in that really tricky final chicane. You couldn't really expect anyone to be able to make a move through there. You can go side by side, but it's certainly not one of those sections of tracks where I'd ever recommend even trying side by side. But this fight for P4 that we saw at Raging earlier on has just spread out a little bit now, as Martinez has dropped to 2.5 seconds behind Mark Rosendahl. And it's not a case of Rosendahl going faster, very much a case of Martinez just dropping pace, the average pace dropping by about a tenth of a second over everyone else. And Julian Harmond, as much as I said he wasn't really gaining too much time, has really started to turn the wick up now, as that gap has come down to 2.6 seconds and is only getting smaller. I feel like Martinez was suffering a little bit from not having any slipstream to pull him along on these big long straights. So air density gets thin, that car just aerodynamically might not be set up for these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, at this stage of race, if you're within 5 seconds, you are in a battle, because you're trying to weigh on the mind of the driver ahead of you, and to just make them push maybe more than they want to in traffic, in the corners, on those braking zones, try and get them out of rhythm, and then you can start closing that gap back in. Again, that battle really does stretch from P4 down to P6, and it's going to stay that way for a while, even if the gap ebbs and flows through different phases of the stint and through different pockets of traffic, as everyone's so spread out across the track by this phase of a race. That battle we're looking at for P3 in GT3 Pro is now the battle for P2, as the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster car, Nicholas Vicent, did pull into pit lane to finish off a stint and to start a new one here, and actually pit up the car from Renault Habilion, which dropped out to P5 overall in GT3, P4 in the Pro class, as Tom Brighton, the HMT Motorsport car, still yet to pit in that 324. But after Octopus Racing pits as well, that's going to put Team Race DE back up into second place in class, but still quite a way away from that 241 of Pandemonium Esports SimLab Gold, who have been, after they got handed the lead from that incident involving the SPD racing car, sorry. Which
RPM
one?
racing.
The RPM racing car. It's too many three-letter abbreviations.
Oh, I could write a book on that.
Yeah, could you, Miss TMR?
Yeah. We'll do this story in a little bit. Finish your point.
They've really sort of stretched that gap, and while the 264 was pressuring for that race lead for a long time, it seems like they've stemmed that pressure quite a lot. They've held the pressure off and are gonna cycle out a good 30 seconds at least ahead of the 264 crew after their pit cycle.
Okay, so 3-letter abbreviations, right? Every single team, I don't want to say every single team, but every single team that won a championship in IELMS or the European Endurance Championship, European Endurance Series, I'm pretty certain had a 3-letter abbreviation, all right? You ready? I'm going to give you the list.
Well, there's IPM, I know that one. I know there's TMR as well.
IPM, TMR, DHR, won one as well.
Yep.
RLR.
Okay.
Team Bushfink Racing, TBR. Who else was there? Oh, we got XBD and Old Firm Racing, OFR, that are here. DLR by SimLab. Who else?
Some of these feel like a bit of a stretch.
Not really. OFR.
I haven't been calling that at any point this season.
No, that's true, and neither have I. But I used to have like a big long OCM racing, but
Yeah.
OCM.
Definitely.
Oh goodness, who else was there? SMS. Oh yeah, SMS. Slightly my studios racing. Matt and Will.
Right. Yeah.
Who else was there? There was RLR before it was RLR. PCS, Prototype Sim Sport. There were others as well.
We have a message in chat from an Axie.
Please tell me someone. Oh, it's Alex. He's backing up my point. He's backing up my point.
PCS and IPR.
There you go.
Given in chat.
IPR. God, I forgot about Impulse. Because who else was there of the really quick guys? There was Team Redline, who call themselves TRL. They do sometimes, yeah.
That's weird. I don't like that.
Who else was there? Who does Matt Farrow race for? Or did race for back in the day? I'm trying to remember now. I can't.
This is all well over my
head. Virtual drivers with VDC back in the day. Obviously, you've got IS Corsa, ISC.
Isn't VDC also the name of one of the drift, like professional drift?
Virtual Drift Championship, yeah. But virtual drivers did used to be VDC.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if they were connected in some way or not.
No.
I think probably not.
Not off the top of my head. Who else was there?
I mean,
I know there are others.
I need to try and say something, otherwise just throwing letters at the microphone, and I don't have anything to add to it.
Well, what teams have you raced for in your time? Bum?
Yeah, that's a little bit of a silly one, but before that it was BPM, which...
Same difference.
Yeah. Prismatic's the main one. There's no way to abbreviate Prismatic Motorsports to a 3-letter. It just doesn't make any sense.
You could do PRS.
Yeah, but we don't.
No.
We do Priz.
Yeah, I do like Priz. Priz is cute. But yeah, any team that's been successful in LMP1.
In India have AAIR, but that's 4 letters.
Yeah, but as I say, any team that's won, I think, overall in LMP1 can shorten the team name to 3 letters, which is a really, really strange thing. But it's a thing that exists. I know.
No. That's the sort of commentary you get in hour 8 of a 12-hour race.
Yeah, that is Taylor Mills talks about random things from the past. Part 3.
Surely it's more than 3.
I don't know. Well, you certainly haven't been contributing to historical conversation. To be fair, you've only been on iRacing
because I'm not a boomer.
2020?
Yeah, 2021, actually. I just renewed my on Black Friday this morning. And it was a 2-year from a new account. I then bought a 1-year. This is my second 1 year that I've bought.
There you go. Yeah, well, there you go. I've been around since 2017. It is year 7 on the sim for me now.
Going into year 8, I guess.
Going into year 8, yeah. And I think I can actually link this to a good point. I think that's just a real proper...
While I've been talking, by the way, we should probably actually focus on what's happening in the race, because Alfa Racing Orange have...
They're still nose to tail.
They've gotten around XPD.
Wait, when did that happen?
Don't on Project Valamis, I should say.
I was going to say, yeah.
We should talk about how they got on Project Valamis. Project Valamis made contact with the 240 car on the run into Chateau Rouge, a little bit loose from the 240 on the corner before. Right as Mark Rosendahl was trying to go around on the inside, they had a half spin, managed to save it and got away without any damage, but it let both XPD Racing streak by and then also Old Firm Racing Orange. So a big incident, well, a small incident for Project Valamis ultimately, but it's knocked them very suddenly down from 4th to 6th place. And now they've got to get all that work once again that they spent so long working on. Try to chase down not 1 but 2 cars now.
But still plenty of time to get that done. Not even under 4 hours left in this race. We are under the length of a normal global endurance tour race. I still strongly dislike that name. But back to, I think I was going to make a good point there. The fact that I'm coming up to my 8th year in iRacing and I'm still this engaged in it, I think is a testament as to just how good a platform iRacing have actually built. Like it's as much as there are some things about it that aren't realistic, and we do complain about them often. At the end of the day, I still think the best way to go prototype endurance racing is on iRacing. LMU, I think, have a much more realistic depiction of the cars, especially with the virtual energy tank and all that sort of thing. But there is no other sim on the planet as that. It's just a line of Acuras, isn't it? Where I can press join race and get thrown into, in the sprint series, a 45-minute race against similarly-ish matched drivers, and have a 45-minute competitive race without having to actively go and seek out a league and join a league and then only race when they race. Of course, that's the sort of problem that other series have. I'm lucky that I've fallen into the lap of a series, and a series that is run so competitively and so commonly by everyone else on the service that is something that can happen. I do concede that I'm a bit lucky in that respect, as that's not how a lot of other people experience their favorite series on iRacing. But LMU are trying to enter that space in that respect, and they've got a long way to go, but I'm seeing some good signs out of what they're making. But it's still not as good as, and I think they will really struggle to make it as good as iRacing, and I don't think that's unfair to say.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so much momentum already. There's like the user base is something that's very difficult to replicate, ultimately. It takes so much work to build that up over the course of, 15 years at this point
I was
now?
going to say, it's nigh on 20 years.
And obviously, you do the hard work of building that, but you have to do the hard work of keeping everyone happy to keep people there year after year. And good Lord, we do moan sometimes. We do complain about various things that we wish were slightly different, and things. The tire model, it's too heat sensitive, and the hybrid is not hybriding, but ultimately, we're all sat here because we love doing this, and we don't have the money to go and do it in real life. Who does have the money to go and hop into one of these things? But we still get a chance to experience it. Yeah,
and that's what it's all about. Like, in real life, I probably will never get the opportunity to sit and commentate on a WEC race, but I get to basically simulate that right here, right now. I'm watching a multi-class endurance race around Le Mans. I'm talking about a multi-class endurance race around Le Mans. I'm doing what normal commentators would do in those races, going off on weird tangents, talking about how the past was better, talking about what could be better now. Us two going back and forth, saying silly things, doing silly things, but ultimately still sat here talking about commentating on a multi-class endurance race at the greatest endurance circuit in the world. And that's why it's so important to me.
I mean, it's... Yeah, there's a reason I'm still here doing it as well. For a second, I was really excited as I saw Julian Harmond and, a Project Valorous car nose to tail coming through Arnage. And it's the other Valorous car, the one that's 3 laps down, unfortunately. Mind you, Mark Rosendale's not too far behind. The gap's less than 2 seconds. And I'm sure that when he catches up to Ben Mills in the 51 car, the move there won't be made difficult to make sure that he can sort of keep focusing ahead to try and stay on the back of Harmond after that sort of unfortunate incident in the opening set to a couple of laps ago. But the gap is still 2 seconds for the time being, and it's as much as it is a long lap and that a second can be quite easy to find sometimes. These drivers are so well matched in this battle pack that you've got to walk your way up. It's going to take you a few laps to really get a handle.
You're going to need some help.
It's actually also mentioned that set a brilliant lap time, a 3:24.3 on that last lap by.
Very good.
And it's closing into within 1.5 seconds of XBD racing ahead. We're going to have a little bit of traffic here in this opening sector. This could complicate things just a little bit. This is 5th place in GT3. That is a really awkward spot to catch that car in, and this is going to give an opportunity. Maybe notice how he sits now. Has the traffic through Tetra Rouge, has to lift out the throttle just a little bit, and SPD Racing scampers away once again.
Yeah, but like that as well, it's going to give the 51 the opportunity to get side by side and get in front and start to cause some issues for for Julian Harmon, as they're going to go side by side on the run down to the chicane. Even if Mills doesn't get by here, he's still going to be compromising Julian Harmon's run through the corner. And would you have a look who is just behind that 51 car? That's right, it's car 50 of Mark Rosendahl. It is the sister Project Valorous car. So this is how you do teamwork when you have a car that is a lap down. You be a pain in the rear end for the car in front that your teammate is trying to get onto the back of. Of course, if Mills just drops back a little bit, they can start to give slipstream to Mark Rosendahl and let him draft up to the back of their car and then try and slingshot him onto the back of Julian Harmon. That's one way they could approach this. The other way, of course, being Mills just being a pain in the rear end for Harmon, hounding him, attacking him in every single corner. Of course, you are allowed to get your lap back as a lap down car, and that's going to help Harmon lose some time and put him into the clutches of Rosendahl. Luis Martinez, a car that isn't really getting away too much either. You said how even the pace is between all four of these cars. You need a little bit of something to help you get up to everyone else, and for Mark Rosendahl, this is just a little bit of something.
I did just have a thought as you were talking about the 50 and the 51 there. Do we think Project Valorous are excited about the announcement yesterday? And do we think that come season 7 we might see them roll off in a pair of Ferrari 499Ps?
Oh, because the numbers?
Yeah.
I think they're just coincidence, otherwise we'd have to ask the team, right?
We'll see. I mean, they're obviously enjoying running the Acura right now, as is most of the GTP field.
Yeah. And they'll, of course, enjoy it even more when it can actually get out of pit boxes in a month's time. Because, of course, we touched on it earlier. The Acura has this problem.
It's not just the pit boxes, but it's also when you get off the limiter at 60 kilometers an hour. So there's a little bit of lag in that as well. Yeah,
there's just, especially at 60, at 80, it's fine because the turbos are spooled. But before those twin turbochargers actually get spooled up, there is absolutely no way you are getting any power out of that huge 2.6 litre V6 twin turbo IndyCar engine. It's a very heavy engine with lots of inertia as Mark Rosendahl peels into the pit lane. It is going to be oh no, it's well on time for that car, but it's going to be an undercut relative to the old firm racing car. And we've seen how effective that undercut can be. So let's see how everything shakes out here for the 50 as they roll down pit lane at that 60 kilometers an hour. It's going to be even Stevens for all of these cars in terms of getting out the pit box and getting out the pit lane. But it's all going to come down to who gets the hot tires at exactly the right moment. But of course, if the hybrid unit is properly modeled after December, it's not going to be so much of an issue because all the cars will have an identical torque curve thanks to the MG UK.
Yeah. And remember, the fact that the 50 is pitting this lap and not next lap, that's a knock-on effect. That's a domino for about 3 hours ago. And that instant they did have with the 74 car, that's just put them that little bit off cycle as they came in a lap early to fix the repairs on that car. It's given them a chip to play in the strategy gamble. It might not pay off. It is ultimately a gamble, and there's pluses and minuses to it, but it gives them a little bit of an offset to try something a little bit different in this battle. And when it's so close like this, between all three of these cars, any advantage you can get, maybe the cars ahead catch traffic at a bad time. You know, there's a couple of GT3s that they've got to deal with upcoming. Maybe one is just a little bit more awkward than they'd have liked. And if they have a cleaner run through traffic in the 50 car, that suddenly is going to spit that out maybe a second up the road rather than a second behind. You've got chances to try and mix that happen. We've seen it the past couple of times. The Valorous car has been able to really challenge the SPD Racing car as they exit the pits, just from that one lap undercut. But they're caught really badly by a GT3 here. They're going to have to take a tight line into Tetra Rouge. That's going to hurt their run through. I think maybe this time it's not worked out for them.
It was very close in that battle, so anything can happen. It all depends on the sort of traffic that old firm racing car is going to face. At the moment, it doesn't look like it's been much, but he's going to have... No, actually, he's going to have a relatively clear run until the end of the lap. 15 seconds of clear track in front of him, but it's all going to come down to how warm the 50s tires are on that outlap. We've seen it happen so many times before. Because Rosendahl himself made up a position at the start of the previous stint, having those warm tires. So if he can just keep pushing on this set of rubber, get them up to temperature way before he gets down to turn one once again, he's going to be in a really comfy position. He just needs to take his time, do what he can do, and big push, get that move done. As Old Firm Racing Yellow do come down pit lane, this is well on time, well on schedule. Focus Racing follow them in, expecting XPD Racing to come in very, very soon, as we start to sit and wait and patiently wonder, where is Rosendahl going to come out relative to the rest of the GTP field?
I saw a black flag, but it's for Gnosis GT3, who are down 11th in class. I think just a mistake on pit entry, cost them a little bit extra time down in their stop. But for second, I wanted to check to see if there was any dramas for the GTP cars that were all coming in. And it seems like everyone's made it nice and clean in the end, whether they've gained or lost a little bit of time, because it is a very tricky chicane to navigate on the way into pit lane here. You can push it, but again, Iris is very willing to give a black flag to you if you don't take the chicane fully within the lines. And is it worth trying to push it in a second when you can lose 40 if you mess it up? Maybe not.
Yes. Oh yeah, 100%. Always.
Always go for the push. Just don't mess it up.
Yeah, exactly. Do enough practice that you know exactly what the limits are, and then you don't have to worry about it. As Julian Harmon does come to a stop in pit lane, up on those jacks, just waiting to be dropped off them and sent back out on track. The refuel still going on for the number 96 Acura as Mark Rosendahl is flying through the final sector. Look at the speed that car's carrying. The nighttime really making these cars look super duper fast. Of course, they are, because they've got so much downforce and so much traction in these colder temperatures. Just waiting for Harmon to start rolling now. He's a little bit further down pit lane than he would have expected. Harmon starts rolling now as we're just watching Rosendahl come through the final chicane now. And Harmon is going to get to the pit lane speed limiter. Pit lane speed limiter is off, and Rosendahl is way down the road, but waiting for the speed to come for that number 96 car. The 96 is 3-1. Rosendahl just gets to 1, and there is Julian Harmon up the road. It's not going to be any time gain on the number 96, as Rosendahl has now got a lot of work to do.
Yeah, I think that GT3 car coming through Tetrouge might have just been enough to offset more than they'd have liked for the 50 crew. Still a long way to go in this race, and they know that every pit cycle after this is going to play out in a similar way unless a team decides to cover them off. And so they just have to keep having this ebb and flow, and maybe hope that last pit cycle plays out differently to this one.
And that's just it. You have to play your cards as you have them. You can't make of... I was going to make a card joke, but I couldn't think of an actual good card reference. You can't make a flush out of a load of spades, hearts, and diamonds. It doesn't work, does it?
No, that was far too many words.
Yeah, I tried. Listen, an effort was made, and that's all that matters. Right? Sure. So let's have a quick look at how things stand as we move towards the end of the 8th hour of this race. Old Firm Racing Yellow still lead the way in GTP, with the number 7 Focus Racing Cadillac really starting to hunt them down a little bit, but that gap still sat at about 18 seconds, so a little bit of time loss for them in the previous pit cycle. Fury Sim Sport are P3 with Max Deladent still on board, looking to try and recover their race, and XPD Racing, Roberto Garcia Blasco, are 4th in GTP at the moment. Chasing them down, Old Firm Racing Orange from about 15 or so seconds back, and Project Valorous number 50, only 2 and a bit seconds back, trying to get back into 5th position. In GT3 Pro, Pandemonium Esports by SimLab Gold lead the way after RPM Racing were unceremoniously taken out of this event, with the hard-charging team race getter DE Black Martel Beck on board, trying to do what he can to try and take that race win, but he's got a very long way to go. Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster, Nicholas Dyson on board that car at the moment, with another 224 Octopus Racing team in 4th. And 5th in GT3 Pro at the moment, the Ruby's Gas by NGC car. Leading the way in GT3 AM, as you'd expect by this point, is the HWT Motorsport car of Alex Pilbeam, with the Lithium Motorsport AM entry in P2. Rounding out the podium in that class is the Smurf Racing Team 391, with the Pandemonium Esports by SimLab red car doing what they can to try and hunt those guys down. 5th in class is the Slippers Racing Team, who were up front earlier on in this race, but have slowly slipped down the order. It's certainly been an interesting race so far. There's still plenty of questions up in the air, and we're still going to have to wait another 4 hours for them to get answered.
I do have to ask, was that slipped comment an intentional pun?
Oh, for Slippers?
Yeah.
I'm sure you'd like to think so.
It wasn't then, was it?
It wasn't, no.
Okay.
I'm not that clever. I'm clever, but not that clever.
So does that mean that because I spotted it after you said it? I don't know.
I only knew that it was a pun after you mentioned it, yeah. So thank you for pointing out.
There's too many Ferraris. I'm just looking at it, it's a string of Ferrari 296s.
There's going to be so many more.
Yeah, but I mean, Pandemonium Esports, the ones that choose the Audi, at least for one of their 3 cars. Yeah. And that's the one that currently leads the field by 49 seconds. Going out of that pit cycle. So again, just they keep expanding that gap. It's been a great last sort of couple of hours for that crew. It wasn't long ago we were talking about Marcel Beck and Kevin Lazar maybe closing in to the back of that machine. Dennis Verder as well. That is a 3-car team. It's always difficult for us to keep track of who's got who and who has 3 in these races. Some are only with 4 drivers.
It's going to get that bad in WEC next year.
Yeah, but again, the gap is stretched to 48 seconds and a slight strategy advantage as well. And then P3 in class is about 2 minutes behind almost, 1 minute 50 seconds from the 241 of your class leader. It's been a great job from them to just put control of the field when they've been handed that opportunity a couple of hours ago. It's been a great showing, as I am noticing that bar on the top that shows the class leaders from about 3 hours ago. Just 2 of those cars are out of the race, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, it actually is. I hadn't noticed that until you pointed it out.
That's when RPM Racing have actually retired from the race. So that'll be no points scored for them. Sim Race Sweden Esports have retired from the race.
Oh.
XPG Racing might be able to put one hand on the trophy here. Pandemonium SimLab Gold are going to make it difficult because they're going to put themselves within striking distance going into Fuji if they can hold on to this position. As I think any team that wins this race will, but it's still going to require a big exchange of points in that final round as well. So SBD's persistence there after those early woes really going to show to have paid off for them.
I will see you about an hour and a half before the practice session goes live to iron out every single championship permutation in every single class before we go live.
It's been so much fun. The other problem is when I was looking at the rulebook and looking at how points were awarded, I was wondering where the deductions came from on the standing screen. And it's that each penalty that's awarded also comes with a certain point deduction.
Oh.
Dependent on how serious of an infraction it was. Which means if we're trying to do championship permutations for Fuji, we're going to have to keep updating it every time a row of that steward sheet gets filled in. And this race has been a bit of an exception. Because it's been a fairly quiet race in the stewards room. I'm sure they're very thankful.
Don't jinx it.
What I'm saying is that Fuji's Fuji, and I don't think I've ever seen the WEC get through a lap on a Fuji without a safety car being deployed?
You did this year. They got through lap 1.
Was it lap 2 then?
They didn't get through lap 2.
Okay.
I mean, there wasn't. I don't think there was a safety car, but there was certainly a big crash into turn 1.
Yeah. So I suspect that sheet might be a bit busier at the end of the month, and that'll be fun for us to try and work out as well.
It's literally because there's such a big run down to turn 1.
It's a massive straight,
so
and it's such a tight hairpin at the end of it. I think is the problem.
Yeah.
Like, obviously you have big long straightaways here, but the corners are high enough speed that you can sort of bleed it off slowly, and it's not a huge issue.
Yeah, like even Mulsanne Corner is still just a slow sweeper because of how you have to take it.
It is gonna be a whole lot different going into Fuji, and especially those, maybe a dive on a GT3 car going into turn number 1.
Can't wait. Because the braking performance of the GTPs is just so much better than the GT3s. You can come from a very, very long way back there to make a move work. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be great. A little bit of fuel save strategy is usually quite helpful there as well, because we talked about how the tire temperatures shoot up and the tires are really temperature sensitive. If you can do a little bit of fuel saving at Fuji, it actually just helps reduce tire temperatures across the board, because you're putting less energy into them under braking, so you actually hold on to them for a little bit longer. So under fuel the car, do a load of fuel saving, and still go the same distance for your fuel target.
Or of course fill it up fully and then
Go
try and extend as far as you can. But again, with the tires potentially being an issue, who knows? And talk all this about strategy and about tire temps being too high. If there's one thing that the Pacific region is known for, it's quite inclement weather at times. Fuji has been known to have some rain coming off that mountain, and we've not really seen much of it besides that brief shower last time out at Watkins Glen, where we still didn't need to use those wet compound tires. A lot of teams just handing out on the slicks. I think the next round might be the one that finally breaks that trend and is going to be one hell of a championship wildcard if it does.
It's the thing that I love about Fuji. The weather's so unpredictable, especially this time of year as well. I think we are heading into monsoon season for that area of the world, are we not?
Maybe.
Or are we a little bit early in the year?
I have to check is, I'm not sure what months of the year iRacing allows you to race at Fuji, because some tracks have sort of restricted schedules. Like, for example, I believe Rudskogen, very restrictive on which months it lets you run there, because for 4 or 5 months it'll be covered in snow.
Silverstone's the same. Not quite that extreme, but I don't think you can actually set up a session until March.
Yeah. Because that's where that racing season in the UK tends to start on Easter weekend, or that's the first major event of the season in the UK.
British GT
start a little bit before. Everything runs Easter weekend. It just depends what series or what track.
No, that's fair.
But it's one thing where we're not sure if we'll be able to run a race in the end of November at Fuji, or whether iRacing will say, no, you're going to run that in September, or you're going to run that in August.
Yeah, but even then, the weather's still going to be pretty naff for that time of year.
Oh, for sure. It's going to be... Again, it's the same thing we had here, where we didn't end up getting any rain in the session, but there was a chance of rain all throughout the week, and even heading into the race, there was still that sort of fog of war further on in the session where there was still a chance that we'd get a downpour. Around about this time of night, it's not come through in the end. We have to stay dry and not have a repeat of what we've had the past couple of years here. But it keeps you on your toes no matter what. And I think a lot of teams looking forward to Fuji are probably already in the start, trying to find a wet setup and getting some practice on where the rubbing lines are and how to avoid them if the rain does fall.
Pretty difficult thing to do over there at Fuji, especially with the constant switchback nature of that circuit. But with just over 4 hours left in the event, you are still watching ABN's coverage of the PEC 12 hours of Le Mans. Taylor Mills and Olivia Hayward in the booth. We are going to take another short break, just to top up our refreshments and get ourselves settled in for the last third of this race. Thank you for watching so far. Welcome back to the Platinum Endurance Championship, 12 hours of Le Mans. We have just ticked under 4 hours to go. It is 25 minutes past 10 in the evening in Sim. We will be racing until way past 2 o'clock in the morning at this rate. My name is Taylor Mills. Alongside me is Olivia Hayward with Carmen Sienna behind the production box as we continue to sit and watch as this race slowly evolves. The biggest focus of the last hour or so has been this fight for P4 in GTP between the number 33 of XPD Racing, the number 96 of Old Firm Racing, and the number 50 of Project Valorous, a car that has recovered very, very well so far. But on your screens at the moment is the car that has been leading GT3 AM for the last, I want to say 2 or 3 hours at this point, Olivia, after the RPM Racing Lamborghini got unceremoniously taken out of this event.
Yeah, I mean, it's now a gap of 50 seconds from Pandemonium Esports' Alfonso Soto to Marcel Beck in that Team Race Gift car behind. It's maybe the biggest gap for a class lead we've seen all race long. Other than maybe the gap for GT3M, which is showing us just about a lap, but I think is a little bit off cycle in terms of pit strategy. We'll see where that comes into, but obviously a great lead for HP as they've been dominant all season, but they've sort of been intermingled with their other cars in the GT3 class, in the GT3 Pro class between them. To have a gap of nearly a minute at the top of the GT3 field is truly astonishing. We've not had a gap that big at the top of the GTP field either, outside of sort of occasionally in pit cycles. And it just shows that they sort of got that momentum and they just carried it forward from here.
And that's the thing with this sort of field. We've seen the GT3 field be so competitive throughout the rest of this season, but there's just been a few curveballs being thrown into this race by the combination of GTPs, GT3s, this track that makes things just that little bit trickier compared to, I'd say, any other track on the circuit. You find people are a lot more careful on tracks where traffic management is a little bit more difficult, but when traffic management is deceptively easy, which sometimes it can be here on Le Mans, you tend to find a lot of drivers get comfortable going around the traffic and become a little bit overconfident in the sort of moves that they can go for, and they get used to certain patterns, certain rhythms, certain things that GT3s do at certain parts of the track. And we've seen that by mostly a couple of the GT3s at this point. We've seen those 2 incidents down through Maison Blanche that have left 2 GT3 cars out of this race, including the previous race leader in GT3 Pro, and then just other GT3s. How many times do you say GT3 in the first 30 seconds? Other cars just getting a little bit held up, checked up, turned around by the prototype traffic coming through. It's just meant the gaps have really spread out in that GT3 class for now. A lot of slowdowns as well befalling a lot of the competitors, which is of course their fault for not driving within the track limits, but we know how strict some of these slowdowns can be here at Le Mans. It's a difficult track to get a fast lap around, and once you get out of that rhythm, that's when it starts to become a little bit more difficult.
Yeah, it's just, you need to have that confidence to push every corner, and I think once you overstep a little bit and you have to back off for that sort of couple of seconds, you don't have the confidence into the next corner to really push it the same way, or on the next lap you don't have the confidence to push the way you have been before, and it just leaves you a little bit vulnerable at that point to letting your pace slip by maybe it's just a second per lap, which is not much around a track this long, but at that point it really starts adding up. It really starts putting you under pressure from the cars around you if they're able to stay out of that trouble and they're able to sort of force you to keep pushing it and to keep picking up those off tracks and those slowdowns. We do of course have an incident limit in this race. It's a drive-through starting at 60 incident points. I don't expect any cars to get there, given that this track likes to police its track limits using slowdowns rather than 1Xs. But it's still a huge factor in terms of you need to be able to have the confidence to push as actually our GT3 championship leader, DLR by SimLab Orange, is in a little bit of a fight here with the Magic Hour 55 car. It's not been the event they'd like to have seen. Obviously 3 podiums and 3 races, and now they're running sort of just on the edge of the top 10. But they've got a chance to try and fight a move here around Aaron Aviner.
There you go.
In the 55 car. Try and get up a spot or two, and crucially they've stayed out of trouble, which is how they've ran all season. More spots have tended to come to them. Their pace has been a little bit further off in this race, but as long as they can keep it in that top 10 and pick up as many points as possible, it'll set them up in good stead heading into Fuji.
Yeah, of course, the number 5 crew getting involved in an incident really early on in the race and having to take some repairs, which has set them on the back foot for the last literally 8 hours and 11 minutes. Magic Arrow, who've managed to keep themselves relatively out of trouble, but picking up a couple of bits here and there. Well, actually, not even quite that. They're all on the lead lap as it stands. Only 2 minutes and 29 seconds behind the race lead. So apart from early stuff, these two keeping each other relatively clean in terms of how their races have gone, and now Wessel Knoll just putting on that pressure to Aaron Aviner. It's the 5 versus the 55. The 5 crew, who we saw had, as you said, Liv, a brilliant result last time out, as you'd expect from them at this point in the season. There is a reason that they are winning the GTP championship, and to see them this far down the order it's strange, and it's going to be really disappointing for them, especially at an event that is so important for not only this series, but the drivers within the championship, the one that everybody wants to win. So Nolan crew just looking to try and make the best they can of this race, but not able to find the pace to get right on the back of and maybe even past Aaron Aviner, that Porsche 963. Again, having the legs on the straight as we've seen so far, maybe a little bit of a deficit of pace on the straights for the Acura. Of course, not as dramatic as the BMW, but still struggling a little bit as it stands. And Noel having to do a lot of work to stick with that bright purple car, and will have to do even more to overtake, and might even need some help from a GT3.
Yeah, I mean, they're definitely well matched. I mean, again, it is so difficult to find such a big pace advantage around here. You don't obviously have the benefit of the slipstream, but if you're not able to fend them off, they're just going to try and slip right back past you, and you want to try to be patient with the move so that you don't have that happening so often, because it's just going to slow both of you down. And ultimately, as much as they're about a minute behind the cars ahead, we've said it and we've seen it so many times this race, you never know what's going to happen to those cars. You want to make sure you're close enough to make a move if it comes down to it. You want to be in the opportunity to take advantage, as we see on that gyrocam on the number 5 car, just went into that second Mulsanne chicane. They went so wide, hitting a cone on the side of the track, which seems to not be phased by anything that's happening here. And then streaking down so close to the car ahead, but not able to find a move right now.
Yeah, we're seeing that superior braking performance of the Acura yet again. Super easy to lock up the brakes on the Porsche 963, which I always found quite perplexing. Well, here comes the 5 again, just getting it pulled up in a little bit shorter distance than Aaron Aviner on this particular occasion. Of course, when you've got the braking performance that the Acura has, compared to the Porsche, you can probably afford to brake a little bit lighter and put some energy back into the battery. These cars getting that peak regen at around 50% brake pressure. So if you want to do that for longer, just brake at 50%, brake a little bit earlier, and then feed the battery a little bit to give yourself a touch more top end speed, especially when you're getting dragged along by the car in front. It means that it's basically free lap time. So all the lap time that you lose under braking as Wessel Knoll closes right back up through Arnage yet again. We just can't get the exit as we'd expect from the Acura. But you get all that lap time you lose under braking back in the slipstream, so you don't really have to worry about losing any lap time relative to the car in front, as you just charge the battery, and then deploy it all when you need to make that move stick. It's just a little bit of something to think of. It's not something that really comes up too often, but Lamar certainly presents the opportunities to try and pull something off like that, as Evan is going to get the better of that Porsche 911 GT3 that's going to nearly get in the way of Wessel Knoll, but he sets up Corvette corner beautifully to get what looked like still a full speed run out of that corner and stay within touching distance of Avena in that 55 Porsche.
Yeah, and let's not forget that we talked about free lap time by having that hybrid energy, that electric energy to use on acceleration, but it's also free fuel save. It's free time in pit lane as well, because you have to use some energy to accelerate back up to speed. And if you're not, when you're braking, any energy you get from the brake pad is just gone. Whereas if you can put it in the battery and then reuse it, it's going to be a lot cheaper for you. But we flick from this battle P10 up to that battle for P5, where Mark Rosendahl has gotten right onto the back of Julian Hammond over the past year. That's some great lap times of 3:24.5 last time by. And there's going to be a look into Indianapolis, but gonna, I think, better with it back out. But this is also looking to be a very interesting battle indeed. It looks like we've got 3 separate battle packs here for 5th, 7th, and 9th in class. Each duo of drivers separated by less than a second right now.
Yeah, 1 second being right in that slipstream window, and each of those pairs taking advantage of it where they can. Even though Harmond is being chased down by Rosendahl at the moment, these two are still making good time up on Alberto Garcia Blasco, just closing that gap in by a tenth or so a lap for the last few laps, as a Corvette GT3 is going to get in the way of these two. That is Chris Van Gucht, I believe, on board the... No, not the DDK, it's the Cole Motorsport car.
Oh, that's a much bigger checkup from that car. That is the virtual drives by Thrustmaster Ferrari, 2nd place in class right now, pending their pit stop as they do stay out for one more lap. But now the 50 is right on the tail once again, coming through the 4 chicanes. Both drivers keep the rear end planted through there. Fury Simsport ahead has pulled into the pit lane, so this will become a battle for P4 in class temporarily. And we'll see what Mark Rosendahl can do up the hill. It looks like there's no traffic ahead in terms of GT3s through this first sector, so it'll all come down to what the 50 can do on the power and the run they can get out of Tete Rouge.
How can Mark Rosendahl manage that Dercier through the Forest S's up to Tete Rouge? How much speed dare he carry? How close dare he get to that slowdown on the exit of the corner? It's a relatively safe run through the turn, gets himself back over to the right-hand side of that curve, and now he's just sat in the slipstream of Julian Harmon, 0.2 of a second back. If he makes this move too early, he's going to leave himself susceptible to attack later on in the lap down towards Mulsanne or Indy. So he will choose to stay back for now, just losing a little bit of time, saving some fuel in the slipstream on Julian Harmon as they come down towards the Daytona chicane. Both of them nipping those curbs beautifully and just setting up the exit where they can, although Rosendahl just struggling to carry the speed in the slipstream through that first chicane. He's going to have another opportunity to try and gain a little bit of time before they get down to Mulsanne corner. Closes back up to 0.4 in the slipstream, as once again those gorgeous lights piercing the darkness, and it's all we can see out there on track of these two Acuras absolutely going at it. Rosendahl was and Harmon were side by side earlier on in the previous lap, but we didn't quite get to see that one. But Rosendahl is going to have another opportunity to make the attack. 0.2 of a second is the gap. You can make that up under braking 1/10 of a second. Big slipstream gains out of the second Mulsanne chicane. When does he pull out? Does he pull out? He pulls out now just before the braking zone. He's got to overlap there side by side into Mulsanne corner. Harmon sets him up for the exit. Rosendahl gets a great exit as well as the tables reverse themselves. And now it's Harmon who's going to be on the attack and Rosendahl who's on the defense.
What a perfectly measured move there from Mark Rosendahl. Wait as late as possible to let Harmon know the move, was patient enough to sort of catch him a little bit by surprise, and then just perfectly up the inside, just clearing the nose on the apex of the corner, and then being able to get the power down nice and cleanly not compromising the exit to hold on and fend off the Old Firm Racing orange car for the time being in this run, down towards the Porsche curve. And this is where we're going to see how much the tables turn. Can Harmon follow now and try and get back onto Mark Rosendahl in the Valorous number 50 car?
This fight hasn't let up yet. The gap only 4/10 of a second between these two, as Harmon now needs to recalculate every single bit of driving he's done over the last few laps or so. It's now Rosendahl who's got the advantage of all of that clean air, as Harmon just gets a little bit checked up behind that GT3 through karting through the Porsche curves. So the gap is going to extend just a little bit more. Rosendahl straight on it in terms of being in that clean air and taking advantage, as Harmon's recalibration still hasn't quite hit home yet. So for now, it's Rosendahl up into P5 and Julian Harmon, well, it'll be P4 now, with Harmon down in P5, as now the 50 has got to go after that number 33 of Alberto Garcia Blasco.
Yeah, and this opening sector's just as tough as that final sector in terms of dirty air. I think maybe the blessing for Julian Harmon is that there's not too much here from 8, 9 tenths back. The problem is, you're 8, 9 tenths back, you're not getting much in terms of slipstream. As you get through Tete Rouge, can both cars navigate this nice and cleanly? Julian Harmon pushing it a little bit and end up actually picking up a slowdown from iRacing. And so that is going to drop them well out of contention. They're going to have to drop out of slipstream range, and now it's up to Project Valorous, who's 4 seconds back from XBD Racing GTP in 3rd place, to try and close that gap open. Once you're up there, though, a little bit of traffic here for Mark Rosendahl, a little bit unfortunate. Might give Harmon a chance to still fight this, but still needs to serve that slowdown from Tete Rouge. And I think that's going to let the Project Valorous car scamper away. Mark Rosendahl wins this fight.
We always say how the car behind gets so much of an advantage in the slipstream, but one thing we don't often touch on is how the car in front gets a slipstream effect as well. Once that air starts to go over the car behind, it relieves some of that negative pressure that's essentially pulling the car backwards as it cuts through the air. That gives the car in front just a little bit more straight line speed, as we're just going to switch focus to this fight for P7 in class. It is Rachel Concoli who is trying to hold off Peter Elson in a lap down Porsche. It's that car that we saw going for those 13 lap stints earlier on, as Aritz Paz is down in P7 trying to get that 6th place from Concoli. Fortunately for her, she does have a little bit of a buffer between her and the other Porsche, so she can just breathe easy for a moment, whereas Peter Elson has to decide what he's going to do. He's going to defend a little bit with a fade to the inside from Aritz Paz. And that's going to just throw Paz off a little bit as he goes a touch deep into that chicane and loses a little bit of momentum, as he's going to come under a little bit of pressure from another lap down car. If things keep going the way they are, that number 6 is going to slide through on the 74 as well and just completely relieve Concoli of any pressure at all.
For a little bit, I was enjoying sort of the shot, and it'd be lit by the very back of that. You got blue, purple, red, just that sunset gradient coming through. But I'm sure those esports would like to break that up and get onto the back of the TMR 41 car, that blue BMW, and start to attack once again. They're both a couple of laps from their pit stop, and so that is gonna sort of release the battle as a Peter Elson has, I think, 4 more laps left in this stint. But I'm sure Aritz Paz does not want to wait.
Oh, Rachel! Concoli just picking up a touch on the gravel on the exit of Indianapolis, an incident that we've already seen down at Porsche 1, a car with a loaded tire touching the loose gravel surface and losing all grip. Wide she goes, and around goes the number 41 BMW, collecting one of those Acuras that was behind her. And it's a tow to pit lane for the 41 crew and a lot of repairs. That is suspension and aero damage for that car.
We need to stop having that car on broadcast. It never goes well. Yeah, the number 6 DLRI SimLab car also forced tow back to pit lane from P16 in class. That's going to knock them further and further down the order. P15, sorry. Now down to P16 and overtaken by the NGC Esports entry. But that's surely going to be an extensive repair and well out of the top 10 for that team, as I thought for a second I saw a packet loss for the XBD Racing GT3 driver, but they topped out the car just a few laps ago, so not like much drama there. But Alex Paz suddenly just inherits P5 from out of nowhere, able to navigate that incident ahead, and now no pressure behind with that battle between DLRI Simlab Orange and Magic Tower 55 also simmering down for the time being. It's up to, actually, because Project Valorous has now made their pit stop, is now back out of pit lane, and to try that undercut once again to stay ahead of Old Firm Racing Orange and to try and close it in to the XBD Racing number 33 car. But that battle at the low end of the top 10 has been turned on its head by that incident there.
So then the expected pit stop for Project Valorous number 50 is Juan Roldan gets on board, and now it's going to be his job to have the cleanest, best outlap he can to try and maintain their position that they had over Julian Harmond in that number 96 Old Firm Racing car. Both of these drivers amazingly quick. And again, we've seen how this undercut for Project Valorous has worked on previous stints, but it didn't quite work in their favor last stint when they came up against a little bit of traffic. And they're going to have a similar situation here. They've got a Ferrari GT3 in front of them. I was going to say, take your pick. If you can guess a Ferrari, you'll probably get it right 50% of the time. They're going to get a little bit of traffic into the second chicane. It is imperative for Juan Roldan that he clears this 296 GT3. It doesn't look like he's going to be able to, and there's a little bit of traffic on the previous lap that really compromised the 50 being able to get back in front, almost a bit of contact between the two cars as he does eventually clear them, as we're just following Alex Paz still as he drives that car around the rest of the lap and starts to eye up pit lane. We are getting very close to well, the pit window is very much open for these cars, as we're expecting most, if not all, to come in this lap as Old Firm Racing, Focus, and XBD all come down pit lane.
Yeah, and that is XBD Racing on pit entry right now as Juan Roldan just gets out of Mulsanne corner. So that's the gap you've got to make up and get to turn one before Alberto Garcia Blasco does, or whoever hops into that car in this pit stop. It seems like it's going to be a bit too much to ask this time. Again, traffic just falling the wrong way for the number 50 crew in these undercuts, but obviously they still managed to get that move done around the Old Firm Racing Orange car. It was a great job from them to push forward in that, and so maybe even if these undercuts don't quite work the way they'd like them to, they can still fight this through over the rest of the race.
Just a little bit of insider information from the 41 crew as Alex Paz does come down pit lane. Total repair time, we guessed it would be bad with suspension and aero damage. Any guesses, Liv?
Well, I have just the same channel.
Oh yeah, I was
just
going to
looked
say,
at it because
15 minutes and 54 seconds of repair.
that's about, with the tow time, that's at least 4 laps.
Oh yeah.
Maybe close to 5.
Mm-hmm. So that is pretty much going to be the 41 crew's day done. They're very good at getting the car back out on track and still finishing the race, but it's not going to be the result that those guys wanted. They knew that this race was going to be a little bit of a write-off because of the BMW's performance deficit to the rest of the field. They were still running in a very strong position to score good championship points coming into the final round at Fuji for a team that was at one point third in the standings.
Yeah, and we see coming into turn number 2 now, the 96 car, Randy Martin Mateos, and has gotten just ahead of Juan Roldan in the Project Valorous 50. So that hard work does get undone by that little bit of traffic on the Grenadier in the chicanes. And of course, the Valorous car has the warm tyres, can try and fight this back around the number 96 car, but they've got to fight it back. That's the unfortunate thing here. It's a constant ebb and flow, and actually XBD Racing is about 10 seconds up the road now between these two, as we now see Notice Esports come out of pit lane as DLRI symbol Orange just enters pit lane behind as well. our close battle on the track is currently this one for P5, as Old Firm Racing gets held up actually a little bit by this BMW of Hellenic Racing, and that could give Juan Roldan a good run down into the second Mulsanne chicane. The gap's under 0.2 of a second. Both Acuras hanging to the far left-hand side of the track right now, a defensive line from Old Firm Racing Orange. And we'll see if they can sweep around the outside. No, goes to the inside as Randy Mateos goes to the outside. And he's going to concede that, maybe to try and fight back, get the exit, and make a dive into Mulsanne corner that they learned from the last time by for the number 50.
Yeah, Randy Mateos is going to get the run out of that second chicane. The slipstream helping him get alongside on the run down to Mulsanne. It is exactly the same thing we saw a lap prior. But actually, Randy Mateos just gets it on slipstream and straight line speed alone. A full 2 car lengths clear by the exit of Mulsanne corner. So those slightly colder tires clearly not holding him back, as Juan Roldan is going to have to do it all again from 0.4 of a second back, and there's going to be a lot of traffic getting involved down here.
I think that might have been a bit of an over deploy from Juan Roldan to get that move done, and ultimately there was still too much time left in these flat out straights to you know, for that battery deficit to then fall back on itself. We come through into our notch here, but Juan Roldan still alongside a GT3 car, has to take a wider line, miss the apex, and that lets Randy Mateos pull away. Gap's now about 0.8 of a second, and if there is a battery deficit, that's not going to be helping one bit for the Valorous crew.
See, whenever I see a GT3 fight a prototype through that corner like that, I always wonder what the point is, because both of you are just losing time. Like, surely if the GT3 lifted, let the prototype just take its line and then slot it in behind to also take the racing line. Is that not a better solution than trying to outbrake a high downforce, high grip chassis, big fat tires race car?
I don't think it's necessarily that you're trying to outbrake them. I think maybe when you're the GT on the inside there, you're just expecting them to outbrake you a lot easier. It can be difficult to judge sometimes, especially at a lower speed, and you can sort of feel like the GTP is just going to fly past you, and then suddenly you're surprised, and you know, you're going to turn a corner and they're still there sort of fighting with you. It can just be a little bit clumsy sometimes. Ultimately, Alfondon has managed to get the work done to close back into the back of Randy Mateos, but again, we're looking at the gap further ahead, 9 seconds to XPD Racing Car, as this GT3 going to be a little bit awkward. Alfondon has to back out of that one, decides not to take that risk, but it falls back in favor because the 96, who did go for that sort of lunge on entry, got the slowdown coming through Tete Rouge, and has to back off again and let the 50 close and maybe past on the entry into the first chicane.
The second I saw that line through that corner, I knew that the 96 was going to get a slowdown through there. I think he does just about manage to get it cleared before they reach that first Mulsanne chicane, but it does mean this battle is going to get right back to being on. Juan Roldan is applying the pressure yet again. We know he likes to make the move down into the second Mulsanne chicane, as that's where we saw it happen only a lap ago, only to get repassed by Randy Mateos. Well, on the run down to the next corner. That's the beauty of Le Mans. You get these 3 straights where you can pass and pass back and pass back again, all in the space of about a minute and a half. And it just helps keep the racing so interesting. The slipstream battles are the best part about racing here at Le Mans, as the cars dive into the night. And here is a replay of something that happened to Daniel Cruz earlier in this lap. Oh, that's one of the Magic Ara cars, I think, going for a big dive into Porsche 2. And then Daniel Cruz having a little bit of a spin through that second Porsche corner, hitting 2 of the barriers and getting rolling again. And I can't lie, Liv, I don't know if you've seen that incident, but I had a little bit of PTSD there.
It's a tough one to judge. Obviously, no contact between the 2 cars. I think the 55 will admit that they misjudged that corner a little bit and tried to slot the way inside. And I think you'll see it here. They have to sort of just open up the wheel a little bit to leave room for that car, and it just unsettles.
No, you know what? No, they lose that on their own.
A little bit.
They can they still take the racing line. They don't have to do anything to avoid, because the 55 does all that by cutting the track. That was the 299, maybe a little bit shocked.
Distracted.
Yeah, distracted and shocked at the end of the day. That's a little bit of driver error there. Forced driver error, but driver error nonetheless.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think the stewards can really give a penalty for air on someone, but it is definitely a sketchy moment for them both, and the 299 does come off a little bit worse off, although still able to continue, not coming down pit lane there and continuing on for another lap to feel out whatever damage is on that car. I imagine it's got to have hurt the performance a little bit with how high speed that sequence is, but managed for the time being, and that's the important thing for them.
It's a little bit of more GT traffic perhaps going to come into effect in this fight that we've been watching for 2 laps flat out so far. Randy Martin Mateo sets up the exit of that corner beautifully on David Narbonne in that Audi R8 GT3 to make sure he can get a really good exit on the run down towards the Dunlop chicane. Now it's just a case of be in this first sector. We've seen him stay tucked up right under the rear wing of the Acura in front on the previous 2 laps, so he should theoretically be able to do exactly the same yet again. Are we going to see a slowdown for either driver through Tete Rouge, where the 96 crew picked one up last time? It's very close for the 50 of Juan Roldan, and it is going to be a slowdown, telegraphed almost perfectly, predicted to a T. The 50 is going to have, in fact, no, is that the 50 is going to have to back off with the slowdown as the 96 just pulls over to the inside to break the slipstream a little bit. But that is a sloppy bit of driving for Juan Roldan to actually put himself out of slipstream on the car ahead, and that's all it takes of.
Yeah, just a really unfortunate mistake there. I think this opening few laps of the stint has been a little bit touchy for both drivers. They've just hopped into the car on driver swaps after their teammates sort of got them into this position, and you can tell that neither driver's particularly confident in how the car's performing right now. Who this is really helping right now is Pablo Alvarez in the XPD Racing number 33 car, who's just able to continue on, has just hopped after a single stint from Alberto Garcia Blasco, but has immediately gotten onto the power, got a 325.4 first lap in this stint, which I believe one of his fastest laps of the race, and he's just able to pull away, gap 8 seconds to the lead car and 10 seconds to Project Valorous right now.
Yeah, this battle looks set to continue for the rest of this race easily. Traffic, of course, going to keep playing into how it's going to unfold as we just kind of switch focus for a second onto a fight for P8 in GT3 Pro. It's going to be the 206 of XPD Racing against your lead car in GT3 AM of Tom Bryant in the HWT Motorsport car, a car that has been there for the entire race so far. Gerard Say's all over the road trying to find a way to get past Tom Bryant, and this isn't actually for points for position, it's just for Gerard Say's to get around and get into clean air of a car that isn't in his class, because he's just going to get to the inside of Porsche 1. Tom Bryant isn't going to fight that one at all, as Gerard Say's for Expedia Racing is going to move up to 8th in class.
Oh, hang on, we don't jump quickly to an incident involving the Old Firm Racing yellow car from the lead of the race. If we can get a replay of this, but they're down on pit lane right now with a meatball flag. So that's both Old Firm Racing cars that have had some issues in the last couple hours. We'll see if we can get a replay of what happened. And this is Daniel Cruz, the Core Motorsports car, with an incident in the Porsche curves. They roll back onto the track. No, you can't be telling me that's the incident that knocked the number 69 car out of contention in this race. That is...
We might need to get another we might need to get another angle on that one just to really unpack what happened there on board with Julian Joy coming through the Porsche curves. Usually a very comfortable section of track for this car. Comes through, oh, and it's just, he can't avoid it. That's the Core Motorsport car.
And they've just reversed onto the track, and I think sort of deer in headlights realised cars were coming, stopped, but they're basically blocking the entire road from where they're at in that situation.
So here's the incident that
We're not
kicked
sure
this
what
one
happened
off.
to them to spin around in the first place, but they put it into reverse gear, try and... Oh, they actually start rolling forwards again.
That's very silly. If you're gonna, just loses it all on his own. Just
Maybe damage from a prior incident.
Maybe. So back he comes, and you see, at that point, you commit to the reverse, no? Surely reverse all the way up to the wall and go from there. That is a... Wow. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that before. Now that brings back PTSD.
I mean, it's... I can predict pretty easily that'd be a hefty penalty for the Core Motorsports team, the 299, but I'm not sure that's much consolation to Old Firm Racing Yellow, who it looks like... I mean, they're just...
They also don't make an effort to slow down, and surely there would have been yellow flags in that sector of the track.
Yeah, I mean, that is true. We're not sure what calls they would have been getting on board the 69 car, and obviously they end up with a huge piece of contact.
I don't foresee... I really don't foresee a world where there wasn't a yellow flag in that sector, even though sometimes they can play up. That is a car stationary across the road. I'm thinking surely something would crop up.
It's definitely a situation where an in-person spotter would be... It'd be a little bit helpful, but they have to react so quickly to the car being there, and in the darkness it can be very difficult to do that. But that's the first sight that they have of the car. You can see the revs drop, but even so, they're not really... I don't think they're really reacting to the car being there. I think they're just focused on their apex for the next corner.
It certainly looks like it, yeah.
Until the point they make contact. I mean, that is...
It's really interesting because yellow flags are completely client side in iRacing. It's why they don't... you can't protest drivers driving through or not slowing down for a yellow flag, because you can't prove that anyone else in the service had a yellow flag. But I don't know. I just don't foresee a situation there where the yellow flag isn't flown. It's tricky. It's tricky.
I mean, we can definitely say that you know, if there was a signal, then they should have respect that, especially how fast and how blind that section is, to
literally, yeah,
to trap the throttle, to slow down and to be patient with it. But you can't, I mean, it's so, you can't expect someone to be in the spot they are. I'd understand it if they'd spun and ended up there and decided to stay there until the cars got around and hope they got around cleanly. But the fact that they reversed into that position from the grass, where realistically
they're in a good, decent spot,
they would have been, you know, a little bit in the way, but in such a way where a car will be able to make that corrective move and clear them without any issue. Just that is a baffling decision. I can tell you that as it's Nitro, I'm not happy about that move at all, and I cannot blame after nearly 9 hours of work in this race to get into the race lead.
I told you, Le Mans chooses their winners, but even if I was in that situation, it's something I've learned to try and do. It's not about getting the car back on track as quickly as possible. It's about getting it back as safely as possible. And at that point, if my car's already been in the wall like that, surely the idea is reverse it right up to the wall on the outside of the circuit, even hit it just to get it out of the way as quickly as possible, and then get it straightened back up. The last thing you should be doing is stopping sideways across a piece of track like that, because the road down there is only as wide as a car is long. Like, there was no gap for that Porsche 963 to go through.
Like, to get around that, they would have had to slow down sufficiently and then cut the grass on the apex, essentially, to sneak through with where that car was placed.
I really don't like that they didn't commit to the reverse there. It really irks me.
First of all, wait until there's a gap big enough for you to pull off the whole maneuver. Like, I know that you're trying to rush to not lose too many spots, but realistically, they weren't in a super high position in the race anyway. It's not like it was pressure of a battle for the win that was sort of getting to them. And it's a big enough track where you're going to be spread out a little bit. Yeah. You can wait for like a 10-second gap if you need to. There will be one. And then when you do that, make sure to make the maneuver decisively so that you get it done in one chance. And if you have to stop, make sure you stop fully on the other side of the track to leave room open again for the cars that are coming through. I just don't know.
I'm genuinely, completely and utterly baffled. But in all that, it does allow the number 7 Focus Racing Cadillac that qualified on pole and dropped down as low as 10th in this race is now back to the lead of this race. So what a story for that team to stick the car on pole, fall back through the field and claw, bite, scratch, and pick their way back through all the GTPs that have fallen to make their way back to P1. A brilliant bit of driving from those guys to get themselves into this position. And I'm sure Thiago Rodriguez and co are going to be very happy with that one, even though they've still got to get through the next 3 and a bit hours of this race.
Yeah, it turns the tide of the race on its head once again. We've seen it so often in this championship, as really in any endurance racing. You can't call anything too early. And we've seen it time and time again.
Just now.
Turns on its head. How many times this season have we had a class leader get into a major incident that knocks them out of contention? It's got to be in the double digits at this point.
I don't really want to think about it because I don't really know how many incidents like that happened at Portimao, but let's pass on the report because the steward's investigation was relatively short and there's already been a decision handed down, Liv.
Yeah, so first of all, in that previous that I think is maybe where Commentator picked up that damage the previous time through the Porsche curves with Magic Arrow going for that move in the grass. The stewards did decide that was a way too aggressive move from Magic Arrow. They've been given a black flag. That is ultimately a 60-second stop and hold, which is a very harsh punishment. Not as harsh as the punishment given to the 299 for the actions on the subsequent laps.
Of course, the Core Motorsport car that was stopped stationary across the road trying to recover themselves. Yes,
that would be a 300-second stop and hold. I don't think I've seen a penalty that big in this series all season, aside from the couple of times where we had a team flat out DQ'd from a race. But that's not been for an on-track incident. That's always been for a regulations breach, which I know in racing is much more established as a DQ offence. This is a 5-minute stop and hold for an on-track incident. That'll drop them, obviously, after they've served a lengthy repair, because that car is still, I believe, down on pit road, or potentially not. I think they might back out at this point. They have to come back down pit road and lose more than a lap to the rest of the field.
I'm still genuinely in disbelief that any of that even happened. Like a 300-second stop and hold is more than deserved for the sort of driving that we've just seen on display there. But I mean, wild that it even happened.
It is the thing about, we can talk about what is deserved for an incident, but it's always tough because a penalty that's given in a race can never be, it should never really be seen as an attempt to right a wrong, because you can't fix the situation there. That is a car that was leading its class that's now, being dropped. I believe out of the race. I'm not sure if they're even gonna make an attempt to continue in that car. We do still have Kevin and Jay in the session to try and take over, but they're down to P14 already. There's not a a time penalty you can give to offset that, because the car isn't the car that they're fighting for position. It's a completely separate race, though, essentially. So it's unfortunate, and obviously I do understand that it is a mistake. I'm sure there wasn't any intent behind those decisions, but you have to put your foot down at some point and say, we can't let this sort of thing go.
No, of course, that's I think the punishment in that case fits the crime. Again, looking at it from the perspective of, you look at the incident, what happened until the moment of contact, the decisions made by the driver of the Corvette in that particular situation were very, very, very dangerous. And even in real life, it's something that you want to stamp out and you want to be aggressive with it, because you need to make sure everybody knows that that sort of thing, I'm holding my tongue really hard here, that sort of thing is completely unacceptable. And a 300-second stop and hold,
it gives you time to think about it.
Even just looking at it up to the moment of contact, I'm ignoring who was involved. A 300-second stop and hold is more than deserved for the decisions made by the driver, because now whenever they get into that situation again, whether it's in this league or it's in an official race, they will think about this and be like, yeah, actually, how can I do this differently? I really hope.
Ultimately, I think you can give out a drive through a 30-second stop and hold, a 60-second stop and hold. Those are kind of intended to be things of making sure you don't gain an advantage in the race. Because if you get a 60-second stop and hold, that's pretty much enough to make sure that whatever you've done, you're not going to gain an advantage from it. I think once it gets past that number, you're really giving it to make sure that the drivers involved have a chance to chew on what's happened and to give them that time to go, yeah, we really stepped in it.
Sit on the naughty step and think about what you did.
Yeah, we're talking about it. It's kind of the way that it seems like they're going with stewarding for that sort of charity race that's going on right now. They've sort of opted for a bit of a harsh system where you have those moments of think about it, and I think for that it's more important to penalise in that way rather than in terms of like a sporting penalty, because it's a charity race. Ultimately, the position you finish isn't particularly consequential in a situation like that, but you've still got to make sure that drivers are not ruining each other's days, because ultimately, no matter what position you're running, and no matter whether the race is for a championship or whether it's just to raise money for something, if you've spent 9 hours working yourself into a position on track and then it is taken away from you with a move like that, it does ruin your day. But it pours a huge amount of water on the effort, and that's like not why anyone's got into sim racing.
That incident didn't just drown the efforts of that team, it completely burnt them to a flaming crisp.
Maybe that's what the yellow stands for in old firm racing. Yellow.
Fire. Wouldn't you say fire's orange? I'd say fire's orange.
Yeah, but they don't have an orange car.
Okay.
Orange is the DLR by SimLab, isn't it?
No, they do, I think. Old Firm Racing Orange is in P12.
Well, they do have orange and yellow.
Yeah.
I got them mixed up with DLR SimLab, who were orange and white. I thought that Old Firm were yellow and white. I thought it was... Anyway.
Well, either way, we are 5 minutes short of the 3 hours to go mark. You are still watching the 12 Hours of Le Mans here on ABN. After a very dramatic hour, we are once again going to take a very quick 5 minutes to refresh ourselves, and we'll be back with you very shortly. Welcome back to ABN's coverage of the Platinum Endurance Championship 12 Hours of Le Mans. William Foyle and Fury Simsport have just kicked off the next GTP pit stop cycle after we're all trying to recover and come down from the incident that happened in the Porsche curves earlier on in that stint that took out our previous race leader of Old Firm Racing Yellow, and the Core Motorsport Corvette was handed that 300-second stop and hold penalty, which is one of the harshest penalties I've ever seen handed out in a sim racing event ever in my entire life.
I know I handed out one of those in the charity race in April, but that was for a very specific thing.
Oh yeah,
that we won't bother going into.
We don't need to.
It is harsh,
but
it's a big number, and I think the thing that terrifies me the most is we did get a post in here because we were talking earlier about the fact that points penalties are given along with penalties that are awarded in the sim. And the 5-minute stop and hold is a 15-point penalty for the championship as well. What really scares me is that there's also a 10-minute stop and hold on that chart with a 20-point penalty. And now I'm just wondering what you would have to do.
It's got to be driver conduct plus an incident, right? It's got to be.
For the stewards to go for that. Like,
I'd love to see the sort of incident that results in that.
No, not
for the pure drama.
You can get that by watching F4 officials. Like, come on.
You mean British F4 esports?
No, I do not mean that. Do not get me in trouble. Oh my god.
If I speak, I will be in big trouble, and I do not want to be in big trouble.
I will get No, we're not having that conversation.
I'll stop it there then. Completely. This is it. Stream over. Bye. 3 hours left to go. Who needs coverage?
Yeah, I mean, yeah, we may as well wrap it up. I mean, nothing wild could possibly happen in the final 3 hours that would change the complexion of this race.
We'll just play some really nice...
That wouldn't be like anything.
We'll play some music.
I'm trying to spot where the...
Do you know what music is?
What is that?
It's a specific genre of music. It's elevator music.
Okay.
It's called music. M-U-S-A-K.
My music?
No idea. I'm not.
So I've just always heard it like elevator music, or it's like smooth. It's like smooth jazz,
No. It's okay. So it's not like the smooth jazz. That's smooth jazz, but it's like the. Okay, have you ever seen Phineas and Ferb?
Yes.
And they do that one-hit wonder episode. And it's like, bow chicka bow wow. That's what my baby said. And then they've got a little checklist of what makes them a one-hit wonder.
Right.
And they're in they go to a record. This is so off topic.
This is maybe the most off topic we've been. It might be.
So they go to like a record producer's office and they want to sign them for like an album. And they're like, nah, we don't want to do that. We want to be a one-hit wonder, blah, 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 blah. And then the record producer's like really shocked and surprised, like, okay, whatever, right, on you go. And then they're going down the lift or the elevator down to the ground floor, and they hear the song, do 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 do, which is the song that they wrote, and it's the one that's like the, and they use the bells and the chimes for it, and it's like it's not played on big band instruments, it's just little percussion instruments. Is the way they do it. That's music.
Fair enough.
You following? You understand what I'm saying?
A little bit. I can tie this back to British F4 in a way that won't get me in trouble by saying that if you've ever been in like a drivers meeting on Discord, I can see it. I can see it in the PEC as well.
That's music. That's music.
There we go. The Discord like stage music that gets put on by default before the steward starts talking and telling you what not to do in the race. It's wonderful. I love that. It's maybe the only good thing Discord has done in life.
I'm actually going to double check that. Hang on.
Oh my! Did you just hop into the driver's briefing channel?
That's Muzak. Yeah, that is 100% Muzak. That is the genre Muzak.
You could have pulled it up in a separate tab on YouTube or something. No, you just leave the broadcast.
I didn't even think about that.
Go wandering.
What, for 2 seconds? I'm telling you, it really affected the quality of the broadcast. It's gone down to like a 0 out of 10 now, as if it wasn't already there.
Anyway,
we have fun here at ADM.
The 96 Ultra Racing orange car, up to P3 in class now.
Race cars.
And
pit stop cycle.
Within, but only the Fury Sim Sport car, and they were close to that car anyway. That could neutralise itself over the remaining 3 hours of this race. But more importantly, they're within 5 seconds of the SPD Racing car up ahead, and they've been setting pretty decent lap times in this stint to try and close back in. It's been a rough couple of laps for them, or really just a rough lap there in traffic, but a 24/7 from Randy Mateos there. Actually matched and bettered by Pablo Alvarez, who set a 24/5 that last time by, but just a little bit of traffic coming under the Dunlop Bridge is maybe going to close that in a little bit. I think that's our closest major battle right now. We also have the battle of P2 in GT3. It's actually, they're just putting through right now within a couple of seconds. But these are the things to watch out for right now while we sort of are still in that fog of the middle 50% of the race. We're going to start to understand where everyone sits as we approach that final hour and those final pit stops for every team. But for the time being, I think it is basically that battle between the 33 and the 96, and that battle between the 213 and the 224. Also of note, Project Valorous number 50 car back on pit lane once again. Remember, they're a lap short because of an earlier incident made them pit a lap early. They're using that to try something different and just keep that rhythm a little bit offset from everyone else. But they're down on pit.
It's not working.
It's
keeping them relatively competitive, but they haven't really been making.
It would have been competitive anyway. Ultimately.
Yeah, but they haven't really been
affected them that much.
They haven't really been making the same gains that they have been in the previous few stints. It seems like the 96 crew have really been able to turn the wick up at the end of their stints to make sure, well, they're falling into a bit of luck with the traffic as well, but turning the wick up a little bit at the end of the stints just to make sure that they're not undercut as aggressively by Project Valorous as they had been in the past. And in the last couple of stints as well, the 50 crew have fallen into some poor luck with the traffic and always come up against a little bit of something either on pit exit or into Tete Rouge or through the Porsche curves that's really hampered the sort of progress they've been able to make up towards the back of the 96 crew on those outlets. But of course, the 96 is now running a little bit lighter on fuel than the number 50 squad, and it's all really going to come down to how fast Project Valorous can be on those warm tires. We say it every 35-40 minutes or so, but it is still the big main focus of how Project Valorous are approaching this particular stage of the stint.
Yeah, it gives them just ultimately, I think they could have committed and said, well, we can make a 13 stint work if we really put our heads to it. It might cost us a few seconds on track, but then we can then we can get back on cycle and we can sort of race this as a standard as, whoa, Andre Rosa, who held the fastest lap of this race, they were involved in that lap 1 incident, the 91 NGC Esports car. Andre Rosa then got back in and set a few fastest laps in the opening stint of the race, handed off the car to teammates, is now back in the nighttime, and has once again set the fastest lap of the race, a 3:22.678 at the end of this stint for the number 91 crew. It's obviously not going to help them too much in terms of gaining positions, but sometimes you need something to focus on when you've been sort of on the back foot early on in the race. It seems that Andre Rosa has found that focus by just going for the best possible lap times that you can find in that Porsche, and they're very good lap times, I've got to say, and it's not hurting, to put it that way. They're a minute and a half behind backmarker racing razzle dazzle right now, and at that pace that might not be an impossible gap to close back up again. Razzle dazzle went a 3:28 last lap, So that was a 6-second time gain by Andre Rosa.
Goodness me. Liv, how much do you hate it when your drivers start to push when they don't need to?
I mean, all the time. In this situation, it's a bit different because there's no reason not to push for the 91.
Mm-hmm.
It frustrates me when a driver was leading by, say, 7 laps in a race because all hell's broken loose. And a driver who really can essentially run at GT3 speed the rest of the way through the race decides they want to try and chase for the fastest lap of the race and you know, potentially put it in the wall and hand the win off to someone else. That's a little bit unfair. But it's only really annoying if they end up crashing, ultimately.
Yeah, that's true. So pit stop cycle well in effect at the moment. Just keeping an eye on Juan Roldan and where he's going to come out relative to that Old Firm Racing orange car. You know what? Never mind. Old Firm Racing car orange already way out in front on track. 12.9 seconds is the gap. Juan Roldan just not able to get those tires up to temperature in the way he wanted to and really push on his outlet. Of course, Randy Martin-Mateos is going to have a bit of traffic to deal with here and those cold tires that are going to slow him down a little bit in his fight against Luis Martinez in that number 33 XBD racing car. Of course, Luis Martinez, just getting back on board that car after Pablo Alvarez has done only a single stint on board that Acura ARX-06. So Randy Martin-Mateos is going to be a lot warmer in terms of being used to the conditions and, you know, what sort of, how he needs to drive the car to get it to go fast. Whereas Luis Martinez is going to have to do a little bit of searching, a bit of research out there on track to try and figure out exactly how to make cargo zoom. So keep an eye now on that gap between the 96 and the 33 to see if Luis Martinez can get, see if Luis Martinez can stay in front, because I think that's going to become a fight relatively shortly.
Yeah, it's going to be close. It's, again, we've seen how fast that 96 crew has been over the past couple hours. Again, at one point, Old Firm Racing running 1 and 2 in this race, but then misfortune knocking them both down. Ultimately, 96 to a point where they had the ability and the chance to climb back up. Their gap to the lead was 50 seconds at one point, now down to 33. And XBD Racing is very much the next car in their sights, just 3 seconds up the road, I think. As well as that, there were a couple of fights kicking off here. One of those is actually flicking up from both drivers being in pit lane at the same time, so we'll ignore the battle of P8 right now. As Magic Hour is coming in to serve a penalty? Or they got some damage they need to get fixed. So that's been a 5-lap oh. Okay, never mind. I will stop talking about that. I've realized what's happened. There is a fight, though, for P2 in GT3 we can focus on. And here we are. Octopus Racing Team in the 224 Ferrari, chasing down virtual drivers by Thrustmaster in the 213 Ferrari. And the gap, just about a second right now, as we're expecting maybe the 213 to pull into the pit lane. Maybe this lap or maybe next lap.
2 laps. Maybe if they haven't saved that fuel.
Yeah.
They've been doing 14 lap stints the entire way so far. So part of me isn't expecting them to come down pit lane so soon, but I've been surprised before. We're about to find out anyway. No, they don't commit to pit lane, so this is a fight that's going to happen out on track. If Octavio Pisco can get onto the back end of Herbignol, as that gap comes down to 0.8 of a second, slipstream well in effect as they come down the start-finish straight through that valley, the sound of which isn't replicated very well in sim at all. It is very loud and very echoey down there, especially compared to the rest of the circuit, as you'd expect. And it's the sort of place where would definitely recommend putting on some sort of hearing protection, especially when the Cadillacs are coming through there. But now it's just this, I don't want to say Ponzi because that's rude. The rather quiet twin turbo V6, I think it's twin turbo V6 in the back of the Ferrari. No, it's definitely a turbocharged V6, but sort of just whiz by through there, not making much of a noise, but the echo down there is still absolutely
Were you
stunning.
there in 2023?
2022.
Okay.
I did get to hear the Porsche 911 GTE.
But you didn't get to hear the Garage 56 NASCAR entry?
No.
Okay.
But I got the Porsche GT instead, which I argue.
Oh, yeah,
better.
no, for sure.
That was ear splitting.
In that case, I will ask a question: what's louder, the Cadillac or the Porsche, or the flyover at the start of the race?
The Cadillac and the Porsche make completely different sounds and are loud in different ways. The Porsche is ear splitting because it's such a high pitched noise, but the Cadillac shakes the ground.
Yeah, you feel it in your chest more than sort of thing.
No, you feel it in the ground.
Okay.
It shakes the Cadillac and the Mustang shake the ground. You feel the vibrations in the ground. It's surreal, absolutely surreal.
And the flyover at the start?
No recollection.
Must have been that
Helicopters that are quite loud. I think I was paying attention to something else, to be fair.
Fair enough.
I don't know, genuinely, I don't know. Do they even do the flyover anymore?
Surely they do.
I think so too, but I genuinely have no recollection of it. I think I was just distracted by the fact that race cars, you know. I was giddy. I was so giddy coming up to the start of that race this year because I hadn't been there for 2 years and I barely got to watch a 2023 race. So it was the first 24 hours of the Le Mans race I'd actually got to watch the majority of in 2 years. So, yeah, I think with all the excitement and all that jazz, I just genuinely don't remember the flyover.
I do remember, so I've been to a NASCAR race, obviously.
Have you?
Yeah.
When was that?
Rarely talked about it. Last March.
You never talk about it.
And the thing is, they have the flyover, and with the Las Vegas Motor Speedway, it's just past the backstretch is Nelly's Air Force Base, which is where the planes that do the flyover come from.
Yeah, I've flown it on DCS before.
Yeah, so they'll have to do the thing. They come from that direction and they fly over the track towards the tri-oval, and it's impressive. It's time to end of the anthem because America, and that's the way they do things. But what really gets you is when the planes have to turn back around and land, because they've got to obviously go back whence they came to get to the Air Force Base, and part of me thinks that they enjoy the idea of making that trip from directly behind the grandstand extra low.
That is 100% planned.
With no warning, because the anthem's not playing at that point. It's just whatever's going on in the pre-race show, and suddenly there's explosions above you.
Oh, I was going to say, because they're probably doing some rate of knots as they're doing that, as Renault have been on pits.
Oh, I think they would given it maximum beams, just without any warning this time.
And especially when it's coming from behind you and you've got a grandstand blocking the sound.
Until it's there.
Yeah, and then all of a sudden you're just going to basically get this sonic boom over the top of you. As I assume these two F-16s fly over top at Mac Jesus before heading back to do their overhead brake landing at Nellis.
If they have it in the tank, then yes.
Yeah, I love that. Military technology. Planes are cool. Planes are cool. We'll go for planes are cool.
Yeah. What they're used for, often not particularly cool.
Yeah.
But the planes themselves are very cool.
I do like the fact that they go very fast. They do go zoom. I like
that's why we love cars as well, ultimately.
Yeah, literally, same principle. I like it when cars go fast around each other. That's my favourite bit. One car going fast on its own is a bit dull.
That's fair.
Two cars going fast around each other, now that is a race.
What about two cars going sideways around each other? That's pretty cool as well.
See, drift is fine. I just never really got into it that much. Plus, it's always at a really weird time, considering I actually sleep nowadays.
I need to get into what's the European competition?
European drift.
DMAC, I think.
Yeah, that one.
I need to watch that next year. So that's really.
Robin Power competes in that, doesn't he?
He has competed. Robin Power can do anything.
Well, Robin Power had an F1 test this weekend.
Yeah, I'm convinced if you got Kali Robin Power, Shane Van Gisbergen, and Max Verstappen. I think they're all Red Bull athletes as well, which I think is kind of their idea, because they're just like, they can just call any of them up on a free weekend and say, hey, do you want to drive this thing?
Yeah.
They'll go, yeah, I'll give it a go.
You know what?
And they'll probably be really bloody good at it.
Send the RB17 to Le Mans, the road car, make it a race car, put Shane Van Gisbergen, Max Verstappen, and Kalle Rovanperä in it, see what happens.
The only problem with that is I guarantee there will be 18 scheduled clashes on that weekend, on the weekend before.
Yeah, probably. Is there an
Because
F1
no
clash with
motorsport communicates with each other.
The FIA and ACO don't ever communicate with each other, and they work together to make.
They're the same. Yeah. Like.
But it's not surprising. It's just FOM do what they want. Very simple.
I mean, NASCAR is every weekend.
Yeah, I think that the most
F1 is trying to be every weekend.
I think for me the most annoying thing about next year's motorsport calendar is the fact that there is that IndyCar clash with Le Mans. So, bye Scott Dixon, bye Alex Palou, bye Kiffin Simpson.
That's a really big miss for them. And isn't there also a clash with IndyCar for the NASCAR Mexico race? The one at Mexico City?
Wouldn't surprise me.
Because
interesting to think though that because we have a Mexico City race in NASCAR next year, it means that because NASCAR 25 is a depiction of the 2025 NASCAR Championship, it means the iRacing team that has to go and scan Mexico City is going to have this scan data lying around, you know. And I mean, I guess it wouldn't be too difficult to port it over to something that runs on the same engine.
I suspect it might be more the other way around, quite frankly.
The thing that makes me giggle about all of that means iRacing are going to have to put a lot of work in to model the altitude correctly.
Oh.
The Cadillac is going to suck at Mexico City because it sucks at Interlagos, and that's only 700 feet off the ground, or 700 meters.
Isn't the problem that it's very difficult for it to suck at that altitude?
Yes, 100%. Yeah. That is the issue. But yeah, not surprising to anyone. It's the same clash for Le Mans this year with Canada, and of course we've talked about the gateway thing. So we never see F1 drivers, active F1 drivers, race at Le Mans anyway. Of course we had Charles Leclerc rock up a couple of years ago to say hello, and it's like, I want to give this car a go. But we're never going to be in a situation where we see, or at least I don't think for a few years, we're going to be in a situation where we see F1 drivers racing in Le Mans anytime soon. I think it was nice that we did get Nico Hulkenberg that one time, and he actually won the race. It still makes me giggle though that he's done goodness knows how many races in F1 and hasn't stood on the podium, but went to Le Mans once and won the whole thing. Le Mans chooses its winners.
Yeah, Giovinazzi did the same, but
Giovinazzi's different because Antonio Giovinazzi was fired from Alfa Romeo and became a full-time WEC driver. So that at least makes sense in that he's had time to get used to the car and then went Zoom. Hulkenberg had probably a little bit of a test before and then had the week, and that was it. But again, that car was never really meant to be there. It was him, Tandy, and Bamba, which was never meant to be the team that won that race. They were just we need to make a third car because everyone else is bringing a third car. Who do we get? Panic. German F1 driver, random guy racing over in Asia, other random guy racing elsewhere. Oh, look, it actually worked.
As it turns out, if you put 3 good racing drivers into a thing and you have that little bit of luck to go with it, which you always need that little bit of luck. We talked about it all race long. They had that little bit of luck. We've got a battle actually. I was
about to say
here for P8, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, we've got one brewing for P3 in GTP. Don't get me wrong, that's going to be an exciting one for P8 in GTP. And Magic 55 and Jan Steffens in the Sim Racing Centre LMDH. By the way, I just want to mention this while a bit further ahead as we pass a GT3 car a little bit further road as we are. A little bit through wide. Very tight here in GT3 as well. It just flicks to Sprint DS Racing, who have charged all the way back to P4 after all manner of complications in their race, and are currently fending off Virtual Drive by Thrustmaster, although this is not going to last on cycle. It's meant to be 10 laps lower on fuel than Virtual Driver's car. But Remember, they got that very early penalty for a qualifying infringement. They're back to where they qualified. So a great recovery from them.
But a not so great move from the Smurf Racing team to come through turn 2 and just lose the back end and off into the bushes they go.
How many times have we seen a car make that exact spin today?
Twice.
Only twice?
Only twice.
I've seen it a lot more. I just don't think we've queued up on replay.
Okay, fair. There you go. However, P8 in GTP.
Oh my God,
has finally pulled out of the slipstream of Jan Steffens. They are side by side on the run down to the second Mulsanne chicane. Dominic Fekete with the advantage on the inside. Magicario 55 making that move stick into the second chicane, but goes a little bit deep in the middle of the corner. It's going to give Jan Steffens the opportunity to maybe come back at him with a better setup exit into the slipstream. Darts to the left and is going to commit to the move to the left. It's going to have to be a very brave move around the outside of Mulsanne corner. They are going to be side by side on the run down to that turn. Can Jan Steffens maintain the advantage around the outside, or is it going to be all Dominic Fekete? Steffens backs out, sets the corner up for exit, and look at the run he's got. He's going to get side by side before they even get to the first kink on the Gulf Straight. He might actually not, but late block for Fekete. Steffens moves to the outside. It's going to have that overlap, and they're going to be side by side all the way down on the run to Indianapolis. Fekete is going to have the inside for the first kink. Steffens is going to have the inside for the big braking zone. Who's going to be the first to blink? They're going to stay side by side. Steffens on the inside. There's almost contact as Fekete maintains the momentum around the outside of Indianapolis and holds on to the position as Steffens goes wide through Arnage and Fekete makes that move stick.
Fantastic battle between those two. I mean, it measured so tightly at the second Mulsanne corner. Dominic Fekete had to go a little bit deep to make sure to clear, to be able to get turned in front of the nose of the 67 car. Then the battling back and forth. Jan Steffens looking for every opportunity on the switchback. But again, just great and very well held around the outside by Dominic Fekete, who now can focus forward, trying to close in to Matthias Weichen, who, again, great work by DLR by SimLab. They've been struggling on pace this whole time as we get a replay of the TMR number 41 car with that same mistake.
That same spin.
This is the mistake that Ben Keating made this year, I believe, in the LMP2 as well. Unfortunately, got beached from that sort of spin, which is not befalling any of the cars here in iRacing. But it's such an easy mistake to make there. But I do want to credit to the DLR by SimLab Orange crew, who have really been struggling for pace in this entire race, but they've done what they do, kept the car clean. They're down 2 minutes 20 after 9.5 hours of this race. They're running P7. It's not consecutive podiums that we've had, but it's pretty good as we're focused on a couple of battles here. We've got this battle for P6 in GT3, the SMD racing car making a recovery drive to try and put one hand on the championship. But further up, XBD Racing on defense in GTP, because All Firm Racing Orange is on the scene officially.
Yeah, this is one of those times where we wish we could get a little bit of picture up as I'm watching one on the feed, one on my screen, as these two cars on your screen are going to be side by side in the rundown to Mulsanne corner. Strumenti are going to be on that crown, having that extra bonus top end speed, and he's going to go for a braking move around the outside. It's Octopus versus Strumenti. Octopus gets sent deep. Strumenti cut back to the inside, take the apex, and they're going to maximize their run out the corner. One of the GTPs is going to get involved here, and it shouldn't cause too many issues. But Diogo Faria is looking for a bit of slipstream from the GTP, pinches his opponent to the inside off the crown of the road yet again and searches for a little bit more, but Diogo Faria on exit of the corner in the slipstream has made that move work, as is the Octopus racing car going to have the opportunity to get back by into Indy. No, he doesn't. The battle for third is, well, I won't say decided, but a very decisive move from Faria to make that one stick.
Yeah, I mean, the attempt now is for something out of Arnage, but the run's not really there. We'll focus now forward to this battle in GTP, where they're filing past this Ferrari on the run into Indianapolis, and we've just seen this sequence. 96 has the run. They're going to go to the outside. It will turn to the inside, but more importantly,
it's going to be clear.
They might be clear. I think that might be a bit of attack mode there. And All Firm Racing Orange just having the power to drag past. The question is, are they going to be able to have enough to defend on the run to the Porsche curves, or can SPD Racing fire back here and get back onto the podium?
I still can't believe we just saw the exact same move made in 2 different car classes within about 10 seconds of each other. Randy Martinez will make that move up to P3 as Luis Martinez needs to go on the attack as soon as possible, but is already 0.4 of a second back on the 96 crew and is going to struggle to get back onto the back of that car as he now has to try and deal with the dirty air through the Porsche curves. That's why Indianapolis is one of the best places to make a move, because you go from giving your opponent clean air to giving them all of the dirty air almost straight away through the most crucial part of the lap where you need all that downforce on the car. As Johnny Martinez' gap already moves out to 0.7 of a second on Luis Martinez. Great bit of battling from all 4 drivers here, and a great move from Randy Martinez to take P3 and hold on.
It's just... It's incredible that this deep into a race we can have those situations when we don't know where to look in what are battles for the podium in class. Like, both of those were for P3 in their respective classes. That means the world in a situation like this. And they're still doing it. SPD Racing isn't giving up on this. They're going to have maybe a chance back here as All Firm Racing have a little bit of traffic there coming through Tete Rouge. It's a flash of the headlights to their GT3 teammate there. Of course, no like intent there in what they did, but just happened to hold up Randy Mateus in the timing of that cycle, and that's brought the 33 right back into it. This is where we find out whether the 96 used some attack mode to get that move done, and whether they're going to have to pay the piper now and let the 33 back by on the 3 remaining long straightaways this lap.
0.6 seconds then is the gap. It was 0.7 on the way into and out of the Porsche curves. Luis Martinez making small gains on the run down to the first Mulsanne chicane. Keeps the gap consistent on the run through the first Mulsanne chicane, and is now just waiting to try and build some speed in the slipstream of Randy Martinez, who's going to come up against a little bit of traffic through the second chicane, and it's going to give Luis Martinez the opportunity to get right on his tail on the run down to Mulsanne corner, a corner where we've seen so many moves made so far this race. Are we going to see another that will be for P3 in GTP? Can Randy Martinez hold on? Can Luis Martinez make the move? 0.2 is the gap now. It doesn't look like Martinez is going to have the speed to make the move into Mulsanne corner. So now it's all about the exit onto the run down to Indianapolis. He's dropped a little bit of time limit, but there's still opportunities here.
Yeah, just maybe a tiny bit deep, just maybe an inch of the tire rushing the gravel on the exit. It's just difficult to get the power down in that situation. It looks like Old Firm Racing able to hold firm for now, but now this is where the slipstream comes in just a little bit too late to make the move. They're going to go single file into Indianapolis. Can there be an attempt made into R-Norris? There's going to be a GT3 on the exit, but I think both cars will clear into the Porsche curves, and it'll be waiting another lap.
How is this GT3 going to come into effect here? It shouldn't affect either of these drivers too much, as Martinez waits very late to pull out of the slipstream. Jan Steffens, who we saw in that fight earlier on this race with Dominic Fenchetta, is now going to be the car that gets in the way. But look at this. Oh, it's the call. No, it's the the DDK by Eagle Speed Academy car that's going to get in the way of both of these cars, as they both have to squeeze their way up the inside of P3 in GT3. A fight that we've just seen basically unfold itself, as I think that's the Enosis car getting out of the way, as these two are going to follow each other through the 4 chicanes yet again for a second lap in a row. But all that traffic has kept Luis Martinez well within touching distance of Randy Martinez, and it's just going to create a couple more opportunities for Martinez to maybe try and get back by into the P3.
And we are not clear of traffic right now, not by any means. We've got maybe 3 or 4 more GT3s coming in this run, maybe catching 1 or 2 at Tete Rouge, but I'm sure the 96 hoping it'll be on that run into the first chicane nice and smoothly. It's going to be close, but I think they're going to get their wish. Nice and smooth through there. Don't run it too wide, just on the edge of the curb. Great work there from Randy Mateos, and that is going to hold SPD Racing at bay just for a little bit longer, but the gap is still less than half a second. Both cars should clear into this first chicane. The question is, what's going to be the next opportunity? What's going to be the pick that SPD Racing tries to use to get back onto the podium spot? Remember, these cars are equal in terms of stint length. This is an all-out battle, we know that for sure. They're going to have to pit at the same time, take the same amount of fuel in the final stops. This is for the podium right now.
There is an Enosis Porsche GT3 just up the road from these two. Going to be touch and go as to whether or not they'll both clear it. Luis Martinez might have to be a little bit aggressive as Martini Mateos pulls over to break the slipstream. Both cars are going to get clear of that GT3 as Luis Martinez is going to follow that 96
That's a great
car through the chicane again. It's a really, really good run through the second Mulsanne chicane as he's going to keep those mirrors of the 96 full of XBD Racing Acura. He's not got as much momentum off the corner as I think he may have expected, as he's going to have to wait just a little bit more patiently to try and make some work. Opens up Mulsanne corner brilliantly, but again, just can't get the exit. 0.3 of a second is still the gap. Randy Martini Mateos is doing exactly what he needs to hold on to that position. And it just seems like Luis Martinez can't get close enough without the assistance of some traffic.
And it just shows how well matched these two are. They're so well matched on lap time, where they're strong, where they're weak. They're even well matched on the color schemes of their cars. And for now, it's gonna be lockstep for these two until a GT3 says otherwise. And the question is, when that does happen, who is the one to take advantage? Can Randy Mateos break away and start to pull a gap and focus forward to Fury Simsport and Focus Racing GTP? Or is it going to be XBD Racing getting back onto the podium, looking to defend the win that they got last time out at Watkins Glen?
Oh, here comes the traffic again then. It's that help that Luis Martinez was desperate for that's just keeping him in touch with the Old Firm Racing orange car. Again, you don't have to be the fastest driver in a field of prototypes, especially in a multi-class race, to be on top. You just have to be the most consistent through traffic, get some of the luck through the GT3s, and just take advantage of every opportunity you're given. Martinez all over the curbs in the Ford chicanes as Randy Mateos is going to stretch that gap out to 0.8 of a second now. And with the pace advantage that Old Firm Racing seem to have, I feel like, Liv, we could be reaching the end of this fight.
Yeah, and just 2 more GT3s to speak of in the upcoming traffic. And we've got a huge run, basically the entirety of that first 2 kilometers of the Hunandière, nice and clean of GT3s. Now they're starting to file through. They might catch one of these into the chicane, and that would be tricky. Did either car no slowdowns? And that is a thing that could, of course, turn this battle on its head completely. I think a slowdown, if you're within a second of the car behind, will basically give them the position for free unless you can do a really good job bleeding that time away. But still in slipstream, 0.8, closing slowly. We saw how good the 33 was in the second chicane last time by. They've got a pretty good run through the first chicane, but not the best exit. The gap stretches back out again a little bit, and this is where we start to see that traffic, that first car. It's going to be Dodds and Webb DS Racing, the 355. I think this might be clear for Randy Mateos. Is this going to hold up Luis Martinez? And it is.
Oh, it is. Yeah, big block then for Luis Martinez. He's going to get right behind that Ferrari 296, looking for a way through as quickly as possible, but it's not going to be quick enough. The gap now extended to 1.8 seconds, and we said he needed the assistance of GT traffic to get by, but now he's going to need a whole heap of help from all sorts of misfortune to come over the old firm racing car to make that 2-second gap get as close as it was before. But like I said, Liv, I think this fight may be over, but for Luis Martinez, he's certainly hoping it isn't.
We always say traffic giveth and traffic taketh away, and I think at this point it has taken away Luis Martinez's chance at the podium for the time being. I think you've sort of spent all your energy at this point, maybe all of your battery. You probably got a little bit too much heat in the tires. Take this moment, take a reset. You've still got a chance to an internet pit stop into the next stint. Everything turn on its head. I think the important thing for the 33-2 right now is to not throw everything away to try and close in those 2 seconds right this moment. There's still 2 hours, 17 minutes left. That is basically the full length of an IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship race. There's plenty of time to try and make this happen. You've just got to stay consistent. There could be traffic a few laps down the line that brings them back into your clutches. Just make sure to not throw it all away going for a low percentage move. The most important thing of all.
So then the fight for P3 in GTP looks to be settled for now as Luis Martinez drops back to 2 seconds clear of Randy Martin in Matas. It was a brilliant, intense back and forth fight between these two through traffic. And part of me feels like it's nice to have another second to breathe, though, because that was just backwards and forwards solidly for a good 3 laps there, which is that's nearly 10 minutes in these cars. Oh, it is 10 minutes, actually.
Yeah.
To do the math on that one.
Not too much time to breathe, because that battle for P3 in GTP, well, now P2 as Fury Sim Sport hits off the pit cycle once again up there. That'll complete itself over the next 10 minutes as well. But the battle for P3 in GT3 starting to heat up a little bit as well. Virtual drivers by Thrustmaster in the 2-1-3, trying to close in on Octopus Race Team Octavio Pisco. In the 2-2-4, the gap's 1.5 seconds. Virtual drivers a little bit lighter on fuel. Of course, it's going to hurt them at the end of the race, but for the time being, it's going to help them close in a little bit. And now the gap's down to 1.2, maybe down to 1 second if they can get a good run out of this chicane. And it's a pretty good run. It's going to be close to 1 second coming across the line. Now what can they do in set to 1 here?
Well, with that slightly lighter car, it's going to mean the car is going to be so much more nimble on the brakes, through the corners, in the direction changes, which Sector 1 is full of. Also, to just hark back to something you said earlier, Liv, you called the Forest S's a chicane?
Was I talking about the... No, I was talking about the first Mulsanne chicane.
No, not this early in the lap, you weren't.
I was talking about catching traffic about a minute down the line.
No, you're a criminal.
I promise you I was not talking about the Forest S's.
I can't believe you called the Forest S's a chicane.
Did not.
They're sweepers, Liv. They're sweepers.
Okay, I don't call the Forest S's a chicane. I have called turn 2 and 3 a chicane.
Yeah, that's... Yeah, because it is.
I'm making sure you're okay with that.
It's the Dunlop chicane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not the Forest S's, though. I didn't call it that.
No,
I was talking about this corner coming up.
Yeah, of course you were. I don't believe you.
You don't have to believe me.
I don't, to be fair, I don't have a lie detector. So lie detector is a pseudoscience anyway.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't be able to tell whether I was lying or not about how cool this battle is on track.
Why would you be lying? Everyone knows it's cool.
No, it's really cool, to be fair, as the gap does drop just under 1 second. Nicholas Bison taking advantage of the slipstream and everything just to get that gap closed up as much as possible. An opportunity looks like it will present itself towards the end of this lap, but with how slowly these cars catch, it's going to have to be very patient to make that one work, as Octavio Pisco is doing everything he can to try and maximize his run through these corners. But Nicholas Bison just looks like he's got the edge on that other Ferrari driver at the moment, although a little bit of a overshoot into the second apex of the second Mulsanne chicane looks to give Octavio Pisco the advantage for now. But with 2 long straights to go in, well, 2 or 3 long straights to go in this lap, it looks like Bison is going to have more chances to get on the back of the car in front, and then sort of go from there. But patience is always the key to this race, as we've still got over 2 and a bit hours to go in this one.
Yeah, we're expecting probably 2 pit stops left for the majority of the GT3 field. For the GTPs, probably more like 3 stops to go. We'll see how it all shakes out, of course. And some cars could be marginal in having to make that fuel save happen. It's going to be, for example, a little bit tricky for race getter DE Black to make it on 2 more stops, but with a couple of 14 lap stints, I think it should be doable.
What was going on there? On the broadcast feed, goodness gracious me. Luis Martinez nearly ended up in the back of a Ferrari GT3 that looked like it was stationary on the exit of Tet Rouge. I don't know if you saw that one, Liv.
I'm gonna have a quick look at it. It just looks like... I mean, I don't see anything particularly in the replay. I think that's just how scary the closing speed can be.
I was going to say, maybe that was the case. Also, apologies if the feed caught me saying, "Ooh, fresh coffee." I was literally just handed a cafetiere of fresh coffee, so I'm very excited about it.
At 11 p.m?
Yeah, it's a really bad idea considering I've got to get up early in the morning.
Yeah.
But also,
you might need the energy right now, but in 3 hours' time, I think it'll come back and bite you.
Yeah, we'll see. I kind of need the warm liquid for my throat as well.
You okay?
Yeah, we've just been at this for nearly 10 hours, I might add. We've been here a while, though.
Well, more than 10 hours when you include qualifying.
No, that's true. And build-up and the race.
Yeah.
It only feels like moments ago I read off that very long intro.
I mean, with how long the intro was, it feels like an age.
I was going to say, I feel like you must have been falling asleep by the end of that one.
Well,
You didn't want to say it.
I start falling asleep, and then you say something nice about me, and then I get annoyed at you.
No, that's completely fair.
This Battle P3 in GT3, yeah, it's down to half a second now. Great work from Nicholas Vicent to close in onto the back of the 224 car. That was half a second gained last lap. 356.7 plays 357.2. Here comes a GTP, and that closing speed is always scary, even if they've got it under control. That's Matthias Weitgen, who we've been talking about. Has been trying to run just that nice, consistent race, pick up spots through attrition, and defend as much of that championship lead as possible head into the final round at Fuji. They've done a great job, honestly, considering the sort of struggles they've been having early on in the race. But as they whiz past and get out of the way, we're going to have this fight close in. It's going to be Slipper's Racing Team P4 in GT3 AM getting a little bit involved, just giving a little bit of draft to Octopus Racing Team. Not of any intent, but it's going to help them defend just that little bit against Nicholas Vicent in the Ferrari behind. Going into the second Mulsanne chain, I'm betting there won't be anywhere near close enough for a move
he's
here.
Trying.
He's looking. He's trying to put off the car ahead, and then maybe make the move coming through here and into Mulsanne corner a little bit wide from the 224. That's what they were hoping for. Here comes another GTP through. That's Car Bono Esports car in P number 10. No dramas there. I think this is going to be just between these two cars and what they can do on the track right now.
It is a robot-like march up to the back of that 224 Ferrari for the 213 Ferrari, and he is hunting that position down like the Terminator, simultaneously asking the 399 in front, where is Sarah Connor, as we do have BTEC John Connor in this race. Nose to tail, these two were on the run down to Mulsanne corner. Nicholas Vicent just losing a little bit of time, losing touch with the car in front through that turn. And on the run down to Indianapolis, maybe picking up I don't want to say picking up a slowdown at some point, because it doesn't look like that much time loss, but it was certainly enough to, well, not drop him out of slipstream, as John Connors is going to get in the way. And now the slipstream is going to be broken, as that methodical march up to the back of the car is going to be broken.
And as we're looking at this battle and keep an eye on how that deficit changes, Randy Mateos got massively held up in the Ford chicanes last time by just an awkward bit of GT3 traffic that he couldn't slot through. And what that's done is it's let Luis Martinez and the SPD Racing car close right back up for what is now P2 as the Project Valorous car peels into pit lane a lap ahead of schedule, or a lap ahead of the HBD schedule. The gap is now back down to 0.4 of a second heading into Mulsanne corner with a little bit of GT3 traffic once again, and I'm sure Martinez hoping that might help him out once again. That obviously a huge assist from the traffic in the Ford chicanes already, but one more little bit of help could be all it takes to bring the number 33 car back into second place overall.
Just at the moment, though, Martinez, as we said, just doesn't seem to have the pace to get onto the back of Randy Mateos on his own. He needs the help of that traffic. Of course, that can and will come with the nature of multi-class racing, but the Old Firm Racing crew have the edge in terms of pace on Martinez at the moment, as you've seen some of Liv.
Yeah, Ottavio Pisto had a bad run through the back half of that lap, and it's let Nicholas Weissen close right back in. Now no draft ahead to speak of. This battle's within half a second now as well.
So 2 fights on track, really, really close. And once again, it's the fight for what was P3 on the road, as we are coming up to the pit cycle for the GTPs. Your race leader of Focus Racing does pit with Thiago Rodriguez, shockingly from the lead of the race. It's Old Firm Racing Orange and XBD Racing make their way around the final sector and the final few corners, flick it right left through Maison Blanche, and in a second they will peel right into the pit lane, trying not to cut. Is there 2 chicanes here, or is it just the one? It's just the one.
The one.
Yeah. I always forget. As that fight though, if you're hyping it up, it does seem to pretty much be over. Nicholas Weissen has finally got the run on the Octopus Racing Team car and made that position. Up into P3 goes Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, and now their plan is to just run away into the distance.
Well, it's an easy plan, but I'm sure Ottavio Pisto is not thrilled about the concept and is going to try and keep the pressure on here. Still following in that slipstream, coming in towards the second chicane. I think maybe a little bit too far back to peek out and have a look to the inside, but he's going to try and get the best run possible, focus on that exit, get the power as early as possible, and it's just not quite the corner that was needed for the 224 crew. They're going to have to follow once, going to maybe go for that same strategy into Mulsanne corner and then into Indianapolis, but it's going to be close. Luis Martinez, wow, immediately hopping out of the car, hand the car over to Blasco, and then I think maybe having to reset the computer maybe, but the 33 now being driven by Alberto Blasco, still waiting for the pit service to finish. Julian Harmon has pulled out of the pit box as well. 49.4 seconds stationary time. It's a little bit short, only a touch. SPD Racing follows, and they're going to leave just as they came in. Line astern here with Fury Simsport just 3 seconds ahead at this point, with 3 laps shorter on fuel. A little bit of a moment actually for Alberto Blasco getting back into a rhythm in the SPD car. I think Julian Harmon, who has been in that car, has hopped in for Randy Mateos. So
yeah, that's driver change
again,
as well.
both of these cars going to have to find their footing in it a little bit. Hiro Preto in the leading Focus Racing car, another driver swap for them. So it's basically just William Foy, who got in 3 laps ago for Fury Simsport, staying in the car in that cycle for GTP.
Yeah, the reason that Alberto Blasco seemed to be a little bit uncertain on his feet as he came through that first chicane is he tried a little bit of summer on coming out of the pit box to try and get the car rolling a little bit. He turned off the traction control and absolutely dumped the throttle and spun up the rear wheels. We know these cars don't like that, so it introduced a little bit of rear instability for him, and so he just struggles through that first sector whilst the surface temperature dissipated itself. But a little bit of traffic has got involved in this fight for P3 in classes. Harmon got checked up behind Max Verstappen at home, as now Alberto Blasco is in that slipstream once again. Both of these cars on very, very cold tires. They're trying to get any sort of, any semblance of temperature into them, as Weissen and the Octopus car are going at it once again, side by side in the rundown to turn 1 and turn 2. flat out through turn 1 as they do swap back once again. The Visor the virtual drivers retaking P3, so look, this fight isn't over either.
No, and both cars still with a few laps to go in this stint, so this one is gonna stay close until the end of the race. We've also got a battle for P8 in GT3 and that battle for P3 overall that we were looking at just a little moment ago. This is really all going right now, but there's still just over 2 hours to go at this point. I think we're pretty sure that every GT3 team at this point has 2 pit stops left to make, and then up in GTP, those cars that just made their stop might be able to do it on 2 more. But for Fury Sim Sport, they're definitely going to need 3 more, and so it's going to be tough for them to overhaul that deficit if these other cars can make the fuel safe work.
So both of these drivers have been on board these cars in these conditions before. So hopefully just a short warm-up period for them as they try to get their feet underneath them to start that fight, start the push, start ticking off those laps into the last 2 hours of this race. Alberto Blasco just close it up a little bit through the Porsche curves and then dropping back a touch through the final 2 corners of it, as Hammond is going to extend that gap to 6, almost 7 tenths of a second as they make that run down to the Ford chicane. But again, they're making their way into 3 pretty fast flat out sections as Hammond just needs to make sure he gets a clean run through the Ford chicanes. It's going to be a bit of traffic that inserts itself into the fight here. Question being, can Julian Hammond get his car in front of that Audi so that he doesn't have to worry about it through that first chicane? He's going to have a look to the inside. He's going to get that car on the brakes, and it's going to leave Alberto Garcia Blasco to try and maximize the exit. He's going to just about get it well clear of the Audi. No issues on the exit of that chicane. The gap has extended between these 2 cars up to 1.5 seconds. So Alberto Garcia Blasco has ended up losing the draft in Sector 1.
Yeah, really tough with the traffic there. Obviously, we saw this after by. Actually, they picked up a slowdown somewhere. I think maybe in that opening sector. Looks like maybe the apex of turn 1 or turn 2, so just a little bit too far inside. That'll drop them worth now 2.3 seconds back. They've finally got that bled, but that is going to neutralize that battle for the time being. We'll look back at this battle between Octopus Racing Team and Virtual Drivers by Thrustmaster, who are very much keeping each other honest right now. But as they start to approach their penultimate pit stops of the race, we would think we are going to cross into the final 2 hours of this contest at Le Mans.
And speaking of, we are going to step away for another short 5-minute break to top up on everything that we need to get us through the next 2 hours of this race. You are still watching the 12 hours of Le Mans for the Platinum Endurance Championship here on ABN. It's Taylor Mills and Olivia Hayward in the commentary box, and we will be back with you very shortly. during our short little break there, the battle for P3 in GT3 Pro has not ceded. Octavio Pisco has made his way back in front of Nicholas Weiss. Both of these cars, though, coming up shortly to the end of their stints, but giving or leaving even absolutely nothing on the table. We saw a little bit of a pace deficit, we think, from Octavio Pisco as Nicholas Weiss got up to the back of him. But the second that virtual drivers by Thrustmaster car got past the 224 is when he really started to turn the wick back up, and he has been absolutely on it ever since. This fight is the most interesting bit happening on track at the moment, and we are absolutely glued to the monitors watching this one unfold as Pisco just opening a little bit of a gap on the run down to turn 1 and the Dunlop chicane as Nicholas Bison just has a little bit of work to do. It's surprising though, considering how that gap extended in the middle of the lap, that it's gotten so close and even extended in the opposite direction a touch.
Yeah, and that has now turned into the battle for P2 as Team Racegator DE Black, the 264 of Marcel Beck, exits the pit lane about 8 seconds behind, and this is a pretty crucial moment of the race. We've got 1 hour and 56 minutes left as that car rolls out of pit lane. Are they going to be able to make it on one more stop, or are they going to have to come and take a splash and dash in the final moments of the race? I think with it being just a splash and dash, they might be safe to hold on to P2 as things currently stand, but any increase in pace from those two cars ahead, and you've got to say they are pushing each other to go faster, it could end up costing this car maybe not just P2 but P3 as well. So they might have to go into a bit of a save mode here to see if they can extend a little bit further than they have so far in this race. They've got actually a lapped car just going past them right now. Maybe they're going to see this and sit behind for a little bit. No, they don't outbrake and stay ahead here. They don't want to let these two cars run away, and maybe the strategy is instead to go full push, stay within 10 seconds of them, and then, you know, the final stop. Both teams have 2 stops left, but the 264s will be about 20-30 seconds shorter, and they'll jump back into P2. But that is going to be a battle to watch out for. It's going to be touch and go for them. Meanwhile, these two cars are still not giving each other any time to breathe. It's Nicholas Vicent behind right now, but only by 0.4 of a second as we head down towards Mulsanne Corner. We're expecting the 213 in pit lane first, but they can keep fighting for another 2 or 3 laps, and maybe now we're in that final couple hours, they can start to play that undercut game a little bit if they want to try and break out of this battle.
Well, this fight again is just not seeming to give up, as look at that move that Pisco makes to the inside of the circuit to defend the shortest run on the way down to Indy. It means he's going to try, over the curb on the inside. A little bit of a misjudgment there, perhaps from the Octopus Racing Team driver, as he's going to kill so much of his momentum on this run down to Indianapolis, as virtual drivers by Thrustmaster are going to get alongside on the way into the first kink. They back out of the kink and don't set anything up for the sharp left-hander, as Octavio Pisco is going to hold on to that one, but that was a mistake to go over the curb there and almost cost him the position if they were a touch more aggressive in the car behind.
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of fortune. He that was coming by was not particularly aggressive. They didn't need to fight too much on that move through Arnage, just they could wait just a few seconds. Here comes the Focus Racing GTP overall leader, nice and clean into the Porsche curves, and now gap being 6/10 seconds, no major traffic to speak of coming up soon. It's just about who can get the best runs through the corners, whether Nicholas Vicent can use the slipstream to close back in.
Well, speaking of battles on track, one that also isn't letting up at the moment is that fight for P3 in GTP. Julien Halmonde and Alberto Garcia Blasco were a little bit apart a couple of laps ago, but traffic getting involved in this one once again brings these two cars close together. So the drivers on board have changed, but the situation hasn't. It is still XBD trying to get in front of the old firm racing car as they make their way down towards the Ford chicane. An opportunity to get by for the 33 here. It would be very tricky to throw one up the inside from that far back, but I've seen people try threading it threading the needle through the curbs as they have had to do for the last 172 laps. That's right, we've been going for 10 hours and not even completed 200 laps yet. But both of these cars pushing on into the dark, into the gloom, trying to put each other off, trying to hold on to that P3, trying to get that P3 from the other car. It's a great run through the first chicane for Alberto Garcia Blasco as he's looking to try and set up some sort of run down the Honodier.
Yeah, done 2 battles here, both for podium positions in class. Still difficult to know where to. We also had a bit of an incident a little bit further back for the Magic Arrow 55 car of Dominic Paquette, but I think they've gotten rolling again without any major damage. That is the battle for P8 they're in, with Sim Racing Center LMDH behind them in what could be important in the overall championship. But these cars are just streak past, and that traffic stays in the middle, gets, a little bit out of the way. Not gonna bother them too much as those cars on different laps, not really much to speak of. And the Magic Arrow 55 car slots back in behind.
Well, here's something really cool. Never mind, Octavio Pisco is coming under attack from Nicholas Weissman once again. Bit of a poor run out of that first chicane that's left him vulnerable on the run down to the second Mulsanne chicane, but a good bit of mid-straight speed for Octavio Pisco has meant he's going to hold on for now as we've got the fight for P3 in GTP closing in on the gap on the fight for P2 in GT3. So it's going to be interesting to see how everyone navigates each other here. Julian Harmon looking to not get held up. Nicholas Weissman looks to the outside of Mulsanne corner, isn't going to go for anything, but Octavio Pisco is going to defend to the inside, picks his braking point, gets it stopped, moves back over to the left, and here come the GTPs. It should be a relatively clean run to get through on the straight. Neither of them are going to get held up too much, if at all, but they are hunting for that slipstream on the 2 Ferrari 296 GT3s that are going at it. Bison isn't going to have a run into Indy, so he's going to stay in line with Octavio Pisco for now, as he's just peeking out to maybe try and pick up a little bit of slipstream from one of the GTPs. It's not going to help him at all though, but that gap is going to sneak down to 0.2 of a second.
Yeah, neither driver giving up anything here. We're expecting a 213 in either this lap or next lap, if I had to guess. And maybe they try and play it a bit strategically. There's not really too much traffic behind. It seems like a lot of the prototype traffic has already gotten around them. But that's one remaining card you have to play as the strategy starts to become more certain at the end of a race. If you've got that margin and you see a particularly awkward bit of traffic ahead of you, you can pull the trigger early, come onto pit lane, and hope that your opponent who stayed out has just the worst lap, the worst luck, and you can springboard past them.
It's pretty difficult to judge where the traffic's going to come from in a GTP, considering it approaches you rather than the other way around. I think it's something that I always struggle with if I ever drive the slower classes, which is very rare. Of course, when you're driving the GTPs, you know roughly how much quicker you are than the cars in front, and you can make that judgment call because you can see it in front of you, whereas in the GT3s, the only thing you can really go off is the relative and try and guess how quickly they're going to get up onto the back of you. It's so much easier when you're coming up behind them and they're very much in your windscreen. The gap, though, down to 0.3 of a second, holding steady even at 0.3 of a second. Nicholas Weissman just not really able to find a way by, not in this first sector, and not able to build the speed down the Honodier either into either of those chicanes. And it's just proven a little bit too big a task for the driver of the virtual drivers by Thrustmaster Ferrari to make up that second position right now, as they are starting to glance towards pit lane.
Yeah, I mean, they're still very much in touching distance. And again, it's every time you come through Tech Rouge especially, you've got to be careful, as that is a little bit wide from the car ahead. They look like they get away with it, but there's always that danger of just pushing it a little too far to try and get that run down onto the Honodier and just give yourself a slowdown. But I told, no, that's too far. You've got to give up a couple seconds and let that car through, essentially.
Here we go, though. The slipstream coming into a big effect for Nicholas Weissman, who had closed up to about 0.1 of a second before lifting off into the first Mulsanne chicane, so he had an opportunity to maybe go for it, but thought better of it to try and set up for later in the straight to reduce the amount of opportunities that Octavio Pisco would have to try and repass, as that's Jan Simnacher is going to get very much blocked by Octavio Pisco, who defends to the inside very aggressively, just to maybe throw a little bit of traffic in Nicholas Weissen's direction. It's something we talked about earlier in the race, where GTPs can throw traffic at the GT3s, but the GT3s can do it as well if they sort of do it in the right manner. And that was a really good example of that, making Jan Simnacher have to pull aggressively to the right in front of Nicholas Weissen, and Pisco just trying to force him into a position where it would maybe put him off a little bit, make him lift out and make it a touch more difficult to make any sort of overtaking move work, as both of these cars steam down towards Mulsanne corner. Who's going to get the exit from one of the slowest corners on the track? Octavio Pisco extends to 0.4 of a second, so it gets a better run through the corner, but there's still a lot of slipstream to go down here, and we've seen Bison close up those 0.4 of a second before in the draft, but it doesn't look like he's going to be able to do it here, Liv.
I think at this point as well, if you are the car behind, it's probably better for you to just hang fire, maybe just save a little bit of fuel if need be, because I think if I'm calculating this correctly, you know you're going to have to come down pit lane this time. Even if you jump ahead of the 224, it's not going to do too much except hold you both up, as this GTP, the Project Valor safety car, they do have something to fight for. It's going to be especially awkward for the 213 car. And it's going to just separate them out to about a second, but the goal is just to try and be as close as possible, stay within that slipstream by the time you pull down pit road, and then it's just up to what the 224 can do before they make their pit stop, and what you can do on that outlap, getting the heat into those cold tires.
And that's it. The 50 really needs to get those tires switched on as quickly as possible. Chichero needs to make sure he can go full push on that second lap, which will be the outlap for the Old Firm Racing orange car, the 96 crew. He just needs to make life for them as difficult as possible, whereas Julian Harmon now needs to take advantage of his warm slicks as he nearly goes into the back of a BMW. That's going to get him nice and checked up through this first sector and give Chichero a lot less work to do once he's out there on track. So keep an eye on what sort of traffic Harmon is going to come up against. It looks like he's past the worst of it and should have a relatively clear run all the way to, well, the start-finish line to start his next lap, as Nicholas Weisen comes down pit lane and Octavio Pisco continues.
Yeah, that's that 2-lap deficit. This is where it comes through, and the question is, how is the traffic going to treat the 224 as we look back at an instant for the 341 here? This is coming through Indianapolis and towards us. This is a big train of cars spreading out sideways, and that's a late lunge, and I don't know if there's contact there. I think they just try and lock it down to make the move, and it's a bit of a lazy spin for that car. We'll have another look at it from on board. But it seems like it might just be a bit of a... It's an aggressive move. I'm not really sure what the plan is. They do tap that car just a little bit.
Was that the other Pandemonium car that made contact there?
I'm not quite sure.
Do they have 3 cars in this race?
They do, 2 pros, 1 AM.
So it could be
one of the AM cars has retired.
Oh, so it might not be. Never mind then.
It feels a little bit clumsy from them.
Yeah, definitely.
3-4-1.
It almost feels though, oh, it's the Strumenti car. There you go. That answers that. Just sets up for the exit of the corner. Can't really see that one coming. Oh, is he lost the front end of his car there? Or is that someone else's front end?
Whatever it is, it shouldn't be there.
I think that's someone else's front end, you know?
No, that's his own front
end. Oh, that is Strumenti's front end. Never mind. It looked like there were still lights coming out the front of it. I can't lie.
And looking a bit further forward, we've had, as this is Weisen again comes through, we've had another incident in the Porsche curves involving that Core Motorsports 299 car. We'll get a look at it here.
Again.
There's Vicente Lara coming up behind, coming through, and just...
Oh, no.
I mean, I don't think you can really blame...
No, that's
just get loose on the curb, really, unfortunately, but that is
It's poor
just the most brutal luck for the 66 crew. They were running P10 at the time. They're now down on pit lane and they have to take some repairs, likely dropping down a couple of spots from that. But not really much time to. They're setting up for that move around the outside, nice and clean through. What is that, Carton, I believe?
The fourth one will be Carton, yeah.
And then
it just doesn't really.
And they get on the brakes, you can see it, but ABS, I think, just not wanting to let the car lock it down the way they expect to, and immediately into the 66% Lara. And both cars taking some repairs there.
The core motorsport car just not having a good day through the Porsche curves. That car clearly set up rather loose to try and get as much straight line speed as possible. It's not even the curb that sends it loose. It just spins and lets go at the rear. It's almost like they never repaired any of the damage to the rear diffuser on that car. Either
I'm
that
sure
or
they
the
did.
Corvette is just very, very loose. So here we go. Here's another angle on board the 66, and nothing he could have done there.
No, that's
you don't have time
really
to react. You have to commit. You have to commit at that point. We can see more than Vincente Lara in that situation, and even then, you don't really have time to react to that one. But wait, has Diogo Farias stayed out on track? Are we seeing a little bit of netcode damage here? Because that Ferrari looks like it's still quick, no?
On my end, it's shown as having the front end on as well. I mean, they're getting a little bit of help from Slipstream, but their last lap time was pretty decent. And they are... I mean, they've done a full lap since we last saw them. So...
Exactly, that's what I'm thinking.
I mean, what I will say is I would not want to be behind the wheel of that car right now because it's not got any headlights. That front clip that's fallen off the car has completely taken the lights with it.
It apparently doesn't have any headlights. So, as we say, maybe there is a bit of netcode damage going on. I think we can probably all see that the car doesn't have a front end on it, but maybe it's just server side where it's had a little bit of a moment.
The other thing is,
that car, he's still pushing.
The other thing, this is the 12th lap of the stint at this point. You know you have 2 more stops left in this race, no matter whether you extend or not.
Yeah.
Just don't know, unless this really is just on our side.
It has to be.
Diogo Farias sees nothing wrong right now.
Look how
that last lap was a
is.
356. That's not bad at all.
He's really confident through the corners, which makes you think he can still see. But again, this is one of the... This is giving...
I mean, you can
Cadillac
say this.
Petit Le Mans vibes.
Yeah, Petit Le Mans was pushing through the corners, and they definitely couldn't see because there's no server-client dispute there.
No, true. It's so... This is really weird. I've never seen anything like this before. He can... I feel it. He's driving like he can see. That's the thing. He's completely driving like he can see. Even if he's got, like, references and markers that he picks up, a car in front to follow as well. The dude is driving that car like he has headlights. I mean, I guess we'll find out if they take an extra stop and the front end pops back on, but look how little he can see on the Huno DA here. That BMW is pulling away to the point where he's struggling to get any illumination. And it's so weird. This is one of the strangest things I've ever seen.
This is some Cannonball run stuff here. They have a switch in those cars.
No. Not Cannonball. The other one, Moonshine running.
I mean, they have the same technology in the Cannonball cars if they need it. If they pass sort of a police car, they'll go into blackout mode and just run as fast as they can.
So weird. It's just something to keep an eye on. He is right at the end of his stint at Diogo Farias, and again, I'm just so for another moment in this race, I'm completely gobsmacked as to what on earth is going on, as the headlights are just flashing across the track, giving brief moments of illumination for the Strumenti DS racing driver, who's still going to bring the car.
This is the darkest part of the track for sure.
Exactly.
Right?
He's still going to bring the car. Oh. I knew it. Oh, never mind. That's the HWT mode. I thought for a second. I thought, it's fixed itself. No, it hasn't. That is on board with the HWT Motorsports Alex Pilbeam, the car that has been leading the race for so long in this event and currently providing the illumination on track for the DS Strumenti the Strumenti DS Racing team, who have got to limp that Ferrari back to the pits as quickly as possible and get those headlights repaired. And with the 4-second time gain that Alex Pilbeam has had on Farrier in this last lap, you know what? I'm starting to believe it, Liv. I think that car has front end damage.
But if it might have a little bit of front end damage, but if they genuinely had no headlights, you think they would take the pit stop just a little bit early? It's not going to cost them ultimately in the end of race pace.
But in real life, you can't turn up the gamma on a monitor. In sim, you can.
I still think you prefer to have the headlights.
Yeah, so do I. But if you're still setting decent-ish lap times, then surely you just turn up the gamma and crack on as if nothing's happened.
It's... I don't know.
I know.
This seems a little bit strange. I do wonder if maybe they've got the reference points for the racetrack, and maybe they're a little bit scared to go onto pit entry. Maybe not quite sure what their marches are for there because it's a road less travelled.
Headlight
Normally you worry about that is in the rain if it's still got some moisture on it, but this is a very different challenge indeed for Diodo Farrier. Are they going to come down pit lane this time? Yes, they are.
So, yeah.
Are they going to be able to nail their braking for it?
Certainly looks like it.
Looks pretty decent.
Wow. Wow.
I don't know what to say.
I've never seen anything like that before in my entire life. That was
I'd imagine
a very
how
impressive
modular the Ferrari is. That headlight's going to pop up back on real quickly and then start going again.
We should give him a round of applause for that. That was genuinely
I don't know if we should be
impressive.
encouraging this sort of behaviour.
We shouldn't encourage it, but we can still appreciate when
well done for not crashing is, I think, what I'm going to say about that. If what we're seeing on our screens is to be believed.
Let's keep an eye on it and see what happens and see if that front end pops back into existence. I mean, maybe they're confident they can still get lap times out of it without being able to see. As the drum roll, please, we're going to get a nice close-up camera of this one. Everyone wants to... There it is!
With the endurance headlights, you love to see it.
Front end
that
is back.
Truly a night and day difference.
That was so weird. This race has just been so weird. We've had spins in the Porsche curves, parking it sideways across the track. He's not even going to take all the repairs. The front end of that car is still damaged.
I mean, I think at this phase of the race, that makes a lot of sense. So long as you can see. That's the most important thing you need.
Yeah. The dude's got headlights now, he can see, but that was... Goodness me, that was something.
Very good ones. Like, again, we have to mention this. We mentioned it last time out watching Sled, but it cannot be overstated just how much easier it is to drive the Ferrari at night time because of how much those additional 4 lights illuminate everything. I got used to the Ferrari at the Nordschleife because it was a lot friendlier than the Mercedes, with it being a lot easier to see over the nose. The Mercedes big, high up nose to house that engine, and with some crests where you're often sort of not able to see what's on the road beneath you. It was quite difficult. But then once it's nighttime, it becomes 1,000 times more noticeable just how good the visibility is in that car. Like, every single part of that Ferrari 296 has been designed to make it as easy as possible to run an endurance racing.
Well, speaking of things we talked about in Watkins Glen, one thing that I don't have to get upset and angry about today is people not painting their pit boxes, because we don't get to see the pit boxes.
No,
they're all the way and hidden probably inside the garages, spawned in but invisible. Thank goodness for garages. It's better. It's just better. Give me pit garages on every single pit lane.
I mean, they don't have a garage at Watkins Glen, is the same.
Well, they do have a pit garages. They're just in the back, you know, tucked away. But you can't see it, but they are garages. Although the one thing that I really hate is when they put the NASCAR pit wall up at COTA. It looks so bad with all the garages being along the pit lane, and they're just like, nah, we're still going to put the pit wall up. Weird. But you could realistically have the same rules of, oh, you can't cross the wall. No, you just can't cross the big painted line on the ground that says pit lane, and it's fine. Problem solved. So we just witnessed a little bit of a fight on track between Gerard Sayers, who is due to pit in the next couple of laps or so, David Marshall, who's out there on some fresh, cold tyres and lost plenty of time to the car that's just overtaken him. But speaking of a car that has lost plenty of time to the car in front, Alberto Garcia Blasco now 3 seconds behind Julian Armand. Armand really turning up the wick a little bit now, but not enough to close into the back of Hugo Preto, who is 20 seconds clear at the front of the field. So again, highlight a great recovery drive for that team, who have managed to go from almost last in the GTP field back up to first place after starting on pole. So hopefully we can have a chat to them and figure out how they made that happen. Of course, a little bit of luck coming into play for them as other GTPs sort of dropped like flies from the front of this grid. And it's certainly been an interesting race for the last 10.5 hours as we do enter the last 90 minutes of this event. And it's safe to say, Liv, it's flown by.
Yeah, no, I mean, there's been action happening non-stop. There's been sort of storyline sneaking up on us. Like, I've just noticed that the SPD Racing GT3 car has made it back up to third in class where it started.
It's due a pit stop.
It might be due a pit stop, but even so, the fact that they're back up to that position after the opening 4 hours that they had, and we were talking. I mean, I was talking at one point about whether RPM Racing could clinch the championship coming out of this round. It turns out not even close to it. SPD Racing persistence really paid off for them. They're going to bring home a solid haul of points, to say the least. It'll extend their gap at the championship lead, and with their 2 nearest competitors both retiring from the race, it's going to give them a huge advantage just for putting their heads to the grindstone and running out these last 8 laps and seeing what spots they could pick up.
Well, it's what you got to do when you're in an endurance race. You don't score points until you get to the end of it, and that entire squad have done so well to just keep plodding around, pounding around, and see what happens, because it has put them in such a strong position coming into Fuji as long as they make it to the end of this race. And they know what the task is. They don't need to put the car at risk. They don't need to try anything that's going to really, you know, limit what they might be able to do with the rest of this event. Just bring the car home, settle into that rhythm that we always talk about, and drive the car like you know how to drive it. It's exactly what they've been doing for the last 6.5 hours of this race, and it's working.
Yeah, I think sometimes there can be a little bit of a weight lifted off your shoulders when that is your goal. You know, sort of, maybe not going to be contending for the race to win. Obviously, it's frustrating, and it's what you want to be doing at the start of the race. But you can settle into quite a nice rhythm of just attacking each corner ahead of you, attacking each lap, and just making sure that you're doing what you can to click off those laps and stay in the conversation at least. And
yeah,
it's shown to work out really well. They've found a really good rhythm in this back half of the race, and it's put them, again, currently in P3. We're expecting a pit stop out of them, but that'll drop them down just a little bit. But very much well within the top 10 at the end of this race, and that'll be a huge haul of points for them.
Well, indeed it will, and all they need to do is hold on as they're just trying to navigate a little bit of laps traffic as they're going side by side on the run down towards the Porsche curves. Gerard says looks like he's going to try and stick it out here. You know, Thiago Pontes is going to back out, give him that run into the Porsche curves as Gerard says he's going to set off after Lorenzo Schubert's, who is only 5 and a bit seconds in front. It's one of the AM cars in GT3. And again, another lap down on the 206, but still a target to chase. I feel like you always need something to chase when you're on the car, whether that's outright lap time, consistency, or just someone in front of you that you're catching, because it's a good way to keep you engaged as the 206 comes down the pit lane for what we assume is probably the second to last time. Struggling a little bit to keep it completely clean on pit entry. I think just about manages it, but that was very marginal to being illegal. So we're just following Alberto Garcia Blasco, who
I will say, for the 206, that was a triple stint from Garcia. Was in that car all the way from lap 118, so I'm sure going to hand that car off at this point. Roberto Friese will get in and take that car to the checkered flag just under an hour and a half. So great work from Gerard to bring that car up through the field. And of course, Roberto Friese, who's done a great job in the back half as well. Just got to continue the job for an hour and a half more. And a great recovery drive is really the best way I can describe it.
Without the slipstream, Alberto Garcia Blasco has really struggled to stay in touch with Julian Harmon. Pair that with a little bit of poor traffic luck for the number 33. The 96 crew are starting to eke that gap out and leave themselves a lot less under threat to the other Acura behind them, as Blasco just struggling to find any pace to catch back up to that fight for P2 in class. He's not under threat from any cars behind, as Project Valorous have very much dropped out of the question of this race. They are due in this lap with a 44-second gap to the car in front of them, which is almost a shame to see after the rather successful race they've had. They were involved in this fight earlier on in the race. Their little one lap off sequence strategy was working out for them, but as soon as the sun sort of set is when everything started to go wrong for them, and now they're not even in contention for a podium.
The one thing they are doing, I've just noticed this, they're extending this stint. This is going to be a 13-lap stint for the Project Valorous 50 car, and I think there might have been a little bit of alarm bells in their head about whether they could make it on 2 more stops from here, and so they just did a little bit of fuel save work last stint. Not the fastest laps, of course, but
I'll be lying.
To extend that stint just one longer, whether they think they need to do that for the remaining 2 stints of the race, we'll wait and see. But Christoph Schur is clearly willing and capable of making those 13 stints happen, assuming he makes it back to pit lane, doesn't run out on the road. And so he'll be able to cover off that strategy. This will be the penultimate stop for the number 50 crew if they keep on the strategy as they are right now. They've again, great work for them to equalize that, to realize maybe we're in danger here on the time of the checkered flag. Let's take control of the situation.
Oh, now hang on, hold on. Alberto Garcia Blasco is about to finish lap 12 of his stint. There was a GT3 that got in the way of his pit lane entry as everyone else's pit. So I think there's a little bit of something going to happen to Alberto Blasco here, as he looks like he's pushing a little bit, but keep an eye on it, because he may have missed the pit lane and have to do a significant amount of fuel saving. It doesn't look like he is doing it as it stands, so maybe they're set up for that 13th lap. It'd be impressive considering the pace they've had on this stint, and I'm just trying to listen to the car and see if there's any sort of fuel saving going on. I guess we'll see as we come down towards the first Mulsanne chicane. It's a car that sounds like it's pushing, Liv. So yeah, despite what could have been a bit of panic.
And I think maybe they're doing the same calculation that Project Valorous just did.
Ooh,
that's a fuel save. That was a big lift. The question is, was this planned? Are they in panic stations? Does it look like they're not in a hyper save? They're not running, to use IndyCar terms, map 8 here. It seems like they're just in a standard fuel save, and they've been planning this 13-lap stint for a while. That might be why they fell off the back of the 96 car, which is they're also looking at this and thinking, this could be marginal to make it to the end on one
more stop after this.
Yeah, two stints from this point. So if we extend here, we just guarantee it for ourselves, then we don't have to stress about it. Whereas the rest of the teams, either they've worked it out and they're confident it doesn't matter, or they haven't worked it out, and things could become very interesting indeed.
With the quality of drivers we have in this GTP field, I fully expect that everyone is on that fuel maths. Liv?
Incident for our GT3 AM leader, HWT Motorsport, in the Porsche curves. They're coming onto pit lane. They've got damage on the front end of that car. Well, have a look to see how serious it is. They had about a 1-lap lead here But you see, it's an incident that...
Oh, too much grass.
Too much grass, and...
Oh. That is some very unforgiving concrete on the outside of the circuit there, as it is not designed to be hit.
You say that, though. No meatball flag being shown to that car.
No way.
So this is a voluntary pit stop.
There's no way there's no meatball.
This is earlier than scheduled. It's gonna give them an extra pit stop in this race.
This onboard is gonna look horrible, by the way.
And the question is, how much of a lead do they have to the second place in GT3 AM? And will they be able to get this fixed up, get the car rolling out of pit lane, and hold on to that lead? This is a team that has looked bulletproof all season long. This is a rare mistake from them, but given their work so far, it might be salvageable. They might be able to keep their perfect record. The wheel looks unconfident, let's say.
It looks straight, though.
It does look straight. That might just be a bodywork hit. That might have been a precautionary pit stop, if nothing else. Knowing they had the buffer, they are very lucky indeed if that's the case.
What is that
It is a
made
long
of?
pit stop. It's Italian elegance, of course.
Alberto Blasco makes it down pit lane, by the way, with no issues. 3 minute.
Yeah, that was a strategy call. That's them trying to guarantee themselves that this is the penultimate time down pit lane.
So
And
they'll get to lead a lap.
they will get to lead a lap, and the question is, are the 7 and the 96 going to respond? Are they going to be forced to respond? I'll tell you who this is really bad news for. This is really bad news for the number 30 car, the Fury Simsport GTP, because they're already 3 laps deep into this stint, and it's pretty much guaranteed that they'll have 2 more stops in this race as well. They're currently on the back of Old Firm Racing Orange for P3 in class, but they have another pit stop to serve, so they'll surely fall down to P4 and maybe a little bit further behind that.
Oh, I do love it when the questions get brought up this late in the race. Can Focus Racing make it? Can Old Firm Racing make it? Have they done their fuel maths properly? I'd expect they would have, due to the quality of competition that we have in this series. And I'd be very, very surprised if any of these drivers fall short on the fuel number, as William Foyle is going to slide through on Alberto Garcia Blasco and will actually be the main antagonist in the fight for P2 on the road as it stands. Only 0.4 of a second behind Julian Harmond in the number 96. So an opportunity for Foyle to maybe save a little bit of fuel, stick behind
It
Harmond.
won't be enough,
get dragged
though.
along. No, it won't be enough, but still a chance to do it and sort of recover to try and get back on some sort of strategy. But it is going to give Harmond a bit of a buffer to Alberto Garcia Blasco behind, who we think now has definitely done enough to make it to the end of this race. It's going to be a little bit tight, as I'm just trying to figure out exactly how many laps we have to go here. It's predicted to go 205. We're on lap 182.
205?
Yeah. 204.9
laps. I think any team that hit on 180 will need to make one 13-lap stint. So that is Old Firm Racing, Focus Racing, and Project Valora still need to make another one. Fury Simsport are out. SBD Racing, I think, should just be 2-lap stints to the end. To be clear, is it showing us 205 point something? Or
204.9.
204.9.
And it always rounds up. You always round it up.
So, I think this race is doing 205 laps for the GTPs. Focus Racing, Old Firm Racing, you better learn how to lift and coast. You probably know how to.
Yeah,
you better
ready
put
to
it into
launch
action
your
right
safe,
now.
Have they spotted that, though?
I don't know. If they haven't, then they're about to get a rude awakening as the white flag flies. Or I guess, in their case, as the white flag doesn't fly at the start of lap 204.
Yeah, just sitting on board Julian Harmon's car now, and I'm going to see if he does any sort of fuel saving down into Indianapolis. It's the first time I've heard the Acura on board in quite a while, since I've been racing the Cadillac really consistently this season. Let's just have a listen. That's fuel save. Yep, Julian Harmond is fuel saving. So if Alberto Garcia Blasco is full push on the stint, knowing he can make it to the end, Harmond is going to lose time hand over fist towards the end of the stint, and it could bring the 33 back into the competition for second in class. We have thought that the 96 has had the edge in terms of pace all race long, as HWT Motorsport have held on to the race lead in GT3, and so fair play for getting that car in and repaired and back out on track. But fuel safe woes, questions to be answered towards the end of this race. We love a bit of late race drama.
And the fact that it's strategy as well. I'm giddy right now. We saw how good this was last time out of watching Sled.
Oh, that was very exciting.
So yeah, it is the 7, the 96, the 50, and the 74. And I think the 5 as well, technically, all need to make one 13 stint to see this race out cleanly. I think the number 5 car might get lapped before the end of the race, so they're not too stressed about this, but it probably wouldn't hurt to do that fuel save as well for them. For the 33, they're good. They've made it work. For the 30, they are very much not good. They'll take an extra pit stop, and that short stint early or the short stints early are going to cost them in the end. They really needed to spot this about
10.5 hours ago.
Well, no, if they spotted about 3 hours ago, they could have tried to stretch for 13 stints to offset the gap, but I don't know if they were really prepared to do 13 stints anyway. No. I think, honestly, at that point, maybe going full commit and doing a few more 11 stints might have been the play to try and extend enough of a gap to let you make that extra pit stop without falling out of this conversation for the podium.
Yeah, it was interesting that they flexed so early onto the 12-lap stints, because I feel like it really compromised the result they would have been able to get. I think the 11-lap stints would have been really interesting to see exactly what they were capable of at completely full push for the entire 12 hours of this race. But that gap between Hammond and Blasco is slowly starting to come down. It was up at 4 seconds or so when the stint started, but it has dipped under 3 seconds a couple of times this stint, as Garcia Blasco is just taking his time to once again walk up to the back of the car that he's racing for position, using the slipstream of William Foyle in front to help drag him along a little bit, save a little bit more fuel to shorten the next fuel stop. And Julian Hammond needs to dig deep and find every ounce of pace that he can